Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 171, The Purple Piper Plays His Tune. Here is the location of the stray who you'll be taking care of. As I said, today's purpose is to put the result of your training to test and hone your teamwork. Sona Citri's peerage has arrived at an abandoned factory, near the outskirts of Kyoto town. Stopping right at the entrance, Sona continued after a pause. From this point onward, it's the enemy territory. You need to stay focused and don't lower your guard. Sona glanced at everyone, making them nervous. Keep in mind that the real battle is completely different from training. Unexpected situations might arise at any moment. This requires a quick reaction to adjust accordingly. However, I have faith in you. Your efforts weren't in vain and it's time to show the results. Sona turned towards the entrance and said, as long as you work together, this shouldn't prove to be difficult. Go and show me your power. Yes, President. The peerage's members spoke simultaneously before they advanced, followed by Sona and Tsubaki. Why are you raising flags from the get-go? Genshiro sighed secretly as an uneasy feeling filled his heart. Keep up, Saji-san. We are almost there, said a girl with reddish-brown hair while walking in front of the group. Tomo-chan, don't rush alone. We don't know what might happen from behind, Tomo's friend and teammate, Momo Hanakai, called for her with worry. Easy, easy, Momo-chan. We are super strong and the president is with us, so nothing will happen. Underestimating your enemies and lowering your guard won't be overlooked by me or the enemy, Tomo Meguri. I hope you're aware. Fixing her glasses, Sona glanced at her knight, giving her chills before saying, and today, I won't interfere. This is a test for your training. Can't you stop raising flags, Genshiro thought as he stared at his sacred gear, trying to calm his nervousness and prepare for the upcoming battle. Take it easy, Saji-kun. Just do as usual. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, we are strong. Kusaka-senpai. Yeah. No problem. They just have to do their best and nothing will happen, or so Genshiro thought at that time. I thought I'd find something interesting here after seeing all those Japanese dogs, yokai, around. But it was nothing more than a bunch of babies. Tomo. The picture shifted as the red color filled Genshiro's vision. Blood spilled on the ground as Tomo got thrown like a ragdoll across the room with a gaping wound on her chest. Genshiro fell on the ground as bruises filled his body, staring at the stray with a large coat and the head of a wasp in shock. His sacred gear attached itself to the enemy body, but the absorption was too slow. Power absorption. It doesn't matter if I kill you all quickly. Everything happened too quickly. Genshiro couldn't move or react to the sound of his teammates falling one by one. The stray's red compound eyes locked on him as his legs lost all power. His body couldn't budge as the only thing he could see was the stray advancing. Boom. With the noise of a strong clash, Genshiro woke up drenched in sweat. He grabbed his chest while breathing heavily. However, it didn't take him long before he held his head as a piercing pain shook his brain. Clang. At least, this pain made him realize that everything was just a nightmare. Smiling bitterly, Genshiro laid down again, but the smell of grass and mud made him frown. Wasn't I just? I got hit and... Genshiro suddenly recalled whereas before a deafening sound assaulted his ears. What the? Genshiro covered his ears in haste. The sound was so terrible as if his eardrums were going to burst. He followed the noise to see, but his eyes ended up like his ears. A red blur bolted through the area, leaving waves of raging flames behind, followed by several blue gleams emerging from thin air. Whatever they passed, everything was torn to pieces as sparks and flames flew everywhere. Their speed was so fast that Genshiro felt his eyes become teary just by staring, causing him to realize that he wasn't just sweating from stress. Genshiro blinked once and lost track of them, but suddenly, the entire place was filled with blue flashes as if the green forest shifted colors for a moment. Boom. Flames erupted like a volcano from nowhere, clashing with the blue, and drowning the scenery in front of Genshiro before his head rang like a bell. It was so painful as if someone hit him with a hammer from behind. He could barely see the red blur taking off to the sky, leaving a scarlet trail of flames behind. However, from another corner, an azure comet shot behind it instantly. It was so bright and massive that the air itself was distorted by its movement. Genshiro couldn't describe the pressure he felt at that moment before the azure and red colors clashed in the sky, sending several booms through the air. Boom. Ugh. An ear-splitting noise was heard before the red side was overwhelmed and sent flying. At that moment, Genshiro felt he lost his hearing and was sent rolling away, but that was the least of his concerns. His head was going to explode as a nauseating feeling made him want to puke everything he ate. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. The red blur crashed to the ground, dragging a long trail of dirt before stopping. The azure mass followed behind before landing a few meters away. Fighting the urge to puke, Genshiru rubbed his eyes as his blurred vision and the ringing in his head started to fade away slowly. He didn't know if it was because of the devil's power, but he recovered pretty quickly. He opened his eyes and was the cause of all of this as his jaw dropped. The girl named Nero was dressed in a red-white dress as her golden boots glimmered under the sun. The sword in her hand bloomed with flames, scorching the surroundings. The power and energy emanating from her shocked Genshiru to the core. It's completely different from the previous stray, just Nero's presence alone was enough to crush him. However, she was nothing compared to the other side. No, just comparing her is simply a joke. He barely could stare at him as his eyes teared up. The violent azure-like flames covered his body and distorted the atmosphere around him. It was like you're looking straight at the sun. This wasn't the demonic power Genshiru knew. He guessed it should be mana or something, but this was ridiculous. The energy gave a feeling as if it had no limits. It kept growing and expanding as the temperature rose to an astonishing degree simply by manifesting. Despite it not being a real flame, it made Nero's flames look like a torch facing a volcano. This could be seen as Nero's body and clothes had several burn marks. The person supporting this crazy expenditure didn't show any discomfort. Instead, the bland look on his face gave the notion of he wasn't even trying. Leo stood there as the raging waves of mana extended to the sword in his hand, making it vibrate. Unlike regular blades, its quivering was akin to a roar. Suddenly, his eyebrow rose and his eyes landed on Genshiru. Genshiru felt a massive pressure that made his mind go blank for a moment. He would have already collapsed if not Leo's stare was like saying, "You're still here." The sudden anger made him stabilize himself a bit, although Genshiru wondered if he should be happy about it. However, the heat and pressure got reduced as Genshiru collapsed and breathed the air greedily. A gentle breeze stroked his cheek before a small white kitten floated in the air near him. The cat glanced at him before ignoring him. Boom. A wave of mana rose from Nero as it pushed all the ashes and dirt away. It was far stronger than usual, but it still didn't amount to anything compared to the ocean of energy ahead. Grabbing the original flame tightly, the pure mana changed its attributes. Flames extended from the sword and engulfed Nero's body without hurting her. It made her dress look like a purgatory rose as sparks rose like fireflies. However, she didn't stop there. Rumble. Snakes of bluish-white lightning crept through the flames and cladded the original flame in a thunderous roar. If someone looks at Nero's servant parameters now, they'll see a new skill called Mana Burst, Flame/Lightning, appearing out of nowhere. Nero raised her sword and took a stance. Her usual cheerful expression vanished completely. A dreadful seriousness emitted from her as her unblinking eyes locked on Leo. Leo looked at Nero's display and lifted his eyebrow. Lowering the sword, his mana burst took a step forward as its attribute began to alter. A bit by bit, golden light particles rose before the entire mana waves turned into a blinding waterfall warping around Leo. The temperature rose again as blue sparks flashed at the edge of brightness. Covered in light, Yamato ignited in white-blue tongues of flames before Leo took a step forward. The dirt and rocks under him began to melt into a very faint layer of lava. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. The flames peaked on Nero before her body vanished, leaving a sonic boom. As if she embodied the lightning, she turned into a bolt and reached Leo in the blink of an eye. Her speed went beyond her limits as the original flame stabbed forward, aiming at Leo's face, but it was blocked by the shining Yamato. The energy contained in both swords exploded into a raging torrent of destruction, raising everything in a small radius and bursting in blinding brilliance. Fuck. Genshiru cursed before covering his eyes. The clash between these two was like staring closely at a stun grenade going off. Even with this cat, wine spirit, protection, this wasn't watchable for someone like him. Nero turned the original flame before she used the momentum of Leo's strike to turn and attack again. Her sword, boosted by huge amounts of mana, left a scarlet trajectory in the air before colliding with Yamato as sparks flew. Her swordplay felt more like a display of art as her attacks turned into a storm. Each time the two blades crossed, the original flame would slip and aim at the gaps in Leo's defense. However, Nero frowned because she couldn't land a single strike despite being superior in swordsmanship. What annoyed her was that Leo's sword lacked all elegance. It was as if he was swinging a club instead of a sword, but no matter how great her swordplay is or how brilliantly Nero attacked, Yamato would always appear in the correct place before the torrent energy would slam into her. Her arms gradually turned numb and scorched by the light, but Nero pushed forward. Her attack turned into a fury of strikes as she circled Leo, trying to find any gap. Yet, Leo simply tightened his grip as the brilliance circled like snakes on the blade before he swung upward. Yamato turned into a flash before slamming into Nero's sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Nero felt as if she got slammed by the claw of a dragon as the original flame almost flew from her hands. Leo's attack made a crescent arc of light as her feet dug into the ground. But twisting the sword and sidestepping, Nero managed to deflect the strike before stabbing forward at Leo's exposed front. However, her instinct screamed as Nero widened her eyes before jumping away. The previous crescent arc rose in the air before splitting into several smaller spears of light, all aiming at Nero. Boom, 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 boom. The spears fell like missiles, leaving craters everywhere they landed. Nero dodged and dashed backward to avoid this carpade bombing, but her eyes got a glimpse of something through the explosions. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. She raised the sword hurriedly before blocking the flying Yamato. The two blades created massive sparks as mana-charged Yamato grinded against the original flame. Humph. Ha. Nero increased her strength and knocked Yamato away, but without stopping, she slashed forward again. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. Without even bothering to hide, the brightly lit Leo broke through the dust and punched forward. His fist covered in a torrent of light clashed with Nero's sword. Nero felt her sword slammed into a weapon instead of a fist before the second strike came rushing, rubbing sparks in the air. Leo's fists turned into afterimages and rained on Nero as she couldn't counterattack at all. Even if she tried, the crazy mana thrusters would simply knock her away. She kept getting pushed back as every strike became stronger before Leo rested his fist on the sword. The light compressed between them before it started to emit a dangerous, yet spectacular gleam. Ha! Nero tried to get away, but noticing it was too late, she put all her energy into the blade. Looking at the violent lightning and flames, Leo did nothing except push his fist forward. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The brightness bloomed before a deafening roar spread. The light on Leo's fist turned into a blast, drowning all the fire and lightning before slamming into Nero. Nero tightly clung to the sword as the impact sent her flying in the air. Twisting her body mid-flight, she barely regained balance before slamming into several trees. The heat from the strike made a faint layer of lava as Leo lowered his fist and stared at Nero from a distance. Asterisk pant. Supporting her shaking body with the sword, Nero slowly stood up from the ground. Her body was in an embarrassing state as small and large burns were everywhere. Despite trying to resist using Mana Burst, the heat and power contained in Leo's attacks were just too much to handle. Nonetheless, this wasn't a big issue for a servant's body powered by a lot of mana. In the end, they are just lumps of ether. Despite the almost infinite mana support from me, I guess this is the limit of your imperial privilege. No, it's not exactly like that. Leo took a few steps and pulled Yamato from the ground before swinging it to the side. Meanwhile, Nero started recovering. Hypothetically, you know what you want, but if you have no clue how to achieve them, you can't even cheat properly. I suppose you should read more books. Pointing Yamato horizontally with his right hand, the always spinning green orb on Leo's necklace sped up suddenly. A weird form of energy spun all the mana along Leo's arm into the tip of the blade as the shadow of a humanoid pink figure merged with Yamato. A sharp sound of fabric ripping echoed before Yamato got inserted into the air. Water-like ripples spread before Leo twisted the handle. The space followed the blade and warped as if what got pierced was a piece of cotton. It turned into a vortex gathering towards the sword while making a hideous noise. Nero dashed away immediately without waiting to know what'll happen. Her only thought was to get from the range of the next attack. For the first time in this battle, Leo grabbed Yamato's handle with two hands before dragging it forward. It was as if he was pushing something very heavy, but that wasn't all. Trees, rocks, clouds, everything in the direction of the vortex gave the illusion of getting stretched bizarrely. It was like taking an image and stretching it in an editor. Genshiru stared at his body enlarging and his hands broadening as his currently oversized eyes almost popped from their sockets. However, a gust of wind blew before he and the wind spirit retreated far away. Leo took a step forward before he increased his strength and swung the blade in Nero's direction. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. The piece of space flung up as if someone flipped a carpet. Trees, rocks, even a deep layer of the ground itself were yanked off violently by the spatial wave, throwing everything in that direction into the air. An earthquake strikes and the rubble covers the sky. This was a natural disaster. Despite her enchanted speed, Nero was caught quickly in the storm and pulled up high. She felt like her body was getting torn apart, but this wasn't enough to faze her. Quickly stepping on broken trees and rocks, she made her way through the rubble and jumped up high. Leo extended his hand forwards before his necklace shone. Two masses of scarlet energy manifested at both his sides before they turned into two crimson-gold mechanical dragon heads. Yellowish electric arcs jumped on their bodies as the left cannon opened its mouth. The energy gathered into a blue mass as a terrible chill radiated to the surroundings. The rising mist made it look like the dragon's head had liquid nitrogen inside. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The coldness shot like lightning, freezing everything in sight in a flash. All the trees and rocks that got thrown into the sky froze like sculptures made of ice. Up in the air, Nero stared at the scenery under her as the previous green forest had entered the ice age in an instant. However, a strong pulling force suddenly emerged. Crack! The previous wave of space reached its limit before it retracted quickly. Everything in the air was slammed down by the spatial distortion violently as the ice broke to pieces. The ice was shattered into fine crystals, scattering with the wind as if it began snowing in the forest, even though Nero found herself covered in snow and ice while falling. The falling ice that reflected the sunlight fascinated her. There were even small electric arcs flying here and there. It was breathtaking scenery, but her face quickly changed. On the other side, the second dragon's head already opened its mouth as yellowish lightning thundered inside and the electricity cast a shadow on Leo's blank face. Nero saw Leo staring at her with blank eyes as she blinked before the cannon shot. The yellowish lightning turned into a beam before striking the hail zone. A chain reaction occurred as the electricity switched to white and speared through all the area. It was like the sky and earth were connected for a moment by a white flash before the thunderclap drowned all sounds. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. The crackling noise of electricity faintly remained in the air as the devastated area calmed down. The green landscape was flipped upside down and replaced with scorched and burned terrain. Ash and smoke filled the place as the falling snow and ice cooled down the flames. Nero crashed on the scorched ground as she stared blankly at the sky. Electricity jumped on her body from time to time as she couldn't move an inch. Her sword was shattered to pieces as she held the remaining hilt. Despite her mana and stamina hitting the bottom, a steady stream of energy kept healing her body. However, she stared at the sky before closing her eyes with difficulty. As her body regained feelings, the sounds of steps echoed before it stopped next to her. Nero opened her eyes to see Leo squatting near her with Yamato and its sheath on his knees. "Oh, you didn't faint this time. Did I go too easy on you or were you more durable?" He rested his head on his hand while staring at her from above. You aren't satisfied, huh? Too bad, I'd simply obliterate you from afar. Although I can bring you back if you died, this planet would lose the qualification to host life. But look at the bright, you can go see your artistic taste there. The grin on his face and somewhat good mood made Nero's temper sour. Her eyebrow knitted the more she thought about it. However, Leo rubbed his chin as he wondered if Nero didn't hear him. Did he hit her head too much? Don't take me as those ignorant who never experienced defeat. This was my loss and I'm aware that any more engagement won't change it. She lost completely without any doubt. It wasn't even funny. The other side didn't take her seriously once, no, she already knew this would happen. It was doubtful if she could make a single scratch on him even if the noble phantasm was deployed. Realizing that truth, Nero admitted defeat calmly. Moreover, facing me with your real body is more than enough. Nero's green eyes observed Leo and noticed something. This made him lift his eyebrow and fix his glasses. You noticed? Surely, these secondary vessels can be distinguished easily if someone actually tries. Leo nodded naturally before saying, but this isn't my real body, it's the main vessel. There's a big difference. Nero tilted her head in doubt, but then she shook it gently and didn't think much about it. Everyone can make excuses, but not accepting her weakness and loss is more humiliating than a defeat for Nero. However, her bad mood didn't get better because Leo's grin didn't fade. Of course, defeating her is something worthy of praise, but why? Why does Leo seem to be happier about trashing her around more than winning? Whatever you're thinking, it's correct. Speaking of your imperial privilege, I know a thing or two about art too. Even if the artist is full of inspirations and ideas, without proper ways to express them, they'll be nothing more than a third-rate piece at best. In conclusion, you suck. Nero's eyes widened as she stared at Leo, having one of the brightest smiles ever before she looked at her broken sword. Leo smiled kindly while fully knowing that Nero would have stabbed him and started fighting again if she could. Look how he helped to ignite her fighting spirit again, as expected from a kind person approved by the world itself. It feels good to be kind. I should do it more, Leo nodded to himself sagely like he's sure to make the worlds will regret saying those words while ignoring Nero's burning gazes. Ugh, suddenly, a painful grunt escaped Nero's lips. She closed her eyes in discomfort as faint sweat appeared on her forehead. The crushing headache came without warning and made her unable to think properly. Their rare occurrences these days made her forget about them, yet, abusing imperial privilege for battle was too much. However, she suddenly felt a cold touch. Opening her eyes, Nero saw Leo putting his fingers on her forehead. It's a strange thing. These curses seem to be the only thing following us. Not like I'm thankful for it, getting rid of them is a fleeting dream at this point. It was cold and no trace of warmth could be felt, it was like touching a steel plate. Yet, the headache eased greatly. The curse that followed her even when becoming a heroic spirit diminished quickly before becoming dormant. Should we call them something else? I guess it's pointless to think about it. Well, then. Boost. A massive amount of energy gathered on Leo's necklace. Just sensing a bit of it made Nero's body shiver unconsciously as it made Leo's previous display of mana wasting akin to a joke. The necklace absorbed the energy before it opened into a cross from its diamond shape. A scarlet mist began to emit from the gaps, distorting the atmosphere and giving a weird, illusory feeling. I hate how much this ability relates to me. Well, it doesn't matter. Leo held the necklace before it released a faint crimson gleam. Dream. A wave of illusory glimmers spread from Leo's center before everything began to twist and change. The image of ash and flames vanished into the air before a brand new forest emerged. Nero widened her eyes as the green leaves and trees appeared in her view, and the sound of insects and the song of birds filled her ears. Standing up, Nero noticed all the injuries on her body vanished, even the original flame returned to its perfect state. It's like the previous battle and devastating results were just a figment from imagination. A fleeting dream vanishes as the morning comes. Well, that was refreshing. Leo stretched his body before he felt a faint ache. Nero noticed Leo's breathing became rushed for a moment before it calmed down. As always, this ability consumes a lot of him. It's simply impractical to twist reality using dreams, not to mention, he currently doesn't have telesma to back it up. To be honest, even Great Red doesn't use it this way because it's too much for him. Instead, his body is the best medium to shift between reality and dreams. Anyhow. Leo casually raised his hand and went through a portal that suddenly appeared before he pulled someone. Genturu got pulled by the back of his collar by Leo as he was still staring at the place in shock. His eyes were peeled open and the astonishment on his face wasn't even funny. So, you saw it, right? What do you think? The wind spirit flew from the portal and landed on Leo's head as Genturu was catching a breath. Genturu nodded his head subconsciously before he put his hand on Leo's shoulder and said, Leo, deforestation is a very serious issue and crime. We should all strive to protect the environment and green landscape that save the planet. Committing arson, forest fire, and endangering nature is by no means the correct thing to do, even if you can justify UGH. Stop, I can't bray a th. Looking at how Leo locked Genturu's neck tightly as the letter struggled like a headless chicken, Nero tilted her head in curiosity before nodding at the pleading poor devil. Glancing at the original flame in her hand, Nero looked at Leo raising his fist again because Genturu turned the topic into ocean pollution. Her expression made one wonder what she was thinking. And so, because I couldn't focus at all, I messed up all the contracts and the client's wishes, ruining all the jobs. Of course, the president didn't mind, but I kept doing it, several times and, well. I also failed almost every training session after it, so. Let's say the president wasn't very happy. Genturu sat on the green grass, holding his knees as a depressed atmosphere loomed above his head. Should he start counting the unluckiness of today? He got teleported, headbutt, woke up in a war zone, and got smacked for talking about environmental protection. These people just don't understand his noble cause, which is achieved via annoying this asshole next to him. That's crazy, man, but by all means, who asked? Leo covered his face before saying, when I asked you what you think about it, where did you get the idea that telling me your life story is important? It was like the headaches were returning to Leo after listening to Genturu's life story. Well, this pain never left him, but it simply amplified. I understand, these devils make contracts with humans and fulfill their wishes, but the prices are. This doesn't make sense in the end. Nero nodded to herself, making it hard to know if she did understand or simply ignored it. Genturu scratched the back of his head before saying, oh, it sounded like a good chance to talk about it and it's not like you have anything to do. Do I look that free to you? I have a few dragon veins and life courting needs to be done. Yeah, you'll be grinding for nothing in gacha games anyway. Genturu glared at Leo before shooing him away with his hand. However, he felt the scenery darkened. Raising his head, he saw Leo holding Yamato in its scabbard up high. Recalling the strength of that sword, Genturu broke into a cold sweat, and if he understood something from the previous disaster, he wouldn't want to get hit by it. However, Leo gradually lowered Yamato and put it on his thighs again. He lowered his head and stared down in silence as his eyes seemed to be asking, why are we here, just to suffer? The wind spirit patted Leo's head lightly with its paw. Genturu shook his head and didn't sympathize with these gacha addicts. GGHA. What is that? Nero looked at Leo fall into depression and immediately asked. You don't know. They are mostly games about things. Yeah, things. Right. It's something you find by yourself and not guided by others. Genturu's words shifted quickly because Leo raised his head to stare at him with very frightening eyes. The cold glint from Yamato getting pulled a bit wasn't assuring at all. Luckily, Nero accepted the answer. No, she rather enjoyed it. Does she think this is a challenge now? However, the true reason is that it causes Leo pain. This Emperor of Rome doesn't forget insults, especially if it's about art. If her blade can't reach him, then she'll use something else. Genshiro stared at Nero nodding proudly and chuckling before he elbowed Leo lightly and asked, seriously, where did you meet her? Leo glanced at him before lowering his head and saying with a small voice, my gacha addiction got the best of me again. There weren't enough words to describe the bewilderment on Genshiro's face. In his mind, a simple equation was formed. Nero is apparently very rich plus Leo's addiction equals him borrowing money and getting into debts, but Nero took a liking to him or maybe his power, then to pay his debts. I know imagination is free, but I gotta stop you there, Leo put on a disgusted expression when he saw Genshiro's face. It was the face of someone who wrote 5 volumes of bloody drama in his head. Don't worry, I totally get it, and if you need an okay, I'll stop. Good, Leo lowered Yamato. The atmosphere suddenly shifted from casual to serious as he spoke. Tell me, what do you think? Was the previous fight scary? Yes. Pulled by the sudden change, Genshiro swallowed and nodded. He'll probably never forget this day and it'll haunt him in dreams. It was that terrifying for him. Then, is the harlot stray that you met scarier? Genshiro became tongue-tied and couldn't speak for a while. The scenes of both events flashed in his mind. It all stopped at the moment when Leo looked at him and terrifying pressure crushed him like an ant. His lips moved on their own before he even realized and said, and no. Your condition is completely natural and normal. It's so normal in fact that it makes me feel weird. Leo caressed Yamato's hilt and said, there's no way a few students who lived all their lives in peace will adapt to the battlefield easily. The mentality to be calm despite your life is on the line isn't easy to come by, well, maybe if they got tossed into several deadly situations. I don't doubt that the bob-cut girl has thought of this. With her personality, it's unlikely she didn't know the true strength of the opponent beforehand, but she still sent you there. Leo chuckled as Genshiro flinched before saying, the president knew. Don't think too much about it. Suffering today is better than regretting it later. But for her to do it like this. I guess she either truly has faith in you or she's in a hurry. Well, the situation wasn't exactly great lately. Shaking his head, Leo waited until Genshiro finished his thought. Yeah, I heard about it from the president, but she didn't reveal much. It was about some magic or whatever. I wonder. Leo's light chuckle and small smile made Genshiro shiver for a moment before he decided to not think too much about it. As I said, there's nothing I can teach you. Maybe I should thank you for sparing me from, can I do that if I get stronger, question because you can never do what I can, well, it's unlikely anyone will be able to. But, there's something you could learn for yourself. Genshiro screamed from fear as he saw Leo pull Yamato and swing at his neck. He tried to raise his hands to defend, but the blade was already at his neck. The cold sensation turned his face pale as he didn't dare to move. I raised my sword at you several times during this period, but instead of dodging and moving away, you raised your hands. You saw me using Yamato, so do you think your fists can block it, or did you bet on the sacred gear's durability? It'll only take a normal sword to chop off your hands, you know. Leo sheathed Yamato as Genshiro rubbed his neck like the touch of the blade still lingered in his mind. I am a firm believer of rather than studying basics and techniques, it's better to learn how to act and react first. This starts by being able to calm down and actually choose your next movement, rather than swinging your arms around. This is what you'll be figuring out. For this, I even took the trouble to play along with her to show you that whatever was scaring you is nothing. She did a great job pretending to fight me for your sake, you should thank her. Umo. Nero raised her head in bewilderment. What did she hear just now? Ah, I see, that was a play all along. You had me worried there, man. Thank you, Claudia-san, Genshiro thanked Nero earnestly, making the latter nod subconsciously. But. I fought genuinely, Nero looked at Leo giving her a thumb up as she didn't know what to say. Is she supposed to feel praised? But she also felt insulted. What is this inexplicable feeling? Ignoring Nero's existential crisis, Leo clapped his hands before saying, this will be all for today, let's go back. Wait, that's all. Don't take me wrong, I wouldn't mind tossing you into the abyss, but you aren't one of those retarded masochists who get up no matter what. Your sanity would collapse before we achieve anything, especially because you'll be facing one of the scariest things in this world. What? Me. Oh, Genshiro nodded as Leo's words didn't sound so bad now, wait. That's the worst. He is getting used to it. Good, anyhow. Leo tapped the air as a pink glow radiated before a swirling portal appeared. I'll be going to China for a while, so from now on, you all shall be referring to me as young master, adios, Leo, and the wind spirit on his head waved before they stepped inside the portal. Huh. After Genshiro's confused whisper, Leo took a step away from the spatial distortion because Venom's voice sounded in his head, please, wait a moment, my lord. We can't plant the nodes yet. Didn't you say that the prototype version of the formula could be used? I wouldn't dare to lie. However, I'm sure my lord will swiftly plant the nodes and leave for the next location without delay, but this won't stop the other parties from discovering the artificial nodes and neutralizing them. Especially if those lowlives discovered my lord's action and actively pursue them. That makes sense. What do you suggest? Leo nodded as his actions of talking to the air made Gentry think if he had finally lost it all. I advise delaying the plan until we install more security measures inside the magic tool. Moreover, won't causing another accident affect the event my lord is waiting for. Well, you got me. Leo closed the portal before taking off his glasses and saying, what am I supposed to do now? He wiped his glasses with a light pulse of mana while looking around until eyes landed on Nero, who was fiddling with her skirt. Her dress was filled with burns previously but recovered under Leo's power. She kept frowning as if she was thinking about something troubling. However, her eyes soon met Leo's before she looked him up and down, more precisely, his casual clothes. Leo could swear he saw her eyes shine and lock on him before Nero said, my praetor, let's go to the market and choose new clothes. Choose, and not buy, Leo noted that part before ignoring Nero's burning gazes. Anyway, what were you suggesting, Venom? Doing 180 degrees away from Nero, Leo asked his trusted assistant for advice. His sleeve turned into a jet-black tentacle that slipped into a small space portal before taking a very thick book and putting it in Leo's arms. The Philosophy of Nordic Magic and Runic Theories Volume 1. Written by Odin. Edited by Loki. Edited by Freya. Laughing face. Leo looked down at the thick and old book as a dark shadow was cast on his face. Hey, man. Can you open one of those portals and send me back? It's getting late unless you want to go cook and clean the dishes instead of me. Gentry waved in front of Leo, but didn't get any response. Putting his glasses back, Leo lifted them up as they reflected the light before he looked up. His expression was very hard to read at the moment as the wind spirit patted his head gently. Time passed rather slowly as a week flew by. 7 days usually means nothing as people engross themselves in everyday life, but for some, a week might have meant a change to their whole lives. A young man could be seen sitting on a bench, fiddling with his phone as people passed by. Of course, such a scene would be completely normal if not for the creepy laughter. His burning gaze kept scanning the crowds without reservation, especially females who wore glasses passing by. Despite his actions, no one bothered him because, for some reason, he looked more nervous. It seems he's waiting for someone because he kept checking the clock. After waiting for a few hours, a girl with long black hair emerged from the crowd. They talked for a bit before taking off on what seemed to be a date. As they walked holding hands, the young man felt so moved that he was about to burst into tears. For Hayate Issei, this week was life-changing. Something blissful happened to him. He got a confession from a girl. He thought it was a prank or something, but it was true. She didn't lose a dare and her friend is peeking from the corner to see his embarrassing state. It was like a dream coming true for a perverted guy whose age is equal to the number of years without a girlfriend. She was so cute for him as if he fell in love at first sight. He agreed without a second thought. Who would say no when a beautiful girl confesses to you? Ever since that day, he felt the world around him had changed. His confidence was so big that he started feeling sorry for his two buddies who didn't have girlfriends. Nodding gratifyingly, he thanks his mother and father for giving birth to him. His heart was at peace and he wanted to scream at every guy passing by, "It's my win." However, he and his girlfriend stopped because of a sudden ruckus in front. It was coming from the clothes shop they were going to check. The clerk and the manager kept apologizing to some customers and assuring them as if they couldn't do anything about the mess inside. But for some reason, their expression was like they hit the jackpot, which was very strange for Issei. The commotion suddenly died down before a young man brushed past the manager and left the shop. He was sharply dressed in a fancy black suit and held his head with one hand like he was in pain. Good grief, I almost lost it. That heathen. Issei heard the young man complaining before seeing him remove his hand as his eyes met those blue striking eyes. It was at that moment, Issei went completely pale as if he was thrown into icy waters. Oh no. The final boss character appeared. Issei's mind went blank as if his soul left his body. Why and how is this guy here? Why now of all times? Boob's Key. What are you doing here? Boob's Key. Don't go around giving nicknames to people, you bastard. I wanted to ask you the same thing. Issei screamed in his mind, but in reality, his frozen face cracked a smile and said, ha ha ha, I don't know, alright, I'm on a D-date, yeah. Of course, he'll not say it out loud. He doesn't want to die on his first date. This day has reached a dangerous situation before it even started. Leo Arisaltek, the walking menace and the unrecognized prince of Kuo Academy. He's someone who picked a fight with all the boys at school after shunning the school beauty. Yet, no one dared to actively fight him after it. Who dares anyways? Rumors say he sent a couple of guys to the hospital after he smashed several chairs on them, some say he was in a gang for some time, and there's even a weird talk about a certain accident where the principal of his past school was put in jail. Obviously, someone shouldn't believe rumors casually, but seeing those unlucky guys, who decided to try their luck, get carried unconscious by their friends, or run away in fear made it hard to decide. But for some reason, he also has a great reputation for being a bully. When someone was getting bullied in his class, this guy for some reason went and put his arm around the bully's shoulders and said, "Are you enjoying this? Too bad you can't even do it properly." Well, sounds good. I'll be the bully from today. Ever since that, he roamed the academy with the attitude of, "This school isn't big enough for the two of us looking for any bully," and for what happened to them, they refused to speak about it. As for this bully, he either sleeps in a class all time or disappears somewhere else, but one thing is for certain, bullying became very low in the academy. So low it even made the students' council feel useless. Issei didn't believe his ears when he heard it from his buddies. Despite his rotten personality that shuns everyone, his classmates actually respect him to some extent. After one semester, they have a saying that states, as long as you get Aazel Intervenes to participate or help in anything, don't try to question the process because it'll all work perfectly in the end. This is said by the same guys who got cursed in the face on the first day of school by him. Good look and great grades too. Although Kyoto is the most popular with girls, this guy is the proper final boss in Issei's eyes. There's even a small secret fan club about him, which is staying secret because they know it'll get disbanded if Leo knew about it. How did it come to be? No one knows, and it's simply nonsense in Issei's eyes. But it's still a fan club in a school filled with girls. Issei never felt more jealous. His envy reflected in his current expression as it distorted. Stop weaving drama in your head and wake up, boobs key. Ah. Issei woke up from his thoughts as he saw them walking menace looking at him before his eyes landed on the person next to him. Oh, come to think of it, it'll happen in 4 to 5 hours at least. Delightful. Leo gave the fallen angel a, "Who are you kidding?" look, but maybe because she's too into the role, Yuma didn't dare to look into Leo's eyes and hide behind Issei. Witnessing this, Issei instinctually stepped in front of her before saying, "Oi, what are you doing to Yuma-chan?" Issei was going to collapse in a cold sweat, but luckily, the other guy didn't mind it. His eyes landed on him again and said something that made Issei very confused. "Boy, have you ever heard of the hole-in-stomach syndrome?" The what? Issei felt his mind stopping for a moment before he understood. He swapped stomach with chest, then chest with heart, making the words translate into, "You're going to get your heart broken." Are you looking for a fight?" Issei raised his sleeves in anger. Even if he's a perverted virgin, no one can deny his right to happiness and insult his girlfriend. No. Is this guy after Yuma-chan? No wonder, Yuma-chan is very cute. Unforgivable. Where did you go, my preacher? We still have a lot of outfits to try. Suddenly, Issei heard a voice coming from the store of a blonde girl in a red dress rushing with another suit in hand. Issei's jaw dropped and Yuma was stunned because she felt something dangerous. "Hands off, you heathen. I didn't agree to this." Nero tried to grab Leo, but he dodged as they got caught in a small brawl, making the store owner wipe the sweat on her forehead. She didn't dare to interfere in the fear of angering this big customer. "Listen, boy. Didn't you learn to not accept things from strangers when you were a kid? What are the chances for a perverted idiot like you to receive a confession from a beautiful girl you never saw in your life? Think, boobs key, think. Don't you feel something off?" I. Even if the chance is low, I'll take it. I trust Yuma-chan." Issei stumbled back like Leo's words caused emotional damage before he stood firmly. "Issei-kun, can we leave? I am feeling uncomfortable." "Ah, sure, one moment." Seeing his girlfriend pulling his sleeve, Issei nodded quickly. "Tisk, tsk. Another one bite the do, oi. Put me down, you heathen. Wrrrryyyyy. Leo shook his head before he was lifted by Nero and went back to the clothes store as his scream faded away. Issei stared at this scene in silence before he walked away with Yuma. No wonder that guy is confirmed to be a weirdo at school. God, please don't wake me up. Looking at his girlfriend holding his arm, Issei smiled before they continued their date. This feeling of having a girlfriend made him drunk on happiness. He soon threw the previous meeting behind his back. Today has to be the best day in his life and nothing will ruin it. PFFF. As the withering sun of the afternoon shone on the park, the fountain spouted water in the air before Issei collapsed on the ground with a spear of light piercing his stomach. The light spear soon dematerialized, turning into glittering particles, and leaving a gaping hole in Issei's stomach. If you want to hold a grudge, then hate the god who put the sacred gear inside you. Leaving those words, the fallen angel took off, leaving the place as fast as she could in fear of someone coming to interfere like those two from the morning. However, she didn't notice there were two figures watching everything from two different places. One of them covered his face as if he was having a headache. As for the other, he sipped the boba tea from a straw while watching the show. Shot through the heart and you're to blame, the song sounded from Leo's headphones as he watched Issei lying in a pool of blood. It begins. Drake's voice was heard from the necklace as his eyes were locked on Issei's dying body. A life for a life, Leo muttered as he felt the dragonish aura rising. In their eyes, Issei's life faded as the light in the night burned away. But from that fire, something is sprouting out. No, even if life was taken, it won't be enough to feed it. Life is not equal, especially not a human to a Dragonkin. This whole process was impossible from the start and it ended like this. Drake shook his head. Every boosted gear host has one similar characteristic, which is their bodies getting tainted by Drake's power and adapting to the Longinus more. These remnants allow Drake to transform part of their bodies at request much easier without having almost a 98% chance of death. After all, not all of them are cheaters like Leo, who guided Drake's violent power into a new container using his own Longinus. Taking away the boosted gear from a host doesn't take away these modifications. However, losing Drake's stream of power, the remnants will slowly fade away and merge into the person. At best, they'll give them a healthy body and a bit more than usual lifespan. But with Issei Hayadu, something happened that almost made Drake's eyes pop out. The remnants didn't dissolve into his vitality and body, they actually recoiled back into the empty spot where the boosted gear resides, trying to fill the gap with something similar. Yes, a new boosted gear. Of course, the power left inside is nowhere near enough, so they instinctively choose the second best approach. Turn one of Issei's organs into dragon body parts. But without Drake to guide the process, they soon let loose and tried to form a new dragon using Issei as fertilizer. This dragon has no life or soul, it's just an amalgamation of rageful power left by Drake. No matter how lucky Issei got during the process and passed all the other phases without suddenly dying because the dragon sucked all his vitality at random, he'll in no way escape the final step. This is why Leo saw this as a cruel process because even if Issei survived, he'll lose himself and turn into a mad monster, well, only for a few minutes at best before dying in horrible pain. However, there's still a glimmer of hope. Leo looks up as he senses some spatial fluctuations from above Issei. To be precise, it's from a weird leaflet in his pocket. If one life isn't enough, then two will do the trick, especially if it's a devil's life. Well played World's Will, well played. Sitting on the building edge, Leo looked up at the sky. The sunset dyed the blue horizon with a burning orange-red hue as the clouds passed by. Devil's Reincarnation. It's the process of high-class devils using evil pieces to reincarnate other species into devils. During this transformation, not only the said species can be revived from death, but even acquire the body and vitality of a devil. This is literally a new life. After Hayadu Issei dies, the dragon won't have any more vitality to absorb, so they'll go dormant in the previous place of the boosted gear. The devil Issei now, filled with vitality, can start a much slower growth. Although he won't have a Longinus, he'll have full-fledged dragon characteristics that will grow with time. Features that imitated a dragon at the level of Drake. Of course, the dragon problem stays. He'll have to face that will in the future and control it, and maybe, just maybe, he'll inherit some of Drake's powers. However, that's all in the future because... Now then. How should I deal with this? Leo sipped his tea while watching the space fluctuation get stronger as the breath of life leaves Issei. What are you planning? Do you want to eliminate that thing? Do it fast. You sound rather supportive. You know, this will make Boobs Key your sibling or descendant if this succeeded. Don't think I don't know you just want to purge all the possibilities of being labeled the Breast Dragon Emperor again. But it's hard to say. I'm a bit conflicted here. The worlds will clearly racket her brain here and I'm curious about how far can she stretch this mess. This is a prime material to study the behavior of fate and possibilities, but on the other hand... Leo looked at the other side of the town as he spotted a figure waiting while looking in the direction where the fallen angel went. This is a tiny project agreed by me and my senpai, elder, teacher, manager, and role model, Toru World's Will. If you think about it, there's a good chance he'll murder me, DXD World's Will, and himself if I don't do it. Rubbing his chin, Leo weighed his choices. You considered that as a possibility. Drake was speechless. Well, do you know what? From the safety of the world and all that is cursed and horrible. Leo raised his hand as a vastly stronger dragonish aura rose. It gathered on his index finger before forming a red nail-like armor from a gauntlet. Let's just roll the dice and see how it goes. Also, because I'm a kind person. This is very important. Pointing forward, Leo's finger phased through space. As the scarlet magic circle started manifesting near Issei, from a tiny point in space, the crimson nail went through Issei's dying body and touched the core of the dragon. Like throwing fuel at flames, the dragon core reacted strongly. The dragonish aura similar to Drake was released from Issei's body as if a dragon roared to the sky, but it didn't last for a moment as Leo took back his finger. However, it didn't go unnoticed as a golden glow weaved into a magic circle appeared right after. Its speed of activation was dozens of times faster than the Scarlet one. Ament stepped out of the teleportation circle before his gaze landed on the Scarlet magic circle, almost taking off. But with one wave of his hand, the demonic magic froze before dissipating into ownerless energy in the wind. The fallen angel's governor didn't seem to care about trivial things like canceling magic, and instead, he kept looking around, trying to locate something before muttering, "Was that my imagination or?" Looking down at the dying young man, Azazel leaned down as his hands flashed with a couple of magic formulas, scanning Issei's body up and down. This is... What? Is this possible? Oh, I get it, this is the previous owner of the boosted gear. It didn't take long before Azazel's eyes shone like a mad scientist and looked at Issei like a perfect specimen. However, he barely restrained himself because he isn't in a good position at the moment. Snapping his fingers, he cancelled the Grimoire magic circle again while rubbing his chin. He has too little time and not enough choices. Azazel sighed a bit before a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. As I thought, this town isn't simple, but this discovery isn't enough. After Asgard's disaster, his subordinates called him crazy for believing that Kyoto town had something to do with it. Well, they didn't really call him crazy, but they disagree strongly, which isn't different from calling him a madman, even if he's one. It doesn't matter what others say, his hunch and instinct have pointed here several times, and across all those years, they didn't fail him. Although they also caused him to fall from grace, we don't talk about that and he doesn't regret it a bit. He'll never forget getting those readings about Annihilation Maker and boosted gear losing signal near this town. So, he's determined to uncover the reason behind it. To be frank, he is still thinking about what he should do if he ever met that person because they don't seem to be peace advocates. Well, he'll figure it out then. Determined, Azazel put his hand on the hole in Issei's stomach before the color of regret flashed on his face. This is the only clear lead he found that relates to that mysterious person, but he doesn't have a choice at the moment. Hey, kid. Do you want to live? Blink twice if yes. However, Issei was already unconscious because of the blood loss, making Azazel scratch his cheek and say, "Well, I'll take it as a yes. I'll be extracting whatever this thing inside your body first." Putting the mentality of a surgeon and casting several healing magics on Issei, Azazel's hand flashed with several magic circles and tools before he began the operation. Draig, my eyes aren't seeing illusions again, right? No, this is really happening. Leo sipped on his tea slowly as his glasses almost fell while Draig stared with eagerness. As long as his power stays away from the boob's key, everything is okay. As the dragon is considered to be an entity separated from Issei and it's dormant because of the close death, Azazel didn't have much trouble extracting its core and preserving it in a special container. This is a very valuable specimen and he can't waste it. There might be only one of them in the world. What was left was patching up the poor young man who got dragged into this mess. This was done quickly by stacking several advanced healing magics as it shouldn't take long before he'll return to full health. Oh, as I expected from the Siskin sister, she's persistent. Finishing his work, Azazel wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead before he looked at the scarlet magic circle that kept appearing every few seconds. But doesn't she have more important things to worry about? All those yokai surrounding this city don't look promising. Should I give them a hint? Nah, it'll end badly. Azazel shook his head and stood up as Issei's wounds disappeared, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. In his quest to discover the truth, he found some interesting things lying around this city. The yokai gathering outside doesn't seem to be normal as Azazel smelled a ploy coming from afar. However, there's nothing he can do about it. As for telling the two Siskins, Surzex and Serafal, what he discovered in their little sister's territory, he can't let them ruin the fun. Also, his curiosity got the best of him and made him jump here without telling anyone about it. If Surzex or Serafal knew that the governor of the fallen angels personally went to the territory of their dear sisters without informing them, Azazel could only imagine the trouble that'll follow. I'll get that peace treaty signed, then I'll mess with them. Azazel nodded to himself before sighing when recalling the two Siskin Satans. How sad, he saved Surzek's sister from picking a time bomb. Even if he didn't study it yet, his experience told him that the dragon is dangerous and isn't stable at all. There's a good chance for the Siskin's sister to fall into fatal danger. So, they should leave this unstable stuff for him. Azazel nodded proudly as he's more than willing to help and contain it in his lab. Consider this as an apology for my subordinates' actions. Those idiots, stop involving yourself in these problems and live a peaceful life. Boy, Azazel shook his head before his wings spread and vanished into thin air. Azazel left in a good mood for acquiring a valuable specimen and finding a clue about the mysterious person, but without his interface, the scarlet magic circle finally worked as several devils stepped out in a battle stance. However, they didn't find anything except the unconscious Issei lying in his own blood, making the scene a bit awkward after finding nothing they could do. However, unlike the happy fallen angels and confused devils, a certain angel completely lost it. Wheeze asterisk. Ha 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 ha. On top of the building, Leo watched the devils returning as he laughed without reservation. He would be rolling on the ground if it weren't for the tea in his hand. This actually happened, I can't. Ha 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 ha. The governor of fallen angels really lives up to his reputation. Drake felt that fate is really strange. One of the main culprits of the Breast Dragon Emperor curse in the so-called original trajectory is the one who helped him out from that fate now. Is this a laughing matter? You don't get it, Drake. I didn't do anything. He did it all by himself. Leo wiped the non-existent tears from the corner of his eye. Wasn't it you who threw the dice for him? No, 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 listen. Even if I interfered slightly, I didn't force him to do it. There were many possibilities for the boss crow to leave or even let those devils take Boob's key, but no. It didn't happen. He messed up the worlds will ploy himself without involving me. Ha 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 ha. Laughing for a bit, Leo leaned back before saying, with this, the worlds will can't blame me for her shitty plot going down the drain, nor will senpai, elder, teacher, manager, and role model, Tora worlds will suicide bomb us. This is the way. What is this feeling? It's strange. For him to bear the wrath of the worlds will instead of me. Is this companionship? Leo put on a troubled face before it turned into the usual grin. Azazel was it? As I expected from one of my identities and the person who shares its name, you're indeed a good person. Leo saluted Azazel's honorable sacrifice before he stood up. Well, that was refreshing. Now, considering what happened, what should I do? Leo looked up at the sky. The burning red-orange hue faded a bit into the horizon as the clouds became darker. Clapping his hand tighter, Leo looked at the sky seriously before saying, oh. Mighty worlds will, please, tell me, are my thoughts unclouded and everything I do is for justice? Leo waited for a while as the cold wind blew, but nothing happened. However, he noticed something weird in the sky. 3 clouds moved naturally until they interlaced, forming a rather detailed shape of a middle finger. Putting his hands down, Leo nodded slowly to himself before saying, I see, I understand now. No, you don't. Yeah, I don't. Unless that sign is telling me that everything is shit and I should blow it up. Meh, let's go back, Leo shrugged as Drake shook his head helplessly. Leo left the area in light steps, which showed how good his mood is. He didn't even teleport and enjoyed the light breeze. Today, all the parties left the area somehow satisfied and it opened several possibilities for a certain pure angel, although the middle finger cloud above wasn't a good omen. Chapter 172, The Choir Softly Sing. In a city near a tall mountain, the noise of the huge crowds filled the ears as vehicles' horns went off once in a while. The lively crowd consisted of not only locals, but even a considerable number of tourists traversed the streets and explored the various attractions around while heading towards a particular gate facing the mountain. The stairs extending towards the clouds on the mountain were a sight to behold as tourists took pictures and admired the view. A group of friends joked and laughed as they grabbed a bunch of snacks from a street vendor, but their voices suddenly came to a halt followed by the horrible screeching of a knife scraping against a plate. The noise echoed and vanished quickly, yet no one seemed to notice as if they didn't hear it nor the blurred surroundings as the vehicles, people, and the sight began to distort. Like a stain washed by water, their colors and shapes dissolved away, replaced by a boundless whiteness. It was like the world lost all its distinguishable features, leaving a white landscape. But at the very same moment, a black hue surfaced this empty horizon. They were too many and covered everything in sight, overlapping and multiplying. Despite their ever-changing sizes and forms, they were mostly like shadows cast by leafless branches of trees. People, now outlined like a basic sketch, weren't bothered by these branches sprouting from any position, even their insides, and following them in every action. Messaging his forehead, a young man with headphones suddenly stopped in his tracks, causing someone to bump into him from behind. Unaware of what was going around, the woman who bumped into him apologized for the inconvenience, but the men accompanying her got irritated because they got ignored. But he didn't hear them, he couldn't even if he wanted to. It was uncanny, to say the least, as if thousands of irritating noises overlapped at once, but the world was completely voided from sounds at the moment. As he glanced over, the woman's face and body lost all the identifiable features. It was like looking at a basic mannequin, tied by those branches like a marionette, and so was her boyfriend and everyone else here. She told him something and apologized again before taking her boyfriend away as the branches spread like ripples, but despite the headphones being off, no sound was coming to his ears as if he became deaf once more. It was like he was in a completely different world separated from all. A bit horrifying, but very familiar to him. However, he clearly understood them. The weird and crude, yet pure information bypassed all his regular senses, telling him what he needed and more. The woman's words, her thoughts, and everyone else here, the scenery far away, everything became very clear through those twigs. The branches continued their chaotic dance, and as if they noticed his gaze, more and more hidden ones surfaced. It was like the person in front of him was reduced to nothing but information until they began to gather. The screech sounded again in his head, followed by a stinging pain. Ha! What did I do wrong? Can't you see? He's just a kid. Suddenly, the desolated world dissipated like a mirage and the world returned to its vibrant form. The quarrel of the two sounded clear as everything regained liveliness. The sounds and colors' sudden shift bombarded Leo's mind as the faint personal reality and AIM field retreated. Although they recovered a bit during these 2 weeks, they are still weak and basically non-functional. Rubbing his temples, the ringing in his head finally died away, but the headaches were still going strong. To be frank, the injury he received would cripple anyone permanently in case they unlikely survived. However, it wasn't one of his concerns at the moment. His expression was rather unusual as he stared at the mountain ahead in silence. The life energy flowed through the ground and headed towards it from several channels. Yet, his eyes seemed to be lost in thoughts. However, he took a deep breath, clearing his mind before facing the mountain. So, we finally met. The legendary multiversal and invisible Mount Tai. You diagnosed billions of cultivators with blindness, yet here you are, standing in plain sight. At the entrance of the first heaven gate, Leo stared at the stairs disappearing into the clouds with an inexplicable feeling. Can I say I'm not blind now? Probably not, but I can feel a lot of people puking blood for no reason. I'm satisfied. Leo smiled with contentment and nodded sagely to the mountain. What nonsense are you spouting at these bunch of rocks? Drake looked at Mount Tai and Leo before a vein popped on his head. Don't ruin this for me. Leo put his fist in his palm and saluted. The mountain despite all the weird stares he has been getting. Did you adopt wasting time as your new philosophy? You're very good at it. Always has been. But now, don't be like that, Drake. Didn't you hear that every place has its own culture and costumes? For example, this place gives blindness to cultivators and... Leo paid the entrance fee casually before he stepped inside the gate while explaining the profound truths to Drake. The moment he did, a chance in the atmosphere occurred as he passed through a film. Would you look at that? Normal people and even relatively strong figures wouldn't notice, but Leo picked up this difference instantly. Glancing around, Leo felt the divine power prevailing through the air. The intensity and consternation were at least 2 steps lower than Asgard, but without a doubt, this is a god's realm. Oh. This place, it's reminding me of an annoying old man. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Well, it isn't a big surprise. This is a sacred mountain, after all. But I wonder. Waving with his hand, the divine power scattered away like mist before it soon grouped again and filled the area. For a mere entrance, this amount was a bit concerning. This doesn't seem to be a mere coincidence. Although he wondered what they were plotting, he's not all that bored to seek it out. If anything happens, he'll just carpet bomb the entire place on their heads. Easy and simple. Passing by various people and vendors, Leo observed this realm while climbing the path to heaven. There was no reason to do so, but actually, if by any chance someone told him, can't see Mount Tai, he wants to say, harlot, I climbed Mount Tai. There's no more important motive than this. However, unlike Asgard, this realm isn't really separated from the human world. It overlaps with the mountain and connects to its internal structure, making everyone who passes through one of the entrances at the hospitality of the gods here. Bathing in the divine power is probably the reason for most legends about the mountain. This surely limits the flexibility of the realm like Asgard, which has an entire layer modeled after a modern city, yet, it augments the ties to nature, allowing the gods to have more strength in their domain. But as the gods can get a boost in their domain, the movement of divine power also reflects their intention and nature in some cases. For Leo, it looked a bit too welcoming, but he still shrugged it off. Yet, he was soon blocked by someone. Well, rather than say blocked, it was such an obvious behavior that made Leo's eyebrow twitch. An old man, dressed in long white robes, stood at the next turn of the stairs. His get-up and long white hair and beard made him completely out of the place, yet, no one paid attention to him. Leo looked at the old man as the latter did the same. They stared at each other for a while before Leo took a turn around him and continued ascending. Of course, the old man kept appearing at the same position in every next resting place, then the two stared at each other again, not breaking the line of sight until they separated by the mountain wall. This behavior continued until the midway gate to heaven. At this point, the divine power in the air increased and gathered, well, mostly around the old man like it's screaming, I'm here. Leo started to get annoyed by this golden mist flying at his face, so he stopped. Seriously? Is this the best you could have come up with to hide? Of course, not. The daimyo aren't rude to guests. Hiding will be insulting as a visit from an esteemed guest is a joyful occasion. Esteemed? Since when? Hey, Drake, last time I checked, I'm an official terrorist, right? Yes. The red dragon and the pure angel stared at the old man weirdly before Leo said, you say that, yet you aren't going to introduce yourself and would probably tell me to reach the peak if I want to know. But to be honest, I don't want to know, keep it for yourself. The old man fiddled with his long bread. It was hard to notice, but Leo saw his wrinkled face twitch faintly. However, he turned away calmly and said, "If you want to know who I am, reach the peak. Our fates shall converge at that moment." The old man vanished swiftly after those words, leaving Leo with his eyebrow twitching. "I'm totally ignoring him when I get up there, but..." He squeezed the bridge of his nose before looking up. "I have a bad feeling about this. They shouldn't pose any problem to you. No, it's just there might not be a reason to blow up a hole in the mountain. My life courting will fail before it even starts." Leo sighed secretly with a troubled expression, which made Drake stare at him judgmentally. With deep sadness and his dragon's partner judging him, Leo continued climbing the mountain. As one of the 5 sacred mountains of China, Taishan is truly one of the cores of Chinese supernatural society, which is why Leo came here to plant the artificial nodes. It's kinda hard to ignore several dragon veins crossing the land into these 5 mountains, and it's so neatly organized that he doesn't have to bother to look for them. This is why Leo left the dragon veins in the supernatural societies related area to the last. These cabals, organizations, schools, sects, clans, etc., make things too easy. After finishing dealing with the first plot point and receiving the glorious middle finger cloud that appears once in a while, Venom finished his modification on the magic tool, which means the plan can finally start and Leo's terrorist occupation can shine once more. There has been nothing better to do, to be frank. The chat is giving him an existential crisis by being stuck at 99% for a week now, and Genshiru is satisfying people with weird fetishes in his devil job. Yeah, literally. Not to mention, his AIM field and personal reality are going up and down lately, which could end badly. Not for him, but for everyone on the planet's surface. But oh well, as long as he finishes the project and recovers the crowns, these backlashes shouldn't pose a big problem. Passing the clouds, the number of people reduced sharply. After all, not everyone will torture themselves and climb up. They'll be taking the cable car instead. Well, Leo wasn't bothered by the distance. He simply walked non-stop until he found himself near the peak. The Jade Emperor Peak, the highest point in Mount Tai, is one of the most famous tourist places in China. When people were either resting or taking photos at the clouds view, Leo walked straight to the temple ahead. He tapped the air with his hand as it rippled. The barrier separating the inner realm from everyone cracked like glass before Leo stepped inside. The icy mountain winds calmed down as the scenery completely changed. The tourists, vendors, and the normal peak were replaced by a big temple. A few people wearing long robes slightly similar to the old men from before appeared. Some were guarding the gates to them while others either walked around respectfully like they are scared to cause any problem here. Leo glanced at them before he noticed a gaze landing on him from within the temple. Not bothering with everyone who had dumbfounded and horrified expressions because he broke the barrier in their faces, a portal appeared in front of Leo before he vanished from sight. He found himself inside a spacious room of an ancient style. Even so, the decorations were luxurious and moderated enough to not look uncomfortable. However, Leo's focus was on the person waiting here all along. A man in his 20s dressed in luxurious robes of the same type as the old man's. His long hair was tied by a band as a long sword rested by his side. At the moment Leo appeared, he turned around. Humph, a strong presence for someone almost crying from fear. Although the young man's expression was solid like rocks, Drake saw fear deep in those gray eyes. He looked at Leo before bowing down with his palm in his fist and greeted Junior, Meng Shurong, greet the esteemed elder. I hope the esteemed elder would understand. The situation wasn't optimal to prepare a proper greeting. Damn, it's been less than 2 hours and I have been promoted from a young master to an elder. Wait, he's calling me old, isn't he? Well, to be fair, even I don't know if I should be old or young at this point. Humph, it's not surprising. The strong are respected whatever they go. As long as you have strength, they wouldn't even dare to complain about blowing up their houses. Drake was very natural about it. Probably because the previous Boosted Gears hosts had similar encounters. However, it seems he forgot that Leo isn't a normal Boosted Gear host. Duh, Mr. Obvious Dragon Emperor, but that sounds very boring. More importantly, what about my life courting? Don't you dare mention death. So many people courted it successfully, it's a massive harlot. I know the elder might have several questions, but in the honor of Dai Miao, we seek no animosity. Meng Shurong walked towards the table in the room before he gestured politely to Leo. I would be lying if I said I wasn't curious, but it doesn't matter now. You have good eyes and know how to use them. Although he didn't bother to hide much during this trip, noticing his presence is still a good feat as Leo nodded. Really? Are you telling this to a blind person? Drake felt speechless because this young man in front of him was clearly blind despite his competence. Meng Shurong only sat down after Leo did before he started pouring some tea slowly. Despite his calm and collected actions, he still looked very nervous in Leo's eyes. I'm honored, but the esteemed elder is overestimating me. It's all thanks to the great Ancestor. This junior happened to see the infinite dragon god once. The overwhelming presence covering this land in darkness was hard to forget, and it reappeared once more today. Once again, this junior is honored to meet the renowned one, the Fall. Oh, you got a new title. It isn't as bad as I thought it'll be, and shorter. Don't worry, there are still more to go. I know you'll like them. Drake mocked him and laughed at Leo's frozen face after he heard his new nickname. In fact, Leo was slightly shocked because this name shouldn't be figured here, however. Well said, Breast's Dragon Emperor. Asterisk crack asterisk. The Fall. Leo ignored the breaking noise from within the Longinus as three questions circled his mind. How did they decide this, who agreed to this, and where can he find them to have a friendly conversation? Unaware of it, Leo's silence made Meng Shurong shiver as clear signs of fear flashed across his eyes, but to his relief, Leo shook his head and nodded. Figured. I assume you have something to tell me. Leo took the teacup as he leaned on the chair, noticing that Meng Shurong's body flinched faintly. There's no such thing. Instead, it's the honor of Daimyo to welcome you. But it would be a sin to take more of the esteemed elder time. Meng Shurong's frozen facial expression finally took a serious approach before he spoke, representing the 5 great sacred mountains. As long as it doesn't bring harm, we shall satisfy any wish of the elder. You're putting this offer like you are pretty sure I won't do something that will erase this place from the map. It seems your eyes have more to them, or is it simply a desperate guess? Maybe the ancestor whispering to you now knows better. Meng Shurong's face changed a little before it returned to normal, but Leo found him struggling to not break into a cold sweat. Despite losing his sight, the world always felt more colorful for Meng Shurong. With the blessing of the supreme god of the mountain, this unfortunate fate became his strength. However, he could barely squint now. The crushing presence flooded his mind, making his ability barely functional, yet, what horrified him the most was that his brain can't recognize anything. The opposite figure is clearly looking like a young man, but his mind couldn't settle on a decision. Is he old, young, tall, short, what his facial features are, and is he even a young man? The scariest part is that this is what his brain is doing. It was deceiving itself by itself, unable to break free from this cycle. The more he sensed, the more he understood this fact, and his fear grew stronger. A monster appeared from nowhere and flipped the order of this world. The Fall in the eyes of most is more terrifying than Great Red and Infinite Dragon God because no one understands him. What are his goals and views on the world? Is it kind-hearted or straight-up destructive? The unknown situation builds a pretty horrifying picture of the Fall. Well, I need access to all major nodes of the dragon veins across China, especially the ones involved in the formation between the 5 mountains. Don't worry, I won't flatten them, Leo shrugged and asked as Meng Shurong closed his eyes for a moment and contacted someone before nodding. Without further ado, he took a luxurious Azure Dragon token and presented it to Leo before saying, "This is a gift from the great ancestor. You can access all important locations on the mainland and be treated as the highest guest. It also contains the main coordination of the 5 elements peaks formation." Highest guest. They are desperately hoping for you to not wreak havoc here. Drake felt the situation to be annoying and Leo had to agree. These politics are hurting his brain and he should probably leave. The 5 elements peaks is the greatest formation in the mainland. In the past, with the help of the 4 auspicious beasts, it used to be the strongest wall. Unfortunately, the beasts are currently in a country named Japan, including Huanglong, Yellow Dragon. If the esteemed elder is seeking the dragon veins, the beasts may provide a big H. Playing with the token, Leo ignored Meng Shurong's words and sighed, "Well, it seems I really won't have to blow up a hole in this mountain. You bunch buried the formation pretty deeply, huh?" Meng Shurong's body trembled and faint sweat appeared on his forehead when he heard Leo saying those words with a bored expression. However, Leo already had enough of chit-chat and stood up. But as Meng Shurong calmed down, Leo passed him and added a few words, "But next time remember, using me to point the knife at someone isn't a sign of good intentions, just saying." His words didn't carry any strength and were very carefree, but Meng Shurong stiffened and felt as if he had fallen to the abyss. With a pale complexion, he tried to explain, but in the end, he only bowed slightly because Leo vanished from the room. Outside the temple, the freezing wind blew as Leo walked in the Jade Emperor Peak. From who knows where he took 5 small wooden crosses. They looked like they were made of old dried wood, twisted into irregular shapes. Injecting them with mana, he tossed them into the air as they grew into the size of an adult male. A wave of pink energy warped, igniting the crosses in pinkish gleam before their shape scattered into cherry blossoms like particles dancing in the wind. Crossing space and time, each cross appeared above the main core of one of the 5 elemental peak. They halted in the air before accelerating and crashing directly into the center. However, they didn't cause any as they phased through formation until they hit the Dragon Veins node. Several magic circles emerged on their surface before they sank deeply and merged with the enormous life energy. The 5 mountains across the country faintly trembled before they calmed down. The flow of energy in the crosses is stable. The artificial nodes have been planted successfully. Congratulations, my lord, Venom received feedback from the dormant magic devices and reported it immediately. You did most of the work. Shouldn't you congratulate yourself, instead? Congratulations to myself. Leo shook his head as Venom had a hard time with it and kept repeating that phrase, but oh well, it wasn't a bad conclusion for him. With this, his journey of courting life ended before it even started. What a sad day. As a land with deep ties to the occult and mysterious world, the important dragon veins in the whole country are deeply connected by the efforts of organizations here. This eased Leo's work a lot. Now, maybe he should go plant the other nodes or look for the fucker who put a new Chunny nickname on his head. A lot is left to do, which hurts his procrastinating soul deeply. However, a familiar presence appeared, but he didn't bother as he accelerated his steps. Bullying a junior isn't something befitting your position, esteemed guest. At the edge of the peak, the old man from before faced the mountain winds and looked at Leo. The divine power surrounding the realm circled him as usual, but Leo wasn't buying it. You're acting as if he didn't ask for it. The old man simply didn't speak, neither Leo was interested if he had any words. He passed by his side before vanishing into thin air. Noticing that Leo's presence has left the god's realm, the old man fiddling with his long bear in silence. After a while, a long sight escaped his lips. His mind and memories have been deceived into a mess despite his efforts. There wasn't a moment about Leo's silhouette in his brain that he could figure out if it was true or false. The figure who shook all rivers and lakes isn't simple, after all, the old man whispered as a figure came rushing from behind. Junior, Meng Shirong, greet the great ancestor. Meng Shirong saluted the great deity of Mount Tai as the latter nodded gently and said, you did well. Ancestor overpraised. It's all because of the great ancestor grace that Dai Miao can stand tall. My time has already passed. The temple is in your hands. The great deity shook his head as Meng Shirong didn't dwell into the subject further and said, the ancestor predictions were correct, he didn't come with a lot of animosities. The fall seems to be after the dragon veins for an unknown motive. Maybe this is our chance. The great deity shook his head and before saying, it's for the better if we keep the past buried for now. Meng Shirong lowered his head as his fist clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, his complexion returned to normal. Junior offends. As the fall is clearly targeting the dragon veins, he'll surely go after those thieves. There's no better time to strike and recover the 5 bios. The 3 biblical factions have been under the move lately, the great deity spoke as Meng Shirong rendered silence. How could he not know the recent weird behavior of those 3 groups? Their spies and informers have been speculating that the 3 factions might be aiming to join forces, but if this happens, they have many ties to the country named Japan, and if the rumors are true, I'm afraid. The great deity said slowly as Meng Shirong understood and lowered his head again. They might have to give up their attempt against the thieving 5 principal clans. But even so, I'm afraid the others won't keep their hands off these muddy waters. Knowing the old stubborn fogies at the other temples, Meng Shirong felt more worried. The great deity didn't speak any further as he watched the clouds rolling around the mountains. It has been a long time since the mountains trembled, and he's afraid that the following days won't go in peace. Unaware and uninterested in the story behind, Leo flew like a comet, leaving a bright trail behind him. The distance shrank quickly as he wondered where he should go. Anywhere would do at the moment because his head hurts from analyzing the previous politics. It feels like as long as he touches something, the butterflies that the worlds will probably suppress will flap their wings again. Does this mean I'm destroying her work just by walking around? Well, it isn't my problem. I can't just become non-existent. Well, I totally can, but we don't talk about that. These were Leo thought as he flew past a middle finger cloud that bizarrely formed. To be honest, he's still a bit salty for not being able to court life properly. Why did all those people just walk around and attract a bunch of retards, but he found reasonable and wise figures? This is injustice. He's the fool, for fuck's sake. Is this cursed origin playing another joke on his existence? Wasn't his previous life enough? Shaking his head, Leo accelerated and decided to plant the dragon veins nodes in the ocean. A light jog in the deadly depths has proven to be quite relaxing in the previous time. Ding. But as he was prepared to dive from the stratosphere, a clear ring sounded in his head. The bright comet broke into various shimmers as Leo slowed down until he floated calmly in the air. Illusion. No, that doesn't work on him, and his brain isn't going crazy, yet. This annoying and familiar notification noise couldn't be mistaken. It haunted him down since the day he got into crippling debts. From an empty point in space, the blue holographic screen expanded until its content became visible to Leo. Same as always, it was impossible to sense where it came or where it leads to. The Moonlit Chat Room version 2.0 welcomes you. Greeted by the following message, Leo tilted his head and whispered, 2.0. This shitty chat upgraded and got a bad name too. This doesn't sound promising. Leo swept the message away and stared at the default main interface as 2 options were displayed. Moonlit Main, and Moonlit Chaldea, even these got the same name, which made his eyebrow twitch before sighing secretly. Complex emotions flashed in his eyes as he stared at the first option. His last memory about it was those guys getting stuck in some shitty ploy between the multiverse space and Konosuba world's will. Come to think of it, he also sends them some help, doesn't he? Leo clicked his tongue as the roaring winds blew his clothes, yet it didn't manage to mask his irritation. That experiment was a big mistake. He shouldn't have ever attempted it. Not the part where he got bombed, but when he gave them that. No one should come in contact with it, not now, not like this. It's all right if it was only him, it's his own choice, and no one has the right to interfere. But he doesn't wish for it to befall anyone else. Call it his last compassion and selfishness. His state wasn't the best back then. It was a struggle to barely get a grip on reality as the world jump, incomplete, made that resurface. The unexpected spiritual poisoning wasn't helping either, maybe it was the reason behind this entire problem. But, there's no point in mentioning it now. Aware of the worst-case scenarios, Leo buried those feelings and clicked on Moonlit Main. What happened has happened. If the worst occurred, then he'll take the full responsibility to fix it, although he doesn't really have the confidence in doing so. The screen flickered before a new interface loaded quickly into the familiar, yet different-looking chat channel. Faintly sighing, Leo shook his head and read the chat. Same as ever, this feeling is the worst. Back then or now, it seems they are quite destined. However, Leo's expression quickly went from somehow troubled, into perplexed, and ended on a blank complexion staring at the screen in total silence. NEET Princess, as the following points state, I hope the mighty and wise world's wills would assign me as the new admin. Advocate of gender equality, very good arguments. As one of the victims of the tyrant admin, I would like to point out he's unqualified for leadership. Not to mention, he hasn't been online since forever. For the greater good and justice, I recommend NEET Princess as the new admin. What is he exactly looking at? NEET Princess, your words moved me deeply, Junior Kazuma. Striving for righteousness against the tyrant should be everyone's goal. Your mentality will take you to places, Junior. Advocate of gender equality, you praise me too much, Lady Kagaya. But the place you mentioned is perhaps exempted from mutes. These harlots. The violent whines up far in the sky trembled as a large amount of energy started leaking. NEET Princess, fufufu. Junior Kazuma sure is knowledgeably. Advocate of gender equality, ha ha ha. Compared to Lady Kagaya, I'm nothing much. They, of all times. I was worried. Looking at the cringe messages, Leo felt something snap in his mind because they did what he couldn't achieve. Looking at the sky, Leo cracked his fingers and neck before staring down at the chat room window. Bree, you too. Why are you talking like this? Don't answer, but it has been 2 weeks, can't you cut it out? Big Sister Lion, everyone, look at the right. NEET Princess. Advocate of gender equality, Kazuma and Kagaya glanced at the right bar of the chat room. It showed the names of the chat members and their current status. However, their eyes landed on a particular name that appeared on top of the list. Annihilation Maker, admin, was written in golden color with a tiny crown at the side and a small green icon that showed the current status. Online. It was quite weird they didn't notice the unique display of the admin role until now, but it was too late. Annihilation Maker, admin. Advocate of gender equality, oh, shit, cough. It has been a while. NEET Princess, it's quite windy today, isn't it? I'll go close the window. Ah, Leo. This is a pleasant surprise, I was so worried about you. You must have a lot to say, please, take your time. The chat got caught in uncomfortable silence as everyone didn't know what to write. Only the looming admin title flickered as it brought dread for some reason. The seconds turned into minutes before a new message appeared. Annihilation Maker, admin I went to China, yet. You. Too. Are. Courting. Life. Huh. It's weird how a text coming from across the worlds can be very intimidating. For some reason, Kazuma sensed the dreadful atmosphere coming as he swallowed. NEET Princess, how lovely. Did you bring souvenirs? Wait, where? What the odds? Advocate of gender equality, Don't you mean, courting death? I can't believe you got that wrong. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted advocate of gender equality for 1 hour. Reason, death is a harlot. In a swift motion, everyone saw Kazuma getting assassinated in cold blood as his name went gray. Gudako, Chaldea's admin, what is happening? I suddenly got a notification. Big Sister Lion, it has begun. Time to enjoy the show. Go, admin. I always knew you'd come back. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted Big Sister Lion for 1 hour. Reason, bootlicker. Leon almost fell from the chair as the chat room blue color turned gray. NEET Princess, admin abuse. This is why I should be elected as the voice of reason and truth. I demand justice. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted NEET Princess for 1 hour. Reason, justice. Strongest men in the world, HM. Oh. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Did you return, boy? Took you long enough. Sitting on his ship, Whitebeard grinned as he saw Leo finally return to the chat room, but his expression soon froze as a message appeared. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted strongest man in the world for 1 hour. Reason, croissant-looking mustaches. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. The whole area began to shake violently as Whitebeard's crew panicked at the sudden fury of their father. Bree, isn't this a bit too much? I know about the other two, but Leon and Grandpa Whitebeard didn't do anything. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted Bree for 1 hour. Reason, flat, opinion automatically ignored. Electricity flashed as all the electronics devices in Tokuwadai middle school dorms malfunctioned, sending them back to the Middle Ages. In a few seconds, almost every username in the chat turned gray except 3. Annihilation Maker, admin Saitama, are you here? A hero for fun, eh? Yeah. Annihilation Maker, admin, muted a hero for fun for 1 hour. Reason, bald lurker. Putting down the manga in his hand, Saitama stared at the reason written in the message with a blank face as Genos, who was cleaning, felt a change in the atmosphere. As silence descended on the chat room, only 2 usernames weren't grayed. Godako, Chaldea's admin Lucifer, hello. Long time no see. Annihilation Maker, admin. Godako, Chaldea's admin so. How have you been? Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have enough permissions to mute Godako, Chaldea's admin. Annihilation Maker, admin. Godako, Chaldea's admin. I see. But how do I put this? Wasn't that a bit too much? I mean. Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have enough permissions to mute Godako, Chaldea's admin. Annihilation Maker, admin _ Godako, Chaldea's admin I'm sorry. Godako, Chaldea's admin, is offline. The gray list extended in the chat room as only one remained, standing tall above the rest. On top of the massacre, Leo stared down at his work with a blank expression. Provoking everyone in the chat without a reason didn't faze him, nor did the looming, DXD worlds will plus 99, messages on the left side. Just like the good old times, if he did it once, he'll do it again. Everyone will surely understand, after all, he's a kind person acknowledged by the world itself. Yeah, very kind. After a long separation, the tyrant admin has finally returned to the chat room, welcomed by all, as the list of gray names was self-explanatory. Chapter 173, 3 Lullabies in an Ancient Tongue. Annihilation Maker, admin. As the stars and creepy threads on the internet have foretold, a healthy dose of muting is excellent for everyone since peace and quiet can soothe the minds and make the angry masses want me dead less, but who am I to say? Whoever disagrees may speak now. Remaining time of the mute, 3 minutes. Annihilation Maker, admin. Lovely. Mutual understanding is unquestionably the cornerstone of civilization unless you have authority as I do. But, as my late grandfather once said, a man should not waste opportunities and should always strive forward, even when things take an unfortunate turn. The ocean breeze blew above the watery scenery as the waves rose and fell with every beat. Leo paced along the water's surface, each step causing a ripple. The waves diminished into a dead calm sector for him alone. Remaining time of the mute, 1 minute. Annihilation Maker, admin. For those who misinterpreted this as anything profound, I'd like to clarify that he mistook my motivation for attending the dojo as practicing to impress a girl I had a crush on since I was busy adjusting to a new world where the power scaling is based on cup size. The translucent blue holographic panel hung by his side, revealing each message as well as a list of gray names. Annihilation Maker, admin. Now, please flip your books to freedom of speech volume and memorize the "Your Opinion Doesn't Matter" chapter as a beginning. It'll be a great exercise for your minds and clear any confusion concerning humans' rights. Big Sister Lion, freedom. Bree, you. Explain yourself before I will. NEET Princess, you have actually spent an hour by yourself, typing nonsense over and over. Consider me impressed, your prize awaits in the nearest asylum. Annihilation Maker, admin. I don't appreciate ignoring my profound teaching since the Lord has taught me to guide the hopeless sheep. But, Miss Kagaya, there is no need to invite me to your residence as I already know what awaits. Big Sister Lion, PFFF. NEET Princess. If you hadn't run out of Pokemon dressed as Hitler to send, I would have paid attention. I'm saving them by the way. When scrolling up in the chat, numerous species of Pokemon, particularly the renowned yellow rat dressed in Hitler garb, are plainly seen saluting. If they hadn't used at least 100 pages of space, the view would have been spectacular. Bree, you're ignoring me again, good. Fearing being identified as the cause of the dorm blackout, Misaka pretended to be clueless when confronted by the dorm teacher. As the image of Leo was ignited multiple times in her head, she clenched her hands while maintaining a neutral expression. If things couldn't get much worse, Kuriko definitely witnessed what had transpired and, for some reason, remained staring at her from the corner. To put it mildly, her eyes were frightening. Annihilation Maker, admin, your accusation is merely defamatory. My statements only stated an undeniable fact, and I'm afraid your meaningless threats, which are unworthy of time, reaffirm my point. Bree, I wanted to say something, but why are you talking so formally? Big Sister Lion, maybe he finally lost it when he talked to himself for an hour here. It's a shame that most members already logged out. I wanted to see a battlefield. Bree, you can call them. Big Sister Lion, I prefer to live a couple more years. Neet Princess, enough. Do you think it's okay to mute us and abuse the authority without a reason? I won't stand for this. Bree, yeah. We didn't do anything wrong. If the chat you want is a place where you mute everyone and talk to yourself, then do it. Neet Princess, exactly. Mute them and leave me out of it. They clearly enjoy it to ask for it again. Bree, yee, huh. Misaka's face drooped. The sides shifted too quickly and they found themselves told to the enemies. She assumed they had reached an understanding. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh, where have my manners gone? They're probably at the cemetery, but I forgot to inquire. What was that about my dear banhammer being taken by you? Neet Princess, as a person in the position of a leader, you aren't qualified at all. You didn't even try to group us and do your job as admin properly. Instead, the role seems to be a big muting button for you. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh, poor me, I'm not sure what distinguishes you from me, given that the only acceptable part of this position is muting. In any case, there isn't much to do. Neet Princess, precisely. Leading these bunch of unique figures from across worlds is pointless anyway. Oh, worlds will, give me the hammer or something equivalent since getting muted by this guy is the worse. The balance is important, after all. Kagaya wouldn't lift an eyebrow at getting muted, but not by this guy. She won't accept this kind of defeat. Big Sister Lion, you were about to call us madmen, right? Bree, being exactly like him doesn't help the balance at all. Neet Princess, please, don't mind these small details, Mikoto. Kagaya wasn't entirely incorrect. Leadership in the chat is nearly impossible since, as the multiverse expands, many types of personalities emerge, particularly those prideful members who have achieved the pinnacle of their worlds and have the attitude to back it up. Whitebeard is a clear example. They may choose to cooperate for the purpose of monetary gain or personal reasons such as morals, but they are unlikely to submit, even if forced. If you impose it, it will develop into a competition, as the chat will transform into a war zone for resource gathering and infighting. Because the existing authorities are too indolent to care, following a set of simple unwritten rules is more than adequate for the chat. Until now, this has been shown to be effective. Annihilation Maker, admin, your logic is a little perplexing to me. Isn't the Master of Chaldea an administrator as well? Furthermore, you appear to be spending a lot of time here. Was the chat available to you at all times? Bree, apologies and I'll tell you. Annihilation Maker, admin, please accept my apologies for your inability to grasp my undeniable truths. Bree. You can stop now. Annihilation Maker, admin. No, I'm bored. Bree, I'll get you back for this, just wait. This won't be the end. But of course, the chat is working normally, although we couldn't use any other function besides messages these days and now it is updated. Why do you ask? Annihilation Maker, admin, well, I was the only one tormented by the 98% plus loading bar. Lovely. Bree, this makes me feel better. I think. No, come here and fight me. I'll zap your face back to the power curriculum program. Big Sister Lion, justice is actually real, huh? Neet Princess, again, stop minding the small details. Hey, advocate of gender equality, come here. I'm not paying you for nothing. Advocate of gender equality, what? Leave me out of your nonsense, I'm eating and... Hey. You haven't paid me anything yet. Neet Princess, if you perform your job well, I'll do it. Advocate of gender equality, why you little? Neet Princess, balance of 400k plus points. JPEG. Advocate of gender equality, very dear, respectful, and wonderful customer. Kazuma's messages did a 180-degree turn and became very respectful as if someone was talking to customer service. Big Sister Lion, this is strangely relatable. I don't like this feeling. Bree, straight face. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Oh, my impromptu priest. It's a joy to see you alive and well enough to operate as a proper human being. However, among the random messages, one stood out, causing Kazuma to blink many times as his cheek was full of frog meat. Advocate of gender equality, pardon. NEET princess, he lost it after wasting all his Nazi Pokemon collection. How sad. Bree, that was precious, huh? Advocate of gender equality, oh, but what did you mean by a proper human being? Annihilation Maker, Admin. Don't worry about the minor matters, my interim priest. More importantly, have you checked to see whether the chat has received any updates other than the new interface? It bothers me to see that some higher entities, such as World's Wills, are unable to create a better graphical user interface. Advocate of gender equality, don't dismiss my well-being as minor details. What's more, why should I bother? Do you think I'm your personal assistant? NEET princess, yes, perhaps you should have done that instead of wasting an hour talking to yourself. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Unfortunately, I'm having some technical issues at the moment. As a result, I've taken measurements to give you all a small breather to check out the new version and have a better understanding of it. You, on the other hand, continue to accuse me of misusing my position of power. Advocate of gender equality, you and your position of power can go get digested in the frog's stomach with aqua. Stop with this weird way of talking. Gun.jpg. Big Sister Lion, would a gun really work on him? NEET princess, don't try to paint your dark heart white, and please, what would these difficulties that you'll face in DXD? Getting stuck in a philosophical debate about breasts. Advocate of gender equality, you had my curiosity, now you have my attention. Please, continue. Bree, come of think of it, I never asked what kind of world Leo lives in. As the focus of the talk shifted away from essential subjects, the chat participants were inquisitive, recalling that they didn't know anything about Leo's world. Even Saitama sent a few pictures of the creatures he punched to oblivious when asked. However, it all melted down with one message. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Politics and power struggles. NEET princess. Kagaya paused for a while to collect her thoughts. She reread the message several times, but nothing changed. Weird. She hasn't touched Iron's medication in a long time, so this can only mean one thing. NEET princess, you, actually associated DXD with politics and power struggles. This is blasphemy. How dare you associated my softcore hentai world with these? The only politics allowed is the fight between the three factions. Flat is justice, medium is premium, and epee is the truth. Big Sister Lion, whistle. Advocate of gender equality, finally, a world that I can get behind. Quickly, Leo, does your world allow immigrants? Annihilation Maker, Admin. Delightful. Although it appears that you are well versed in the ways of boobs power, I would like to emphasize that personality is immortality. Advocate of gender equality, SHHHHH, we don't talk about it, and don't believe I forgot. What exactly do you mean by proper human being? Is it about the bomb you put in my brain? Answer me, please. Bree, WW, what are you talking about? What kind of world is this? Advocate of gender equality, get out of here, child. Don't bother us, adults are talking. Bree, you. All of you today are looking for a fight. Big Sister Lion, hey, don't group me with them. The discussion gradually lost its sense of purpose and spiraled into anarchy, with everyone hurling messages at each other. Despite this, the discussion seems to have regained its previous vibrancy. Everyone, notably Misaka, who wanted to high-kick some individuals, eventually plunged into this bizarre rhyme of slapping each other with words. The chat room upgrade, on the other hand, appears to have been utterly neglected. Unless, of course, someone wanted to barge in. The strongest men in the world, I'm back. However, when Whitebeard returned to the discussion with a fiery spirit, his message was brushed aside by the others, leaving him a bit speechless. Bree, did you see something just now? Advocate of gender equality, must have been the wind. NEET princess, thank you, Mr. NPC. Big Sister Lion, it must be a hurricane then. The giant old man is here by the way. It was strange for Whitebeard because, as one of his world's most powerful individuals and as someone who possesses conqueror haki, it's usually difficult to overlook him. The thought, though, was swiftly and deliberately tossed behind his back because there's something more important. The strongest men in the world, brat, did you just mute me? When Kazuma saw the most anticipated question on the chat, he sipped his drink silently while looking at the air, but his party companions didn't notice anything unusual since his gaze was fixed on a specific receptionist's chest. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Yes. With the confirmation, the chat grew restless as the situation became serious enough for Kagaya to grab the popcorn. The strongest men in the world, very good, do you have anything left to say? Annihilation Maker, Admin. Yes. The strongest men in the world, speak. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Get good, you scrub. Big Sister Lion, ha 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 ha. Bree bree. Misaka facepalmed and Leone slid off her chair as she imagined Whitebeard's present look, bursting the somewhat solemn mood like a balloon. The strongest men in the world, HM. What does that mean? Advocate of gender equality, ah. Build some muscles, you weak chicken. Yeah, that's about right. The strongest men in the world. While effectively fanning the flames, Kazuma chuckled and nodded to himself. Take a look at how helpful he is. His cynical chuckling startled his companions, who took a step back. The strongest men in the world, Gwahaha. It seems you didn't learn after I cracked your skull. Good, pick the place. Bree bree, sigh, why does it always devolve into fighting? Can't you talk peacefully? Neet princess, oh my, weren't just saying you'll kick my jaw next time we meet. Bree bree. Lion big sister, maybe hero for fun does. Do you want to say something about getting muted? Hero for fun, HM. It doesn't matter, I guess. Lion big sister, TCH. Annihilation Maker, admin, you are free to choose. Here, I'm still dealing with technical issues. This formation appears to be on the verge of exploding in my face. Of course, I'm not opposed to being blasted, but only after it has completed its mission. Neet princess, your priorities don't sound cornering at all, but are you doing something big again? However, were you really locked outside of the chat for half a month? Looking at his reflection in the deep blue water, Leo hurled a twisted wooden cross within before a pink shine flared and disintegrated into particles. The cross materialized out of nowhere in the unknown depths and sank into the seabed without resistance, spreading tremors throughout the ocean. Leo adjusted his glasses as his eyes seemed to be tracking something till he murmured, feeling the mild tremor of the waves. Although artificial node construction is stable, the new channel can only handle about 20 nodes before exploding in my face. The error should be attributed to the dragon veins in the ocean's inherent instability. This might cause the channel to become highly unstable. The relocation of fake nodes in response to the change in the dragon veins should be one of the countermeasures. Venom swiftly assessed the situation and offered his opinions. Despite the fact that they expected something similar to happen, Leo underestimates the dragon veins' resilience. Despite their attempts, the dragon veins appear to have had a significant reaction to the new node's appearance. The ideal approach is to reinforce the channel or modify the node's locations on a regular basis. The first is simple brute force, but the second is a pain in the neck and there is no easy way to accomplish it. Leo frowned, shook his head, and sighed a little before staring into the void. His vision crossed the space and landed on a white dragon-like creature before saying, Palkia, you do your best to strengthen the channel. It doesn't matter what you do, all that matters is that it remains steady. This level of vitality may be a little excessive. I'll be on the lookout for nodes. The intangible spatial wave sunk into the artificial nodes as the space vibrated in response to Leo's remarks. Palkia wanted to take care of the nodes, but Leo shook his head. I would love to let you take care of the nodes, but let's be frank, you'll break them. Like, annihilated to dust. Leo noticed the spatial fluctuation pause for a brief second before dissipating as he was idly replaying it. He felt he had caused Palkia emotional damage for some reason, but there was nothing he could do about it. Palkia is just bad at these precise movements, especially if it demands multitasking, due to his intrinsic ability to enhance space. Leo raised an eyebrow as he shook his head and looked at the screen drifting by. He purposefully disregarded Kagaya's mockery of him for being forced out of the chat and concentrated on a surprising find. Advocate of gender equality, question, what do you know? Response, what is in my knowledge? Advocate of gender equality, question, can the admin be changed? Response, there's no definitive answer in my knowledge. Advocate of gender equality, question, can I be an admin? Response, the member identified by the username Advocate of gender equality doesn't meet the requirement to be an admin. Advocate of gender equality, question, can you be any more useless? Response, Advocate of gender equality used all their 3 daily chances for Q&A. Big Sister Lion, ha 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 ha. Advocate of gender equality. Shut up. Kazuma learned something about a new button with a question mark icon in the conversation. Clicking on it appears to lead you to a panel where you may ask the chat room 3 questions, but it doesn't appear to be particularly useful. Probably because Kazuma is asking useless questions that made Leo's eyebrow twitch. These idiots are still after his banhammer. This is unacceptable. But this still sounds interesting to him. It's quite rare for Leo to feel genuine curiosity about something. As long as you ask the correct question you might receive interesting information. Neet Princess, thank you for being a lab rat, Kazuma. Now, let the Moon Princess teach you how to ask questions. Neet Princess, question, what are the requirements to be an admin? Response, there's no related information in my knowledge. Neet Princess. Well, this is useless. Let's ignore it completely and never mention it again. Advocate of gender equality, PFFFF. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'd like to make a suggestion for a beneficial question. Instead of looking for new features one by one, consider asking what new features are available. Advocate of gender equality, why don't you do it? Annihilation Maker, admin, I refuse. The strongest men in the world, hurry up, brat. I'm still waiting. Annihilation Maker, admin, HM. I believe you have made a bad mistake. Because I'm broke, I told you to select. You may either come here or buy me a ticket to your world if you want to fight. The strongest men in the world. When Whitebeard checked his point balance, he noticed 453 points pitifully laying there. He continued to use his points to repair his body and push himself in training, resulting in a constant lack of points. His pride also won't allow him to ask for points. He's a pirate. He borrows things permanently, not ask for a loan. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'll take your silence as a fellow poor man. Hey. Bree, if I leave it up to you, you'll waste the entire day and we won't be able to figure it out. Fine, I'll take care of it. Misaka had enough of these guys bickering about insignificant details in every corner. As a level 5 Esper and honor student, she'll not be swayed by these useless topics. She isn't like them. However, Misaka recalled someone as she blinked. Bree, I completely forgot about Ritsuka. Advocate of gender equality, imagine forgetting about your friend. Annihilation Maker, admin indeed. NEET Princess, agree. Bree. I'll just call her. Annihilation Maker, admin, please, let me do it. I'm rather an expert in dealing with Chaldea masters. Ahem. At Kadako, Chaldea's admin, if you don't want to see more bombs in Chaldea, you better appear in 3, 2, 1. Kadako, Chaldea admin, I'm here. Eh? What is happening? Annihilation Maker, admin C. If it didn't work, just say you'll fire the noble phantasm in the kitchen. Kadako, Chaldea admin. Bree. Question, what are the new features of the chat room? Response, the new features of Moonlit chat room are the following: Q&A, item identification not limited to items generated by the chat room, simulation function is on, side missions function is enable, and honorable contribution exchange is open. NEET Princess, oh, there are a couple of new things. This is unexpected. Question, what is the honorable contribution exchange? Response, between the honorable worlds, this is a special deposit location. From month to month, 1 to 10 goods may arrive and be exchanged for origin tokens. Advocate of gender equality, jumping directly to waste money, as I expected from a rich bast, honorable customer. But why I'm getting too many P2W, pay to win, vibes from this place. NEET Princess, token. I don't like the sound of it. Question, what are the origin tokens? Response, when members complete a crucial mission, they are granted special currency according to the impact of their performance and judgment of the honorable world. This is the original token. Kagaya grimaced at the response before entering the chat room's previous shop and discovering a new icon. The sign glistened with a golden light and twinkled like a little star, but Kagaya remained silent since the symbol on it was a salt shaker. Kagaya steeled herself and clicked on it as a new panel appeared. As 4 alternatives revealed, the room was bathed in a magnificent golden glow. Origin token, 0. A broken twig, 3 origin tokens. A small broken twig. Has a special aroma. Emotional electromagnetic spectrum mastery, incomplete, 15 origin tokens. The way to tap into the energy field fueled by the emotions of all sentient beings. Mysterious mud, 1 origin tokens. Mud. Sun sovereignty, high 5 origin tokens. One of the 24 sun authorities. Unnamed book, 1 origin token. Special delivery from a great, powerful, and wise world's will. Kagaya looked at it thoughtfully, scanning all of the things before settling on the large 0 at the top. She can see how the icon came to be a salt shaker. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell is this? Is this the new form of torture? Question, why the name of some items doesn't mean anything? Response, advocate of gender equality used all their 3 daily chances for Q&A. Kadako, Chaldea's admin, could someone please clarify what's going on? Bree, Sai, give me a moment to write an explanation. Big Sister Lion, are they supposed to be something important? Question, why some items are ambiguous? Response, the naming and description of items are entrusted to their respective honorable worlds. To be simple, the honorable contribution exchange is one of those premium stores that can be rarely used. Unlike the regular store which is used to sell and buy items between members, the world's wills put things on random. It can vary from overpowered goods to useless things. However, considering the personality of these world's wills, it isn't unlikely they put it just to torture the chat room members. The origin token seems to be a very rare currency and the useful things cost a lot unless you want to try your luck and buy something like the mysterious mud. Who knows, maybe it's just a regular mud, but it's mysterious because you don't know. This is some physiological welfare too. Imagine wasting the expensive origin token for a piece of mud. This thought was shared by the chat member quickly as they decided the best response for this new feature. NEET Princess, so, it's a store you can't use since you have no idea what you're buying. I recommend ignoring it and never bringing it up again. Advocate of gender equality, agreed, let us live our lives as if we had never seen it before. Suddenly, I'm feeling much better. Do you agree with me, Sadist Angel? Annihilation Maker, admin right. Notice, congratulations to Annihilation Maker, admin, for exchanging the Unnamed Book from the Honorable Contribution Exchange. As the chat room fell silent, the colorful notice flashed with dreamlike color in front of all members. It was like a mini celebration that highlighted Leo's username. He even received a new colorful icon of VIP, screaming that he's not the same as these peasants. NEET Princess. Advocate of gender equality. Annihilation Maker, admin cough. I'd like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to meet you all after this time. It still perplexes me how you took a month to complete a mission in Konosuba. You should be embarrassed. Well, that's it. I have things to do, later. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. The strongest men in the world. Bree, what did you say? NEET Princess, come back here and spit out where did you get that origin token? Advocate of gender equality, coward. Closing the chat room and leaving the wave of angry messages, Leo raised his hands as a white light flared and a thick old book appeared. The book was jet black in color, yet it appeared to be deteriorating towards the center. Its cover seemed to be ancient and rigid, since it was made of leather with wooden corner guards, which appeared to be frail and likely to break with a touch. However, upon closer inspection, the blackness dissolving into the center appeared to be a twisted fog holding a slew of faces howling in anguish before vanishing into nothing. Without a title, anybody, including those in the supernatural realm, will mistake it for an ancient book of unknown origin. Nonetheless, since the book appeared, a scruffy sensation has persisted in the air. My lord, this is... Venom couldn't help but murmur when he saw the book. Although weak, the peculiar feeling seemed to be drawing it. Something akin to faint whispers echoed and vanished when he tried to focus. Despite this, it was unable to discern anything from the book. Leo didn't respond right away. Instead, he immediately opened a portal and went through. Leo arrived inside the small workshop of his mansion, under the ever-changing colors of the dimensional gap, and placed the book on the desk. A pink and azure pulse of energy burst into the air, forming numerous barriers that encircled the area and totally sealed it off from the rest of the world. Unsatisfied, Leo continued to build further walls until Venom could no longer sense the outside world. This is a grimoire. Leo adjusted his spectacles and spoke slowly, his gaze still concentrated on the book as he confirmed that the new subspace had been effectively created. This book, however, is an actual grimoire, unlike this, which is produced as a catalyst. With the presence of the Book of the Law in Leo's hand, the mysterious grimoire finally had a reaction, although stubbled and hardly discernible. A grimoire refers to a book containing knowledge about magic. As simple as it gets, they may contain spells to powerful alien knowledge inside of them. What is written inside them is an entirely different world in a sense, contradicting the common sense of the regular reality, making them very dangerous for any human. The term spiritual poisoning has a lot of ties to the grimoires as their pure knowledge is considered to be toxic for regular brains. In a sense, it's no different from Leo's eyes as the knowledge he receives daily is very pure for the human mind's consummation. Grimoires are sentient entities, which makes them much more terrible. Their impulse is to distribute their information, regardless of whether or not it is detrimental. If the current readers are thought unfit or attempt to prevent the grimoire from spreading its knowledge, the book will kill them and seek a new host. Some grimoires have even exploited the bodies of their previous hosts as puppets to act freely. Of course, the grimoire's definition changed from one world to another, but considering this is at least 99% coming from Root, Leo went with the description he's most familiar with. Yes, this is the rest of the reward he asked for from Type Moon World's wills. Unlike the rest of the members, he had one origin token to get something. He was unsure whether it was due to blowing a hole in the hook or anything else. However, he must acknowledge that this is a terribly inefficient method of delivering goods, but Leo nodded because Root didn't truly want to do it. Even so, he couldn't figure out why a grimoire delivery took so long. Of course, in order to have a noticeable influence on him, the quality must be at least acceptable, which isn't difficult given that this is merely the physical world. Unless it was something else. This is something troublesome. Maybe I should just have written a grimoire myself, but to make it effective is a hassle. Leo knew it's looking at him as he tapped the desk and stared at the quiet grimoire. If Venom detected a smudge, Leo could see the dark fog enveloping this book from every angle. Although his understanding has dramatically decreased due to his eyes malfunctioning, the fact that he can't perceive the grimoire's depth demonstrates its distinctiveness. But it still made him chuckle. Does this grimoire consider them as potential readers? How lovely, we have a bold grimoire here. If my memory serves me right, I requested a grimoire with clothothic connections from the mecha lover, Root. It didn't matter what it was as long as it met the minimum requirements, but this. I suppose she didn't want to perform a careless job, huh? In any case, we can't leave things as they are. Leo stood up as his sleeves expanded to his hands and morphed into jet black gloves, startling Venom, who was looking at the book. His glasses twisted into one golden monocular on his right eye as he adjusted the gloves and said, "Well, shall we see what is this?" "Venom, have you ever cooked a grimoire?" "Pardon, my lord." Venom blinked his eyes. "Cook a grimoire?" Did he hear that correctly? "What are your thoughts on the shape?" Leo tapped and scraped the grimoire cover with his hand, leaving a small white mark in the process. His gaze was fixed on the book, but he mumbled since he didn't see any reaction. Its personality should be either mild or sly. "Old and will certainly crumble to dust if you tap it too hard, my lord. However, I think this material. Human skin and flesh. A grimoire of demonic origins. Not quite right. This is a new grimoire. In fact, it shouldn't be older than something from the 20th century. Not receiving any reaction except the boring temptation didn't faze him. Coating his hands with some magical power, Leo performed the same action before saying, "This old style is solely the author's preference. It's similar to a con artist attempting to pass off a printed book as a historical document. After all, shouldn't grimoires appear ancient and mysterious? But I think he was just too edgy. It's evident in the manner it was presented. The information will be more cultish if it is really ancient. In a way, it conveys faith and guidance to the reader. Modern ones will lean more to the tool aspect." The grimoire, sensing the pulse of mana, eventually reacted by extending a mist darker than the night's blackness towards Leo's hand. Leo intended to reclaim the magical energy, but he raised an eyebrow when he saw the grimoire didn't absorb any mana. Curiosity flashed over his face. Is there a grimoire that doesn't consume mana? Mana is still a kind of vitality, despite its slightly altered nature. Even a grimoire that only accepts life sacrifices would not reject it. This isn't flesh or skin from a human. Please don't inquire as to how I know this. Anyone looking at the grimoire will unconsciously believe that, yet this material doesn't belong on this planet and doesn't resemble anything mystical I know. He kept inspecting the grimoire and triggering its reaction from time to time to figure its origin, but that fog was too mysterious for him. The inability to accept magical power, this weird material, and stubble eerie feeling. At this stage, Leo prefers it to be made of human skin since it will at least be recognizable. Having a lot of mystery isn't a good thing, not for this grimoire. Well, how about? As the magical energy rose in the air, Leo pondered about it while tapping the grimoire cover with his finger. His index finger tapping on the book came to a halt for a brief moment as a tremendous quantity of mana gathered on its end before accelerating up. The finger turned into a spear filled with energy stabbing straight into the grimoire. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. From the point of collision, the wind blasted ferociously, driving Leo's hair and clothes back and sending waves of energy all around him. As electricity sparks flew into the air, everything in the workshop was tossed away. As Leo gazed at the grimoire, the breeze died away. There was a little dent that was smoking with heat, but Leo's hand was in horrible shape compared to the grimoire. My lord. Venom turned to face Leo, who was lifting his hand and examining what was left of it. Horrifying purplish blackness slashed over his fingertips, devouring his flesh like rot and emitting a foul odor. The index finger and a large piece of flesh detached and splattered on the ground as he waved his hand. Leo didn't appear bothered by it as he returned his focus to the grimoire. Leo's decomposing hand and fragments on the ground emitted a dark fog. The latter dissipated into the air, causing the additional fog to develop on Leo's hand, which then healed as if nothing had occurred. It can even retaliate. This will be all for today. Confirming this last piece of information, Leo nodded to himself before picking the grimoire. Won't you check the grimoire's content, my lord? I would love to, but it isn't worth it. If I was the only one involved, I wouldn't mind, but there's no guarantee that the grimoire won't play a trick that affects those around me. Never underestimate an original grimoire, Venom, especially a mysterious one such as this. You can never be sure of what they have up their sleeves. This grimoire seems to be alienating itself from all common sense. Well, grimoires never followed common sense, but they at least had similarities and patterns. Sighing a little, Leo felt this is becoming troublesome as he stared at the grimoire and said, but I didn't say we'll leave it like this. Let's start cooking it. Venom confirmed his last suspicion and his ears are working properly. I'm not joking. Why would anyone cook raw food? To prepare it for ideal consummation and avoid risks. This is basically the same thing. Leo snapped his fingers and a pink pulse of energy flickered before the space twisted into a 5-meter-tall clear pink cube. As he approached it, Leo placed his palm on the barrier and rapidly filled it with huge amounts of magical energy. As Leo kept infusing more and more magical force till he twisted his palm, it seemed like the cube wasn't as little as it appeared. The cube started rotating slowly in the air due to an unseen bizarre force. The mana within, on the other hand, transformed into a raging vortex that spun with enormous power and emitted a horrifying screech. Off you go. Without a hint of hesitation, Leo tossed the poor grimoire into the vortex, watched it getting thrown away by the high energy. Despite the fact that the grimoire is sentient, it is still mostly reliant on instinct. We'll now force it to become acquainted with me and my energy. Placing it in a difficult situation will compel it to react until it adjusts to the new circumstances. Leo watched the grimoire slamming into the space barriers before a blue light flashed and Yamato appeared in his hand. Click. Drawing Yamato slightly, Leo slashed his wrist deeply, but no blood came out. Instead, a crystal-clear white vitality rose from the wound. It made Venom feel refreshed as he understood that isn't just a simple refinement to vitality, but extraction of lifespan. This is the most important factor of the body of any living entity. How should I put? Let's put 100 years, just as a starter. However, Leo acted as if it was nothing and poured the essence of vitality into the cube, mixing it with the ragging vortex. Using lifespan is a bit different from refining mana, although the process is highly similar and the effect is very strong. However, compared to mana, this essence of life carries a lot of Leo's aura. People constantly consider modifying themselves to the grimoires, but they never consider tailoring the grimoires to their needs. Well, I won't deny that the majority lacks the power to force any grimoire. Venom continues to stare blankly. Why does this seem plausible and make sense? Shouldn't grimoires be approached with caution and regard? As the grimoire smacked against the space barrier once again, Venom shouted inside. The wound on Leo's wrist vanished before he rubbed his chin. Thinking about it for a while, Leo took a card from who knows where. He grabbed some of the essences of vitality and rubbed it on the card until it reduced into some sort of substance similar to sand or salt. Sprinkling the substance on the cube like a certain salt bay, Leo wiped his hands before stretching his body. Now, with this is done. What should we do? Should we go to Europe or India? Russia is good too. His job is finished here. The grimoire would be locked here and given the premium treatment until Leo decided it was finished, leaving him with nothing to do but return to the Dragon Vein search. I remembered that there are Golden Dawn bastards in this world as well. Would it be okay for me to give them a visit? I should be classified as a secret chief, although not entirely. I'm curious whether the other guys are also here. Leo nodded to himself after deciding on his trip before recalling something and reopening the chat room. Those guys should be calm by now, or maybe not. What is this? Notice, Hero for Fun has opened a simulation space. Limit of participants, unlimited. Strength and limitation, none. Number of current participants, 3. On the screen, Saitama stood in a wasteland, silently staring into the horizon, while Kagaya and Kazuma looked about. However, before a new notice was heard, Saitama messed with a panel in front of him with a blank face. Notice, Hero for Fun has switched the simulation space mode into training. Level of training, high. Current environmental modification, 100 times the gravity of planet Earth. WH-. Kaya-. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. On the screen, Saitama stood, as usual, shrugging off the extra gravity field, while Kagaya smashed face first into the ground, creating a human-shaped sinkhole, while Kazuma barely shouted before his body shattered into countless white light particles. Advocate of gender equality, did I just die? Again. Bree, look at the bright side, it's not the tractor. Advocate of gender equality, why you must hurt me like this? Staring at the screen in silence, Leo wondered if he should leave quietly. Under the continuous slamming of the grimoire, he stared at Kagaya sinking further and deeper into the dirt. Yeah, perhaps it's for the best. Chapter 174, For the Court of the Crimson King. Ding. Notice. Modifier adjusted, 200 times the gravity of planet Earth. Big Sister Lion, this makes me wonder how deeper she can go. Ding. Notice. New modifier applied, 300 times the gravity of planet Earth. Bree, she is supposed to be immortal. Nothing should happen to her. But maybe we should tell Saitama. Asterisk ding. Notice. New modifier applied, minus 200 degrees Celsius. Advocate of gender equality, hiss. Death doesn't sound so bad now. However, at least we know she's cool now. The chat members watched Saitama's unchanging deadpan expression as Kagaya sank further behind him. She was buried in the ice without any visible struggle until they couldn't see her anymore. If not for the chat room assurance, they would think she's already dead. Note, the current limits of modifiers have been reached. Gravity, temperature, pressure. Oh, there is a meteor shower. This is a sandbox game, isn't it? Saitama sneezed and rubbed his nose as the coldness swept in sight, freezing the tips of his cape. The various settings and modifiers made him curious as it looked like a game coming to reality, but soon, a troubled look surfaced on his face. Except for the default list of modifiers, each time he clicked something else, several smaller panels popped up. Gravity field and temperature effect on individuals, large or small range, pressure change, wind resistance, the chemical composition of air. Is this physics and chemistry? The numbers and symbols filled his eyes and made him dizzy. He had to slow down for a bit and avert his gaze because the painful memories resurfaced. This thing, don't tell me I need a physics degree. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead as Saitama felt the horror of the control panel. But as he reconsidered his choice of buying this simulation space, a colorful energy orb slammed into the back of his head. Boom. The orb exploded with the power of a grenade as Saitama shook his head and blew the smoke away, only to see a human-shaped pit with several other orbs floating around it. He felt strange because he didn't notice such a thing when he first came here. Saitama felt strange because he didn't remember seeing this thing when he first came here. Squatting next to the pit, he looked closely until he saw the figure of a person with long black hair, buried deeply in ice. Are you alive? The response he got was the rest of the orb slamming into his face, which made him lower his head with a troubled look. He had no idea what was happening, so he just put his palms together and said, "Sorry. Advocate of gender equality, you bastard. Why don't you apologize to me first?" "For what?" "Advocate of gender equality, for killing me." Looking left and right, Saitama saw nothing except the layer of frost spreading on top of everything around him before saying, "Are you dead?" "Advocate of gender equality." "No, but I was, a few seconds ago." "Advocate of gender equality. More importantly, you. Who are you?" Saitama said seriously as his expression showed a genius confusion, which made Kazuma lower his head and take a deep breath. "Advocate of gender equality. Really now? Big sister lion, ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin, excuse me for intruding on your pleasant activity of murdering yourselves, but may I suggest choosing an explosion next time? It's a lot more appealing and gleaming than humiliating yourself by succumbing to gravity and eating dirt, although, and after deep consideration, dirt might be a good matchup for you." The eye-catching VIP icon and golden color that seems to be mocking the regular form of other members' usernames appeared as everyone was drawn to it. Kazuma looked at this colorful shape as his eyes landed on his bland. Why does it seem like it's mocking him as a lowly peasant? No, this message is indeed mocking him. Awakened from his short and painless death memory, anger suddenly rushed to Kazuma's head before he chose violence and vengeance against the tyrant. "Advocate of gender equality. Get out. Annihilation Maker, admin, make me. Advocate of gender equality, compilation of Leo's Chunny Moments Part 1.mp4. Annihilation Maker, admin. The risk I took was calculated, but damn. I forgot I am a fool. Wait. Excuse me, but do I see a Part 1 there? Oh dear, it is real and my mental illness isn't acting up. Advocate of gender equality, a fool, indeed, and you're still here. Do I have to send the other volumes?" Kazuma snored, raised his nose, and crossed his arms under the strange stares of most people in the Adventure Guild. His expression had so many changes in this short period that it even made Aqua worried. Her healing can't recover brain damage. As a regular user of the chat room with a lot of free time, Kazuma can proudly say he's sitting on a pile of blackmail material. His treasury can easily give the chat members a slap of reality check for all their stupid actions, including himself. Obviously, such treasury shouldn't be used recklessly. No way, he doesn't want to die early or worse, get dragged to training, torture, by Whitebeard or receive a gift box from Leo, containing the beater, Kirito, wouldn't dummy too. Well, beat him. In the name of training, of course. Kazuma couldn't help but shake his head and lament his state. He has all this power, but he's too restricted by survival instinct. Shaking his head, Kazuma paid more attention to his body. He just got crushed by gravity, but not a single scratch is left on him. It felt weird, as if his body had never left this place. He felt he shouldn't have clicked too quickly and read those notifications from the chat before joining the simulation. However, these thoughts were thrown away when he saw Kagaya sinking further and deeper into the dirt. For some reason, he felt much better. Hero for fun, you guys sound like you're having fun. Bree, don't bother, just ignore them. In any case, if you want to apologize, try to turn off the modifiers. Good idea. Saitama's eyes brightened as he stood up and bumped his fist on his palm. Why didn't he think of this earlier? Ding. Notice. The simulated reality number 1 is set to the default state. The simulated reality switched back to the base state as the additional gravity field and temperature vanished. Boom. Kia. Unaware of the sudden change, Kagaya, who was resisting gravity, launched like a missile towards the blue. Saitama watched her disappear to a point before he scratched his head and looked at the control panel floating near him. Something told him this might have been his fault. His cape fluttered with the breeze as his expression grew a bit worried. She won't come back and sue him, right? We don't live in the same world, so maybe she can't, Saitama wondered before he blinked and a figure flashed by. Kagaya appeared in front of him with a dark face without any warning. Despite not showing any expression, Saitama sensed a lot of malice radiating from her. Give me. Here. Despite the clear malicious intentions, Saitama still gave Kagaya the control panel as he didn't care too much. He doesn't want this thing that needs a physics degree. Kagaya operated the simulation sitting much quicker than Saitama before he heard a voice in his head. Modifier applied, 0 gravity. Applied on specific individuals, hero for fun. Effect range, 5 meters from each individual. Oh. Floating a bit above the ground, Saitama showed a bit of curiosity at this new state. He looked at the stones and dirt under his feet floating too and marveled at this phenomenon as he wanted to grab a stone. However, his expression changed as he felt a tickle. *BAAM. Asterisk. Kagaya ignored Saitama's reaction and took a step forward and kicked him. Her kick sent him flying as he faded into the horizon and his body spun like a Beyblade. Hisses. Kagaya stood there silently until Saitama vanished completely before squatting down and pressing her foot. She felt as though she had stubbed her toe on a steel wall, and the pain was excruciating. The pain, of course, went away as quickly as it appeared, but the psychological effects lingered. She might need a moment. However, she forgot that all her movements are on full display in the chat room. Advocate of gender equality, well, to the orbit he goes. I wonder if he'll suffocate to death. Can't I change perceptive and spectate him? Annihilation Maker, admin. I wouldn't put too much faith in it, and I don't want the sun from space reflecting off his bald head into my eyes. He could, by the way, do the moonwalk from One Piece. Advocate of gender equality, hee hee. Bree, are you two seriously finding this funny? Annihilation Maker, admin perhaps. Advocate of gender equality, shut up, you hypocrite. You all watched me die. Twice. You even laughed. Bree. Misaka felt ashamed and couldn't refute Kazuma's words. She indeed laughed at his death, but she couldn't help it. Why his death always ends up like some stupid joke. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Don't you think we should focus on the new feature? A simulated space sounds very practical. Advocate of gender equality, and I am obviously focusing on it to see if I could watch a bald man in a yellow suit do a moonwalk around the orbit. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. No, I mean the real functions of it. Advocate of gender equality, so, spectating doesn't sound like a real function to you, huh? Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Why are you doing this? Advocate of gender equality, I just died. Give me a break. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. I see, I hope you'll get better. Advocate of gender equality, okay, I am feeling very uncomfortable. How could there be someone nice in this place? Annihilation Maker, admin. I sense a disturbance in the force. As if someone is trying to be nice in the chat room. Oh Lord, there is. It seems that I don't need the trumpets to know that the end is near. Bree, even I am feeling strange. Why am I feeling odd by someone acting nice? This shouldn't be logical. I blame all of you. You made me like this. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. What happened to you all? Are you all right? Ritsuka was taken aback as she glanced at the heated conversation that had devolved into an uneasy silence, surrounded by a depressing air. They're all acting as if their common sense has been damaged because she's just sent one message. Big Sister Lion, if you want to know what happens then it's simple. These people are just allergic to niceness. Any genuine act of friendliness in the chat would make them question if it's sorcery. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Excuse me. Annihilation Maker, admin. You're not excused and, on that note, no amount of sorcery could make this chat nice. Big Sister Lion, the sorcery of friendship would do wonders. I believe you would love it by looking at your past conversations. Annihilation Maker, admin _ I should really have paid a visit to your night raid headquarters. Big Sister Lion, ahahaha. You are joking, right? Staring at the ongoing conversation, Ritsuka blinked and tilted her head in confusion. The lack of context made her completely lost as the chat went into another spiral of nonsense. The fact that this chat seems to have no intention to focus on important matters made Ritsuka sigh, and to her distress, another figure appeared to fan the flames. The strongest men in the world, oh. This chat room is indeed a magical device and very convenient. There is a suitable location, so shut your trap and come you brat. Annihilation Maker, admin. Sorry, but my good parents taught me to not abuse the elderly. Advocate of gender equality, are you saying you can beat Whitebeard old men with one punch? Sounds like a war declaration to me. The strongest men in the world, Annihilation Maker, admin. Not really. One finger is probably enough to erase him across the 4 worlds. Big Sister Lion, what 4 worlds? Bree, probably one of those magic terms that don't make sense unless you're a magician. Godako, Chaldea's admin. I am technically a magus, but I also don't get it. Bree. The strongest men in the world, oh. Aren't you confident? Guhahaha. Interesting. I suppose you aren't running away this time. I really wanted to smash your face since the last time. Annihilation Maker, admin not running away. How dare you? This is a sacred technique, I have you know. Neet princess, it seems you are in quite the dilemma, but no worries, I have a good solution that can satisfy all parties. Annihilation Maker, admin what made you think I am in a problem? Neet princess, please, you yourself are a problem from head to toe. Annihilation Maker, admin fair enough. The strongest men in the world, speak what's on your mind. Neet princess, of course, but don't you see? Rather than using the bland chat, how about we enter the simulation? We should also figure out this simulation space, by the way. Kagaya's words suddenly clicked in the mind of the rest of the chat members. Although utilizing the chat room isn't very inconvenient, some issues and topics are better discussed in person. The simulation function allows members to meet without having to travel between worlds, which opens up a lot of possibilities. This finding made their eyes light up since meeting in person allows them to accomplish things that they otherwise would not have been able to normally achieve. For example, having a talk with a certain tyrant admin, who is usually hiding behind the chat screen. Annihilation Maker, admin splendid as always, Miss Kagaya, but I still have a doubt. This solution wouldn't perhaps involve ganging up on me. Advocate of gender equality, HM. No way. We aren't such barbarians. By the way, Kagaya. Could you edit an image about Leo calling Saitama all the bald-related insults? We might need it. Neet Princess, Kazuma. I never knew you had such a bright future ahead. Big Sister Lion, brighter than Saitama's head under the sun. Bree, not you too. This feels so unreliable. Ritsuka sighed slightly as she looked at the chat room. Everyone seems to be going at their own pace, especially Lucifer, Leo. She didn't know what got into him, but every time his message would appear, Ritsuka couldn't help but feel speechless. Isn't this too much of a change? It felt as if a switch got flipped after he appeared in this chat room. However, recalling what Lucifer, Leo, did in Fuyuki, she felt helpless again. Maybe I have been too stressed lately. The singularities and demon god pillars. Patting her cheeks, Ritsuka quickly focused and chose to deal with the matters at hand before deciding on a plan for the future. First of all, she should figure out the simulation space, which seems to have a large practical value. Although she had a bad feeling looking at Kagaya's messages, the specialness of the simulation space was too tempting. Please choose the method of joining. Consciousness simulation, joining via consciousness as the chat room will simulate the user's body according to its current state. Free. Full transmigration, the user would be directly transmitted inside the simulated reality. 5,000 points. Note 1, be aware that choosing conscience simulation would leave the user's body vulnerable. It's recommended to choose a secure location. Note 2, all injuries, including death, would be recovered once the person exited the simulated reality. Keep in mind, however, that this function is ineffective against some types of injuries, including but not limited to mental and psychological traumas. Ritsuka summed up the information while looking at the panel, before selecting consciousness simulation. She doesn't have enough points right now, and it's not important to squander them only to test the simulation. After a deep breath to calm her nervous mood, Ritsuka stood up and clicked join as the scenery changed instantly. Ah. Ritsuka collapsed to the ground after being taken off guard by the abrupt change. As dust blew in the air, she opened her eyes to see the huge plane. How? Ritsuka stood up slowly as the disbelief was unmasked in her voice. It was impossible for her to grasp all that had transpired so rapidly. She was in Chaldea 1 second and then appeared in this place the next. Although Ritsuka is unfamiliar with the reshift details, she is aware that the specifics are intricate and time-consuming. A/N, reshift is the process of transferring masters to the past. But now, a transfer to a place where different individuals from a variety of worlds gather has been achieved too simply. She is aware that the process behind it is unknown to her, but for it to happen in less than an eye blink is too much. Greetings, I presume you are, Fujimaru Ritsuka. Ah. Since when did you? Ritsuka was startled by Kagaya's sudden appearance. However, her reaction didn't surprise Kagaya as she smiled and nodded gently. I am Horizon Kagaya. It's a pleasure to make you an acquaintance. Ah, nice to meet you too. Ritsuka cooled down a little and regained her composure. The unexpected emergence of someone isn't a huge deal in comparison to all she's seen, but she took note of this ability as she observed Kagaya more closely. As a consequence, she was stunned and baffled. The long black hair, along with traditional clothing, creates a unique atmosphere. Unlike her usual performance, all of Kagaya's actions have a great disposition, as if she were a princess from a fairy tale with unrivaled beauty. It was vastly different in person than seeing it through the chat room. Ritsuka felt inferior to her and took a blow, fully oblivious to the fact that the person in front of her had just been crushed on the ground, probably eaten some dirt, frozen to a popsicle, and kicked someone into orbit. Kagaya nodded with her smile hidden under her sleeve. Finally, a newcomer who recognizes her magnificent presence. She felt gratified. All those brutes in the chat wouldn't appreciate her at all. Even the tyrant admin would shoot a spatial energy beam at her at sight. This is injustice. Her status as the Moon Princess must not be damaged. Kagaya felt Ritsuka to be quite appealing to the eye, despite her being a little depressed. She should work hard to maintain her positive image in the eyes of newcomers and to erase the misleading reputation in the chat. Are we the only ones that joined? What about the rest of the members? They are probably still arguing in the chat. Kagaya was jolted awake from her daydream when she heard Ritsuka's query and nonchalantly waved her hand. Ritsuka tilted her head to check the chat, only to find that the messages were still coming in. The strongest men in the world, how do I join this simulation? Looking at the chat window in front of him, Whitebeard's eyebrows wrinkled as he didn't know where to click. The new update caused a big change in the chat room interface, which made him unaccustomed to it. He didn't even know where to go to find the new function. Advocate of gender equality, imagine not knowing how to use the chat room. The strongest men in the world, I don't need to imagine, but I know you do. Advocate of gender equality. Click on the globe-looking icon next to the mission section. Annihilation Maker, Admin Saitama, come here. I know you're still lurking, even if you are in space. A hero for fun. Annihilation Maker, Admin O, you are here. So, how is suffocation working for you? How long do you believe you'll be able to keep going? A hero for fun, I don't really know, but this place, it's too quiet. Why do you want to know? Annihilation Maker, Admin don't mind me, I'm just curious to know if tossing you to a corner in the universe is a feasible plan. A hero for fun. Punching you to a corner in the universe sounds like a feasible plan to me. This is so unreliable, Ritsuka sighed and closed the chat room. I know, right? I can't believe these people. Kazuma shook his head in disapproval as if he couldn't believe the audacity of the rest of the chat members while Ritsuka gave him a blank stare before turning away. Ritsuka believed she would need to take a step back to acclimate to this chat room rhythm after so many battles in the previous singularity since, unlike her, who came with a serious attitude, the rest of the members are rather easygoing. However, she still couldn't understand this atmosphere. Aren't they supposed to defend the worlds against invasions? Although the idea of worlds beyond the swirl of roots sounds very absurd to her, Ritsuka feels this mission is too heavy and important. Yet, they seem to be more interested in having the privilege to mute each other in the chat. Anything on your mind? Nothing, it's just I am still a bit perplexed. Protecting worlds beyond the swirl of roots doesn't sound simple at all. Let me be honest, it isn't as glorified as you might think. Seriously, you'll be disappointed. Ritsuka laughed a bit awkwardly at Kazuma's blunt words, but his serious look made her laugh cut short. That wasn't a joke, huh? It's not, unfortunately. The first time we had a mission together, these people blew up an entire empire because singling out the target was too bothersome. Misaka sighed and shook her head before confusion appeared on her face and said, why did I agree to that back then? It must be because I was still shocked by the existence of several worlds. But you still participated. No. I couldn't help myself. Everything was blowing up, and Saitama was punching. I had no idea what to do. Also, weren't you the one who insisted on me to shoot? Misaka refuted Kazuma's words quickly and pointed at him in anger, but the latter looked at her blankly and said, you could just not have done it. Isn't it simple? Maybe I could have gotten more points, but no. You. Ritsuka stared at Kazuma shaking his head in sadness and Misaka with a bluish-white electric current zapping on her forehead before a more helpless expression appeared on her face. At this time, she misses the reliable archer, Emiya, and the sensible Mashu. Kagaya patted Ritsuka's shoulder before saying, please don't be like that, Ritsuka-san. To be fair, we are also a bit underwhelmed here. I think we have never actually started at all. During all these missions, despite the danger or even the aftermath. Kagaya never felt the urgency from any world's will. This feeling grows stronger with the attitude of Konosuba world's will. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it, but only the future would tell. Kagaya decided to wait and see, but looking at Kazuma and Misaka, she doesn't think she will wait for long. Me too. The Grand Order is only at the beginning, but no matter what it takes, this time. Clenching her first, Ritsuka said seriously, completely devoid of all the previous awkwardness. Good to hear. Kagaya paused for a moment before nodding at Ritsuka's enthusiasm, despite having no idea about what got into her head. Maybe the crippling chunniness of Type Moon inhabitants came into play. Well, if she can't handle this degree, she'd better leave before those special servants come. Who knows, maybe she will willingly ask for Chaldea to get bombed at that time. Suddenly, a new voice sounded from behind. Despite it being low, they were unable to ignore it even if the clacking sound of Misaka's electricity filled their ears. Lucifer. Ritsuka was startled when she saw Leo emerge out of nowhere and started gazing around in a daze. Her eyes brightened and she wanted to speak, but the words halted at her lips and were quickly replaced with a complex feeling. Are you still calling me that? I know I have multiple names, but at least choose a good one. Leo looked at Ritsuka speechlessly before observing the surroundings again. Nothing could be seen except a landscape of dirt and rocks, deprived of life. Even with his massive perception range, Leo couldn't feel any form of life in this place. Not only that, but a weird feeling shrouded this space. It was hard for him to put his finger on, but looking at his current vessel, he found nothing uncanny. The amount of similarity is a bit scary and he couldn't find any obvious difference, except feeling it's less durable and probably won't hold much if he did something crazy. I kinda regret coming here. That's a shame. Hearing this voice, Leo's expression changed slightly as he felt a distortion in the fabric of space and time. Ding. Notice. Modifier applied, 300 times the gravity of planet Earth. Applied on specific individuals, Annihilation Maker, Admin. Effect range, 5 meters from each individual. Kagaya and Leo stared at each other in silence as the crushing gravity descended on Leo's shoulders, but it couldn't play any effect. Pink spatial waves steadily spread around Leo's body, neutralizing the gravity field's influence and casting a shadow on his expressionless face. Ritsuka stood a bit far away as her vision shifted between them. Thinking about it again, she took more steps away, just for assurance. Good evening, Leo. It has been a while since we saw each other face to face. If I recall correctly, since the Akane GA kill mission. Time sure flies. Indeed, but you don't. In Kagaya's astonished gaze, the pink gleam around Leo skyrockets before it manifests above her. The curvature in the fabric of space and time switched positions and landed on Kagaya's head. However, in a split second, Kagaya appeared far away, escaping the gravity field. Ha! Don't expect me to fall for it twice. Kagaya nodded with satisfaction, but her face changed again as she dodged another spatial distortion. The pink spatial distortion flared around Leo as the air twisted like paper. It looked like it'll explode at any moment, making Ritsuka sweat a bit. She swiftly stared at the other two individuals and discovered that they were also watching the show. What? Do you want me to stop this? Good joke, but she can try. Kazuma waved his hand before throwing the responsibility at Misaka, which made her roll her eyes, and an electric current flashed on her forehead. She continued to watch Kagaya's dodging performance, although her gaze was sometimes drawn to Leo. Despite his regular look, Leo was wrapped in an ambiguous atmosphere. Misaka became more aware of this as she sensed a difference in him since the previous time they met. It was a strange and hazy feeling that came from the depths of her mind, just where her personal reality lies. Is it because of that ritual and becoming an angel? What is an angel exactly? Misaka frowned before bluish-white arcs gathered on her right hand. But those thoughts can be saved for later because she owes this guy electrotherapy to the face. However, just as she was about to fire, a huge figure emerged out of nowhere. Ritsuka blinked as the earth rocked slightly and a shade was thrown over her. A giant man appeared out of nowhere before vanishing again as the violent wind blew Ritsuka's face. Leo, who had been bombarding Kagaya, raised an eyebrow and turned to the left. A massive fist flew at his face at breakneck speed. Now, in this really unfortunate scenario, Leo shows some helplessness before making up his mind and getting serious. The spatial distortion around him shone with a bright pink gleam as they gathered in the way of the giant fist. From within the light, something faintly emerged as Leo's figure vanished. The rest of the chat members stared at this as their expression changed from confused to shocked, then straight up horrified. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. A thunderous bang reverberated as the fist collided with something, and the wind from the impact swept a cloud of dust into the air. Absurd battle tactics, number 1. Saitama, I choose you. As everyone realized what was going on, the sparkle dulled. Whitebeard stood with his arm stretched out, his fist on Saitama's face, and smoke billowed from the collision. Absurd battle tactics, number 1. This is a set of very successful warfare methods made by Leo. Some claim they were created using the knowledge he gained after being linked to the swirl of roots, Akasha, for a brief moment. The number 1 strategy is regarded as the most powerful since it entails tossing Saitama at anything before employing the Joestar's secret technique. It's a flawless approach worth praising, and Leo is quite proud of it. Whitebeard moved his fist away and was greeted by Saitama's darkened expression. A vein clearly bulged on his forehead as he turned around to see Leo standing far away and waving at them with a smile. A moment ago, he was floating near the orbit, but when he decided to come back, the scenery quickly switched. He got smacked to the face and an annoying guy is waving with a smile. As he lifted his hand slowly and took a step, Saitama felt the anger rushing to his head, but the spatial strength that had held him in place dissipated, and he soon found himself spinning in place due to the absence of gravity. Ding. Notice. Disabled modifier, 0 gravity. Thud. Kagaya immediately turned off the modifier, causing Saitama to fall to the ground before slowly rising and glaring at her. Kagaya, on the other hand, turned away as if she had nothing to do with it. But just as Saitama was about to say anything, a gigantic hand grabbed his shoulder and Whitebeard said, "He is mine to deal with. Don't stand in my way." Saitama had no idea why, but every time he saw this bunch, particularly the smiling jackass who was still waving his hand, he became enraged, and his fist couldn't help but rise. If it is in this place, it should be okay. Right. Staring at his red glove, Saitama's eyes became brighter. Ritsuka blinked as the atmosphere became increasingly dangerous, then looked to her side to observe a variety of emotions. Misaka's jaw dropped, Kazuma took notes, Kagaya's thoughtful face as if she grasped something crucial, and Leone, who arrived out of nowhere, covered her eyes and averted her gaze. It barely lasted a second before she burst out laughing, tears in her eyes. Ritsuka inhaled deeply before covering her face. It might just be a hunch, but she has a feeling the future is bleak. Simulation function. As the name suggests, the role of this function is to simulate an alternative reality within the chat room. The drifting clouds across the blue sky, the landscape where the dust rolled as the wind blew, and the ever-expanding horizon that didn't seem to have a limit left most of the chat members in wonder. They couldn't help it. Although the chat room was no short of miracles-like feats, especially the miracle of world travel, the visual impact of seeing a whole reality constructed and presented for them was huge. After a few twists and turns, most of the simulation function was quickly understood by the chat members. The simulation function simulates a reality within the chat room where various conditions can be applied, as long as they have enough points. The new feature costs points and it's separated by 3 ranks where the prices get more outrageous with each raise, but correspondingly, more features that could be used. The ranks are classified as follows. Low rank simulation, 10,000 points. A space with no remarkable features. Good for testing abilities, practicing, or simply used as an arena. Medium rank simulation, 25,000 points. Unlock several new modes, which include training, scene reproduction, and state change. High rank simulation, 50,000 points. Besides upgrading all previous features, it unlocks the world imitation feature. The prices made several poor fellows in the chat turn their heads away and shut up. The simulated reality, on the other hand, does not vanish after one use. This piece of reality can be reserved for a month or longer if the user selects a higher rank version. Other members can also share the simulated realities if the user has granted permission. According to Saitama, he directly paid for the high-rank simulation because it was at the front of the list. Some members were hurt in the heart by this act of squandering money since something told them that Saitama would have spent more if the high rank wasn't the limit. Compared to the rest of the members, Saitama rarely buys anything in the chat room, making his points constantly accumulating, and probably because of the game-like daily check-in function, he doesn't take points as a real currency. Of course, if the points suddenly changed into yen, his expression would be something marvelous to watch. On another note, the 2 alternative methods to join the simulation were also intriguing, although they were quite straightforward, as the first form, which resembled a VR game, was named Link Start by Kagaya. The simulated bodies created by this process are nearly identical to their originals, with the exception of a minor change that only Mr. Staring at the Universe Flaws, Leo, could point out. However, it appears that this approach cannot be used to substitute sleep or rest, which immediately put an end to several members' plans to use it. Ahem, that's all we know about this function right now, and further testing is necessary. Do you have a question? Kagaya asked as she summed up the information about the simulation before she compiled them into a file in the chat room. Most of the members nodded, but Whitebeard stared at her and said, "Why should I stay here and listen to you now? Fufufu, don't be like that. This is very important information for the future, but don't lie to yourself, you aren't catching him." Whitebeard closed his eyes and took a deep breath before a heavy and dangerous aura slowly radiated from him. He recalled how many times he tried to attack Leo, and he simply teleported him back to where he rushed from over and over. "Yes, do you want to say anything, Ritsuka-san?" Yeah, what is that?" Ritsuka pointed to the right as everyone turned their eyes to see a towering mansion and several figures standing in front of it. "Di-Achu, I know you want to greet Di-Ozuma, but wait until I finish. Go and play with Mudkip." "Thank you, Squidward. I'm not hungry." "Novum, don't even try to sneak on me." "Regulus, stop trying to start a thunderstorm." "Outreska, don't think a blizzard is a good alternative." Palkia, I feel you, but please, shoot that spatial beam at them later. In front of the mansion, various creatures of different shapes and sides gathered in front of Leo. However, they caused a big commotion and a mess just by casually walking around, especially the giant white creature. A pink mass of spatial energy gathered in their mouth, aiming at the rest of the group members, exactly at Kagaya's location. If not for Leo stopping it, the energy should have shot directly at them. Why are you dissatisfied, Kirabo? Whoa. Huh. You missed a good part. Are you watching Yu-Gi-Oh! In secret again? What do you have to say for yourself? Whoa. Kirabo called Palkia before opening some distance and taking a serious stance. Palkia stopped gathering energy as they started at Kirabo, then Leo before shaking their heads. However, they were still honest as a pink aura flashed on Kirabo. What? Where did you find that? Kirabo came out from the pink aura with a giant purple wig that looked like a starfish and waved to Leo. Woo. You. Fine, bring it on. Do you have a deck? Wha. So. You want me to give you one? Except for Saitama, who was focused on the cartoonish-looking octopus in a chef outfit, the group members sat in awkward silence as this unfolded. As his eyes sparkled, Saitama remembered that this was the creature that made that delicious food. Ignore him, we'll talk about him later. After understanding the basics of this simulation, I think we can proceed with the next step. Kagaya shook her head before looking at Kazuma and Misaka and said, I believe you two would be very interested in this. Why is my sword there? Kazuma felt confused when he saw Leo pull the Dio sword out of his shadow. He can understand that those creatures came with Leo here, but why didn't his sword come with him? Instead it appeared at Leo. Kazuma thought about it for a moment, but when Kagaya mentioned him, he felt puzzled and forgot about it. Misaka paused for a second before looking Kagaya in the eyes and nodding solemnly. The rest of the members, particularly Ritsuka, are still in the dark and waiting for Kagaya to continue. She didn't know what to do because she felt so lost and out of place. Lucifer, Leo, was the only person she actually knew here, yet he ignored her and made a mess with his familiars. To be honest, the scene there appears to be fun, and she wants to participate, but Ritsuka shook her head furiously. This isn't the time to have fun, she has to concentrate. This chat room might be crucial to her and Chaldea's future. I'm sure you're all aware of our flaws after the last mission. The opponent we're up against is tricky, and they have plenty of gimmicks under their sleeves. Despite the fact that we only met a handful, well, a very few, we may use the previous lich as an example. Kagaya glanced at the chat members before saying he wasn't all that weak in terms of power, especially when you consider his army. But the important issue is that he has far too many tricks and abilities to adapt to any given situation. If there wasn't Whitebeard or any other person to suppress him with absolute strength, I don't see how you three can take him down. Running is still a valid strategy for him, you know. Kagaya and Misaka fell into thought as Leon honestly nodded. Her combat power is really singular and doesn't work against those weird enemies. But when they were thinking, Saitama raised his hand. No, Saitama, you weren't there. Wait until I finish if you want to ask questions. Saitama lowered his hand slowly before returning to look at the octopus chef as Kagaya glanced at him and resumed, and this applies only in the event that they were weaker. What if those foes are on par with the strong chat members in terms of strength? Alongside their diverse powers and the help of their different outer gods or multiversal spaces, the situation appears dismal. Kagaya finished as the members fell into deep thoughts, but Saitama paused for a moment before raising his hand. Yes, Saitama, the multiverse is vast. Just wait and I believe you'll find someone who can one-shot you to dust. Saitama nodded with a bit of joy as Kagaya sighed tiredly before Leon suddenly said, if you are bringing this topic up, I believe you have an idea in your mind. The opponent may be crafty, but keep in mind that they are severely restricted. Be it the outer gods or the multiversal spaces, they will be sure to keep a firm grasp over their forces. Of course, this also applies to us, albeit on a far smaller scale, if I am correct. Although I don't want to admit it, we have top powerhouses from a couple of worlds here. That's obvious. Misaka raised her chest proudly and nodded, but Leon patted her head gently and said, Now, don't you think that Leo guy is more of a powerhouse of your world than someone who didn't even know magic existed? PFFF. Kazuma was taken aback as he turned his head away and laughed. You. Misaka's face flushed with embarrassment as electric sparks crackled over her forehead, but she was stumped as to how to respond to Leon's statement. Unlike our adversaries, we have this to our advantage. The world's wills offered us a great deal of flexibility, as well as a mechanism to connect across worlds, master the power systems from many realities, and even the simulation space. Don't you see? If we use these features correctly, this will be our strength. Kagaya finished her words as she took a deep breath and appeared a little tired. She felt even more powerless when she saw this assemblage of chaos-inducing and out-of-control people. Kagaya truly doesn't want to play this tiresome role, but after the last mission, she realizes she needs to make a change before it's too late. However, at least it seems her words had a positive effect as the chat members felt the idea is very feasible and their eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Ritsuka was even more exaggerated and took a small notebook from her uniform pocket and started taking notes. Kagaya shook her head and exhaled a sigh of relief, not sure if she should warn Ritsuka that her notes may vanish later because she entered the simulation via consciousness. She may not be concerned about many things, but Kagaya is concerned about being mistreated by adversaries, and after spending so much time in the chat, she considers this group to be hers, therefore she does not want them to be abused harshly. However, the most difficult portion is yet to begin, and it's difficult since it involves the second person in the chat who she isn't concerned about throwing at enemies and running away, in addition to Saitama. Trying to make this work would be a challenge, and Kagaya wasn't optimistic. Did any of you mention me? I could have sworn I sensed it. No, you must have thought about involving me in something troublesome. The group raised their heads to see Leo walking over with Kuribo, who was wearing the giant UGI's wig, on his head. Anyway, we are going to do a Duel Monsters tournament. Care to join? Woo. Kuribo raised his head and shouted as the conspicuous starfish hair swayed with each move. Duel Monsters. Saitama tilted his head and questioned while his eyes were riveted on the giant wig. It's a children's card game. Kids love it, and adults love abusing them in it. Oh, how do we play? Saitama joined quickly and Leo began to explain some rules as Kagaya felt speechless before saying, "Can you save it for later? I need your attention now." Believe me, you'll be surprised by how many people want that, but what is going on here exactly? Figure it out later. Whitebeard suddenly stood up and faced Leo before saying, "Are you actually all this scared to face me?" Pure obliteration does not appeal to me. By the way, where is your big stick? Broken. PFFF. Leo laughed for a moment before his face returned to normal and said, "Ahem, that sounds very unfortunate. Do you want my help in fixing it again?" "Yeah, after I settle accounts with you." As the eve of battle drew closer, the chat members slowly moved away and left these two alone. Saitama looked left and right before walking toward the octopus chef, who took the grill out. Looking at this, Leo sighed secretly before looking at Kagaya and saying, "Although I feel I lack a lot of contexts, I can see that you have taken on a very irritating role. So, why don't you continue and stop him?" "Now, why would I? I see this as a good chance to celebrate the old times. You've got a lot to say to each other. Perhaps if you did your job well, I wouldn't have to deal with this, but here we are. I wish you the best of luck." Kagaya suddenly appeared far away and the rest of the chat members followed her out of the battle zone. They looked like a line of spectators watching a show, which made Leo frown. That was supposed to be his own thing. However, looking at Whitebeard's current state, there didn't appear to be any simple way out, other than annihilating him. "You aren't stopping unless I punch you to the orbit, right?" Whitebeard didn't answer as a white halo with intense vibrations gathered on his fist. Sensing this change, a roar sounded from the back as Palkia flew over with his arm gleaming with intense spatial waves. Regulus and Alreska made no sound as they turned into energy and returned to Leo, waiting for instructions. They are prepared to collapse all of the space in the vicinity of Whitebeard's head as soon as he moves. Whitebeard, on the other hand, smirked as the Conqueror Haki radiated like a furious wave, leaving most of the chat members gasping for air. As a result of his actions, Palkia's rage erupted as their eyes shone and the space trembled. "They are fighting again, huh?" Misaka frowned but didn't show as much rejection as usual. Her gaze was drawn to the two figures in front of her. This battle would serve as an excellent example for her since she had already resolved to work harder in order to get stronger. "Yeah, I'm evacuating further. Wait, maybe I should hide in the mansion." Kazuma could feel the Conqueror Haki from afar, and the oppressive pressure irritated him. He experienced it so much during the Konosuba mission that he got sick of it. He even developed a slight immunity. However, he soon saw the mansion ahead of him. Saitama appeared to be having a nice time while eating several dishes that looked delicious. But then he noticed a yellow electric rat with a sword the size of its body. The fact that both the blade and the rat had the same terrifying face made him tremble. Never mind. Is it really okay for them to fight like this? Ritsuka frowned as she felt this situation was unnecessary. It's unreasonable, I know. But this would work better for them. You know, during our first meeting, everyone started fighting each other. After seeing the messages in the chat room, Ritsuka had no doubts about Kagaya's statements. To be fair, she's a little irritated as well, having been threatened 3 times in a row there. Only fighting appears to improve their communication and understanding of one another. This is also beneficial to us. These battles will allow us to assess the chat room's overall strength and plan accordingly. You may use this with your Chaldea as well. You don't think all those historical figures who are notorious for their oppression will listen patiently, do you? Ritsuka's eyes lit up as she realized that Kagaya's words made perfect sense. Although she might rely on the command seals, they are very dangerous and can go wrong at any time. They'll even increase the servant's dissatisfaction. She hurriedly took the notebook and wrote it, but she couldn't help but slow a bit when she heard Kazuma saying, "That's a lot of talk from someone who simply wants to watch these two beat each other, but who am I to judge?" Excellent work. Fufufu, no worries, Kazuma-san. However, I don't expect them to beat each other. Whitebeard is doomed. Kagaya spread her hands and Kazuma clapped his hands, praying for Whitebeard from afar as Ritsuka put down the pen slowly. She noticed Misaka shaking her head at her, rendering her more speechless. This sounds interesting. Is it okay if I serve as the judge? Hey there, you two. Okay, you may begin after the count of 5. Leon yelled to the front, and Whitebeard and Palkia's menacing gaze quickly locked on her. This made her internally scream, but she kept her cool and said, "Are you both ready?" What is she doing? Having a death wish, that's what she is doing. Palkia roared behind Leo, channeling the energy held in the orbs on each of their shoulders onto their right arm. Leo, on the other hand, lifted his hand and pushed them back slightly. This time I'll be wronging you, but I'll handle it. Is it possible for you to safeguard the mansion on my behalf? I appreciate it. Palkia glanced at Leo before roaring and soaring back to the top of the mansion, peering viciously at Whitebeard as if they would tear him apart at any moment. Whitebeard returned the greeting with a broad grin before looking down at Leo. As he prepared to show his full might, his body tensed up. He'll never forget the stream in Asgard or the strength Leo demonstrated. He had been itching for this fight for a long time as he watched him grow stronger and stronger. I suppose this would be appropriate since these warnings are becoming a nuisance. Let's just get this over with because I have a few tests to perform. As a few red chat windows flashed by, Leo shook his head as a light scarlet glow encircled his body. Whitebeard launched observation hockey and armament hockey as he faintly detected something emerging from Leo, which made him a bit wary. Warning. Warning. The chat room has determined that the member identified by Annihilation Maker, admin, has the ability to cause irreversible fatal harm to some of the members. Please proceed with caution and care. Brushing off another bothersome warning, Leo closed his eyes as the aura grew stronger, ultimately forming a faint humanoid silhouette. Leon shrugged and raised her hand when she saw they were both ignoring her. Ready. 5, 4, go. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. The loud sound of something heavy being smashed covered Leon's surprised voice as she watched a large figure fly away before her horrified eyes. As his body shot away like a rocket, Whitebeard's eyes widened. As though someone had punched him in the face, his face was burning and the smell of blood filled his nostrils. Twisting his body in midair, he quickly landed and raised his head. Leo, who appeared in Whitebeard's previous location, was staring at Whitebeard with blank eyes and slowly walking forward, menacingly. Who starts counting from 5? Ah. You can't even count proper. Wait, what just happened? Kazuma blinked and had a weird sense of déjà vu. Isn't this? Ritsuka took a look at the phenomena and realized she had seen something similar before. Whitebeard exhaled violently from his nose as the fissures under him spread like spider webs. His form vanished in an instant, covering the gap and catching up with Leo in a moment. His fist, which contained massive vibrations, swung like a rocket, shaking the air as it approached Leo's face, but as it was about to hit him, the scene flipped again. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As the quake spread like a wave, the air broke like a mirror, causing severe devastation as if an earthquake had struck the region. Whitebeard, on the other hand, widened his eyes and clenched his teeth when it happened again. Whitebeard's strike was over before he realized it, and Leo, who was intended to be hit, was standing in the same spot as if Whitebeard's fist had gone right through him. Whitebeard stared at Leo as their eyes met before his mind felt blank and a sharp pain assaulted his chest. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. Whitebeard was blown into the air once more, but this time he was more prepared, turning and landing hard, causing fractures to spread. Whitebeard frowned deeply as he peered forward, shaking his head. He was completely unaware of what had just occurred. It felt as though he had abruptly skipped steps and found himself someplace without even recognizing it. As far as I can tell, I get where you're coming from. How long has that Asgard nonsense been bothering you? Don't respond, it appears that the last mission has had a greater impact on you people than I anticipated. Whitebeard flinched when he heard this and put more strength in his fists. His senses were sharpened, and the observation hockey was pushed to his limits. It doesn't matter what kind of trick Leo is playing, he'll figure it out. You, on the other hand, are doing something incorrectly. Didn't I say that to you before? I am a cheater. If one trick isn't sufficient, 10 will suffice. Comparing yourself to me is meaningless since our paths to strength are drastically different. I sincerely hope you do not do so. When Leo's gaze met Edward's, he came to a halt. Edward didn't blink the following second, and yet, he had no idea when Leo appeared a few meters away from him. It wasn't teleportation or super speed, rather, it was as if his memory had skipped over the events beforehand. The rest of the chat members were in a similar state since they had no idea what had transpired. Why are they moving about and speaking stuff without even realizing it? Saitama scowled hard, knowing that as soon as he took a mouthful, he would have swallowed it and would be unable to taste anything. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. Kagaya and Kazuma, on the other hand, locked gazes as they verified their suspicions and felt enraged. This is foul play. But I know you won't be pleased with this, otherwise you wouldn't be Whitebeard, would you? So, consider this a test. A surge of mana detonated over Leo's body as he took a step forward, and a red and white humanoid figure materialized behind him. Now, the following might be a bit hard to swallow, but this child has asked for it and he has been with me for a while, so. I welcome you, Edward, in the court of King Crimson. With those words, the horizon changed as everyone was tethered by rusted chains of befuddlement. The figure behind Leo swayed by the sun and grinned as if it were dancing to lullabies sung in an ancient tongue. For this is its court, here its lord and its are the king. Unfortunately, King Crimson was so eager to perform that it failed to detect Leo's strong desire to bury himself in a hole after speaking that line. He could only find solace in the notion that King Crimson is happy. He's now only hoping that the delivery was adequate and that those obnoxious people won't roast him. This is just too much for his procrastinating soul. Chapter 175, A Good Day. Asterisk boost. Asterisk. The chat members heard this shout before the area far ahead detonated like a huge bomb, sending waves of dust across the plains. The shockwave was very intense and Kazuma felt a shudder across his body. This went worse than I thought it would. Kazuma sighed as Whitebeard got shot like a ragdoll again. Rather than a fight, this is a blatant slaughter. It's not like he would listen to us, both of them. Misaka shook her head and felt a bit powerless, which made her clench her fist. Just like the previous time in Konosuba, she can't do anything in this level of battle. But we can't let them continue like this. Ritsuka sounded worried about this civil war, but Kagaya raised her eyes from the control panel and shook her head gently. I know your worries, Ritsuka-san. But it's not like we could stop them, they wouldn't listen at all. What do you think, Leo? Well, if she's so bothered, she can go there and try to put a stop to it. She won't truly die here anyway. Ritsuka hurriedly turned to see Leo standing next to Kagaya while shuffling a pack of cards in his hands. She looked to the battlefield again to see Leo was there too. Since when did you appear here? Misaka spooked out as her calculation power peaked to sense the electromagnetic field. How did this guy sneak past her sensors as if they were nothing? To be honest, I prefer to send death threats through the chat room rather than this. Edwards is pushing himself too much. Is it because of the sudden power gap? Or maybe because of guilt? Who knows, but I am rather curious about what happened in Konosuba. Leo merged the deck in his hand as his eyes swept the rest group next to him. Those eyes. They gave them the feeling of being seen through as a chill washed over their bodies. Ah, sorry. My personal reality has been a bit wacky lately. Leo averted his gaze as he passed the deck to Kirabo on his head. Isn't this too much? What happened to you since the last time, Lucifer? You have. Oh dear, are you going to say, changed? Since when did you know me that well to change? Leo adjusted his glasses, but Kirabo reached and tilted them a little to the left, which made the former stare at him silently. Ritsuka heard those words as her lips froze and didn't know what to say. From Fuyuki HGW, she realized that she has known Leo for a few days at most. When she summoned him, no, he wasn't summoned by her, but by the world, Gaia, Alea, Root. Leo responded to the call, abduction, of the world and manifested in Fuyuki, and she just happened to be involved in the middle. In the face of a being beyond all heroic spirits, she, as a human, is unable to confront, much less understand. She can't even understand her own servants in the first place. And you are thinking too much about it. But if you are talking about my crowns, then I have loaded and shot them back in the HGW. However, I might have really changed for you because there are no shitty demons here. Leo cheered cheerfully and celebrated with a small dance as Kirabo imitated his actions. No demons to make a mess and keep screaming in whispers in my head. Humans' wishes and desires blah blah blah, no. My world has none of that. Fuck your world, Type Moon, I am free. Leo raised his hands as another explosion went off in the distance. His sudden performance made Ritsuka freeze in place, unable to say anything. Wow, is it so bad that you're praising DXD? Kagaya found this rather surprising, but she happened to notice something new in the control panel. My world, DXD, might not be the best and its common sense makes me want to end myself at times, but I am not that short-sighted. I literally beat a bunch of high schoolers in school and they didn't report me, heck, even their parents didn't. Of course, I made sure to not leave visible injuries on them for legal reasons, and you know what they did. They gave me a stupid nickname and respected me. People there seem to have dropped their IQ somewhere. It's so, anime. Leo felt that the word anime is the best to describe the nonsense going on in his world. Anime, huh? Kagaya rolled her eyes at the casual, yet very fitting description, and scrolled down to the control panel. In front of her was a list under the function named World Imitation, which showed the names of the worlds of the chat members. Looking at Leo doing a little dance and the helpless Ritsuka, the word Tight Moon glimmered for Kagaya. It was so horrible, yet so right. Kagaya smiled gently before choosing the greatest option to test because she is a nice person. Ding. Notice. The world imitation function is active. The environment is being simulated and connected with the original honorable world that has been established. Imitated worlds, Tight Moon. And listen here, side ponytailed incompetent master. Even if I am terrified of what you might become, I will never, sir, motherf. Leo was giving a very grand speech before his expression abruptly changed. His cursing wasn't heard as the world became eerily quiet for a moment. Kagaya, who clicked on the control panel, stiffened and shuddered while Saitama's figure quickly flashed towards the battlefield ahead and was about to punch. However, he hurriedly stopped as the illusory silence vanished. Looking at his fist in confusion, Saitama tilted his head. He suddenly got a very nasty feeling and wanted to punch. Wah. Kazuma, who was watching the show, suddenly felt his legs were out of strength and struggled to stand up. Misaka wasn't in a better state as her legs were shaking and Leon felt goosebumps all over her body. Only Ritsuka was completely fine and didn't understand what was happening. They hurriedly looked to the side to see Leo's body breaking into azure wisps of mana, scattering in the air. From the battlefield, a much bigger explosion sounded as the smoke rose like a mushroom cloud. A figure shot into the sky and made a long arc in the air before crashing on the ground, yet it didn't stop. It rolled and slammed multiple times before landing near the mansion where the chat members were. Kagaya took a deep breath and recovered her composure before seeing Leo lying there without any motion. Unlike Whitebeard, who looked very embarrassed, Leo didn't have a speck of dust despite rolling on the ground. He looked at the sky in a daze as his expression was rather depressing and whispered, "The demons are back. Are you fine?" "No, what was that just now?" Kagaya asked as the previous feeling made her very uncomfortable, but Leo didn't answer right away as he stood up and shook his head. "Demons, anyway, I had enough. Edward, we'll continue this farce in another time and there are a couple of things to talk about later." Leo looked deeply at the chat members as his eyes made them uncomfortable again, especially Misaka. Misaka didn't know why, but she felt those eyes looking at her with pity as if she was involved in some deep problems with no way out. This irritated her fiercely as electricity flared around her. "Well, I am leaving, but before that." Leo glanced at Ritsuka before saying suddenly, "You stink. Don't get close to me. Adios." Leo's body, mansion, and his familiars broke into several particles of light and vanished into the air. The chat members looked at each in confusion as Ritsuka was completely frozen as if the winds of the North Pole were blowing. Whitebeard rushed to see this scene as he was equally puzzled. What was that just now? Is this guy playing riddles again? Unaware of the thoughts of the chat members, Leo found himself back in his mansion in the dimension gap, sitting on the chair in the reinforced office while the Grimoire was slamming the space barriers in the vortex. Leo let out a small sigh of relief as he closed his eyes and collapsed on the chair. He rubbed his temples with a large frown on his face as if he was experiencing a big headache. Madriax ds praf lil smiley face and A == and A, C. Leo started chanting some unknown words slowly as his voice distorted until it became incomprehensible. Even though they have already vanished, their loud whispers are still echoing in his head like an annoying buzz. After staying in this state for a while, Leo stopped and leaned fully on the chair with almost no strength left. He looked at the ceiling in a daze before sighing, is this what the chat meant by fatal damage or is it something else? That was so close. The change came too suddenly and he wasn't prepared, almost adventing as a beast. Leo understood that without the crowns, his resistance would wane, but that doesn't mean he couldn't control this impulse. In the worst case, knowing his present condition would make it tough, Leo wasn't willing to return to Tight Moon anyway, so everything was alright. But even so, Tight Moon came to him and slapped him. As he reclined on the chair, Leo rubbed his hair and felt his headache subside. The frown on his face, on the other hand, did not dissipate. These days, he has been a bit off. The thoughts come and go, the shift in mood, and Nero. The world's evil and beast authority were motionless within him, sending regular feedback from time to time. This became rarer since Leo came back to DXD. Yet, the more he observed, the more he felt Angra was snickering at him. The space rippled next to Leo before Palkia's head crossed the void. Knowing they came to check on him because he wasn't alright, Leo rubbed Palkia's head and chin as Palkia narrowed their eyes. I am all right. It's just that I have been caught by surprise. It is kind of refreshing, I must say. Palkia listened patiently before shaking their head and letting out a cry. Unlike their lord, Palkia thinks that mysteries and the feeling of things beyond control are irritating. Although it's the nature of life to be unpredictable, they feel all this chaos is unnecessary. Maybe this is related to your nature. Space is unchanged. No matter how explanations vary, you can't change the quality of this boundary that supports the world. Time, on the other hand, is the opposite, which is why it's so bothersome. Well, for me, the feeling of surprise and mystery slowly fades to numbness as you peep into the world's secrets, along with everything else. I guess I am lucky that my field of work involves many unknowns. Leo chuckled as he watched Palkia's expression change as if something clicked in their minds. It felt like they were saying, "This is why I hate time." You sure do. By the way, how do you feel? Leo asked as he performed a full scan on Palkia. That simulation unsurprisingly counted them as one body, which isn't technically wrong. This way of judging seems very flexible and reliable. The chat members won't have to worry if their bodies got obliterated or were stolen by something. This made him wonder if that wasn't the case, would that get dragged by the chat? In less than 5 minutes, 2 possibilities of erasing the chat members from existence were found, which made Leo feel that the warning from the chat wasn't just annoying, it was correct and annoying. Palkia shook their heads to say they are completely fine, then informed Leo about the Duel Monsters tournament. Kuribo is waiting and saying that Leo has no heart of the cards, asserting his position as the game master. Leo's eyebrow twitched and felt Kuribo had entered some weird rebellion phase. The only way he knows how to deal with it is by tossing them out of heaven. Considering Kuribo's shape, this sounds very fitting. Well, go and have fun. Remember to keep yourself in the best shape, we might have to go do something outrageous after a while. Shaking his head, Leo sent Palkia's out before calling the chat room window. Currently, the ongoing simulation was hung on top of the interface as something important, however, Leo put his attention on the second most highlighted thing on the chat. Hey, Venom, the plan has to change. We are wrapping everything up as soon as possible. Pardon my frankness, my lord. Although we have developed a highly efficient ploy for this operation, the constant change of variables and the difference between worlds put us in a tight spot. The haste might ruin all the progress. I am well aware. Therefore, I will use my greatest advantage. Listening to Venom's words, Leo nodded absent-mindedly while looking at the 99+ missing messages from his very dear friend, DXD World's Wills. Strength comes in many forms, from basic power to even luck. Humanity is well versed in this topic as the development of society limited violence and forced people to adapt accordingly. Money, politics, and public opinion became the new weapon in this era as the masses grow to love throwing shade and smearing each other's reputations to destroy their social standings. In the midst of this social fight, an advantage shone brightly, which is connections. If someone would ask Leo what his greatest forte and advantage is, he wouldn't say the chat room. The chat is simply a tool and what matters is what is behind it. The connection to the world's wills. Now, another person would ask Leo how he is planning to get assistance from a world's will, who will probably curse at him at first sight. The answer is actually very simple. There are a few hundred messages here and there has to be a black my. Hashtag 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 DXD World's Will sigh. I feel much better now. You know, you would make a great listener if you don't talk back or listen. Humph, whatever, I'll delete all of these messages later. Oops, there is turbulence outside. I'm speechless. There are definitely blackmail materials. We are eating good tonight, Venom. The most recent message was so promising that Leo wanted to shake hands with it. He hurriedly looked up to see the next message. Hashtag 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 DXD World's Wills hashtag 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 is such a slowpoke that rarely wakes up. The universe could go boom and won't affect her sleep. If the laziness has a contest, those sloth embodiments should go revoke their concept. But I prefer to deal with her because she won't suddenly threaten me to explode. I don't think she has the energy to even threaten Sam. However, as he started digging this gold mine, all the messages vanished in an instant. What was left is a new message that just arrived. Hashtag 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 DXD World's Wills. The awkward silence filled the office as Leo clasped his fingers and straightened his back. His expression was hard to tell behind the flash of his glasses. The expectations were so high, then they were slammed down. This reminds me of the good old times. So, stalker. Hashtag 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 DXD World's Wills really now. Maybe you shouldn't have thought of me, you know, basic skills of higher beings. So, should I apologize for not letting you have fun with my private matters? Well, I wouldn't call something written in a shared channel as private, but who am I to say? I don't dare to comprehend the mentality of a great world's will. However, I suppose it isn't so bad, you have responded. ########################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################## I am always around. Are you admitting your stalking behaviors? Forget it, do you remember the time we talked about that important project of yours? Leo shook his head as he stood up. DXD World's Wills what? Did you finally take over the psychopath legacy and go full insane? Since when did I even involve you in my matters to share an important project with you? Hold on, are you trying to gaslight me? His legacy, huh? That is strangely fitting, my problem is related to that actually. Taking several twisted wooden crosses from the desk, Leo had no expression on his face. However, this lack of reaction made the angry DXD Worlds will gradually cool down as she felt a weird chill. She knows this feeling. This feeling haunted her for an unknown time. DXD Worlds Wills WW what are you planning to do? You don't mean. Here is a deal for you, I know you have a couple of things you want to do and although I am not aware of their scale and risk, I am willing to fully assist you. So, why don't you be a kind individual and lend a hand to a fellow kind person? After all, I am pretty sure we both don't want to see me turn into fireworks, no. Leo smiled slightly as this expression froze DXD World's will. Those words and temperament reminded her of one World's will, who made the outer gods wail in fear against his kamikaze tactics. Although she said the previous words out of anger, DXD World's will felt that at this moment, Leo has really become the successor of the psychopath as she wanted to scream that there is a terrorist on her plane. Above the blue, a golden comet tore the clouds and left a trail of light, scorching the air as the temperature made the atmosphere distort. DXD World's Wills. Are you still grumpy? I have already issued my deepest apologies as the kind person I am. Within the comet, Leo's figure was hardly seen as his body seemed to be blending with the light, breaking the restraints of matter and achieving high speeds like nothing. DXD World's Wills. Listen, I also don't want to go through this. I mean, I'm at a big disadvantage in this deal. You should be thankful that you're dealing with a fool. What I asked for isn't even that hard. As far as this deal goes, Leo is the losing part no matter what. After all, DXD World's Wills should pretty much be fully aware of what he's going to do, but he has no idea what the World's Wills is planning. A tasteless plot correction and become a nanny. Although Leo feels this is a good way to torture him, he doubts DXD Worlds would waste a chance to order him around this simply. Of course, the dark possibility still exists, but Leo is willing to bet on their previous conversation and the tip from his senpai, elder, teacher, and guide, Tora World's Will. DXD Worlds Will seems to have a past with the phenomena called infected replicas. DXD Worlds Wills oh. My bad, I should really show how I am grateful to somehow, who threatened me by exploding himself. Why did all of you people come to my door, strapped in bombs, and trying to hug me while smiling? And do you think controlling all the energy circling in nature is a simple feat? DXD Worlds Will felt very wronged at the moment. All her work of twisting the world's common sense and burying the past accident was nullified by Leo running around. Although her second plan is proceeding smoothly to slap this asshole, the fact that even her own inhabitants, Azazel, played her made her so mad. She needed a long time to calm down after almost cursing Azazel to never succeed in any experiment for eons. Sorry, I can't help it. I am seriously facing the danger of going boom. Sorry if my medical condition has caused you any hardship, but I'm not sure if interfering with an ethereal energy flow is more difficult than blocking the supernatural world's common sense. DXD Worlds Wills touche, but don't you dare call what you have caused by your own hand a medical condition. If you haven't strolled around like a dumbass and stacked all these cursed shit on yourself, would you have all these problems? No. This is your fault. Eat the consequences away from me. No can do, you are the world, where am I supposed to go? But you knowing the ins and outs is wonderful because I won't have to explain. So, I can assume you have agreed to my suggestion. DXD Worlds Wills. Oh. What do I hear? Did I actually have the freedom of choice? That would be funny because can I just watch you blow up in the middle of my world? Deep breaths. I don't have lungs though. I swear I am going to overwork you to death and beyond. Don't even think about running away. Hey, I know I am a piece of shit and a lying asshole, but I at least honor my promises. On another note, I would be rather impressed if you were able to overwork me to death. DXD Worlds Wills just you wait. I would like to see how long you'll keep that infuriating expression. Knowing that the worlds will had agreed, Leo relaxed a bit as the hard part had passed. Although he'll greet DXD worlds will full revenge by promising this, he still feels it is worth it to reset the aggro of the world's will. It may not seem like a huge issue at first, but living under the continual harassment of a world's will sounds exhausting and uninteresting to Leo. So, he used this as a chance to shoot a flock of birds with a rocket launcher and mend the relationship with the world's will. To be honest, he also feels a bit guilty about being able to play her with a few words. Well, who made his worlds will act like a child? This made Leo sigh secretly because he really doesn't like to try acting smart as a fool shouldn't. He observed and studied many people and situations. Trying to understand, just to understand. The so-called smartness is something far from him, he just knows too much. Too much. Leo shook his head furiously and became solemn. His thoughts seemed to be drifting in the direction again without him even noticing. The comet ripped through the air, replacing the huge blue ocean underneath it with land, prompting Leo to spread his reception in search of something. DXD Worlds Wills. By the way, and just to make sure, you are going to use what Root gave you to implement this ploy, right? That is a significant part of the problem and the greatest solution. Why do you ask? DXD Worlds Wills. Of course, I will ask. Don't you remember the 2 times you used the psychopath tools? The first time, you almost switched the laws of this reality to an imitation of psychopaths, Toru's, laws, and the second time, you nuked yourself and made the chat room malfunction. How are you able to ruin things so efficiently? I appreciate the compliment. Reading DXD World's will message, Leo had the feeling she would have probably tossed her shoe in his face if she had one or a foot in the first place. Although he is particularly interested in the switch of the laws of reality, Leo organized his words and said, "Don't be worried. You should have seen what I've been up to these last several days, and if I'm asking for your assistance, I wouldn't advise doing anything repulsive for you. DXD Worlds Wilsomf, at least you understand. Root's gifts should be enough to initially solve your dilemma, and I will accelerate the process and make it very smooth." The will of DXD World felt relieved and became much more at ease. She just cannot afford another magical ceremony that alters the reality of the world. Damn you, psychopath, Toru, why does everything he provides have a connection to reality and laws? Gifts? I worked hard to receive these. I have even shot my crowns, I have you know. On this note, how are you sure they are enough? The difference between worlds made my progress have many bum. DXD Worlds. Will you intend it to utilize World's evil and Senjutsu to fill in the blanks? How fitting that it's clever, yet for me, it's a foolish attempt. If you truly want to count the world's differences, be prepared for your abilities to never function. You see now. Do you believe we would be willing to utilize this tool if this concern was not addressed? Don't question me the next time I say that neither we nor Root are stupid. DXD Worlds will interrupted Leo and sent him a message filled with boredom and displeasure, as if she was answering some obvious and idiotic questions. Leo raised an eyebrow when he heard the next information and quickly made a guess, but he quickly concentrated because he had arrived. The high-speed comet made a sudden 90-degree turn in the air and plunged straight down, breaking through a sea of gray clouds and welcoming a group of islands as he passed an airplane full of passengers. Right now, in London City, England's capital. The rain had been pouring for some time, and the heavy clouds had cast a gloomy pall over the city. People carrying umbrellas and traversing the streets kept the atmosphere vibrant. A burst of light pierced through the clouds, seemingly out of nowhere. The light flashed down at an incredible rate, forming a line between the sky and the earth before fading in an instant near the clock tower. People couldn't help but lift their heads, unsure if lightning had struck. Meanwhile, the rain was falling inside the Magic Council's hidden space as well, and hooded individuals could be seen moving around. This is one of Europe's most prominent centers for magicians, where many magical organizations may coexist. Grauzauberer, Rosenkreutzer, and Golden Dawn, for example. A slim man with black and blonde hair was spotted strolling down the council hallway. He was dressed in a red robe that flutters with each step he takes. This location is as serene as ever, unaffected by the outside world. Mephisto is quite fortunate. The man shook his head and accelerated his pace as he looked at the water-stained glass. He would avoid being in the same spot as the Golden Dawn if he could, but his master, Sirs X Lucifer, has given him orders to carry out. As he considered what he should say to Mephisto, the entire room trembled. A fiery ball of light ripped apart the gray clouds, burning the air as the water droplets evaporated instantly. All the magicians underneath were terrified as the limitless amount of mana squeezed the air. As the magicians awoke from the shock, numerous magics and protective spells from various structures were triggered. They're being attacked. The comet, on the other hand, was extremely rapid and had already gone by a building. The magicians' proud defense mechanisms were ripped apart by the blazing mana and couldn't hold for even a second. The skinny man woke up from the shock only to see the comet had slammed into the window next to him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ugh. Who are you? Protected by various magic circles, the men screamed before shooting a large wind magic forward. The wind blew the smoke and flames away like a little candle, revealing a figure landing on what remained of the floor. Before taking a step forward, the figure peered at him for a moment, as if confirming something. Mathers tried to see who it was, but his mind went blank as everything in his sight flipped. Fuck you, Mathers. These were the last words he heard before his consciousness faded. Leo's fist deeply sank into Mathers' face before the devil was blasted, dropping a tooth on the ground, and crushing several walls during his flight. DXD worlds will geez, was that necessary? He isn't the same individual, you know. I just hate Mathers. DXD worlds will don't you mean the entire existence of the Golden Dawn? I just hate Mathers. DXD worlds will. Leo hurled 2 wooden crosses into space as he tossed them about. In the view of the bewildered magicians, 80% of all rituals and formulas carved into this secret base malfunctioned, causing another tremor. Leo nodded and dusted his hands, sensing the link to the dragon veins, before detecting multiple auras heading his way. He didn't pay them any mind, though, as his body transformed into a beam of light and vanished. DXD worlds will hey, at least leave a souvenir. Like a card saying, the fall was here. You foo, are you the one that put another tasteless nickname on me? The comet faded in the sky as quickly as it appeared, leaving magicians to stare at the council's devastated magic system. As if a calamity had struck, they were completely helpless. DXD worlds will no, I just promoted the idea. You can go and be angry at someone else, but why are you mad though? I think it's very fitting. You never really felt like Lucifer to me, but more like the morning star. The falling from grace Venus. Should I call you the Lucifer, then? Nah, the fall is better. You are enough for me, and the first thing I do once I'm recovered is ripping this Venus off my face. DXD worlds will what a waste of an excellent Venus authority. Consider how much bloody drama that may cause, yet you're hiding the charm behind that deception. As Venom continued reporting on the condition of the artificial channel, Leo rolled his eyes and ignored DXD worlds will as he headed to the next planting place. DXD worlds will may also have opened up and turned into a chatterbox after confirming the deal. She discussed a variety of topics and occasionally mocked Leo for ignoring her. Leo traversed the world at breakneck speed in this manner, planting node after node without pausing. He was unconcerned about the limitations or the possibility that the artificial channel may implode because he had already received a report from Venom. Palkia's job is much simpler to strengthen space now that DXD worlds will has taken action and the energy of dragon veins is scarcely flowing inside the artificial channel. This amazed Leo since, if it's Type Moon, this move is the equivalent of choking Gaia. His response pleased the world's will, who began bragging that, unlike the tiresome things like rules, memory, and common sense, guiding some ethereal ownerless energy is quite simple for her. Leo put his anxieties aside and concentrated entirely on detecting and planting while his teammate took care of the balance, ensuring that the project would not blow up in their faces. The planting of dragon veins has been completed in record time thanks to their cooperation. However, when they neared the final key location, Leo couldn't help but ask the same question again, which irritated DXD worlds will. DXD worlds will don't be too concerned about the world's differences, Root's gifts aren't simply for show. Despite the lackluster and tiresome performance, that world's evil and grail of yours should suffice. Of course, you won't succeed for a long time without my assistance. Don't worry about the difference. Leo stared blankly at the chat screen as if he couldn't believe he was reading this retarded message from a world's will. DXD worlds will grrrr. What with your look? Okay, I didn't word it well. But you should already know the reason. The chat room, huh? The conclusion he had just reached caused Leo to sigh a bit before the next message arrived. DXD worlds will of course, it's the chat room. Did you believe you could just travel to another world and employ a totally different power? No way, kid, welcome to the real multiverse. The chat room includes the majority of the members' powers. According to her, most of the chat members' abilities are initially integrated into the chat, including Leo's Longinus, and demanded a personal thank you because she integrated the boosted gear for free. In her eyes, the chat members are cloaked in a special field created by the chat room. This field interacted directly with the laws of the world, allowing them to execute skills as they had in the past, then translate them to achieve the identical effect utilizing the rules of the foreign domain. Of course, this has flaws since, no matter how well the imitation, some world differences cannot be adequately compensated for. Still, this is an incredible achievement. Because of this, she was very impressed and showed a lot of admiration to Root, who made it possible. Is that so? Leo confirmed his suspicions and resolved to investigate more later. DXD worlds. Well, what is your tone? You sound disappointed. Well, not really. How to say? This is basically a basic routing, so it wasn't hard to guess. DXD worlds. Will ha. You ignorant fuck, listen up, this is a feat that uncovered the Outer Gods' secret of how they spread their locusts over the multiverse. Not only that, but we outperformed them. We can transfer our own individuals to other worlds. You don't get it. Is that important? Leo couldn't help but slow down his flight and focus. DXD worlds. Well, it's without doubt, very, 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 very important. During those times, the only entity that could enter and travel between worlds freely was those intruders, Outer Gods champions / multiversal space players / reincarnators in general. They could come in and out like our barrier is nothing. Even those Outer Gods can't do it because it's suicide for them to step into a world. Those reincarnators, huh? DXD worlds. Will, and Leo suddenly went silent as only the sound of friction around the comet was heard. The worlds will scratched her head in annoyance because she didn't want to bring this topic up. Although they have spent a long time together and are on the same side, DXD worlds Wills isn't dumb enough to deny or sugarcoat it, and neither Leo is that clueless to not admit it. One way or another, he is the same. DXD worlds. Will ah. Forget it, let's talk about it when I overwork you. When you see those replicas, I doubt we can avoid this topic. Anyways. What was I saying? Do you think whatever we do is simple, you illiterate birdman? It's incredible that our inhabitants can travel across the worlds. We tried for a long time and tried too many times, which predates my arrival in existence. Root was just recently able to crack it. Leo was silent for a long time before he closed his eyes and said, "What happened to your inhabitants before the whole chat thing? You guys tried many times, didn't you?" DXD worlds will expected such a response, but still sighed and she thought for a moment before giving up. DXD worlds. Will, a chosen few from our inhabitants have accepted our deal back then. DXD worlds. Will, eradicated. Good grief. The comet swooped down and transformed into a burst of light, hitting the ground in an instant before cracking open, and revealing Leo within. What he saw in front of him was a busy city with numerous antique Japanese-style castles visible from a distance. I should thank you for telling me these, right? Leo adjusted his spectacles as he gazed at the castles from afar. DXD worlds. Will save it, the more thankful you are, the more I am going to overwork you. I can't avoid them later anyways. Figured, I guess we can begin this farce. DXD worlds. Will do you really want to get them involved? I worked so hard. As my fellow kind person, I believe we should not start something and then abandon it. Chuckling, Leo rolled his eyes at the chat window. DXD worlds. Will sigh. I swear, I am going to make you die a couple of times from overworking. Well, I look forward to it, I suppose. Leo gave a little smile to the chat window as he entered the city. The capital of one of the supernatural groups that originated in Japan, and the location of the key to Leo's little scheme. Kyoto. Chapter 176, A Great Day. Ah. I give up. Just forget about me. Kazuma threw his hands in the air before lying listlessly on the ground. He didn't bother with the dissipating holographic screen and closed his eyes. You know, Kazuma. From where I came from, we have a quick cure to laziness which involves throwing people off cliffs. Leon said with a bright smile, instantly making Kazuma open his eyes. Her head is currently in pain trying to learn how to operate this chat room efficiently, and seeing Kazuma rolling in complaints isn't helping at all. Oi, what is the meaning of this? Kazuma had a feeling and became restless. Not because of Leon's pointless threat, but because of the cliffs. He never liked cliffs. The last time that he happened to be near one, he got slapped by cutout cardboard of Rick Astley wielded by a retarded angel of doom. Don't be too hard on Kazuma. I am sure he only wants to show off his new skill. The drama queen skill, if I recall correctly. Kagaya chuckled slightly. Just do us a favor and focus for once. Look at Ritsuka, she is doing very well. Misaka rubbed her forehead. Eh? What? What am I doing? Awoken from her daze, Ritsuka was startled to see Misaka and Kazuma glaring at her. What did she do? What is the point of studying an empty function anyway? Is it another sick joke? Just admit your mentality is the reason we aren't progressing. Don't try to pin this on me. Look at them, are they doing anything significant? An angry old man and a bald-capped guy who can't get over losing some food. Man, just get over it. Kazuma pointed at Whitebeard and Saitama, but they ignored him completely. Whitebeard was busy thinking about something and Saitama stared at the place where the table full of dishes vanished into thin air. Anyway, I am done. Kazuma yawned before saying, **I wonder what is up with the sadistic angle. Closing his eyes, Kazuma didn't bother anymore and thought of more important things, like when Leo would come and get beaten by everyone. Speaking of that guy, he didn't look quite well when he left. Maybe something important happened. If so, I can be assured it won't be one of those greatest plans ever that end with an explosion, right? Well, how about we have a deal? Get stabbed with this cross calmly or I beat you back to a one-tailed fox, then I'll stab you. Enemy attack. Protect Lady Yasaka. Hurry and extinguish the flames. The castle is collapsing. Ah. Cracks spread along the walls of an ancient castle, further speeding its demolition. From within the raging flames, the faint sound of footsteps was heard as Leo greeted a bunch of startled yokai surrounding a golden nine-tailed fox yokai. She wore a traditional shrine maiden attire with the golden crown on her head, but what truly stood out were the long fox ears and the nine tails coiling behind her. However, unlike her appearance, what truly caught Leo's attention was the dragon veins beneath her. The dragon's veins in the whole area were connected to this woman, making her the center of all the energy of nature here. Kyubi. This world version of the harlot Tamamo no Mae. This world also has a Tamamo no Mae, but that was expected. There isn't a chance this world would miss out on the existence of Kitsune. Though, compared to the one related to Amaterasu in Type Moon, Leo doesn't see any point in paying attention. The flow of energy beneath the land told Leo this fox was his target. Yet, for it to be a Kyubi is something weird, to say the least. Turning oneself into the core of the dragon veins is like becoming an earthbound spirit. Tied down to one land unable to leave it for long. This isn't much different from sealing oneself. Of the mischievous nature of Kitsune and how they were forced to be sealed in history, the fox in front of him chose to imprison herself. Ironic development, but hey, on another point, it's a free ticket to become a NEET. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### know her? Why do you care and why should I know her? Distracted by the sudden window pop-up, Leo soon found his vision taken away by a blazing flare devouring the darkness. Blue flames rose from behind the yokai group, forming a storm in the air. The key in nature was drawn and turned into fuel before the flames devoured Leo's silhouette in a heartbeat. This blaze is like a fiery inferno compared to normal flames. Stones melted and the hot wind blew sparks as the air became very dry. The front yard of the castle was erased by the firestorm, leaving the yokai in horror as they tried to wipe away their vaporized sweat. The golden fox woman stepped forward as blue fire bloomed like flowers around her. The yokai backed away in fear. Lady Yasaka. All of you, leave. Staring at the flames pit, the woman named Yasaka's 9 golden tails arched up to the sky, controlling the sun shower to cover the entire area. The expression on her face made all her subordinates silent before they gritted their teeth and stood in their place. Mother. You too, Kunu. Take her away, now. A smaller golden 9-tailed kitsune stared at Yasaka with tears swelling in her eyes, but one of the subordinates yokai held her. Yasaka couldn't afford to look back despite how unbearable it was, but then, her pupils shrank and all the fur of her tail stood up. An enormous amount of energy brushed the area, rendering everyone breathless as Yasaka urged nature energy and initiated the barrier. In the next second, a dazzling beam of light emerged from within the flames, flooding the scenery with a flash of blinding brilliance, and swept everything in Yasaka's direction. Boom. What was left of Yasaka's castle was razed to the ground, followed by a massive explosion. The debris flew in the air like bullets and the heat wave ignited all the green landscape around the castle. Should I say how touching and so on? The waves of raging fox fire were pressed on the ground bizarrely, and then, like someone crumpling a piece of paper, a spatial distortion twisted the flames before they were reduced to sparks. Leo walked out unscratched and looked oddly at Yasaka's castle, which was reduced to a pool of molten rocks. He just had a feeling that he got ignored, even though everyone around was either staring at him with fear or hatred, especially that woman, who seems to be ready to sacrifice herself to bring him down. But now, they are all gone and vanished into thin air. Following the flow of natural energy, Leo looked at the sky as light particles descended like snow. One of the bright specks gently fell on Leo's empty fall and dimmed. The radiance reflected in Leo's eyes as the space twisted, reinforced, and warped the area from within the light. Leo's sight phased through space and locked on those yokai inside some sort of an alternative space. What with these people and alternative spaces? Are they so popular? Tempted to take out Yamato and slice everything up, Leo thought about it for a second and stood in his place, waiting calmly. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### I assume you don't know what that is either. Yup, but gone. Please, I would believe it if I was dealing with a logical person. But this woman is an idiot. I bet she'll come up with some genius idea like the guy who wanted to threaten me with my daughter to use the dragon veins for his goals, but now, I can confidently stop him. Using that alternative space or maybe stall for backup, and so on. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### difference between a fool and an idiot. Isn't that right, the harlot Tamamo copy of this world? Leo rolled his eyes before he glanced behind him to find Yusaka standing far away looking down at him and said, I wouldn't mind embracing the villainy and playing in your script, but I am in a bit of a hurry, so about the stabbing. However, the only response he received was a pair of slit pupils filled with wrath and hatred as well as blazing fox fire fueled by the energy of dragon veins. For Yusaka, this situation is extremely unforgivable. The enemy came and blasted her entire castle, putting most of her daughter and subordinates in danger. If she didn't react quickly and protect them, the rage is like a flame consuming her reason, but Yusaka knows it isn't the time to fall for it. The energy in nature responded to her thoughts and gathered from all around the land. The sunshower in the sky bloomed with a brilliant light. In the next moment, Leo felt a strong fluctuation in the fabric of space descend on him. The world around him was reduced to a blur, making him lift his eyebrow before vanishing. Everyone around him has disappeared, leaving him alone in a moderately huge artificial space. Did I just get exiled? This is new. Now what? Looking at the sunshower gently falling from the sky of this artificial space, Leo was at a loss for words. Shouldn't these people drag him into 1v1 in some artificial dimension to give time for their people to evacuate? Or maybe they are confident in the durability of their spaces. Did he read that Fox's intentions wrong? No. Although his eyes are slightly out of service, he doesn't really need them to figure out most people's ideas. Suddenly, a giant fox head appeared far away. It shared the same golden color as the previous kitsune as blue flames burned between its fangs. Oh, there you are. List. A wave of blue flames was spat from the fox's mouth. The flames flooded the space and blasted Leo's location. Leo raised his hand as space spun into a black point on his index finger. The flames in front were sucked by Tusk's wormhole, but his glasses weren't spared and got covered in ash and soot. For some reason, this so-called sunshower barrier still has a similar design to the previous space, and all the objects that were raised by Leo's light beam turned into ashes by fox fire, and the result was Leo getting blasted by a cloud of smoke. When it saw its attack didn't work, the giant fox showed a rather humanly solemn look before vanishing. Not knowing where to appear and disappear, the fox will probably begin a round of harassment, which makes Leo's face darken. That kid is a bit capable. Drake snorted and admitted that trying to buy some time using this barrier isn't a wrong decision, even more with the almost endless supplies of the dragon veins, but unfortunately, she chose the wrong target. His gaze landed on Leo, who wiped his glasses clean while his eyebrow twitched, and shook his head. It's over for this little yokai because his partner got irritated. Drake sighed at the fate of that small fox before his eyes flashed because he felt the usually stable Longinus started operating stronger. His power was drawn over and merged with a huge amount of mana. Fire breath. Fox breath. Well. I admit it. It is my fault. I shouldn't have changed my reliable strategy. Wisps of black fog gushed from within Leo's body as they covered his shoulders and head. Hashtag DXD worlds, will you had a strategy? Count me surprised. Yeah. A hoarse and thick voice sounded from within the fog. It didn't resemble anything human, but Drake blinked because it sounded a bit like him. Beat them first, talk later. Leo's upper body began to change and grow in size as he opened his mouth. The mana stored inside the heart and lungs, as vast as an ocean, flocked towards his throat and spun into a point. An azure point of light, bright as a star in the sky, flickered from within the darkness. The entire space started trembling at its presence as the natural energy congregated towards it. Ritsuka-san, are those tattoos on your hand? Misaka tilted her head in surprise when she saw the bright red command seals on Ritsuka's hand. Eh? No, these aren't tattoos. Ritsuka answered only to feel the silent gazes of everyone around her. Feeling embarrassed, Ritsuka cleared her throat and said, okay, they are tattoos, but not quite right. These are catalysts of great magical energy. They are proof of a Magi's position as a master. Ritsuka briefly explained the command seals to Misaka, but the latter rubbed her forehead and said, in short, it's a magical phenomenon from your world. At least you are all right now. Misaka whispered those few last words and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The way Ritsuka was looking at those command seals earlier was a bit scary. This reminds me that apparently, magic exists in my world. Not that I know anything and some people don't want to say anything. Misaka glared at Kagaya, who turned away calmly and pretended that nothing happened. Magic. As in magic. Yes, magic. Something like fire burns out of nowhere, without the need for oxygen and such. To hell with science laws. This is the magic in Misaka's world. Why are you telling her about my world while I am the most concerned here? Misaka felt her head hurting. What with all of this discrimination? Listening to Kagaya's explanation, Ritsuka sucked a cold breath and stared at Misaka with a bit of awe, which made the latter wave her hand and quickly say, "Don't look at me like that. I'm fully a scientific esper from Academy City and clueless as you are. How could magic exist under the whole world's watch? I still refuse this idea. Because it's magic." Saitama raised his hand before slowly lowering it under Misaka's gaze. Fully scientific esper, huh? Kagaya whispered while giving Misaka a meaningful stare. Yeah, and Leo knows more about your world than you. Just admit he is the true powerhouse from your world. Leon waved her hand lazily. Ugh. No. He might be a good magician, but I am an esper. Wait, why are you all ganging up on me? Oh. I remember. Misaka couldn't help but defend herself only to slowly shut up under the collective stares of everyone. The one who actually gave Leo the option to undertake the Power Circulars program was her. This is embarrassing. You don't have to feel bad. Lucifer, Leo, is much better than me in my world's magecraft too. Too much better. Using you as a comparison is unfair. Since when you were an even slightly competent magus. At least pick someone who has a usable value in comparison, Kazuma added from behind while focusing on a pile of dirt in front of him. His small amount of mana slowly infused inside and began to take a new shape. But why is the sadistic angel reaching out for the power of other worlds? Wasn't his own world enough for him? I sense a lot of potential in that world. Very cultured power. Kazuma whispered to himself seriously as his eyes flashed. Dragons too, but who am I kidding? We all know the truth. Kagaya shrugged helplessly. Didn't you say it was about Bebo? You know what you said. Misaka felt her face hot and couldn't speak properly. A whole world about the apex phantasmal species. This shouldn't be taken lightly. Dragons aren't easy to deal with. Hearing Kagaya's words, Ritsuka became solemn. Are dragons really that amazing? Misaka wondered if her world also had dragons and looked at Kagaya, but she clicked her tongue when the latter turned her face away again. Misaka's question startled Ritsuka before thinking seriously about it and said, I'm sorry. I don't know much details about dragons and my closet interaction with one of them would be the Beast of Babylon, but that is clearly a special case. However, it's common sense that dragons are beings of high mystery, rivaling the gods. They have access to enormous amounts of mana and their physical capability is outstanding, but what is scarier is even the youngest dragon can cause massive destruction as they all can instantly utilize the huge amount of mana in a very violent and crude way. Kyoto, the alternative dimension within Kyoto, lit up in the middle of the night. The flames and smoke danced in the darkness as the sky was dotted in brilliant golden color, falling gently as if it were a shower of light. The dimension plunged into an uproar. An ear-splitting explosion echoed, awakening all the yokai as they stared sluggishly at the wrecked area afar. All is gone. Lady Yasaka's territory, the tall castle, and the big garden, all were turned into the wreckage. From above, the scene appeared to have been trampled by a shoe, leaving a large footprint. The yokais pinched themselves to make sure it wasn't a dream before they reacted and rushed away, of course. Except for a select few, who are sure of their combat ability, most of the yokai know that they are useless in such situations. Yet, they didn't panic or show any worry. The sun shower shining brilliantly in the night was like a spiritual pillar supporting all of them. This is the symbol of their leader, the core of Kyoto, and the strongest Daiokai of the Kyoto faction. As long as it stands tall, they will never fall. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly, the golden brilliance was eroded by azure cracks, crossing the sky as if blades were dividing the horizon. In the stunned faces of the yokai, the space around the sunshower swelled bizarrely and the fissures continued to spread. The leakage of mana made everyone's face change before a bright light swallowed everything. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Every sound was swallowed by a massive pillar of light, burning the horizon with azure color. The shockwave detonated the area as if a massive earthquake struck the entire space. Just looking at it made the yokai feel the scorching heat from the clash of the exaggerated amount of mana. The spear-like beam pierced everything, grinding against the space border of Kyoto before blasting it wide open and soaring to the sky. The poor clouds that didn't do anything wrong were cleared again. If someone looked from outside the planet, they will see a long azure line extending from Earth and passing next to the moon. The huge fluctuation of mana alarmed almost everyone in Japan as they all looked in the direction of Kyoto to see the pillar of light dimming down, leaving a faint trail of light. Silence. The entire Kyoto stared at the dissipating light beam in horror. The fragments of the crumbling alternative space seemed to be mocking them as they unconsciously swallow. Near the blast radius, Yusaka half kneeled on the ground in pain. Her robes and tails were stained with dust and burn marks. Despite hiding behind the alternative space, she was reduced to such an embarrassing state. The attack wasn't even aimed at her, which made her helpless as the situation of Kyoto reflected in her eyes. At least, Kunu has escaped. Knowing the target was yourself, Yusaka didn't hesitate to send her daughter away and bear the brunt of the attack. She didn't know if her body was shaking from exhaustion or simply from fear of facing that attack again. As the leader of the West Yokai faction, she can't escape and leave her territory and subordinates, no matter the danger. But as long as that bastard goal is the dragon veins. Yusaka gritted her teeth and stood up. However, a figure flashed before her eyes as she hurriedly warped herself with her tails. *BAAM. *. The kick sends her flying as the world turns into a blur. Yusaka felt she was hit by the first of a giant and couldn't react properly because of the pain. In the next second, the figure appeared again above her. Another kick came flying and struck the back of Yusaka's head as she barely hung onto her consciousness. Her body twisted into a shell, slamming into the ground, and formed a huge depression that spread fissures all over the area. As a painful groan escaped Yusaka's lips, a gigantic twisted wooden cross tore through the air and pierced Yusaka's torso, pinning her to the ground, before the dust ascended in the air. As Yusaka's cries filled the space, blood gushed like a fountain, but Leo fell on top of the cross, pushing it farther within as Yusaka felt her entire body hollowed of strength. The pink-ruffled cross seemed to be absorbing all of her energy. But what frightened her the most was the fact that her link to the dragon veins was almost non-existent right now. To be fair, I have no idea what made you think that the dragon veins are your property and I need your consent. Leo shrugged the struggling Kyuubi look of hatred and said, if you want to sue me, call Mother Earth. This is why people shouldn't rush with their mental gymnastics. Leo rolled his eyes and started forming the artificial node with venom. Leo's sleeves extended into several black tentacles and were attached to both the cross and Yusaka. The cross shone with a faint gleam as the energy in nature ran through it, followed by Yusaka gritting her teeth in pain. Her connection to the dragon veins is the strongest and most delicate part, and now someone is freely messing with it. The philosophers really didn't deceive him. A beating makes people very negotiable. Leo nodded sagely before he focused on this fox. He kept getting a strange vibe from her. A mother Kyuubi and daughter, living in Japan, leaders of yokai, and her chest. This is... Yeah, I have no idea who this is. My cliché senses are going off though. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### You see, my 2 anime seasons and mostly half of the 3rd level knowledge isn't helping, and you won't possibly think that I wouldn't notice the entire dragon veins in the area gathering on her. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### I don't hate myself that much to check the novel, and I have better things to waste my life on. Like taxes. Leo shook his head and scoffed at this World's Will messages. For some reason, this World's Will is getting too talkative ever since they signed that agreement. Too talkative that it made Leo feel he is followed by a narrator. Anyhow. Leo hopped off the cross and said to Yasaka, who was glaring daggers at him, I suggest not to try and pull this cross off, or you'll die and the entire space here will crumble on your heads. So, yeah, don't pull it. Adios, Harlot Tamamo copy. Leo waved and walked away as his figure began to blur. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### DXD worlds will, but she is sealed. Figured. Leo vanished into thin air, leaving Yasaka looking at the big cross that literally stole her position as the dragon vein's core. Although with her vitality, this injury won't kill her, she didn't even have the strength to speak, much less try and get out of this predicament. Looking at the ceiling of Kyoto that was smashed by Leo's dragon breath, recovering bit by bit, Yasaka felt a splitting headache alongside the pain. Her daughter is safe and there weren't many casualties except the land and territory, but she is basically crippled and the entire world should have seen that light beam. The other forces would surely investigate what happened and the yokai would get pulled into another whirlpool. All of this was caused by a mentally ill person who talks with himself for no reason. No. Yasaka frowned and noticed something wrong after she calmed down. How could someone with such strength be a nobody? However, she hasn't heard of anyone that matches his features. Your expression tells me you are still in the fog, Lady Yasaka. I hope you still can hear me properly. You took quite the unfortunate beating by him, after all. Why you? Yasaka's eyes widened looking at the person who just appeared. Ignorance could be very deadly sometimes. I apologize for meeting you in such a state, Lady Yasaka, but I bet my impoliteness is excused. There is no helping it and you know why. The tall man smiled and laughed heartily, but this didn't make Yasaka less uneasy. Why are you here, Azazel? Why am I here? Beat me. I happened to be close and thought of passing by to say hello. But if you are asking why I am the first. Except for the adventurous me, I don't think those flocks will be happy to rush after they sense that person power, and I have to say. They are right. Azazel clicked his tongue and looked at the blasted ceiling of Kyoto. The residual fluctuation of mana gave him goosebumps just by imagining the attack that crushed the protection of 2 alternative spaces driven by the energy of dragon veins. Let's leave the formalities for later. I think we need to have a talk. Azazel grinned and showed a row of white teeth, but his eyes solemnly stared at the shining cross, not knowing what he was thinking. Of course, you can refuse. I can't force you, but I bet it isn't in your favor to stay nailed on the ground. Last time I checked, crosses are for nailing on, not to nail people by. I did it. Kazuma screamed and raised something above his head as if he were announcing his greatest masterpiece, a pile of dirt. However, the dirt was squirming slowly and turning a stone on top of its head as if it were an eye. Behold, this is a golem made by me. Surprised? I am sure you didn't expect it. Kazuma started boasting, but he noticed everyone staring at him silently and said, What? That golem needs to be put down. Golemancy is rather a common type of magecraft. What are you supposed to do with a pile of dirt? It doesn't look useful at all. He'll eat, I guess. His situation is quite difficult, it brings me tears. Kagaya, Ritsuka, Misaka, and Leon commented on the side and made Kazuma panic and hide the golem behind him and scream, What are you saying about my lovely golem? Keep your devilish thoughts for yourself. Just look how innocent and peaceful it is. Yet, you bunch of unstable menace to society bastards want to hurt it. I will never allow this. Kazuma hugged the golem as if he'll never give up on it, even if the pile of dirt began to melt on his arms and he couldn't move them. Are you sure it's all right? That thing looks like it's planning to devour him. He looks happy, so it's all right. Kagaya and Leon whispered, but Kazuma still glared at them. How dare they call that whispering? He clearly heard everything. But then Kagaya noticed something and floated towards a shining egghead in the yellow suit. Saitama. What are you doing? Nothing much. Saitama messed around with the chat room window in boredom before saying, I don't know what I should be doing. What are we supposed to be doing here again? Understand the function of the chat room better and figure out our capabilities to prepare. Oh, all right. Saitama lowered his head to the chat screen again in a daze while checking the clock in the window, wondering if he should leave now to line up first for the sales. This won't do. Kagaya noticed this as she frowned before an idea flashed in her mind. A grin flashed on her lips before she pretended to talk to herself. It's unfortunate, I would love to see your power limits, but sadly Leo has already left. He would have been a good matchup against you. Saitama's finger on the screen froze as his ears rose. Kagaya pretended she didn't notice and continued, that is completely busted, right now. A full-fledged higher existence beyond our dimension. Although Saitama has huge physical strength, it might not be effective against a conceptual being, not to mention all other magical shenanigans he could pull out. There is a huge chance Saitama would get tossed around. But it's a shame, Saitama was looking forward to a good fight after joining the chat room. I guess he could wait. Kagaya didn't finish her words as Saitama stood up abruptly and turned to look at her. His face was as deadpan as usual, but Kagaya saw a flame burning in his eyes that made her a bit nervous. Kagaya. Yes. Leo. He can take a punch or two, right? I am pretty sure he can take much more. Don't be stingy with him. Saitama didn't speak and lowered his head to look at his red glove. Finally, he can punch that BAS. No, there is probably a good fight ahead. He looked forward to this for so long. Come to think of it, Saitama found this very reasonable. The last time he watched the stream of Asgard, Leo showed a high level of power, but he somehow ignored it. Weird. Looking at Saitama getting all excited while still wearing a deadpan expression, Kagaya sweated a bit. Her plan to hype Leo and encourage Saitama worked very well, too well than expected. Now, this would be either bad or too bad. In any case, her role ended, whatever happens, happens. Light speed ahead, Leo-san. Maybe Saitama would send you back to heaven where you belong. Kagaya wore a pensive expression while covering her face with the sleeve. Suddenly, Whitebeard opened his eyes after a lot of thinking and walked toward Saitama. His eyes glared at Saitama from above and didn't speak, which made the latter scratch his head and say, good morning, did you sleep well? Step aside, I have an unfinished fight with him. Why? Because I said so, and I came first. Didn't you just got tossed around randomly? Saitama and Whitebeard stared at each other without backing down as Kagaya slowly slipped away from the crossfire. Things took the worst turn possible and she isn't holding any responsibility. However, she met the judgmental stares of the rest of the members. I don't think that was necessary. Ritsuka didn't know what to say. Why? Just when we calmed down, Misaka held her head in pain as Leon patted helplessly. You are a horrible being. Please continue, I look forward to your future. Kazuma tried to salute Kagaya's honorable sacrifice, but he found his hands tied by the golem. It's my pleasure, Comrade Kazuma, but how could you do this? I don't remember this skill from your world. Kagaya nodded at her comrade in war, then noticed the dirt golem warping around Kazuma's arms. Kazuma showed a proud look and laughed before saying, surely, you didn't see it. No, you probably never heard about it. This is a super secret skill I got after re-rolling my initial warfare. Well, not really re-rolling because I am still stuck with the useless goddess, but I got something. You have been bestowed by a Golmancy-related ability just like that. Ritsuka was a bit surprised, but soon calmed down and reflected on herself. This chat room showed her one surprise after another and doesn't have to tie herself to the logic of her world. Huh? Who told you this is Golem? Forget it, I'll just say, Golem skill. No, this is much greater power. Kazuma grinned and raised his head proudly. If it wasn't for the golem tying him down like a mental illness straitjacket, it would have a better effect. Listen carefully, this is one of the hidden skills in my world, the creator. It belonged to a great researcher in the past, who made great achievements in the world. With this skill, I will change everything. What happened to you? Kazuma was immersed in his fantasies until he noticed that Kagaya teleported and hid behind Ritsuka, looking at him with horror. You madman. I would ask you nicely to never step close to me as long as you have that skill active, and I hope you'll have a peaceful death. Kagaya spoke from behind Ritsuka and gave Kazuma the death stare. Humph, you just can't accept that I had such a unique and versatile ski. Kazuma scoffed at Kagaya's words, but then he fell down on the ground because his legs were also tied down by the golem. Wait, stop this now. I am your maker. I said stop. Please, stop. Oi, are you trying to drown me in dirt? Can someone help me? Maybe I messed up a little in creating this golem. Kazuma wiggled on the ground, but that only caused the golem to continue spreading on his body, rendering him immobile. It's doomed, all of it, we are all doomed. That skill has been unleashed on the rest of the world. Curse that world's will. Kagaya cursed the smiling Konosuba world's will in her mind. How did you get this again? Misaka poked the wiggling layer of dirt on Kazuma's body and didn't know how this thing was moving. Magic. I said I re-rolled, but if you want to really know. Guess. All of you always like to play riddles with me. Now, it's my turn. Kazuma laughed, but then he saw everyone move away, leaving him and the golem alone. Anyway, since everyone is fired up, well, at least excited, we can continue. Listen, it's just a few minutes of figuring out what to do and then we can all leave. Don't make it difficult. Kagaya's voice lowered at the end as her smiling face made Ritsuka and Misaka swallow unconsciously. Alright. Let's begin with, Ritsuka. Can you actually summon servants here? Oi. Don't pretend I don't exist. This isn't funny. Please, it's almost reaching my neck. Meanwhile, in DXD world, Nara Prefecture. The dawn shone on an elegant and gigantic residence standing tall in the middle of a vast forest, rich with a sacred and ancient atmosphere. Various people wearing the attire of Shinto priests and others wore military uniforms, shuttled in the mansion and courtyard. They seemed in a hurry as they continued to prepare to welcome very special guests arriving today. These were all individuals related to the top pillars of the supernatural power users in Japan, which isn't strange because this is one of the main and most important locations of the 5 principal clans, the Inner Sanctuary. The 5 principal clans are the leading figures in the supernatural forces in Japan. Their fervent faith and strict worship of Shintoism allowed them to have a connection to Shinto gods for generations. And today, these 5 clans are holding a meeting and a welcome to a very important figure from overseas, escorted by several strong figures that can't be underestimated from Grigori. As such, the 5 principal clans have to show their majesty, preparing for the important assembly as all of the current 5 clans' heirs and the important elders are attending this assembly. Within the residence, a tall man stood respectfully with his eyes closed in front of the entryway to the hall. The man was clad in a powerful aura that made all other figures from the 5 clans unable to stare at him straight. He wore a military uniform that was not much different from the previous figures, but his stand and other people's attitude showed that he was on a whole nother level. Uryu Nakiri, or in his true name, Nakagami Nakiri, is the current head of the Nakiri clan from the 5 principal clans. As the heir of the Nakiri clan, Nakagami is the host of the sacred beast Yellow Dragon, Uryu, and is hailed as the strongest Uryu in history. They are a bit late, but there is no need to worry. Bayako and Genbu have already made contact, preparing himself for the meeting. Nakagami couldn't help but think about the recent events and the important guest coming. The board chairman of the Magic Association, Mephistopheles, the demon of legend summoned by George Faust, the renowned astrologer, necromancer, and alchemist. The meeting originally was supposed to be held 2 days from now, but for some reason, Mephistopheles insisted on pushing it forward because of some complications that happened in the Magic Association. However, Nakagami always felt something was wrong. Mephistopheles might sound cheerful and easygoing, but you can't forget that this is an ancient demon that existed from the time of the first 4 Satans. The Magic Association faced a difficulty that forced Mephisto to rush back, but he still insisted on finishing the meeting first. Would this be giving the 5 clans respect? No, Nakagami knew that was unlikely. The association has a very important position for Mephisto and he can't risk it for just a meeting, unless he faced a difficulty that he can't deal with alone. Nakagami opened his eyes slightly as a dangerous light flashed within them. However, he is aware that assumption will always be an assumption until suddenly, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, Nakagami's aura skyrocketed and manifested into a golden flare on his body before he slammed to the right. The space distorted at this strike as the energy within the earth flocked and boosted the power even more. This seemingly casual strike that would have made even the 4 Satan not take it lightly was a bit pale in comparison to an azure flame manifesting from thin air beside Nakagami. Despite the shape, the flames were simply just a ridiculous amount of mana forcibly materializing because of sheer force. The pressure even pushed Nakagami's hair backward despite the protection of earth energy. This devastating force was carried on a single foot as it slammed straight into his fists. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. On this day, the ever-calm inner sanctuary of the 5 principal clans shook and trembled as if an earthquake struck the area, startling all the figures inside. Chapter 177, A Marvelous Day. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The air snapped louder than a thunderclap, reverberating to the sky as a colossal bell rang by giants. The ever-calm inner sanctuary was caught in a sudden trance as the noise covered everything. A young Kanushi dressed in the traditional attire of Shinto priests collapsed on the ground. Usually, he would make sure to not stain his outfit in such an important place, but today, this superficial thing was the least of his concerns. The fragile sound barrier, under the low pressure, was blasted into a cloud of vapor as the solid ground cracked into bullets like debris flying high in the air. He hugged his head in pain as his ears rang like a drum, but it was to no avail. Tears swelled in his eyes uncontrollably as his vision blurred to a mess. A faint storm brewed shortly, shoving his body away, and several others like a rag. The disaster struck too quickly, without giving a chance to retaliate. The chaos spread like a plague and before they realized it, the secured mansion was in ruins and most of the guards were on the ground, rolling in pain. Amid the destruction, 2 figures sped through the wreckage. The shouts of panic were cut short as another ear-deafening blast tossed the fear-struck priests around. However, a mutation suddenly occurred. Trees and vines broke through the solid concert, covering the area in a domain of green. The collapsing mansion came to a halt as the vines seeped through the cracks and held it firm as the trees caught the rolling priests. A faint aroma of flowers lingered in the air, without any flowers at the scene as the florey opened up a path, revealing a young man with glasses. His facial features behind the dust and leaves weren't clear, but his eyes covered by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses flashed with a grim light, turning into anger by the current sight before him. The young Kanushi trundled helplessly in pain before his body collided with a hard surface. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he saw the young man scanning the area. The look in his eyes gave the Kanushi chills but soon turned into ecstasy. Saryu-sama. These words awoke everyone in the scene as they all focused on the young man, Saryu Kushihashi, the inheritor of the Azure Dragon and the Kushihashi clan. As if they found a backbone, the Shinto priests woke up from their stupor and took their positions. The combatants and guards outside the mansion hurried inside hearing the noises, startled by the wreckage and scene. Before they processed what was happening, they heard Saryu yelling all combatants to their posts at once. Non-combatants start the defensive measures of the inner sanctuary, strengthen the barrier, and lock the area. Taking a deep breath, Saryu glanced over the crowd. Their expression reflected in his eyes, noticing the uneasiness as he spoke slowly, in case of urgency, assist Suzaku in securing the elders to safety. From this very moment, the inner sanctuary is in a state of war. Move. The words dropped heavier than a hammer on the priests' hearts. Although they know the result, this has extinguished their last hope. Following the combatants of the 5 principal clans, the inner sanctuary started acting at a very fast pace. This fell into Saryu's eyes as he couldn't help but secretly sigh. Kushihashi, the priests responsible for the Shinto shrines across the country, except the competent few, aren't fit for battle. As the years passed and with the support of gods, the strength of the 5 principal clans grew too large. The once yokai exercising priests are more like small mayors in their shrine area, but if it's just maintaining the barrier and support, they are more than qualified. The Shinto magic formulas lit up around the inner sanctuary as Saryu cast a grim stare at the distance. There was azure and golden phantom dashing through the inner sanctuary like two streaks of light before clashing. The tremor spread through the sanctuary as the invisible barrier shook violently, flashing ripples of energy in the sky. However, a new flow of mana stabilized the damage temporarily, but it didn't halt the rapid destruction dispersal through the land. Another collision blasted off in the distance. The world slowed down for a moment still, a wisp of the scorching air carrying the smell of burn swept his nostrils. Nakagami wasn't quite sure as the scenery was replaced by a skipping blur. No, he didn't have the leisure to contemplate. The fading image around him was already broken by a striking azure, flickering like a torch in the dark. The technique was sloppy at best, as if an overweight hammer was reluctantly swung. Any martial artist would scoff it off as child play, but Nakagami didn't show contempt for what might look inept, perhaps as the ideal approach for the adversary. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Numbness. The feeling crept through his arms like needle stings. The azure energy storm blasted on the golden aura as something akin to ripples spread through the ground. The world came to halt before the shockwave razed the area. The air grew horribly dry as the scorching smell blasted into his face. A sizzling sound crackled through the air as the golden aura offset the waves of heat. Fire. Hot, dry, explosive. Even in its most neutral state, the violent mana retained those characteristics. Although such a feat is rare among humans, it's quite common among several supernatural beings or those favored by them. Suzaku, the heir of the Haimjima clan, has a similar effect due to the blessing of the god of fire and the sacred beast Suzaku, but it's comparable to this torrent of blazing mana that maintained a shape similar to flames. However, for him, it didn't make much difference. The ground shook more violently as the barrier trembled again. The ki running through the land, as if received an order, flocked like a flood to the surface. Nakagami took a step forward as the golden aura on his body erupted like a volcano tearing apart the scorching air. The image of a golden dragon flickered through the brilliance before the azure mana was blown away. The azure mana shook off for a moment before getting knocked away by the rising amounts of ki. Without any hesitation, Nakagami spread his aura through the ground like a wave of gold dust, sparkling under the sunlight. As if it sprung to life, the originally inanimate earth suddenly cracked open as several huge edges like thorns skipped into the air. Leo lightly stepped to the left, leaving behind a gigantic rock infused with ki smashing several trees to debris, as an azure flare bloomed on his feet before kicking down. The poor ground that gained motion was pressed down by the huge mana before the shockwave spread. The rocks were washed away by the blast, crushing into flying debris in the air. The golden color sparkled in the sky and debris shone against the sun as if they were tiny stars in the middle of the day. The stars fell. The crushed rocks shot without warning and turned into a meteor shower, as deadly as bright, locking down all Leo's escape routes, but what met them was more violence. The mana erupted like a volcano in the sky, overcoming the sunlight with its azure color. It grew more explosive and hotter as the hail of rocks got crushed again and melted into molten lava midair. Feelings like irritation were faintly conveyed through the mana as the atmosphere distorted with each wave. Nakagami felt this sudden malice locking on him, but it didn't faze him at all. With a heavy stomp on the ground, the sea of golden aura rose like a tsunami, flooding everything in its path before pressing down the flamboyant volcano of mana. The scene comparable to a natural disaster was instantly suppressed by the inextinguishable ki flowing in nature, protecting the rather fragile barrier of the inner sanctuary. But in the eyes of 5 principal clans figures, this confrontation of pure violence and exaggerated area attacks is gradually sending the inner sanctuary and their poor hearts to ruins. Each collision gave them the feeling of walking on thin ice. The barrier is barely hanging on, even with the support of hundreds of Shinto priests. If it collapsed, they did not doubt that at least half of Japan would be sleeping with fish tonight. Although aware of the situation, Nakagami couldn't help it at the moment. The suppressed mana was about to usher in another round of explosion. This huge squandering of energy made him feel a bit numb. At the sign of approaching disaster, Nakagami vanished from his place. The golden aura galloped forward as the roar of the dragon was faintly heard before slamming into the storm of mana, tearing a hole open within the devastating energy. From within this opening, a flash of light shoots off like a laser towards the figure covered in vehement energy. Leo's glasses reflected this speeding brilliance as it twisted abruptly mid-flying and swept horizontally towards his face. This strike brought down all the surrounding mana, breaking apart all barriers without stopping. However, the attack that easily punctured what can be called a natural disaster of mana ended up futile by an ordinary palm. Boom. The impact squeezed the air and set off a small storm ravaging the area, clearing away all the mana and golden ki clashing in the air. The previous lush forest was left barren as debris dropped like rain. The airflow that gained a whitish color because of moisture in the air brushed off Leo's hair slightly as the mana on his palm and ki on the opposite fist grinded against each other. The two energies offset one another, creating a harsh sound of friction while sparks flew in the air like blazing fireflies, as if two metal pieces were colliding. Nakagami didn't show any surprise at this scene, but his heart couldn't help but feel a chill, looking at the wisps of mana flickering on Leo's body. Such a crude method. The exaggerated release of energy will forcibly tear apart the body because of the high flow of energy in an instant. The pain and self-harm inflicted are unimaginable, yet no scare or a change in expression could be seen on the opposite figure. Seeing this suicidal battle method, Nakagami decisively abandoned any attempt to intimidate the opponent. His aura immediately sank into the ground, sending golden ripples of ki all around, completely unfazed by the sudden approaching kick covered in dreadful energy. The ground under Leo suddenly sank and broke into large fissures, throwing off his balance. The kick left a trail of mana in the air as Nakagami easily ducked and twisted Leo's wrist before pulling him. Then under Leo's deadpan stare, the heavy fist stacked in ki slammed on his chest and hurled him into the fissure that suddenly appeared. Stabilizing his position mid-air, Leo shot off to the sky, but Nakagami quickly clapped his palms together. The golden aura covering the land gathered into the two sides of the gaping dark fissure before two giant rock arms squished Leo in the middle. The crevice slammed shut rapidly like a giant maw, raising a cloud of thick dust. The ki lingering on the surface sank deeply within the earth before the area experienced a strong pressure as if gravity was multiplied several folds. The inner sanctuary shuddered one last time as the continuous tremor came to a stop. The rising dust began to settle as Nakagami continued to apply pressure on the earth, firmly sealing it off. The aura of Tuki flickered on his body as his perception covered everything beneath the earth, but feedback resulted in nothing. Instead, faint, yet very distinct spatial fluctuations rippled from within the deep and large sea of natural ki. Usually, it would have been impossible to successfully mobilize any teleportation magic because of the distortion applied by the vast amount of energy, but Nakagami didn't want to bet as he resolutely swept with his fist to the right. You know, I would have stayed there if you made it 6 feet deep. From nowhere, Leo appeared right next to Nakagami watching the fissure collapse. With his fingers on his chin, he pondered while looking at the compressed soil. Using the big amount of energy as some sort of quicksand and drowning anyone inside is a novel technique that aroused his interest. Maybe this could be used as waterboarding. The seemingly sarcastic remarks spout from his mouth as if he weren't just tossed inside there. However, his comments were cut off by a solid flare of earth-based ki. Glancing down, the world in his vision came to a halt for a moment still. A fist infused with a lot of energy was already next to his face, but Leo's expression didn't change. This nonchalant stare gave Nakagami a bad premonition. The moment the attack made contact, his expression changed. A very familiar force rushed like a tide through his fist, catching him by surprise, and didn't give him the chance to distribute the power to the ground. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. The inner sanctuary, which experienced 10 seconds of peace, welcomed another earthquake as the dust rose in the distance, startling the 5 principal clan's members. The barrier that they finally stabilized went haywire again, making them want to cry. But as they wanted to report the situation, they found Saryu's figure already vanished, leaving a swirl of flower petals dancing in the wind. Knocked into the air, Nakagami flipped his body and landed a few meters away. He didn't suffer any visible damage since the aura is protecting his body all the time. Only the numbness spread through his arm, but it couldn't cover the bewilderment reflected on his face as the lingering energy gave him a very familiar feeling. There is no doubt what he got hit by was his power. To be exact, it's the previous strike he delivered. Although it changed slightly, he can't possibly mistake his own earth-based ki. Having trouble dealing with one enemy, Uryu. From within Nakagami's chest pocket, a talisman glimmered with dim light, transmitting a voice into Nakagami's ears. Ridiculous quantity of mana, great strength, the quick spatial movement that I can't stop, and an unknown damage reflection ability. There is no sign of any equation or chant. It's an ability and highly likely to be a sacred gear, or more. Focus on securing the elders and stabilizing the barrier, until another notice. The easygoing tone of the voice and deliberate joke trying to ease the atmosphere were completely ignored by Nakagami as he responded coldly without taking his eyes off the enemy, but the latter ignored him and stared at the ground in a daze again. He also looked as if he was communicating with something in the air, which made Nakagami frown and secretly glance at his own communication talisman. Copy, but how about you tell me this face to face? Suddenly, the newly fixed piece of land experienced another devastation as Flory broke from under Leo's feet and sprouted to the sky. Looking down while blinking, Leo found himself tied to a huge tree trunk by several vines and branches, gleaming dangerously with giant thrones sharper than blades. However, against his body coated in mana, they couldn't advance an inch, which presented this rather weird picture of trees trying to tear him apart but reduced to fragments instead. The elder should have been secured by Suzaku by now, and the formation of spatial jamming would be ready at any moment. What we should focus on now is keeping the barrier intact and locking him inside. The petals gathered into a human shape as Saryu appeared next to Nakagami. But despite his relaxed attitude, his lips twitched as a drop of sweat slid on his cheek. The wood element he was most proud of as the Azure Dragon couldn't even scratch the opposite side. How is he supposed to play here? Maybe he should stick to support as always. Saryu felt a bit helpless and tasteless, but in the next second, his expression changed greatly. Muda. A scream faintly echoed in the distance before the trees tying Leo experienced an invisible hail of punches, but in Nakagami's eyes, an ethereal silhouette filled with life energy stroked at high speed. Even if the power wasn't remarkable, a golden glow started eroding the floor, spreading like spider webs. The green plants instantly lost their natural colors as if they got bleached down, reduced to a ghostly white with unnatural blue lines like veins running through the trunks. From the trunks, bloody maws opened up screeching and hissing in a hideous tone with a yellowish gas lingering between the teeth. Even the ground beneath started boiling as if it got sprinkled with highly corrosive acid. That was the earth infused by Nakagami's earth phase, even the key inside wasn't spared. As the vines loosed up, Leo was caught by several branches, gently descending him down to not touch the corroded mud beneath. The whole scene took a sudden turn into this alienist amalgamation as Saryu watched in horror. His connection to those plants was completely cut off. No, can you even call those things plants? The repulsive feeling rushed through his throat as the urge to puke made him nauseous. His deep connection to nature told him that those things are just weird and shouldn't exist here, as if he's looking at a badly edited photo in real life. Get yourself together. Fall back and support me. However, he was awakened by Nakagami as the sound of something squirming through the ground rushed to his ears. The uncanny plant's maws turned in their direction as vines and rhizomes breaking through the ground rushed like a wave. The corroded ground turned into a swamp splashing high with the rhizomes, only to collide with another frenzy of plants, pushing down the opposite with sheer force and size. However, they were blocked by several stone walls popping up from the ground. Saryu didn't keep his hand anymore as his control over the wood phase reached the maximum, but his expression wasn't happy at all. The blue veins on the trees pulsed like heartbeats before a faint bluish haze eroded Saryu's plants and started transforming them. Rushing forward, Nakagami frowned at Saryu's predicament. The more he tries to test the opposite side, the trickier he feels, but in the next moment, his expression changes, and shouted don't. The high chirps of a bird pierced everyone's ears as the air grew dry with an orange hue dyeing the surroundings, although it wasn't as exaggerated as the previous clash between the azure and gold. Leo glanced behind blankly to see a flaming bird with a length of hundreds of meters diving down straight in his direction. The plants around him gathered by instinct and covered his body, but as the two sides connected, the yellowish gas sparked. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Right outside of the inner sanctuary barrier, a black limo drove slowly on the road. The fogged windows made it hard to see anything inside, adding a hint of mystery to the car marching in the middle of nowhere. Seems we've crossed the first mystical barrier. Inside the vehicle, a middle-aged man stated while glancing at the window, which also happened to be fogged. His hair and eyes followed a weird scheme of blue and red, looking very weird as if he were a walking 3D glasses or a Nintendo Switch. As one would expect of a leader of magicians, or should I say an ancient being. You're quite composed for passing through a mystic barrier. In response to that statement, another man with a strong build smiled cynically. His shaved head added to his aggressive facial features, making him look very intimidating, but the middle-aged man didn't show weakness or rather didn't care at all. The so-called ancient being, Mephistopheles, threw a meaningful smile before saying, well, it's the sort of mystic barrier that allows someone like me to pass, Bayako Shinra, the heir of White Tiger, wanted to return this provocation, but his expression solidified. The limo wheels slid against the road, stopping without a warning and startling the few passengers inside. An earthquake. A young man sitting inside the limo exclaimed in surprise, but then he caught a glimpse of the expression on the little girl sitting beside Bayako. Tobio Itsuki, who was wondering about the inner sanctuary, didn't know what happened to the little girl called Genbaduman, but her face was dyed in the pale color of disbelief as her hand stuck on the limo's window. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Without warning, Bayako smashed the car's door and jumped off. His step smashed the solid asphalt before shooting off like an arrow towards the raising smoke cloud. W8. We should use teleportation. The inner sanctuary formation has started. Just when? Genbu, the heir of the black turtle, completely lost her composure and muttered defeatedly, but as black smoke rose to the horizon, she gritted her teeth. Don't be in a hurry, the little lady from Duman clan. However, before she followed Bayako's path, Mephisto hurriedly stopped her and said, the inner sanctuary is unfortunately very spacious, and trying to rush on foot might take a bit too much time. As a guest, how about I offer my help? Magic happened to be one of my expertise, after all. For the fear that the girl would get the wrong impression, Mephisto spoke quickly and kept his friendly smile, but how can Genbu believe it easily? This devil is clearly scheming something and didn't even bother hiding it by focusing on the turbulence of energy ahead. But the only way to cooperate against the defensive formation would involve exposing some secrets about the mystic barrier, which would threaten the safety of the 5 principal clans. Of course, my service isn't as simple, or else how would I preserve my pride as a devil? It just so happens that I have some knowledge of what is going on right now. I'm not sure whether little Lady Duman is interested. Genbu frowned solidified as her eyes locked on Mephisto's meaningful smile. The thought of Grauzauberer and the Western supernatural being behind this attack crossed her mind as a chill filled her heart. However, she didn't know that all her thoughts were written on her face as Mephisto sighed and spread his hands. Something tells him this has become very troublesome to explain. That. Can we know what is happening? The unexpected voice awoke Genbu from her terrible thoughts as several people moved out of the limo, letting Mephisto feel a bit relieved about fixing this sudden misunderstanding. Tobio had a bad premonition in his heart, but he found everyone staring at him oddly before the back of his head got smacked by a tall young man. Ouch. How slow can you be? Cookie-Same Jima ignored Tobio's grievance and pointed at the path ahead. A wild smile crept on his lips and under the piercing gaze of the glaring Genbu, he spoke loudly and openly. The 5 Clans' own home is under attack and it doesn't look very good. TSK, how unexpected from the great and strong noble families of Japan. Genbu bit her lips as the small black turtle hiding in her hood began to release a rather dangerous pressure. Mephisto had a deadpan expression as Genbu's expression grew worse. Scratching anything about these kids has been helpful, he should drop them in the nearest battle zone as soon as possible. A deafening explosion soared sky-high inside the inner sanctuary, almost reaching the upper limit of the barrier, but for the priests, this was quite acceptable. A big bomb going off in a specific area is much easier to work with than earthquakes that hit the entire sanctuary. Does that mean that Uryu is causing more damage than the intruder? The priests removed the dangerous and sad thoughts from their heads because the mana deficiency is already putting a toll on their health. The soot scattered in the air, flying side by side with the ashes. The previously magnificent flame bird died down to candles flickering within a smoke screen impenetrable by sights. Amid the blistering stones, a dome made of stone cracked open to reveal the slightly embarrassed Nakagami and Saryu. Even if they took defense, they couldn't completely escape the smoke. The breeze was made into a howling wind under Saryu's command, which carried all the ash and soot away. Nonetheless, his lips twitched as he threw a piercing and accusatory stare at a figure in the distance. Was there a reason why you didn't notify us before you took action? There was a lovely woman dressed in traditional Miko garb. The flames carried her about like wings, her long hair braided into a ponytail. Suzaku stood in the opposite direction of her 2 teammates, facing the charred dome of trees ahead, opening up like a flower to reveal the unharmed figure inside, as her expression didn't fluctuate at all. Saryu's irate statements were delivered through her communication talisman, but she didn't mind and spoke calmly. The enemy's capability is yet unknown, but it has an obvious restraint towards you and Uryu, especially since those creatures may drain Saryu's power. I apologize if my action was hasty, but I needed to act quickly against something that would become stronger by weakening us. Saryu snorted helplessly as the calm words brought back memories of his plants becoming infected and altered. But there was no point in continuing this way without notifying him. And, if I'm not mistaken, our communication channel isn't safe. Suzaku's words rang in his head as Saryu's expression froze and immediately cast a glance at Nakagami, who wasn't surprised at all. The enemy seems to be in contact with someone. I couldn't detect the method of communication, but seeing how he stopped since we started discussing. He is letting us talk calmly. Nakagami took a deep breath to calm his unstable mood. The enemy's action of treating them like air is nothing short of an insult to him, especially since they are standing a few meters away, but Nakagami knew that he should keep a clear head. Anger would only lead him to reveal more flaws and this would be fatal since without a doubt. This enemy is strong. Nakagami's words and chilling gaze were the best answer as Saryu smiled bitterly. Then. How certain are we that he can't utilize that ability on his own? As always, silence is the best answer. Saryu shrugged and steeled himself, but as these 3 were conversing, a person in the distance stared blankly at them. They are actually arguing. In front of me, a very dangerous enemy. That can attack at any moment. Seriously. Look, why don't I just... DXD Worlds will, should I remind you of what you said a few hours ago? That and this are different. I could have done this and gone on my way. At this point, you're simply asking for more unnecessary damage. Leo slowly closed his eyes and appeared to be dead on the inside. A dark mist slowly escaped his lips as his flamboyant mana followed suit, lowering to the brink of transparency, and flashed with a melancholy cadence. He never knew it was possible to get deader on the inside, but here we are. DXD Worlds will, stop being so theatrical, who are you deceiving? Yourself as always. You won't be able to deal with them as fast unless you plan to sink Japan in the process, so just play with them for a bit till I'm done. It shouldn't be tough, right? If you do it, I will tell you some information that I'm sure you would love. DXD Worlds will scoffed him off, although she finds it amusing how this guy mana reacts to his mood. As much as it pains me. Sinking Japan is an understatement since if Leo took action, the entire Asian continent would most likely be pulled along with it. However, Leo would prefer to avoid both options, especially because his family and loved ones are in Japan, and some are in Europe as well. Knowing he is probably stuck here, Leo couldn't help but sigh as a dark mist slowly escaped his lips. The bad and scorching aftertaste assaulted his taste buds, bringing a frown to his face. All of the world's evil began to react aggressively after being exposed to a substantial quantity of polluted natural energy, turning into a sponge and exhibiting indications of overflowing since he started fighting the yellow snack fellow. Is that a bad thing? Usually, it won't matter as the pilling curses should be fed back to the 10 crowns, nourishing the monstrosity behind it, but now, it began to overwhelm this vessel. I should hurry up, which I would say if I wasn't stuck here. As Leo squeezed his hand a couple of times, the sourness of his body progressively receded as he sent more energy into the Annihilation Maker to sustain his vessel. Meanwhile, the trio reached an agreement. The key crept through the earth as well as root with various talismans rooted in the soil beneath him. Suzaku and Saryu hurriedly fell back as flames and lighting began to glimmer in the dusty air, forming several magic circles and energy bullets. With 2 supporters behind his back, Nakagami didn't have to worry about the manner behind and charged forward with strong momentum and confidence. Their movements clearly proved their confidence in bringing down Leo, yet even in this offensive, they gave the impression of holding back, especially Nakagami. For what? Maybe to preserve the barrier and receive reinforcements, or perhaps to seal off his escape route. Sensing the actions of the team of Japanese clans heirs that host the Chinese sacred beasts, Leo didn't bother to guess much because he was already tired. Contrary to popular belief, energy, be it ki or mana, does have an alignment in this world, but not as rigid like elements as someone might think. With external simulation or innate talent, the energy could pick up traits and lean more into the nature of its user. According to race, talent, and aptitude, this nature differs. In turn, this makes it simple for the wielder to direct their energy toward the desired phenomenon or result. Devil clans or some users of the sacred gears may provide some excellent examples. Because of Drake and the dragon factor, for instance, Leo has a scorching, fire-based ki with a bunch of anger issues, which are mirrored into his mana as well. Totally at odds with his kind temperament and friendliness. Followed by the effect of all of the world's evil, which gave his mana the element of depression, but because of Drake's anger issues, instead of being depressed, it gives people depression. The yokai near Kuo can confirm while crying. Drake scratched his head and rolled in his sleep, completely unaware of being blamed again. However, his nose twitched as if he smelled something unpleasant in the air. Either way, this wouldn't have caused a lot of issues, but the problem actually lies in the person charging Leo with a glowing fist of aura. Earth-based ki, not much to say about it. A very down-to-the-earth element, but the support of the dragon vein's energy makes it a pain. No matter which world, it will always have something unique about it. The yellow dragon lives up to its name as the center of the universe in a different way in DXD by being a natural point where the dragon veins gather. This caused all of the world's evil, which is included in the Greater Holy Grail, to absorb the excessive filth and manifest it, making Leo feel a bit sick and uncomfortable. Although DXD world's malice can never reach Type Moon's level, the annoying thoughts weren't less at all. In any case, such support makes Nakagami a hard shell to crack, even Leo will suffer with him if no countermeasures are used. Of course, this is still the case since he doesn't want to obliterate him, or else, just toss him to the dimensional gap and let's see if he'll find nature there. But alas, there is a world's will buzzing in his ear now. Rubbing his sore shoulder from all the mana discharge, Leo's eyes opened as his sight happened to phase through the void. Hidden behind layers of space, several pink-colored spatial channels crossed the land like roots, mixed with a huge emerald-green flow of natural energy. A white dragon-like creature shone in a dazzling gleam in the middle of this formation. The lustrous orb on its shoulders resonated with the channels, tying down everything by strong spatial force. Palkia was holding together the complex artificial network of dragon veins as the weight made their body tremble. Even if the world's will support made the process easier, the strain of holding down such a convoluted network and chaotic energy inside was a big strain on Palkia, yet they showed no sign of weakness. With each breath, the spatial fluctuation spread from the orbs on their shoulders as the entire formation pulsed like a heart, growing stronger with each second. However, more natural energy flooded inside and increased the difficulty. Their firm look was printed in Leo's eyes as he became silent for a moment still before more dark mist was released from his mouth. Although he offered them help multiple times, Palkia became too stubborn, insisting on doing it on their own. They were even furious at Leo's help offer. For what reason? He doesn't know, and neither is willing to investigate. The resolute, yet somehow joyful, look of Palkia when they received this task left Leo speechless for a good amount of time. The more he thought about it, the more all of world's evil rolled within his core and his soul stung from pain. His mood grew irritable again. Clapping his cheeks, Leo took a light step to the right, avoiding Nakagami's punch. Like a mirage, his body faded away, appearing a few meters away as several strikes destroyed his previous position. The aura on Nakagami's legs thrust downward chasing after Leo, but he suddenly found himself stuck in place. Two dark vortexes suddenly spun space, distorted the air, and swallowed everything around them. Nakagami felt the strong attraction force pulling his body as the aura in his hand turned into a long claw and tore through one of them. He raised his head, however, to see a swarm of raging flames and lightning being attracted by the remaining vortex and heading straight for him. Suzaku and Saryu were astonished when their attacks grew out of control, despite their desperate attempts to regulate them, but the spatial distortion sealed the region and Nakagami in place. However, Nakagami chose to disregard them as his aura plunged into the vortex and forcefully tore the force holding it together as flames and lightning landed on his body. The flames and lightning that would have easily injured a great yokai weren't even able to cause a ripple in his golden aura, yet it was more than enough to halt his charge as he turned to face the enemy and was startled. The mana on Leo's body ignited once more, blistering the ground. The amount was so astonishing that the area was literally dyed in an azure color as Nakagami protected his face in horror. How can a single being hold so much energy in their body? The ever-escaping power caused the atmosphere to distort, and even the natural ki in the air was squeezed away. This couldn't help but remind Nakagami of a scene he saw yesterday night, the beam of light that pierced Japan's sky. The amount of mana that didn't lose to any big dragon vein was released recklessly into the air, but Leo didn't care about his gradually breaking vessel. The more he thinks, the more his emotions are fluctuating. It's too annoying and suffocating. Therefore, he doesn't want to think. Let it all ignite here. Screw it all. Your smartness isn't making much sense, buddy. Why do you need me to check, huh? Aren't you the will of the world? Perhaps you are doing something shady behind others' backs and these are your lab rats. DXD World's Will, the clip of Leo's agreeing to the deal. MP4 Keep going and don't worry, we have a long time together to discuss. By the way, stop getting out of control, you'll make the place messy. Shake my head. GIF. Yeah, shut up. Closing his mouth, Leo's eyes became a bit empty and more violent, matching the raging storm around him. His previous smart decisions aren't looking as bright. Well, it was never to begin with, but it's such a shame it haunted him so soon. This is why he shouldn't try to act smart. But it's alright. The World's Will cannot be temporarily messed with, but these folks aren't included. Leo eyed the 5 principal clans' heirs with nothing short of a malicious gaze. But then, he noticed another annoying buzz in his ears. The vibrations passed through the air particles as the information resulted in a bothersome noise. No, it was someone's voice talking to him probably. This strength. Who are you? It's impossible that the 5 principal clans' intel does not know someone like you. Why are you attacking us? If there is any hatred between you and clans, maybe we could reach an agreement. Hearing someone talking to him, Leo slowly turned to look behind to see Suzaku. Her calm demeanor was completely blown away by now, reduced to anxiety and panic. Suzaku's lips trembled while gazing at the rising flare of mana. They made a grave mistake and the enemy's strength has far exceeded their expectations. The level of energy and pressure gave her the feeling that it faintly surpassed their gods, which means this has become a crisis of the highest caliber and threatening the survival of the 5 principal clans. Forget about protecting the barrier or reducing the aftermath, it's doubtful if they could walk in one piece from here. Except for Nakagami, the strongest Uryu, she and Saryu won't do much in such a battle. So, Suzaku tried her best to compromise and try to solve this sudden deadly crisis peacefully. However, as if the world is mocking her, Leo felt the air grow quite heavy and thick, a bit inconvenient to move too. Faint magic circles of Shinto origins flashed in the sky above his head, further suppressing him down. It was as if he was back underwater. No, the ocean wasn't as infuriating as this. The inner sanctuary formation has been deployed. Saryu smiled bitterly at Nakagami before wiping his sweat away, trying to sheer himself. The battle is inevitable. Suzaku gulped down what she was about to say, and the scene fell silent as her eyes met Leo's. A chill crept through her back as those eyes devoid of light stared at her soul. Suzaku couldn't help but stumble a bit, her face drained from blood, even if she didn't understand why. Those eyes carried no malice or anger towards her, but for some reason, they looked empty and terrifying with a trace of pity within. The world wants you dead. DXD World's Will, hey. I didn't order any life losses. Don't twist my words. Ignoring the clamoring World's Will and the astonished trio, Leo stretched his hand as the bright blue brilliance gathered into a normal-looking katana. His move forced the trio to back away and take guard against anything unexpected. The world wants us dead. Huh. Did you pull that off a fortune cookie and come to attack us? Saryu rubbed his ears as he couldn't believe what he heard. His previous fear and worry were suddenly swept by a wave of anger as Saryu was completely furious. For such a reason, their 5 clans is under a fatal attack. Is he supposed to believe this? Not to mention him, even Nakagami and Suzaku frowned and took a fighting stance. My lord, I have finished analyzing the various formations installed within this barrier. It should be a mixture of spatial restraining magic and several other auxiliary defensive magics. The weak nodes in these points can be stuck to break the collation between rituals. Nodding gently at Venom's reminder, Leo didn't bother with the trio's reaction or their little thoughts. It doesn't matter anymore. He firmly held Yamato by the scabbard, flipping the blade direction up, and lowering his center of gravity. The mana rising in the air rotated as a buzz resonated in the air while the orb inlaid inside Leo's necklace spun without a warning. His feet moved apart slightly as his hand softly slid along the white hilt. A basic blade drawing stance, however, was enough to startle Nakagami and put him on maximum guard. Both Sairyu and Suzaku felt strange about his action, but they didn't ask too much and became careful. They assumed Nakagami knew the weapon and that it was deadly, but in fact, he is cautious about this strange transformation. Regardless of who they are, if someone practiced martial arts, certain indicators will appear on their body, even if they try to disguise it. It's almost like an instinct. After a few exchanges and even if the opponent just swung his fists carelessly, he saw mixed traces of karate, judo, and boxing, but now. The sharp glint of the blade was enough to give him goosebumps. This doesn't make any sense, Nakagami shook his head and calmed himself. What kind of ability is this? He didn't know, and neither did he have time to understand. Maybe he shouldn't have tied this person to common sense, to begin with. By now, he confirmed that yesterday's scene had a certain relationship with this being. Exhaling a long breath, the golden aura grew stronger on his body and charged forward. All the speculation doesn't matter now. The battle is ahead and for the safety of the 5 clans, he'll admit defeat. This isn't exactly how I envision things to go. From the deepest layer in the world, the will of the world felt a bit troubled by the flamboyant atmosphere in a certain penultimate layer. If anything bad happens and the harm spreads to the upper layers, her predecessor's efforts might be for naught. Some results have already been shown, and she would never let someone ruin it. But that fool is keeping his word so far. That fragile barrier is surprisingly intact. DXD Worlds will nodded, but then she saw something weird. Nakagami charged expecting a sword slash from the dangerous katana, but instead, Leo's free arm turned into a huge metallic red dragon head, caught Uryu by surprise, and bit his upper body. He resisted by forcibly opening the dragon head's jaws, but then, a blazing mass of energy gathered at the end of the dragon's throat. Tell me, Uryu. In the 5 principal clans of Shintoism, is it true that they altered Huanglong's name to match a slightly similar Japanese dragons, also that they could label you the strongest Uryu in history? What? Boost. Boom. DXD Worlds will watched in silence as the genuinely bewildered Nakagami was blasted to the face by an energy bomb. Something tells her this battle would be destructive in a slightly different way. Meanwhile, a magical circle arose in the air in the center of the inner sanctuary and flashed with a dazzling red hue before several figures emerged from it. Genbu stared at the scene for a moment of daze before reacting. How can this be? What happened here? The previously tall mansion was reduced to rubble supported by several trees and veins as the priests and guards moved quickly through the area in hurry, some maintaining the formations and others offering all the support they could. After calming down Genbu and clearing the misunderstanding, the group finally could agree on something and worked to crack the formation. The teleportation magic was successfully launched, bringing them into the heart of the inner sanctuary. However, the current scene was beyond their expectations. The solemn atmosphere of war loomed in the air as Tobio and his team felt heavy. Whatever happens, the 5 principal clans are a massive presence in the supernatural world, but seeing one of their most vital headquarters reduced to such a state is beyond their imagination. Except for Mephisto, who was surprised for some reason, everyone advanced in a heavy mood. Genbu-sama. You are finally here. Did you return with Bayako-sama? Thank the gods. An elderly priest hurried to Genbu as the others made a way for him. He sighed in relief after confirming her identity and spoke in a hurry. Grandpa Itsuki, what happened? Is my papa okay? Calm down, your father is currently helping with the barrier. He is very worried about you, but we can't afford any slacking now. The inner sanctuary is under the attack of an unknown individual and they are currently blocked by Uryu, Sairyu, and Suzaku. This barrier is the only thing keeping this vicious battle from the outside world, or I am afraid Japan would suffer a lot. Genbu-sama, where is Bayako-sama? With the help of the 2 of you, we would surely be able to contain that lowlife. The elderly spoke as fast with an unmasked hatred and anger in his voice. The main force of the 5 principal clans has been rendered helpless against one enemy. The frustration in his heart couldn't be described, but he quickly noticed someone missing from the group. Bayako didn't wait and decided to run on foot too. Here Genbu's voice grew smaller and smaller because she saw the expression on the elder grow darker as if he ate something nasty. Wait, are you saying all of this is caused by one person? Sister Suzaku is in there. Cookie's eyes widened, and so did Tobio and Natsumi when they saw the devastated inner sanctuary, but it didn't stop there. The sky rained torrents of flames and lightning, howling as winds swirled into a storm. The earth trembled like it was the end of the world before it cracked open. A huge precipice rose to the sky, blocking the sunlight before ramming forward with astonishing force, but against the wrath of nature, a blue streak of light simply passed through. The scene gave the impression of being divided in two, some sort of an optical illusion. Soon, it recovered, but everything around it crumbled into two pieces, collapsing on its own, and causing another earthquake. Asterisk gulp asterisk. You have to be kidding me, Cookie didn't know when he subconsciously swallowed. Tobio clenched his fist as his expression grew colder and the shadow beneath him began to spread. This scene gave them too much impact. The level of destruction wasn't completely astonishing because the force was gathered into a small area, but the leftover energy spilling from each collision was enough to make their bodies shiver. The two forces clashing in the middle gave the illusion of being endless as the fluctuations of energy didn't drop once, but showed a constant raising. However, this would intimate them if they were normal fighters. Tobio calmed down his breath before he glanced at his team. The meaning in his eyes was clear as everyone began to summon their sacred gears. Our fighters tried to provide support, but they were immediately knocked away by the aftermath. Even remote suppression didn't work out. This battle isn't a one where we can interfere. The elder spoke slowly as helplessness filled his voice when he saw Dog's team movements. Although they need every support possible, the old man couldn't allow himself to send a bunch of kids to a battle of that caliber. Even Nakiri clan's Nakagami, the strongest Uryu host in history, is struggling there. Can't we release the formation and bring Byako? Although by his own speed, Byako should take a few minutes to reach here, Genba knew that the current predicament doesn't allow any delay. I am afraid we cannot. Why? The last order of Uryusame was to keep the barrier stable and the restricting formation at top priority. The enemy seems to be possessing some sort of spatial ability that even the mystic barrier can't stop. The elder was as patient as he could be. He anticipated Genbu's response, but he is also powerless. They originally intended to ask for reinforcements sooner, but they can't risk breaking up the formation. To be honest, this is one of the arrogance of the 5 principal clans. They place too much faith in the mystic barrier and their might. If someone dares to intrude, this configuration is meant to suffocate any effort at escape. This surely is one of surprises. This place is still intact, Mephisto muttered to himself as his eyes swept everyone at the scene, landing on a black hound near Tobio's legs before looking at the battlefield again. His weird behavior didn't go unnoticed as a woman wearing a witch dress kept an eye on him all of the time. What exactly do you know about this attack, Mephisto? Since we appeared here you kept giving weird vibes of curiosity and fear, Lavinia spoke coldly as eyes seemed to be piercing through Mephisto. Ha ha ha, Lavinia, I can't hide it from you. I am quite terrified about what would come next, Mephisto laughed cheerfully, completely the opposite of his previous words. However, Mephisto stopped suddenly because an azure beam of light tore through the inner sanctuary without a warning. The time froze for a moment still before a deafening explosion rang at a distance. The aftermath was so large that the shockwave reached the center, destroying what was left of the mansion completely as several priests launched their magic to block the blast. Watch out, Shingyun. Are you all right? Natsum Minagawa helped her friend, who tripped and almost fell because of the blast, but then she panicked because Shingyun was pale as paper. I am all right. It's just Po. It became very restless since we entered the barrier, Shingyun Nanadara said weakly as a 4-horned small beast appeared next to her, hissing towards the rising smoke agitatedly. Waiting will only make things worse. Everyone. Let's go. Covering his face with his arms, Tobio blocked the dusty winds before shouting decisively. His shadow grew larger before a huge black hound jumped next to him. It wielded a dark red blade in its mouth and howled to the sky as a dark aura began to spread, covering both it and Tobio. This is Tobio's Longinus, Canis Lycaon, an independent avatar-type sacred gear named Jean. Unlike normal sacred gears, independent avatars could exist on their own, possessing an instinct and intelligence to help the host. Jean is no different, but now, the dark aura shuttled between it and Tobio, responding to his emotions. Just being exposed to this darkness made others feel numb as if they fell into a pool of ice. However, the true source of chillness was the giant ice doll with 4 arms that appeared behind Lavinia, one of the 13 Longinus, absolute demise. A white cat appeared on Cookie's shoulder flashing with electric arcs while the wind blew around Natsum before manifesting into a large hawk. In addition to Shigyun's Po, they are sacred gears bearing the spirit of the 4 fiends. Such a grouping of rare sacred gears and Longinus would look dazzling northwest matter what place, but even so, this didn't bring them much confidence against the rising amount of energy in the distance. Toby, don't be impulsive. Let's figure out what we are dealing with. Lavinia stopped Tobio's actions with a frown before glancing at Mephisto, who returned a smile. The dark aura surrounding the young man appeared to be out of control, yet this was the process of releasing the balance breaker. It was just Canis Lycaon's terrible and malevolent atmosphere that produced this false impression. But we can't waste any more time. I will be going first to support them, keep up after you figure it out. Tobio grimaced and didn't care about arguing. He is completely aware of the danger ahead, but this Tobio's confidence in himself as someone who almost fully mastered his Longinus. However, his meaning was clearly misunderstood as the anger rushed to Cookies in an instant and lashed out at Tobio. Don't decide things on your own, you bastard. Who said we aren't coming? Cookie, calm down. Tobio didn't mean that. Natsum hurriedly stopped Cookie and screamed at his face. Huh. Are you playing deaf or did your stupidity multiply? You. Both of you calm down. But as the Slash Dog team started arguing, someone they forgot suddenly intervened. I am afraid your idea isn't feasible, Tobio-kun. The friendly visitor this time isn't simple, no, should I say extraordinary? Very unusual. Mephisto turned to look at the group with a reminiscent smile. His words were like cold water splashing on their heads, but Lavinia reacted quickly and asked, Mephistopheles, speak, what do you know? Ah, I guess I exposed myself, but there is no helping it. Chuckling a little as if he got caught, Mephisto didn't care about everyone's eyes and said, how could I not know? My council has recently been visited too, and an old acquaintance of mine was, lightly, punched, through multiple walls. The same visitor should be here at the moment. The council. Impossible, Lavinia muttered quietly before reacting violently. The colors of shock were vividly displayed on her face as everyone who knew her couldn't help but be startled too. Mr. Mephistopheles, on behalf of the 5 Principal Clan, we hope you'll cooperate with us in this time of need. We will not forget this favor, Genba bit her lips before saying firmly. The old priest widened his eyes, but in the end, he helplessly chose silence. Despite several priests and Miko praying to gods for help, there has been no response and they are now requesting help from a devil. Don't be, Lady Duman. It's an honor to offer assistance to the great pillars of Japan, but I am afraid I can't provide many. After all, the visitor is beyond my league. Why are you speaking as if this visitor is coming for a friendly exchange? How should I address them then? An intruder? Possible. An enemy? With all respect, if they decided to attack, I believe we wouldn't be talking here. Mephisto shook his finger at Cookie and answered patiently, but his deed only got a sneer from the latter. You are talking as if you know them very well. Isn't that interesting? Me. I don't dare. But I wonder, have you ever heard of the top 10 strongest beings? Mephisto quickly shook his head as if he didn't want any relationship with this topic. But his statement dropped like a bomb as the silence became deafening. Everyone's expression changed and the priests walking around dropped their jaws, except Tobio, and his team felt ignorant. Top 10 strongest beings. Tobio muttered this name carefully before feeling a bit speechless. First of all, someone really rated the world's strongest being on a list, but more significantly, they named it like any shady rating video you could find on the internet. How is he supposed to take this seriously now? Oh. Have you heard of it, Tobio-kun? Mephisto didn't care about the weird expression on Tobio and continued, it's a list made up just for fun, comprising the names of the world's most powerful beings. So far, so simple, right? However, there have recently been a few disagreements over the top 3 positions. A new contender has joined the board, but their achievements are limited and illusory, and some do not believe in them. Sai, too, was reluctant to admit it at first. Top 3. You don't mean? Genbu raised her voice before freezing in place like a block of ice, drained from blood. Indeed, ever since their first appearance, the Joker, also known as the Fall, has always been such a shocking existence. The Fall? What are you even talking about? Tobio noticed the wrong atmosphere and sluggishness of his team, especially Lavinia, who lowered her hat and took deep breaths with trembling lips. Of course, this is just speculation, my speculation, but the signs are too matching. However, I am quite surprised. Shouldn't Grigori be more informed about this? If I remember correctly, they were given that name by your Governor General. Azazel. Tobio wondered what brought Azazel's name into this mess, but then he heard a cold voice. The Fall is supposedly a 2-winged fallen angel. Silence. Dead silence. Tobio couldn't believe his ears and whimpers from Jean faded away in his mind. A 2-winged fallen angel. You say what? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. He shakenly pointed at explosive war going behind while looking at Lavinia, who held her head down and didn't want to talk. Everyone had a wonderful reaction to this information and Mephisto spread his hands and sighed. Maybe, it would be better if I showed you. No, we are still going. Top 10 or whatever. These empty titles aren't going to stop us. Tobio shook his head at Mephisto and jumped on top of Jean. Humph, that's what I like to hear. Let me test this so-called top 10 strongest. Cookie smiled widely as electric arcs spread along his body. The tail of the white cat on his shoulder warped around his arm before transforming it into a spear. The two of them glanced at each other before smiling and jumping forward. Hey! Wait, don't, rush. Natsum screamed, but Tobio and Cookie had already left and approached the battlefield at high speed. She could only helplessly sigh with her hands on her hips before smiling bitterly at Lavinia. The hawk wings flapped before the wind swirled around her and Shigyun, carrying them to fly away. Lavinia smiled as she shook her head at Mephisto, who was staring at them like a bunch of idiots before she and the ice doll vanished into the icy mist. Mephisto blinked before he laughed and followed, "Forget it, it isn't like this is the first time I threw myself to death. When did I become too timid?" Faust was right, too much paperwork in the human world does make one soft. Maybe I will meet him again today. Genbu stood in a daze watching everyone leaving for the battlefield before she looked at the old priest, who had the same strange expression. So, are they supposed to just ignore the previous shocking information and rush? Genbu felt tired, but then she sensed a presence approaching quickly from the back as her expression twisted again. The air was rattled by an ear-splitting roar that rumbled like thunder. A golden comet sped forward like a beam blowing away the dust. In his dragonman form, Nakagami has transformed into a golden humanoid dragon. Every stride shook the earth, and each of his moves triggered an explosion. At this time, his power has reached the highest as the control over the earth and Tuki completely broke through limits, surpassing most of the gods. But he didn't dare to be distracted as a blue light gradually approached him with a speed not inferior to his. The blue and gold comets flashed through the area as the distance between them shrank for a moment. As they were about to clash, the aura of Ki gathered on Nakagami's hands, forming two orbs of highly concentrated energy. He swung his fist with great momentum that detonated the air like a bomb. However, his strike had no effect. The blue figure faded away the moment of the attack before appearing a few steps away and raising the katana in his hands. Nakagami saw this and was ready to launch aura bullets, but then, a glassy blue light flashed in his eyes. The katana was drawn out too quickly that its aura left a mirage in the air, slashing the ground, and leaving a deep wound. Nakagami frowned at this seemingly empty attack, but then his body sank. The blue mirage faded like snow in the summer and so did the aura on his body. Feeling the connection between the dragon veins and this piece of the land has been completely severed, the ki supporting his aura fading away as Nakagami was shocked to the core, then he was shocked to the jaw. Leo appeared again in front of him as a fist landed firmly on his jaw, distorting Nakagami's facial expression. Boost. Drake's voice vibrated in the air as the azure mana gathered like a vortex before expanding into a large blue halo. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The energy reached its limits before detonating in one swoop. The area was swallowed by the azure blast and a golden figure was shot far away at high speed. Several trees and vines sprouted from the ground in an attempt to serve as a buffer, but they were crushed at the point of impact until Nakagami hit a mountain, raising a far-off cloud of dust. The spot where Nakagami's body struck was entirely buried by falling rocks as a portion of the mountain started to collapse. Leo waved his hand as he felt his fingers were broken for a second. At the moment of impact, Nakagami transferred all his remaining aura to his jaw to counter the strike. Suddenly, a pillar of flames rose from beneath Leo's feet, trapping him inside the scorching heat that soon formed a firestorm. The scarlet wings flapped as sparks flew in the hot wind like fireflies, igniting all the green trees in their path before the flames exploded in Leo's position. Suzaku, protected by the vermilion bird, waved her arm and threw several talismans. The Shinto rituals burned in the flames from several magic circles flashed from within, adding several seals to the storm. The sun was blocked from view by thick clouds that were accompanied by lightning flashes. Under Saryu's control, the wind howled and the thunder boomed as the clouds built more energy. However, the blazing firestorm started twisting irregularly before all the flames were pulled by something, turning into a huge lump of burning gas. A buzzing sound reverberated as the mass of flames began to rotate and bulged like an oversized balloon. Under Suzaku's stern gaze, her seals were bizarrely stretched to the limit as if they were made off the rubber before a blue light flashed. The azure dragon that was coiling around Saryu's body roared and slammed his claws to the ground. As though they had been given instructions, all the clouds glimmered before a huge lightning bolt dropped, flashing the entire area. As the world lost colors, the flame storm was blasted from the top by a flying figure sounded by a spectral blue ring, skyrocketing towards the thunderbolt. The rotating mirage blades resonated as the buzz fended off the thunder. The spectral blue light raced before a mirage blade skipped into Leo's grasp and twisted into a long spear. The lightning bolt slunk like a snake and engulfed his body in one bite, but the hot plasma was soon swirled into a vortex. Not again. What hatred do you have with my powers? Saryu helplessly saw the sight play out again as his lightning collapsed into a twister, enlarging the long spear by a length of several meters. The spear spun too fast as the air was pulled to snap under the lightning heat. Unbothered by the blinding flickers, Leo arched his back and immediately hurled the spear. Lightning reversal. Capture lightning and deflect it, a technique Leo copied straight from a video game. The spear faded into a dazzling light, throwing the sound barrier far behind and zipping towards Saryu. The mirage blades humming around Leo resonated once more before several were shot at Suzaku. Without hesitation, Saryu warped himself with rhizomes before jumping into a deep hole opened by the plants. The azure dragon coiled its body and roared with wind and Lightning at the incoming spear. The violent current scorched all of Saryu's vegetation as the horrible rotation screwed through all the barriers before reaching the head of the azure dragon in a blink of an eye. The spectral blue light spots enlarged in sight as Suzaku ignited on fire. The flames didn't hurt her in the slightest as the wings of the vermilion bird warped around her body forming a shield bathing in flames. Clang, clang, clang. The mirage blades flying in the air suddenly vanished and appeared a few centimeters away from Suzaku. No sound or warning, the blades have slammed on vermilion wings from multiple directions. One of the blades almost pierced her eye before melting under the fiery flames of vermilion bird. However, before Suzaku was relieved, the melted mirage blade collapsed into a spinning dark distortion. Suzaku's pupil shrank till it resembled the tip of a needle as numerous mirage blades stabbed at her body directly from across the vortex and surrounding her. How could any spot the enemy touches warp into singularities? The flames of the vermilion bird couldn't block the blades from this distance as Suzaku couldn't blink as the blades reached her body, but then, she heard a familiar voice as her shadow experienced an anomaly and flickered. Stop. The singularity was ripped off as if it were made of paper as the intangible shadow leaped from the ground and twisted into numerous dark red swords, slicing through the mirage blades. A person jumped from burning trees as the spear at Saryu's side went through Azure Dragon's body and headed for Rhizom's defense. His arm was encircled by a spinning lightning spear that jabbed at the side of the mirage blade spear. The horrible sound of friction and sparks flew in the air. The collision changed Mirage Blade's spear trajectory and sent it flying away before exploding into a lightning storm in the distance. The person wasn't in a better shape as the impact sent his body crashing to the ground before he hurriedly stood up and dusted his clothes. TCH. This wasn't as easy as it looked. Cookie rubbed his numb shoulder before looking at the injured Azure Dragon. The sacred beast in control of lightning and wind has 2 scorched holes in its slender body, which made Cookie frown and look at his trembling white cat on his shoulder before the network of rhizomes opened up to reveal Saryu. Oi, you don't look in great shape, four-eyed. Cookie grinned at Saryu before his expression changed. With a grave wound almost splitting his shoulder, Saryu scowled at Cookie and said, "You talk too much." Cookie same Jima. I assume Genbu and Bayako have arrived, sigh. A black red hound howled and jumped into the battlefield with a young man on its body. Tobio threw a glare at the figure standing at a distance, but then, he saw Leo cross his arms and leaned his body on a boulder. What? Didn't you tell me to stop? People are too demanding these days. Leo lifted his eyebrow before shaking his head before he noticed Jean, the big hound with a sword in its mouth. Tobio blinked his eyes and froze in place. Excuse me. That actually worked. This isn't according to the script at all. Shouldn't they begin to fight now and throw all kinds of attacks after the enemy insults him for being naive or something? Tobio felt betrayed by his own experience. Don't be distracted in the battle, Tobio. Hearing this voice, Tobio was instantly sober and turned quickly. Sister Suzaku. Huh. Tobio's eyes widened and his fist was subconsciously clenched. Suzaku was breathing heavily as sweat slipped off her pale face. Her back was soaked in blood as 3 nasty wounds could be seen there, matching in length the size of the previous blades. Even if Jin's blades were fast, they weren't able to eliminate all the Mirage blades at such close range. But this is actually the price of her negligence. Those blades and that sword, distance is meaningless against them. No matter how much they think they are safe at a distance, Yamado would cross space in an instant. You would think the attack is aiming at Nakagami in front, but in fact, the sword is already at your neck. Saryu experienced this thoroughly and the grave wound on his shoulder was the result. If he didn't react quickly that time. Suzaku swayed weakly and felt a bit lightheaded, but held herself firmly and looked sternly at Tobio. Tobio. Be careful, the enemy isn't simple. They are the Red Dragon Emperor. The Red Dragon Emperor? Is he like Valley? Tobio was startled by this information before looking more solemn. To think the person Valley calls rival is one of the strongest beings in the world. I know. Mephisto-san told us that we are dealing with one of the top 3 strongest beings in the world. But even so. We will not run away. Tobio took a deep breath and replied calmly, but the dark aura rising around him betrayed his calm act. Yet, he didn't run away or lose control over his sacred gear and emotions. Suzaku froze for a moment before a gratified smile appeared on her face, but then her smile froze. Top 3. Hey, Uryu. In the 5 principal clans of Shintoism, is it true that the high rate of earthquakes in Japan is caused by young Urius rolling in their sleep? Suzaku turned to see Leo yelling at the mountain far ahead before the ground quaked and a golden light shook to the sky. Nakagami emerged from under the rubble, shaking his head from the terrible ringing. His jaw was almost dislocated and his head was hurting like crazy, but the pain didn't cover the damn question as if it was right next to his ears. However, he noticed several figures approaching the battlefield and regained focus. Blinking his eyes, Leo stared in disbelief before his eyes literally sparkled with light and said to the empty air, "Is that Sif reference? Did you want to show me this? DXD World's Will, huh? Sif who? Are you losing your min? Yes, you figured it out, huh? It's indeed Sif that I wanted to show you. Keep going and you'll see more interesting things to your liking. Looking at the light particles around Leo's eyes, DXD Worlds will words took a sharp turn. At least try to pretend better. So, for how long are you going to use me as a testing machine? Also, that boy is uncannily looking like a protagonist. I didn't you know you had others in addition to Boob's Key? DXD Worlds will, How could you tell? Are you seriously asking? Leo pointed at Tobio, who was shining with a halo called morality and kindness, and then to Suzaku and a bunch of other girls rushing over with worried expressions on their faces. As a filthy anime only, Leo has no idea about what occurs in DXD past the half of the third season. To be honest, asking him about a lot of anime and manga-related things would yield no results since, while he liked them, he wasn't obsessed with them. It would be a better use of his time to go to the atelier. However, for spotting clichés as simple as these, he doesn't need to think too much. I bet there is only one male supporting character in his team. Forget it, how things are going on your side. Are you satisfied with terrorizing innocents and causing several billions worth of property damage? Leo rolled his eyes before deciding to close his mind again. He is only here to beat people up and thinking too much about it would twist his emotions. DXD Worlds will, very good actually, I am quite satisfied. My predecessor was right, Nakagami Nakiri is much better than his dumb little brother and still has much potential. I am intending to keep him as the Uryu. By holding his grounds under the slaughter of the little psychopath, Leo, and his blade that tears fabric space, DXD Worlds will look at Nakagami in a more positive light. This guy won't be the yellow snack in the future. Leo's mind was triggered again and the thoughts ran in circles. DXD Worlds will, indeed, it's the best outcome and quite stable too. But I am a little troubled by delaying the /dog team until now. Although this was very troublesome and the White Dragon Emperor had to leave, if this impacted the upper layers positively and increased their power, it was worth it. What did you get yourself into, partner? I smell the white guy, Albion's, aura nearby and it is coming from the dog and woman behind. Drake was awakened by all the noise before focusing on Tobio and Lavinia. He would never mistake his old buddy aura, so these two must have something to do with Albion's new host. However, he didn't know that his words were the last straw. Nakagami's brother will ultimately become Uryu. Drake's buddy was supposed to be here. This scene somehow delayed. This isn't what this Worlds will is doing, essentially changing its own storyline. So why did he get harassed for his explosions for weeks? Leo experienced a tiny mental breakdown. You hypocrite. As the atmosphere solidified, the mana surrounding Leo changed hue from azure to a darker hue. The awful breath polluted the key in the air as the brightness faded and a dreadful pressure began to leak. DXD Worlds will, calm down, you idiot. Do you think what you did is the same as mine? No. But I bet it wasn't worth all that harassment, won't you agree? Leo felt anger rushing to his head despite trying to stay calm. All of the world's evil is leaking and contaminating the surroundings. Jin's fur rose up as if he had transformed into a cat before he shielded Nakagami with a cloak of darkness, yet the disintegration of the malice was unabated. However, a bright red flame ignited around him, dispelling the chill. The purification flames resisted the malice, but Suzaku showed a difficult expression in trying to maintain this barrier. What is that? I don't know. I have never felt so much malice before. It's as if the world is targeting us. Suzaku struggled to speak as she watched the rest of the /dog team arrive. Their response wasn't any better as the malice nearly caused them to lose control of their sacred gears, especially Shigyun since Po wanted to consume the malice in the air. DXD Worlds will, Think a bit before you start throwing assumptions. Do you have any idea how the world works, or do you at least know where you are now? Don't think I don't know that you want an excuse to leave. Then do you know how many times you said, I need to fix my world? Why don't you add one to the list? And of course, I want an excuse to leave this shitty place. DXD Worlds will, TSK, you aren't cute at all. When did I deceive you, What I am doing isn't considered destruction like your shenanigans. It's more of a modification. Yeah, something like that. I couldn't care less if you're lying to me or not, you harlot. What I care about is how you have been bothering me about this for weeks while literally doing the same thing. DXD Worlds will, not the same, but fine, I get it. Listen, everything has a reasonable explanation. However, your state doesn't allow me to explain or even show you. Isn't this what you were trying to avoid? So, calm yourself down because your evil thingy is spilling all over the place. Exhaling another black cloud, Leo closed his eyes and began chanting in gibberish as the dark fog surrounding him dissipated, restoring the mana's pristine azure color. DXD Worlds will, better. I am always in a good state. Just tell me what to do, so I can leave already. DXD Worlds will, now, that's one big lie, but you see that boy with the big dog. Yeah. DXD Worlds will, push him to the limits. Leo glanced at the chat window, a little puzzled, before gently shaking his head. What just happened? Natsumi muttered quietly as her body trembled without control. She wasn't the only one as Shigyun almost fell down because of the previous pressure. We almost greeted hell's doors for a split second there. But in any case, the fall doesn't seem to be too aggressive, just yet. Mephisto's smile twitched as things continued to go beyond his expectations. The fall seems to be a bit more out of control than he anticipated, flipping his mood as fast as a book page. Mephisto isn't scared of strong beings, but he surely doesn't want to mess with a powerful entity with mental issues. However, when he cleared his throat and prepared to go for negotiations, someone was a step further. The fall. You are the Red Dragon Emperor, why are you doing this? Tobio stepped forward followed by Jean bearing its fangs. Tilting his head, Leo glanced at Drake inside the Longinus, who showed the same puzzled look. What does being the Red Dragon Emperor have to do with this? Valley, the White Dragon Emperor, is a worthy opponent who strives to seek challenges beyond his limits in order to progress. I can't help but feel sorry for him when I see you. To think that the opponent he was looking forward to is an out-of-control madman who endangers the lives of innocent people for no reason. Tobio's momentum increased with each sentence before he roared at Leo. His shadow merged with Jean before the dark aura cladded his body like a coat. Tobio, don't act recklessly. Suzaku reached to grab Tobio's arm but stopped when she saw his firm look. Affected by Tobio's momentum, the Slash Dog team followed right behind him with their sacred gears. Mephisto felt painful just watching, and he wasn't alone. Nakagami, who had leaped all the way back, frowned at this deceleration before his gaze was drawn to the perplexed Leo ahead. Innocent people. Leo blinked his eyes confusedly and wasn't quite sure as he muttered, but his weird gaze simulated Tobio's further. Don't pretend to be innocent. I don't care about the 10 strongest or whatnot. The dark ominous aura cladded Tobio's body like a coat before the shadows under his feet twisted. For hurting Sister Suzaku, I will make you pay. You'll never get away with this. Without warning, the shadow behind Leo twisted and several dark red blades stabbed into his body at high speed. However, he simply used Yamato to block the first edges and leaned his body, avoiding the blades, and spun in place. His foot left an azure trail of mana and kicked the extending shadow. The twisting shade under Tobio's feet swelled before it thrust into his stomach like a speeding ball. Ugh. Even with the aura of darkness, Tobio held his stomach rolling and took several steps back. His painful expression was quickly replaced with shock and couldn't understand how could someone kick him through his own shadow. This situation startled Slash Dog team members, who wanted to support Tobio. However, successful or not, the previous attack has already declared the beginning of the battle, but someone wasn't having it. Although Leo concedes that in high-end wars, the aftermath might imperil innocent lives, this is not the case here. He understands the limitations of this mystic barrier better than the priests who keep it up now, and it's a stretch to call anyone innocent here. A bunch of Shinto fanatics, the heirs of those fanatics' clans, a killer with an ice doll, and an old devil. Everyone here had blood on their hands, be it from self-defense or simple assault and murder, including Tobio himself. Of course, the definition of innocent can be distorted by people's logic and morality, which Leo would rather avoid delving into. In the end, he couldn't help but turn to the chat window. DXD Worlds will, don't look at me. You already knew he is the protagonist, just play along for now. Leo rolled his eyes at the chat window before shrugging and saying, hey, Slash puppy, was it? Good argument. Unfortunately. Sweeping the blade, Leo flipped Yamato's hilt before resheathing it. The sword went smoothly through the scabbard, a spectral blue and murky red light danced around the edge, but slowed down at the end as a sudden sense of crisis loomed on everyone's hearts. Click. My spin has already turned this space into spaghetti. Crack, 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 crack. As Yamato returned to its sheath, the sound of glass breaking reverberated, and the scenery was severed like a torn picture starting from around Saryu, Suzaku, and Nakagami. Tobio stared in disbelief as Suzaku's figure was frozen in space. He wanted to tear down the spatial distortion, but he was quickly thrown down by Jean before everything flashed back. Space fragments came crashing down like glass, blood flew high in the sky, and the torn space shrieked like nails grinding on a chalkboard. The ground and sky collapsed into blocks as several blade marks crossed the inner sanctuary. The defensive formation was violently ripped apart as the 5 clans' priests experienced a strong backlash and fainted. Saryu blankly stared at the falling sky before his body slammed down. Torn open by several blade wounds, the blood gushed from his body like a fountain as Cookie hurriedly held him, but he was already unconscious. Tobio's mind was blank when he witnessed Suzaku collapse and Vermilion Bird fade to sparks. His blood-stained face froze as he saw the severely injured body dropping into a pool of blood. Without any resistance, 2 of the sacred beasts of Japan fell down, not knowing if they were alive. It happened too fast and without any warning, even Mephisto didn't feel anything. Spatial skill. But I didn't sense any fluctuations. How can all of those attacks suddenly appear out of nowhere? Mephisto's thoughts worked quickly before Leo's previous words sounded in his ears as his hair stood on ends. If that's the case, the whole inner sanctuary is already. Mephisto's expression sunk to the bottom as he realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a pillar of golden aura rose before the almost uninjured Nakagami charged forward. The golden scales on his body lost their luster as a deep scare ran through them, but no obvious injury could be seen and they recovered quickly under the nourishment of the dragon veins. Behind him, several huge stone pillars shot from the ground like missiles and quickly filled Leo's sight. This world power creep level seriously needs help. Leo lifted his eyebrow before pulling Yamato, but the vibration of the sword clearly conveyed its irritable mood. Yamato was fuming from anger and almost jumping out of the scabbard. Its slashes can rip apart the fabric of space and Terror gods weren't able to cut Nakagami's body. This doesn't make sense. Yamato couldn't understand how a bunch of scales could be harder than the tiring force of space. But it wasn't created to understand, so it just wants to cut it down. Under the threat of the falling pillars, Leo simply held Yamato and gently tossed it forward. *PFFF. The charging Nakagami flinched and slowed down until he stopped in place. His aura grew weaker and fainter into dim wisps fading with the dust. The golden luster full of life energy diminished as an unwilling roar could be faintly heard from within. Looking down, a katana was penetrating his chest and emerging from the other side. As a hand carefully clutched the hilt, blood flowed on the blade edge, tinting it with a hint of red. The stone pillars lost their key support and carpet-bombed the area, creating a dust screen. Leo grasped Yamato's hilt and said, "You actually aren't half bad, but having too many deadweights is quite worrying." Nakagami didn't respond as his eyes were focused on Yamato. This ordinary-looking but strange weapon appeared to have a special ability that cut off his connection to the sacred beast partly. This scary ability appears to be more than capable of negating nearly all sacred gear users. This earned a weak chuckle from him. After so many years, he felt so vulnerable without the yellow dragon protecting his fragile human body. The horrible malice crawled through the sword and dyed the key in an ominous shade, but under the close threat of death, his eyes didn't waver nor did his heartbeat accelerate. His eyes locked on Leo's, a deep gaze packed with numerous emotions ranging from regret to wrath ended with a sigh. "For the 5 principal clans, I am willing to give my life." "Well, do that next time." Malice rushed over his body like a tsunami, crashing into his spirit like a truck. As his awareness sank to black, the reluctant roar of the yellow dragon vanished in his mind. I wonder how far he'd go if he didn't have those deadweights behind. Leo pulled Yamato out as the blood splashed on the ground before the Uriya fell down. DXD World's will, I know right. However, Leo couldn't help but glance at him for a while, not quite sure what to think about this situation. But for how long do you think he knew? The truth is, this guy didn't give a damn about protecting this mystic barrier. It took Leo a moment to realize, after all, that in addition to the slash puppy, only one person didn't show bloodlust towards him and it was honestly surprising. Did he perceive that Leo has no intention of murdering and that the gap is too great, deeming the conflict unnecessary? Only Nakagami can likely respond, given he is the one who chose to surrender at the final moment. Such a useless exchange for blows would have only resulted in casualties, but giving up like this isn't an option. After all, who would miss this chance to ignite the spirits of those behind him? Glancing around, everyone's eyes were locked on him. Emotions varied, but Leo could assure that wrath and hatred were the majority. So, he has been turned into a whetstone, huh? *sigh*. People are getting too brave with pushing their luck. Do you think you both are worth it? DXD World's will, they are, so stop showing off your edges and get to work. Sighing gently, Leo turned to stare straight at the bloodshot eyes of Tobio. Several dark blades extended from the shadows and pierced his body from all directions. As Leo came out with several holes in his body, a spectral blue light flashed before the blades were crushed to fragments. There was no blood or flesh on the inside, only a squirming black mass and an illusory fog twisting around it. Is that? But what about that red necklace? Lavinia stared at this scene as a chilling coldness filled her body. The shape, usage, and feelings are completely different than she recalls, but there is no doubt it's that Longinus. The aching pain stung his brain. His body was screaming and the wounds were barely recovering within the fog. The dark blades left some sort of bad taste, a scorching feeling that bites into the bones. Although it didn't burn as much as the human order correction ritual, it still packed a punch. That blade can technically kill me, huh? No wonder it stung badly, it's a god-killing artifact. DXD World's will, it's aim no Ohabari. How deeply did it hurt you? I bet it wasn't anything important. However, this is a good result. Continue. The fall. The blades protruded from the shadows like a swarm of needles, obscuring the scene ahead in the darkness. However, the obscurity was broken by several blue glimmers flashing through space and time. The clash didn't raise any waves as the blades and swords annihilated each other. However, the black side was soon pushed by as the space began to twist into a large distortion, pulling everything inside. Behouless the slaying of 1,000 mortals. Bessingus the slaying of 10,000 gobble. The darkness gushed from Tobio's body, flooding and dyeing the ground black. The sunlight dimmed down as the howls of Jean echoed high in the sky. Tobio murmured as something within him began to emerge in response to his wrath. However, during the second verse, a strong ache struck his right cheek. An ice wall stood before him, but it didn't last for a second as he was thrown back. His entire face felt like it was breaking apart and being crushed. Cookie caught him easily as Tobio's head was dizzy from pain and felt his teeth almost break. Several walls of ice bloomed like a lotus and covered them inside as Lavinia used absolute demise to reduce the area to an ice field. Snow and hail began to fall without warning inside the mystic barrier as the temperature dropped down rapidly. Did you just say goblins? By the way, who told you to chant like a retard? Leo looked at the sky before quickly raising Yamato. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A figure crashed into his position like an artillery strike, the smell of metal lingered in the air before the horrible sharpening sound was heard. The giant humanoid white tiger slammed with intense strength as the ground cracked into cobwebs. However, his massive build was stopped by a thin blade grinding against his claws. So, Byako, I assume. In the 5 principal clans of Shintoism, is it true that you are totally okay with using Chinese beliefs to worship the Shinto gods? Shut up, you bastard. I will rip apart that running mouth of yours and break every single bone in your body. Byako didn't react, or rather, he probably didn't listen at all. His eyes were spitting flames from anger as his massive build enlarged even further before hurling down a fist. Boost. However, his fist never reached the goal as his body was sent flying by a kick. Byako's thoughts were blank for a moment. His possession form of the white tiger was knocked down by a single kick as his ribs were squeaking from pain. Byako, wait for me. Genbu came rushing with her sacred beast, catching the flying Byako before freezing at the sight of the tragedy. Web novel's word limit didn't let me post the full chapter, continue in the next one. Chapter 178, An Excellent Day. Tobio, listen closely to what I will say. I know you are angry, but you have to stay in control. You have seen it, right? The Falls body. The Slash Dog team emerged from within the ice with grim faces. Tobio rubbed his jaw before shaking his head. His ears heard what Lavinia said, but he couldn't help but glare at Leo as a faint chanting was heard from his mouth, reminding him of his aching cheek. 11-inch. Seeing how many people kept popping from nowhere, Leo felt a headache and rubbed his head. Well, I guess this is all, Slash puppy. Usually, I say this as a joke, but nothing personal, kid. Each minute from now, one of your buddies will fall. DXD worlds will. Oi, what are you doing? Are you going with villainy now? Bad pun, by the way. I am playing along, as you told me. With his hand on Yamato's hilt, Leo felt the sword excited emotions as several powerful auras were released. Sacred gears, sacred beasts, Longinus, and blades that could kill him. Surrounded by these items, figures, and entities, Leo didn't feel much compared to Yamato. It mostly felt empty and tasteless. Excitement or something. Well, at least it won't be boring. Be more positive, partner. At least that blade can potentially kill you. Drake's encouraging smile flashed in Leo's mind, rendering him silent for a moment. The space twisted into a blue distortion before spectral blue light sliced through space and time, but it met a wave of darkness, tearing through the air as two forces annihilated each other. With darkness surrounding him, Tobio screamed to the sky before him and Jean flared with a wicked aura. What emerged from within was what could be described as boundless darkness. The shadow rolled and swirled as if it were a festival of ghosts. The howls of the wolves and the scream of men. The innumerable blades tinged the sky and earth in darkness as a figure appeared in front of Leo. No sign or trace, a huge werewolf submerged in the shadows teleported without a warning, alongside another silhouette, who attacked Leo from both sides. However, a buzz reverberated as a blue circle manifested around Leo. The mirage blades distorted the space around them and by effect, all the darkness was twisted as the blades lost their trajectory. However, more and more emerged and started filling the space. They resembled a cloud of locusts devouring everything in their path, but soon, they all fall apart. Yamato drew an arc in the air as the space compressed and spun around the sword. The shadows were ripped apart before a storm slammed down the two attackers, but they escaped via teleportation again. Wow, your true power is becoming a furry. I am so scared. Grasping a mirage blade, Leo vanished from the spot before stabbing forward. The mirage blade twisted into a long spear rotating at high speed, faintly leaving traces along the space and aiming at the heart of a giant werewolf. Tobio blocked the strike with his claw and the shadow beneath him rose, but Leo slid his hand on the spear, avoiding the blades as Tobio's eyes were soon greeted by a glaring glint of a sword slashing straight to his throat. A sense of crisis emerged in his heart coming from both ways, but Tobio didn't feel frustrated and opened his mouth. His jaw filled with sharp teeth bite fiercely at the incoming sword, yet as if it's a mirage, the sword simply passed through. The sound of steel clashing echoed from behind. The giant blackhound bites down the empty air behind Tobio's head as sparks fly. The real stab traveled in space aiming at the blind spot, but it was blocked by Jean. However, before Tobio felt chill from this tricky battle method, his jaw was slammed by the other end of the spear and knocked a few meters in the air. Leo spun his spear around his body before delivering another stab to Tobio's heart, but the latter vanished through the shadows and appeared far away. The snow soon formed a blizzard covering Leo's body as several ice roses bloomed like sharp blades. The whole inner sanctuary was covered in a white sheet of snow as the vision field was reduced to the minimum. The wind howled and swirled from within the snowstorm, but soon, the airflow speed increased until the whistling was the only thing heard from within. Standing alone in the middle of ice and snow, Leo saw the blizzard deliberately trying to guide the ice into his previous wounds, but instead of hurting him, they broke into a fine powder. Not everyone has a god-killing weapon, but the fluctuations from the blizzard exposed its true nature. Absolute demise. I didn't see this Longinus in a while. My previous partners had some conflicts with its hosts. The biting chill isn't so pleasant. Drake looked at the world of ice and snow as memory surged. As a fire dragon, he never liked these snowy fields. This should be the balance breaker, right? A controllable big blizzard. Wow, what a useless and boring Longinus. The whole blizzard seemed to be a puppet tied by a string, dancing in the hands of the witch hidden behind snow. Would that sound impressive? Not really, when you realize that anyone with a bit of mana control could do it. Sensing the energy seeping through the snow, Leo wasn't in a hurry and started chatting with Drake. After all, wasting time isn't his problem. Shut up, you bastard. The thunder clapped as a figure broke through the snow and rushed towards Leo. Cookie screamed as his sacred gear left a trace of lightning in the air, aiming at Leo's right eye. As if it's a flash of lightning, Cookie's spear struck down swiftly, but without a warning, Leo twirled the spear in hand casually, leaving a light trail, and met Cookie's attack. The posture was so sloppy and unbalanced. Because of the sudden switch, there wasn't any possibility of mustering any strength to counterattack in this position. Cookie quickly saw through the enemy attack, but what seemed to be a pleasant opportunity only hit his nerves. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Cookie roared as his attack grew fiercer as the sacred gear responded to his will. The two spears met head to head, but the lighting spear effortlessly slid off the spectral blue. A strong rotation force suddenly struck his arm as Cookie felt his hand tearing apart. Through the electric current, his eyes shrank as Leo was one step away from him. For any spearman, this distance is fatal, but he isn't a normal one. Before his right arm burst with electricity, Cookie's eyes gleamed with ferocious fire. A stride back was all he required before swinging his spear horizontally, then attacking and never giving the opponent a chance. His sacred gear hissed as lightning accumulated into numerous bolts for support, but a spectral blue phantom passed by. The horizontal strike was broken by a blue long spear as cracks spread through it. However, before Cookie was taken aback by the enemy spear's frailty, his foot screamed in anguish. The spearhead pierced through his body like a drill and pinned him in place. Cookie's face distorted from pain, but his eyes didn't lose focus as the cold glint of a sword was heading straight to his neck. He threw his body down without any hesitation before lightning broke out from his body. Leo didn't even flinch at the seemingly lethal flashbang and stabbed at Cookie's neck, but suddenly, his arm grew too cold, even for someone who doesn't have blood running through his body. His arm and Yamato were suddenly sealed inside a block of ice as a strong force pulled him back. Looking in front, Cookie gave him a wild smile despite the pain and said, "Heads up, fucker." Ah! A huge figure broke through the lightning and slammed down at Leo's head. This area blizzard was suddenly cleared up by the shockwave as winds blasted like blades. Leo was tossed a few meters away by the strike as Byako exhaled with his trembling arms. His body was stabbed by several mirage blades before they broke into fragments, but the wounds immediately recovered. Monstrous bastard. Byako felt a chill just by looking at this performance before charging forward. The ice covering his arm broke into slag by the strike as Leo twisted his body and landed, but his feet suddenly slid. No, they didn't even touch the ground. A strong airflow gusted as his body was abruptly spun and carried back. A mirage blade skipped into a spear in his hand before Leo slashed with both weapons. The wind was torn open by Yatamo before the rotating spear spun the airflow, generating a tiny storm, and striking the advancing Byako. However, in an instant, more storms were brewed in the blizzard and they grew much stronger as Leo found himself dragged back because of the spear. Byako jumped up and rushed straight into the spinning spear. His white tiger body shone with a white aura of Tuki as his claws tore straight at the mirage blade, but suddenly, he slowed down for a step. The spear pierced straight through his huge body, but he didn't flinch. His claws violently grasped Leo's shoulders, rubbing a flash of sparks against the layer of mana. Although it couldn't break his defense, Leo's eyes widened as Bayako forcibly dragged him despite the Mirage Blade's ring tearing through his flesh like a saw. "How do you like it, monstrous bastard? Now." With a crazed smile, Bayako roared as the ground beneath the snow and ice broke open. A torrent of clear water burst into the air, immersing Leo and Bayako in a massive body of water. The blizzard gathered like a huge hand covering both of them before everything froze, trapping both of them into a giant block of ice. Several blue lights flashed as the ice burst up almost instantaneously, but darkness poured in from all sides. The ice reflected hundreds of dark crimson blades aimed directly at Leo before the entire block was attacked from every angle. Tobio appeared from within the shadows and poured everything he got into demolishing the ice block, yet all of his blades magically evaded Bayako before everything was submerged into a pitch-black scenery. However, Tobio wasn't at ease because he kept losing connection with his blades at an alarming rate. The dreadful darkness where no light could be seen was soon dotted by a gleaming blue, tracing on it like a thin brush. The spectral blue light tore down the intangible shadows as Tobio's blades turned into slag under the torrent of slashes. They left wicked scars across space as a mysterious gap shining with various colors could be seen. The dimensional gap. Tobio was slightly startled before a figure was shot from within the light and slammed next to him. Bayako gritted his teeth and stood up. The horrific sword wounds covering his body sizzled as they began to heal, but they were considerably slower as he breathed deeply. "Did you get him?" "I should have, but..." Tobio frowned as Jean slowly crouched and growled. "Oh, you indeed did. That wasn't so bad." A sword light flashed and the blizzard cleared up a path as Leo walked slowly while pulling a dark blade from his shoulder. His expression didn't change as he crushed the blade in his hand. His body was covered in different wounds that were squirming with dark fog and recovering slowly, but unlike the previous freebie, there was no effective damage as the injuries barely lasted for 3 seconds. "You damn monster." Tobio flinched at this scene. "The 5 clans has no mirrors, huh?" Leo rubbed his shoulder before swinging Yamato for a bit, noticing that there is nothing wrong with his movements. Growling, "You talk too much for a dead man." Bayako took a step forward before Tobio as if he were saying he'll be responsible for tanking. "Shut up. You are a monster that transformed his body into a Longinus, a walking corpse that doesn't feel anything," Tobio growled as the darkness began to surge once more. "Ah, did you notice?" "Ah, I guess the signs were too obvious." Leo looked at the dark fog of Annihilation Maker swirling around his body before shrugging and saying, "You know. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh. It disgusted me. And so, this is the story of my balance breaker. Be tuned for more." Tobio and Bayako were startled and couldn't help but clench their fists. These crazy words were spouted without an expression as if they were a joke. How could someone throw away their body and use the Longinus instead? This guy is a madman. DXD Worlds will, oi, you are getting too much into it. Thank you, I admire my acting skills too. By the way. Leo waved with Yamato as the deep blue light flashed before the sword structure changed and pointed it at both of them. You might have the strength in numbers, but... What appeared was something that made them stare blankly before they reacted and wanted to defend. However, Tobio suddenly reacted as the dark muzzle reflected in his pupil. Don't. His blades shot through the shadows aiming at the void, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. I have a gun. The sound of loud gunshots reverberated in the air as a blue spark flew from the muzzle of the Glock 19 held by Leo, but no bullet could be seen leaving the gun as they had disappeared into thin air. Tobio froze on the spot, his eyes trembling. The blizzard that carried the mystic barrier into the ice age diminished as he raised his head. As the sun beamed down on this icy planet, the heavy clouds above began to lift. The startled screams were heard from within the snow as Tobio saw Natsum covering her mouth. A giant griffin covered her with its wings as a means of protection, but it couldn't reduce the paleness of her face. Lavinia appeared from within the ice as a tiny snowstorm protected her, but it soon diminished to mere snowflakes breaking in the wind. Her hands weakly touched her chest where there were 3 bullets wounds dripping with blood. Her expression was one of disbelief as some sort of energy blocked her connection with absolute demise. The bullets appeared out of nowhere as if they were shot straight from inside her chest. She forced her head up to gaze at Tobio and others, with a helpless grin on her face, as the gunfire rang out again and her chest was blasted into a bloody rose, splashing the pure snow. Bang, 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 bang. Leo fired 4 more shots and twirled the Glock 19 in his hand before saying, "A minute has passed. Do you want to keep going?" The scene was caught in silence as the Slash Dog team stared at the fallen Lavinia with disbelief. The wind lifted up her witch hat as the blood dyed the snow red and stuck to her long blonde hair. The frightening realization that their teammate and friend were laying in blood and unmoving jolted them awake. Bayako sighed secretly and looked at the pale Genbu before anger flared in his chest. His eyes glowed fiercely before roaring, which forced everyone to focus and glared at the culprit. The minutes are ticking away, puppy. Move or die. DXD World's Will, damn, you are really getting into this. Seeing the same hatred-filled eyes, Leo waved Yamato casually before aiming at the group. The dark muzzle seemed to be devouring the light as the roar of anger shook off the mystic barrier from above. The clouds in the sky were pulled by a twister as the blizzard kicked up. Natsum bit her lips and rose to the sky before the fiend of deviousness spread its wings and cried. The wind swirled and a hurricane soon formed. The airflow tore down the ground and shot the debris like bullets before several tornadoes slammed at Leo. Once more, Leo grabbed a mirage blade in spear form and tapped the ground. The spin contained within the mirage blade spread like a vortex and blasted a hole in the wind. The remaining tornadoes quickly joined the rotation, and the region surrounding him became the storm's eye. Natsum noticed this and pushed Griffin to crush the area shielded from the wind, but her gaze was drawn to something. From an opening in the raging winds, she saw Leo staring straight at her while taking a throwing position before a gleaming star soon enlarged in her eyes. It was so fast that Natsum felt her mind going blank. What? Natsum's pupils shrunk as Griffin rapidly swooped down, yet no matter how strong the wind was, the ethereal blue spear left a trail in the air before piercing the cyclone. Still, the spear didn't fly for long as a lightning bolt soared from the ground and slammed into it, knocking it off track to a distance before crashing down, again. Don't even think about it, you crazy fucker. Cookie rose from the rubble with his arm trembling, but his bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Leo. Sadly, the latter didn't give him any attention because he was busy. A strange beast with white fur and a mask on its head opened its gory jaws and took a massive bite forward. Everything in its path was devoured, including earth, snow, mana, and mirage blades. Its 6'2" legs and 4 arms kicked the ground before charging forward, but Leo leaped onto its head and kicked it down. The monster's head deformed like a sponge before getting planted deeply in the dirt. The darkness extended through the land like a tide as the loud roar that blasted the eardrums was heard. Tobio waved with his claws as the shadows rose into a wave of blades, tearing everything, even the space in its path. The opponent wavelength was too confusing, but it isn't unreadable and there has to be a core supporting that weird body. As long as he can track it, they'll be able to kill him. Stepping on the monster horns, Leo shot like a bullet before swinging Yamato. An equally huge blue crescent moon clashed with the blades before both were broken down to glittering fragments. A spear spun in Leo's palm before stabbing into the darkness, but Byako broke through the fragments and received the attack before punching Leo. Leo's hold tightened and wasn't knocked away, but his head was forced back. As his gaze latched on Byako, tiny cracks spread across his face like ceramic with oozing dark fog, flinching the white tiger air before his wound twisted. The spear spun like a drill and blended Byako's inside, making the latter scream before crushing it. Genbu quickly drove the black tortoise before the ground bulged. Suddenly, water spouted into several bodies, exploding on Leo's body, followed by the violent wind forming a large waterspout drowning him before Byako broke through and hammered with all his strength. The dark blades followed closely as Tobio was like a phantom shuttling the ground, but out of nowhere, blue slashes manifested in emptiness and crushed all his attacks. A triple clenching sound could be heard as the creature bellowed before hopping like a frog and devouring the entire waterspout in its bloody jaws. I see, you wish to devour me. Have you ever considered that I may do the same? Stabbing Yamato into the head of the fiend of gluttony, Leo looked at the monster's red eyes before his mana flooded into the sword. An azure flare exploded into Poe's head and came out from the other side before the huge body crashed to the ground. Raising his new spear, Leo poured mana like crazy before stabbing straight into the mask. The energy swirled into a black point inside Poe's face before a powerful suction force started to consume everything, including the monster's body as it screamed in rage and attempted to bite anything in its path. Pulling Yamato, Leo kicked the monster's head, directing it to devour several dark blades before rushing towards the darkness ahead before the vortex inside swelled up before exploding. The explosions and shockwaves blasted the area as Shigyun screamed, clenching her chest and almost fell near Lavinia. However, as more blades filled his field of vision, a crimson aura flashed on Leo as the space was split open by several striking blue lines. The slashes crossed the void and tore apart all Tobio's attacks before several mirage blades shot at the ground. Tobio wanted to teleport again, but his body barely sank within the shadows before he noticed the mirage blades pinning the shade as if it were a tangible object. Jean shot forward after leaping from the nearby shadows. With a twist and an arc in the air, the blade trapped in its teeth slashed towards Leo, but the target vanished like a mirage, causing it to stop and jump back. Leo instantly appeared behind Jean before stabbing straight at Tobio's heart, but the latter quickly destroyed the mirage blades and shot numerous blades forward. You still don't get it. To Tobio's astonishment, several blue arcs crushed all his blades before a weird deep blue color shone on the opponent's sword. A clear stream of light split the sword blade into two from the fuller as Leo swung Yamato. A standard slash, but in Tobio's eyes, the wavelength went completely haywire, unable to tell anything. But a weird feeling crept through his heart as if he is sensing something invisible, yet not quite right. Tobio didn't dare to think much and his blades flew in the air as he slashed left with his claw. Asterisk clang. Tobio's blades crushed to fragments until a blue light collided with his claw, rubbing off sparks in the air, but his eyes shrank as another slash flashed on his chest. AoEs, area of effect, are nice and convenient, but here, they are nothing more than a flashy light show. People of this world and their AoE's obsession. The blades and darkness aura didn't play any role as a long wound was drawn on Tobio's chest, gushing with blood before the pain kicked up in his head. That sword. Did that monster send two parts of it into distinct locations in space? Tobio's mind felt blank before he saw a cold glint stabbing into his eye. Blocking with his claw, Tobio jumped away in a hurry, but his back suddenly stung with pain and a cut wound appeared on it. Despite that, he didn't slow down before Leo swung Yamato without stopping. However, Jean suddenly teleported back and blocked the second slash for Tobio, but it didn't make things any easier. Sparks kept flying in the air as the area turned into a storm of slashes tearing down everything around it, even the space was left with colorful cracks. The two figures inside kept teleporting through the area as the collision followed, not allowing anyone to interfere. The protection from the dark blades around him didn't play any role as Yamato easily tore down the darkness. The only things that could block it were Tobio's claws and Jin's blade. Can you be faster, slash puppy? The light on Yamato broke into 3 segments as Tobio's eyes shrank. 3 simultaneous slashes crossed the void, aiming at Tobio's heart, head, and leg. The first 2 were blocked by him and Jean, but the last one was barely dodged in time. More and more slashes flew through space as Tobio felt his mind was on fire, unable to think of anything except blocking. Dancing on the edge of death pushed him to the limits, any mistake and it'll be his head flying with the sparks. He continued to be guided by the strange feeling and wavelength, but it didn't always work because of the mounting injuries. However, it got stronger and stronger as Tobio started to feel lightheaded and his surroundings began to blur. Even if he covered his wounds in the aura of darkness, his body is but a human. Long fights aren't in his favor at all. Suddenly, a large tornado broke through the slashes and warped Tobio within. Tobio, however, ignored the wind barrier and continued to block with Jean, but the slashes never materialized. Tobio's eyes narrowed when he saw Leo aiming Yamato aloft as it transformed into a Glock 19. Don't you dare. The previous scene surged in his head as his body automatically moved. His bloodshot eyes focused on the gun muzzle as if they would pop up in the next second. The blue spark shone from within the gun as the wavelength and aura were pushed to the maximum. The strange feeling grew clearer and he followed without hesitation. From his body to the shadows. With only that thought, his claw drew an arc in the air. Bang, clang, bang, clang, bang. 3 gunshots rang in everyone's ears once more, but this time 2 strange echoes were mixed within. It sounded like a popping sound followed by a metallic clang. Tobio widened his eyes in shock as a solid touch was transmitted to his claws before his arm was jerked back from the force. However, he quickly looked back as the wind grew weaker. Natsum held her stomach with a pale face and the griffin cried while desperately trying to stabilize itself. In addition to the pain, she felt weird energy tearing off her connection with the sacred gear as Griffin couldn't maintain the hurricane. The air shuddered in front of Yamato's muzzle as Leo lifted his eyebrow. His eyes quickly spotted 2 rounds embedded in the dirt before looking at Tobio with a bit of surprise. The sacred gears respond to the will of their host, huh? Isn't that nice? Mine has been ignoring me so far. How sad. Leo shook his head and shrugged. You better be grateful that I'm willing to put up with your daily chatter, else, you would have been alone with the walls. However, your husk-like Longinus has always confused me, but it doesn't matter. After all, haven't you filled that emptiness yourself, partner? Glancing at his skin that holds nothing by the energy within, Leo chuckled at Yamato, who is furious at being blocked by Tobio, before saying, I guess so. Damn, the villains truly rush their death by talking too much. What a risky occupation. Yamato quickly changed to its original form before Leo shook his head and grasped the hilt. The crimson and blue light interlocked into a spectacular, yet deadly glint. Hey, Drake. Didn't we agree to go full boost? Indeed, aren't regular boosts ineffective for you? Not exactly, and you know why. Well, normal attacks are completely acceptable. Drake is fully aware that his soul is the only thing giving this Longinus power and trying to go over the limit would only lead to a tragedy, which made him scoff at Leo's words. This group is related to the white guy, right? As a grin crept on their lips, the green orb on the necklace gleamed. Calming his agitated emotions, Tobio clenched his fist before taking a deep breath. It wasn't his imagination. His blades, that bastard sword, all these attacks are crossing some sort of an invisible area. Tobio looked at Jean as they shared the same thought, as long as we keep up, we can do it. However, his entire body shuddered before he hurriedly looked at Natsum. The wavelength and mysterious feeling were thrown into chaos as if the entire space was distorted beyond recognition. Slashes abruptly emerged all around Natsume as the space froze still. Since there was no evidence of their ever being in this time and place, Tobio's thinking was unable to keep up. He desperately waved his claw and Jean waved the blade, following the previous feeling, but a strong force emerged and knocked them away. Boost. With a loud cry, the blue glint reduced Griffin's body to a bloody mess. Its torn wings were unable to keep up as the massive body crashed down, unable to tell if Natsume was alright. Boost. A huge crescent moon of mana tore the ground before it clashed with Tobio's darkness and exploded into a scorching ball of flames. Another minute passed. Puppy. Do you still want to continue? I will say yes for you. Emerging from within the mana, Tobio gritted his teeth and his eyes were completely red, giving a feeling of madness. Ah. Are you losing your mind to the Longinus? Well, I guess that is about it. Pulling out Yamato and blocking a claw, Leo grabbed a spear before teleporting in front of Tobio. Tobio roared inhumanly before his claws left a dent in space and crashed into the sword. However, the sound of the collision came from different locations around them as the area was torn apart. Jean jumped from behind and slashed, but the spear twirled in Leo's hands and blocked the strike despite showing signs of breaking before into the shadows. Yamato quickly drew an arc in the air as Tobio hurriedly ducked down and raised his claws, but a wound instantly appeared on his shoulder before mana flared and bashed him down. Tobio. Wake up. Damn it, you'll die at this rate. Cookie screamed from outside the battle area and wanted to rush in, but his body was soon knocked away riddled with injuries. The sound of sword clashes played like a rhythm as Tobio felt his conscience was fading away. Cookie's voice vanished away as the trajectory of the slashes was the only thing on his mind. He clearly understood that he is losing control over Canis Lycaon because of his emotions, but it doesn't matter. Relaxing his body and giving his all attention illusory attacks, Tobio squatted before his figure vanished. He'll never bring harm to his friends, so rampage or not, his target didn't change. Even if he'll lose his life, he'll rip that bastard to shreds. The long claws slammed into Yamato and pushed Leo several meters away before stopping. And you have completely lost it. Growling. Growling like a beast, Tobio gripped the sword even if it bled. There was nothing in his eyes but the desire to completely rip the person in front of him as his claw rolled up in darkness before cutting. Is this your best solution? I personally approve, but how far can you keep it up? Yamato shone a dazzling gleam on Leo's face before it slammed into Tobio's claw. The blue light and the darkness blasted the area before an ear-splitting explosion shook the crumbling inner sanctuary. How could this happen? Staring at the black and blue figures dashing through the inner sanctuary, Natsume struggled to raise her head from the ground. Every inch of her body was screaming in pain. Blood kept dripping from her wounds as a certain force seemed to be absorbing all her strength. The snow on the ground has already melted and the sky cleared up from the previous blizzard and hurricane, but it didn't bring her any warmth. Her sacred gear was flying next to her, a majestic griffin swirling the wind with each breath, but at this moment, its wings were torn apart as massive wounds crisscrossed on its body. By her side, Slash Dog team members, the heirs of the 5 principal clans, and their independent type sacred gears were lying. The wounds on their bodies varied, but without a doubt, they were completely defeated. She didn't even realize how it happened. For a moment they were fighting, then they began to drop down. Gunshots, slashes, energy beams, and even kicks and punches, all came out of nowhere after each minute, like the sickle of death, harvesting them one by one. This is completely beyond us. It has to be a joke. How could anyone fight against this monster? A deep sense of powerlessness filled her heart as her eyes struggled to keep up with the 2 figures ahead. Don't overwork yourself, young lady. This isn't a battle we were supposed to interfere with in the first place. Suddenly, she heard a deep voice as a magic circle shone with a green light on her body. Although it didn't remove the bizarre energy, it helped alleviate the pain. You are. What were you doing here when we were all fighting, Mephisto? Ah, how can I explain? I suppose you wouldn't like to hear that this is all pointless, right? Mephisto rubbed his head and sighed at the sight of Natsume's reddening eyes. The darkness rose like a wave and slammed into a huge blue crescent moon before breaking into fragments. Tobio shot through the shadows like a bullet before spinning in place. His entire body turned into a blur before sparks flew from all directions around him. Balancing himself with his arm, he vanished from the place as it was soon reduced to pieces. Without thinking, his claws made a cross in the air, slamming into a slender katana before biting with his fangs. However, his chin was slammed shut by a spear end. The spear flipped as the spearhead left a spectral blue arc and aimed at the exposed neck. Leo flipped his grip on Yamato before the glowing aura broke into 7 segments, but Tobio didn't back out and swung his claws. The spear was knocked back a few inches away from Tobio's neck before Jean jumped out of the shadows and crashed with Yamato, stopping from advancing before several collisions blasted the air around Tobio and Leo. The slashes spanning time and space were nearly impossible to track, but Tobio didn't face any problem. His body moved completely by instinct like a wild beast as madness filled his head. The spinning Mirage's blades and dark red blades of Canis Lycaon immediately shot before breaking into several pieces. Using Jin's blade as a platform, Leo flipped above Jin, dodging Tobio's claw. His hand grabbed the hilt of Jin's blade and dragged the entire hound to block the spatial slash before throwing it at Tobio and kicking him. Boost. The mana flared on the impact as Tobio turned into a flash crossing a large distance, but he immediately flipped and sank into the shadows. His previous position was demolished by several energy beams. Tobio turned into a phantom blinking through the battlefield and rushing forward as the energy bombs rained down on him. The dark blade skipped from the shadows before explosions filled the sky. Tearing his way through, Tobio ripped apart another energy blast before his body ducked without a warning. The Destwand energy bullet left a spectral blue trail as a spinning spear shot right above him before it was caught by a palm. Using the spear to balance himself, Leo swung Yamato as 7 slashes crossed space, but Tobio didn't even look back. His claws tore the empty air before sparks shot a few inches away from different locations around his body. Jin jumped from the shadows and slashed into Leo's back, but even if it was blocked by Yamato, more slashes crossed the void and left a deep wound on Leo's body. Twisting his body, Tobio's figure flew back as the fangs-filled jaws opened to howl, but a spectral blue shadow flashed by before his mouth was slapped shut. Waving his claw, another collision distorted the space, but the blue shadow flashed again as Tobio's head was smashed down. Leo hummed in a deep tone as he quickly dodged Jin's strike before leaving a phantom in his place. The spear shaft turned into a spectral blue afterimage before slapping Tobio's face, then knocking on his skull like a hammer. The werewolf's head shook violently and the teeth made a clicking sound, but his claws didn't stop for one moment. Yamato left a beautiful arc in the air before it clashed with Tobio's dark claws as the storm tore apart the ground beneath them, but the spear shaft quickly followed and slapped Tobio's face. He is only reacting to life-threatening attacks. It seems he gave up reason and threw all his emotions to the Longinus. I am kind of surprised to see suicidal maniacs like you, partner. Drake snickered and laughed, but even if Leo was too lazy to correct him, he still said, the art of seeking death isn't as shallow. This noob has barely started. Imagine only going on a rampage because your friends are in danger, how disgraceful. You should explode at any moment. This won't do. Taking a step back, Leo twirled the spear above his head. His expression was clouded as the mana flocked into the Mirage blade and the aura on Yamato broke into 10 parts. Jin sensed the danger and stabbed with the blade, but it stopped and saw the blade easily piercing through Leo and coming from another side. However, no matter how it tried, the blade didn't want to budge. Hey, slash puppy number 2. If you want to stab me, do it. I don't care. The dark fog rolled around the wound as a smile of madness flashed on Leo's lips before he charged into Tobio. The blade was pulled violently from his chest as the spear shaft quickly smashed Tobio's head. Bam. The ground rolled up like a wave before the shockwave spread like a hurricane. Huge chunks of dirt were blasted into the air and large fissures extended like cobwebs. The werewolf shook as if he was drunk, but the claws quickly blocked Yamato before the spear wiped his face. The shockwave transmitted from the impact disfigured the area once more as Tobio's head was yanked to the left before his tooth was shot faster than a sniper bullet. Jin went through the shadows and cut a dark arc in the air. His slashes were blocked by several Mirage blades, but some still left several scars on Leo's body. However, this didn't stop him at all as the spear shaft knocked on Tobio's head like a sledgehammer. It doesn't matter anymore. If this kid wants to play the rampage game, Leo would like to see if his AM recovery or slash puppy blades are stronger. The area shook violently as the sound of collision played like a rhyme. The ground began to crumble and sink with each shockwave destroying the environment. In the middle of the blast range, a huge pothole began to expand and dig deeper into the earth. 10 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters. The blows continued for 100 meters, creating a sinkhole until the last explosion sent the dust flying. Oh. Leo stopped and tilted his head looking at the werewolf, who was barely standing up from the ground. The madness was still present in his red eyes, but at this time, Tobio's mind was much clearer as his hands held his head. The nauseating feeling hit his entire body as Tobio felt his head was about to crack open. Even the madness from his Longinus wasn't able to keep affecting him because of the pain and dizziness. Who said that you need some sort of heroine to wake up an out-of-control protagonist? This way is much better. Leo nodded at himself with satisfaction. He kicked Tobio in the face right away, completely unconcerned by the holes and wounds in his body. Bam. The werewolf flew like a rocket and slammed into the wall of the sinkhole before falling down. Holding his head, Tobio struggled to stand up as the dizziness made him sway before Jin appeared by his side. What just happened? Jin. Tobio glanced at Jin only to see the hound clenching the blade in its mouth with a helpless look. You should be a bit awake, right? Good. Hearing this distorted voice as if it were avoiding his perception, Tobio raised his eyes and glared at Leo before he noticed something as his expression sank. The last minute has passed, puppy. It's only you left here. Lowering his body, Leo returned Yamato to the scabbard and clenched the hilt. The world lost colors and dimmed down. Tobio's hair stood on edge as a result of the overwhelming sense of crisis, but the rage burning in his heart kept him awake. Because he wasn't strong enough to stand up to this monster, all of his companions died. The thought played in his mind as Tobio felt he was going insane. However, his nails dug into his palm before his eyes glared forward. Slowly moving, the still space pushed him down. No, I can't lose control now. Even if it meant for my body and soul to shatter in this place, I'll tear off a piece of that bastard. Tobio pushed the Longinus within him as the dark aura kept rising from Jean before the hound merged into the shadows. His body squealed from pain and his energy almost hit the bottom, but Tobio gritted his teeth and roared as he felt something breaking inside of him. The shadows beneath his feet spread like a carpet dyeing the ground in a jet black color. The stillness of the moment was broken by the howls of various dogs emerging from the shadows. The dim space was being torn apart by the blades in their jaws before Tobio screamed. It didn't matter what this power was. Tobio put his last effort into it before the hounds led by Jean charged like a wave, engulfing the world in darkness. However, the charge quickly halted as Tobio's eyes widened. He didn't know if it was because of the blood loss or his hurting head, but why is the world spinning around him? The entire space began to rotate as everything stretched like rubber. The trees, the ground, and hounds were spun into a vortex leading to Tobio. They tried to cut down this force, but their attacks only left traces washed away by the tide. Looking at his stretching hands and the world losing its shape, Tobio stood in a daze and couldn't comprehend what was happening. He is aware this is a manipulation of space, but why can't he see the previous wavelength? You know. Spatial battles are never truly decided by pure strength. Tobio's eyes were drawn by a sudden voice as he saw the only unchanged object in this mess of space. Tusk appeared behind Leo and guided the spin within Tobio to rotate all the fabric of space around him. After all, no matter how you look, space is space, no. Some make it more stable or chaotic, a theory after another, but in the end, it's all the same formless mess. King Crimson appeared behind Leo before he cancelled its power. The crimson aura flashed by before several scarlet lights glared in the darkness around Tobio. They were so numerous and resembled sky lanterns shining in the night sky. The magic crest on Leo's shoulder glowed with a milky light as several blue and dark points glowed from within the crimson illuminations. Heaven's Feel materialized the energy stored within the time-skip dimension as Leo pushed Yamato with his thumb. All the lights resonated with the aura on Yamato as the whole world shone with a star-like luster, dotting the darkness as if it were a brilliant night sky. Those are my. Tobio's eyes shrank at this sight as his body froze still. The familiar feeling strokes his senses and couldn't be more obvious. The blue and dark lights are slashes and this bastard attacks. All of them were drawn by this vortex towards him as if it became a cage. Is this what Sister Suzaku saw? Gritting his teeth, Tobio rushed forward with all that he got as the hounds followed. The rotating space was impacted by the hordes of wolves as the darkness formed a huge shadow covering the sky and earth, but it was all overtaken by a bright flash. Yamato left a gleam as a crescent moon rose in the darkness completing this night sky before Leo appeared a few steps behind Tobio. Understanding and perception, to know and feel, this what truly matters. Everything else will come naturally, keep that in mind. Sliding Yamato inside the scabbard, Leo sheathed the sword before Killer Queen pressed the switch. The energy within the slashes was instantly expanded before the world was broken into fragments. After a moment, everything returned to normal, but Tobio and his hounds were frozen in their place before the sky fell. Several large pieces of space broke down like mirror glasses and began dropping, exposing a chaotic and colorful dimension gap behind. The mystic barrier broke to pieces as the fragments reached the ground and sank as if they were an illusion. Tobio collapsed on his knees as the aura of darkness and hounds faded in the light before various wounds exploded on his body. His foggy eyes stared at the sky in a daze before his body dropped to the cold ground. He felt so cold and his consciousness began to fade away, but he heard a faint sound. Not bad, I have to say that you have potential. Leo looked down at Tobio before pulling a long blade from within his chest. Focusing all his power on one point, one blade from Tobio managed to reach and Leo was too lazy to block at that time, so he ended up with a hole in his chest. It hurts badly. Well, it was quite fun, even this kid has enjoyed playing with you too. Not everyone can fully clash with it head-on without dying. Leo said as Yamato in his hand vibrated as if it were confirming. Let's do it again sometime, well, less violent than this. Until then, keep this with you. I am optimistic about you, puppy. Leo throws a card next to Tobio's head before waving and walking away. Tobio. Natsum broke into a shrill scream with tears in her eyes at the sight of Tobio vanishing into the huge sinkhole. Her body trembled, but she couldn't stand up because of the injuries. Mephisto sighed before his body stiffened a little because he saw someone coming over. The footsteps reached her ears before she raised her head and glared at Leo, who was coming over. Why you basta? Natsume was about to scream and push her body, but an object flew and slammed into her forehead like a brick. Her head swayed left and right before dropping unconscious. Shut up! Leo threw the fading Tobio's blade in his hand at Natsume before he glanced at Mephisto. Mephisto was also at him with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. After all, for this devil, this is the fall. The being that has flipped the world upside down a couple of times, yet no one has a clear understanding of him. The unknown is always the scariest, and Mephisto felt this clearly by looking at the distorted figure before him. This place has been completely reduced to ruins. Why did they have to spam all those AoEs? Do they hate their property this much? Leo shook his head before dusting his shoulder. You can't blame them, Your Excellency, the fall. After all, wasn't it you who broke the barrier and started the battle? Mephisto cleared his throat and said with a slightly forced smile before he noticed Leo staring at him without blinking. The blue eyes gleamed with a weird glow that made him nervous. What is your name? Ah, where are my manners? I am Mephistopheles, the chairman of the Magic Council. Feles. Yes. Shut up before I kill you. Mephisto's open mouth closed as his lips twitched. No way, he couldn't see any hesitation from Leo's eyes. He is completely serious. The weather is very pleasant today. A perfect day to plant trees and help the environment, but alas, because of this I have to do it tomorrow. Looking at his body riddled with holes, Leo sighed gently before his eyes scanned Mephisto. You should be familiar with this place, right? How much do you estimate the cost of all this damage? The damage cost. Mephisto stared in a daze for a moment before he quickly reacted and said, if you consider both the historical and sentimental value of this sanctuary for the 5 principal clans, including the price of land and materials for the magic rituals, it would be around. Let's see. If you ask me, I would say priceless, but for Your Excellency, around 80 billion euros at a minimum. I see, you are sure knowledgeable. Don't mention it, I just happen to live a long life. If we compare this with your life, which is more valuable? Mephisto froze once more as his entire body trembled. He didn't know if it was from anger or the glinting sword on his neck. Don't be so stiff, it was a joke. I am not that petty to ask someone to pay for my mess. Leo chuckled and lowered Yamato before patting Mephisto's shoulder, making the latter relax a bit. Oh, it was a joke, a bad one on that. Wait, killing wasn't a joke. Mephisto yelled inwardly and felt he should leave as soon as possible. However, you probably should check on these kids. I held back, but I don't think they could hold on for more. Leo glanced at the figures laying on the ground before signaling Mephisto, who wasn't taken back as much now. It seems Your Excellency truly wasn't taking this battle seriously, but isn't it strange that someone of your strength attacked some human organizations? Mephisto showed a solemn look as his heart started beating faster. His first bet was correct, the fall doesn't mean declaring war or causing big damage to 5 principal clans, but this isn't enough. He needs to know the true intentions, although it might be too risky. The world is too bloodthirsty and I just happened to be dragged around. Oh, I also needed an arborist for my tree. However, I found 2 of this useless bunch kinda interesting, or maybe I am just bored. Ha ha ha. I do know that feeling, partner. If it wasn't for Albion, I would also feel empty without anything to do. Maybe you should go look for your rival who can match you. How about you start with Albion's host? Rival. The only ones I called as such were in Pokemon games. Should I beat up people's pets just by having eye contact then? Leo rolled his eyes and chuckled at Drake's confusion before he glanced at Mephisto and said, by the way, Feles. Yes. Mephisto blinked at the sight of Leo's conversation with his necklace before he realized. If any one of them loses their life, I will kill you first. I already know by this point. Mephisto sighed and felt helpless. Then I will kill them all. Mephisto squinted his eyes as his eyebrows twitched. He kept staring at Leo's unblinking eyes before lowering his head and sighing, this crazy bastard. Well, this is all. Good luck. Dusting his hands, Leo waved his hand as Nakagami appeared before he grabbed him by the collar and walked. Finally, this is over. It took much more time than I thought. So, are you satisfied with this unnecessary terrorist and property damage? DXD Worlds will, good work, /dog needed that last push to reach his limits. Now, the upper layers should be easier to modify. I will enjoy watching those bastards cry when all their work burns to ashes. He. Yeah, shut up and tell me that information. DXD Worlds will, what information? Leo glared at the chat screen before looking at the inner sanctuary. DXD Worlds will, alright, can't you take a joke? Listen, from what I know, everything that generates from the chat room can adapt to various worlds, right? But there is more, the specific object carries the possibilities from its world to make it easier for the user to employ. It's like a free compatibility card. DXD worlds will, so, you happen to get that spin from the chat room and by effect, the possibilities of the inhabitant of JoJo's world are within you. Leo's body suddenly swelled and grew higher before his muscles tightened. His facial features became very sharp and covered with weird shades as several bizarre purple characters floated around him. Why is he buff now? Mephisto watched in bewilderment as Leo dragged his new buff body and vanished from the inner sanctuary. Maybe there are things I shouldn't ask, especially if it's about why he broke into the Magic Council and randomly punched Mathers. The destruction surrounding him was the best answer as Mephisto shook his head and quickly jumped into the sinkhole before rushing to Tobio's side. Seeing Tobio in such miserable shape, he clicked his tongue before checking him and noticed that most injuries are quite light, except the ones on the head. What is this? Mephisto breathed a sigh of relief before he noticed the card and picked it up. It was a jet black card with 3 glittering gold letters on one side. The letters were KYS. Mephisto blinked his eyes several times before his expression clouded. Bloody hell. Oh. Grabbing his chest, Tobio screamed as loud as he could before he stood up from the bed. His heart almost jumped out of his chest as he breathed heavily with sweat dripping on his forehead. Looking around in a hurry, he noticed the white sheets and the open windows, which made him confused before realization hit him. The hospital. I lived, huh? Grasping the sheets, Tobio gritted his teeth and lowered his head in pain, but then he heard a familiar voice. Yo, Tobio-kun. Alive and kicking, I see. Can you understand me? The doctor said your head took quite the beating. Governor General. Tobio stared at Azazel, who was dressed in a black suit, before lowering his head further, unable to look into his eyes. Don't look at me with those puppy eyes. Your pals are in the next room if you're worried about them. Later, you can go see them, or they will come to you. It was difficult for the doctors to stop them from barging in. They are all right. Tobio hurriedly raised his head and looked at Azazel before his entire body collapsed on the bed short of breath. However, his expression quickly changed, and said, then what about that guy? You mean, the fall? I have to say that we got ourselves involved in something quite big. Azazel sighed facing Tobio's solemn gaze before he grabbed the TV remote and said, see for yourself. We are here live delivering the footage of the enormous tree sprouting from within the Atlantic Ocean. The people are in shock at the scene of this huge plant that reached the clouds and waiting for the expert. Tobio, you might need to go meet your team and prepare yourself. Yes, Tobio's answer was short before the door was opened. To think you would lose this badly, have you gone senile after our last battle, Tobio? Suddenly, a young man with white hair entered the room and immediately addressed Tobio while ignoring Azazel, but the latter simply shrugged. You are. Ah, of course, you'll be here. Valley, looking at the White Dragon Emperor, Tobio smiled wryly before his eyes locked on the tree. The cold wind blew loudly and made a whistling sound around the gray branches. The freezing chill rubbed on Nakagami's face as he opened his eyes with difficulty. His body felt numb, but he quickly overcame the discomfort and looked around. Nakagami saw his limbs were sunk within a huge wooden trunk and couldn't move. The yellow dragon within him felt weak and unable to muster any strength. All in all, in addition to his body that healed, his condition was at its worst. He wanted to sigh, but then a weird sound reached his ears. It was like someone was slurping too loudly from a straw. Hey, you. You're finally awake. We have crossed the borders. Nakagami saw a figure he'll never forget, but his expression quickly turned weird. Sitting on a plastic chair, Leo sipped his energy drink while looking at the calm and vast ocean ahead. His black sunglasses shone with dark luster before he glanced at Nakagami. The two glared at each other for a while as the sipping sound made Nakagami's eyebrow twitch. Why are you buff? Why not? But now that you are here, who are you? You'll answer all my questions. Nakagami's expression quickly turned blank. Something tells him that it would have been better if he fought to death within the inner sanctuary. Chapter 179, Raising Malice, Happy New Year, Laughing Face. The sun rose slowly over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the calm ocean. As the light hit the surface of the water, it revealed a stunning sight. In the middle of the vast expanse of blue, a giant tree stood tall and proud, its branches reaching up towards the sky. The tree was a true marvel of mystery. Its trunk was strong and healthy, and its branches spread out in every direction, providing a natural canopy overhead. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the roots reached deep down into the water, anchoring the tree firmly in place. A faint green halo pulsed around the tree, seeming to stretch deep into the ocean beneath it and casting a vibrant glow over the surrounding waters. The halo gave the tree an otherworldly appearance, as if it was somehow connected to something beyond the physical world. On top, a person sat on a plastic chair that seemed completely out of place among the natural surroundings, enjoying the breathtaking scenery from the highest point. The chair, which was made of hard, synthetic material, stood in stark contrast to the tree branches and leaves that surrounded it. A few meters away, a young man was submerged within the tree's massive trunk, gazing at the clouds and occasionally casting a glance at the figure on the chair. He remained silent, lost in thought as he watched the ethereal white puffs drift by overhead. As the waves gently lapped against the base of the giant tree, a row of cards magically appeared in front of him, stacking with utmost precision as if a machine had arranged them in a game. Pick a card. The tone was the same, and so was the weird, twisted, unrecognizable voice. Nakagami gave the figure sitting in the chair a long, questioning glance. His eyes seemed to ask, really, without saying a word. The fourth one. He didn't bother to specify which fourth card in the row he was referring to, as he was confident that the other person was fully aware of which one he meant. His thoughts were confirmed as the card he had silently chosen in his head was immediately flipped, revealing an ace of spades. You won, so what do you want? Without looking back, Leo leaned his back on the plastic chair. Upon hearing the seemingly casual offer, Nakagami's eyelid twitched. These random games at first made him wary about their real purpose, but now, although it's shameful to say, he has already been tricked twice by words. Of course, he had no whimsical thoughts to leave, he just wanted to be let down from this uncomfortable position and get out from this tree trunk. As a result, he got what he wanted. He was lowered by 1 centimeter and moved to another large branch. It was at that moment that Nakagami Nakiri realized he had been played. You a boring person, has anyone told you that? This question has been asked for the 7th time. The original respect for the power of the fall has been replaced by an unsettling feeling. Nakagami is a very serious person, especially when it comes to matters related to the 5 clans, so the current casual atmosphere made him very uncomfortable. However, he soon calmed down. Why did you attack the 5 clans? For someone on your level, as long as you request it, we'll do our best to help you. That destruction was unnecessary. At this time, Nakagami felt a chill run down his spine as Leo's gaze seemed to bore into him. All the hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and he couldn't shake the eerie feeling that came over him. Leo turned and looked at him for the first time since arriving, and it was unsettling to see those eyes. It was hard to describe the feeling it gave him. Leo smiled gently, as if he hadn't heard Nakagami's question. Are you interested in gacha? He asked. Gacha. Can I ask why you mentioned it? Nakagami asked, feeling a little confused. He had been raised in the military and had received strict education from the Nakiri clan, so he wasn't very familiar with modern entertainment. However, due to the people around him, including his younger brother, he had learned a thing or two about it. It's nothing, really. It just sounded like you might enjoy gambling. But if you're interested, I can tell you more about why I'm here. The tree branches around them began to move on their own. As if guided by an unseen force, the branches reached out and gently entwined together, casting a shade. Nakagami hesitated before answering, feeling like the situation had taken a turn for the worse. However, Leo continued to speak. I'm here to recover something and protect the world and all that is good and pure. Oh, and I'm also doing some trash recycling on the side. Nakagami directly filtered the rest of the unnecessary words and quickly came to a conclusion. The trash recycling should mean the malice of the world that the fall can control, but he wants to recover something using it. The information was too small for Nakagami to form a proper idea. However, Leo didn't give him time to ponder. Let me ask you something now. Don't you feel a little confined within the 5 clans? I'm not talking about their strict rules and traditional ways of doing things. It's more like, you're trying to move forward, but they're holding you back, and themselves. Nakagami tensed up at the mention of the 5 clans, but then a haze seemed to cloud his vision. As Nakagami tried to speak, Leo quickly interjected, you're being awfully calm, you know. I'm supposed to be super scary, and some people are already treating me like the bogeyman and making spooky stories for their kids to sleep. Don't tell me you're relying on those hermits that your clan serves. Nakagami quickly regained his composure upon hearing the question. Even he hadn't noticed it, but when he heard the word serve, a flash of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes. He knew all too well that the pantheon of their country was a joke to the other forces, even though they weren't named specifically. The hermits referred to are the Shinto gods who have not revealed themselves in ages. Nakagami is well aware of this, as the 5 clans he belongs to have served the Shinto gods for ages since they were formed. They won't come here, Nakagami admitted openly. Your deterrence is strong enough to prevent them from acting rashly, regardless of whether their dignity is damaged or your actions ignore all the other forces. The fall is a source of concern for all the top powers in the supernatural world. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. Where did he come from? What is his goal? Who does he belong to? And where does he stand in this world? These questions have left people worried. Compared to the simple and honest Great Red and Infinite Dragon God, the fall is too unpredictable. Even Asgard, which has had a face-to-face encounter with him, has refused to disclose any information and has chosen not to pursue this matter. On that day, everyone received a death order from Odin himself not to reveal any information about the fall. It is shocking and terrifying that a powerful force like the Norse pantheon would choose to act this way. However, no one will underestimate Odin's wisdom, and so even though this tree is a blatant provocation to the entire supernatural world, no one will act rashly. This is an existence that can face down the entire world. Nakagami couldn't help but take another look at Leo, who was ignoring him. Hey, I'm not trying to destroy the world or anything for them to gang up on me. But are you sure they'll stay silent after I've trampled on their land and their servants? That seems like it would be too much for their pride as gods. Nakagami took a very deep look at Leo before saying, they won't come here for me. Those last words were spoken a bit too harshly and coldly. After all, even if they did appear here, it would be for the Uryu, not for him as the Uryu. Of course they won't, but I guess if they care about their pets a lot, you won't have to worry about someone taking the opportunity to mess around after me. Nakagami frowned in doubt before a look of realization struck him. His expression became a bit ugly as he looked at his current state and took a deep breath. Getting worked up now won't solve anything. As the current Uryu, Nakagami is well aware of the history of the 5 clans, but the past is the past and he isn't someone who feels sorry just because his family decided to advance at the expense of others. On the contrary, he respects his bold ancestor a lot. After all, their sacrifice allowed the 5 clans to reach their current position. As for who might be targeting them, he doesn't have to think too hard to guess who it could be in this time of chaos, but he isn't particularly worried. It's not that the 5 clans are weak, they just happen to encounter an unstoppable disaster this time, the fall. As long as the Chinese pantheon isn't directly involved, they shouldn't have much trouble on their home turf. The Grigori forces should also be alarmed and join them. If this turns into a full-blown battle, the Shinto pantheon isn't that weak, despite its shortcomings. However, Nakagami suddenly frowned, wondering why the fall would give him this hint. Was it just to mess with him or a whim? Given everything that has happened, it wasn't an impossible guess, but it still felt off. His heart rippled as a thought occurred to him. Raising his head, Nakagami looked ahead and said, the 5 clans aren't weak. The conviction in those words seemed to come from the depths of Nakagami's heart. This is his pride and glory. However, against you, it is a different story. Yet, this is the reality he has to admit. This is why I said that destruction was unnecessary. The 5 clans would never embarrass someone like you if you come. Why? What he said was simple, but the atmosphere changed drastically. The rustling of leaves and sound of waves suddenly came to a halt, leaving the area in an eerie silence. Slightly surprised, Nakagami looked at the fall before freezing in place. For humans, the best way to sense malice is through others' expressions. Sometimes, you can even feel it from the way they look at you. However, for key users, they are far more attuned to these ethereal feelings. After all, they are always fighting against the malice radiating from the world. But, they have never faced it like this before. Those eerie eyes, or rather, it was as if something invisible around him was staring at him from all directions. Just one look caused Nakagami to instinctively steel his mind and enter a meditative state to resist the influence of malice. Despite his pale face, he eventually managed to react and stop. As if everything was an illusion, the feeling disappeared. Slightly panting for breath, he saw the fall smiling. The meaning behind the smile wasn't clear, but his shaken mind couldn't be bothered to try to understand it. Maybe I should really recommend you a gacha game later. Your mentality is really not compatible with your family. No wonder you're gradually being pushed aside and your little brother is becoming the Uryu. You lack decisiveness too. Nakagami's eyes narrowed and he raised his head to look straight at Leo. Now I remember, you won that card game earlier and asked a question. I should answer it for you, right? Leo removed a fallen leaf on his head and tossed it away. You see, the world is complicated. No matter how shallow it seems, I know what you really want to ask me is why I am not integrated into it. I am not like the red lizard or the cookie lowly dragon, who are unsocial or simply dragged around. I can easily join or build a foothold in it. This would make it simple to do various things and give you people peace of mind, but... You see, the world is unpredictable, and I can't guarantee that I'll always be there for those I care about. After all, it's wishful thinking to assume they won't get involved in one way or another. The world has never lacked smart people, so it'll never lack idiots who love to gamble. You see, I am a huge fan of the short and brilliant spark of destruction, but I detest unnecessary bloodshed, so, let's all do our best to keep you guys safe, okay? Nakagami fell completely silent as sweat dripped from his forehead. The previous thought in his heart was completely extinguished. A bitter smile flashed on his face as he realized that he was really gambling like an idiot now. But what if, just what if, he could build ties with the Fall and the 5 clans? Crazy. Ambitionist. As the Fall said, he really isn't compatible with his family's rigid mentality. However, he doesn't regret it. Rather than staying in one place and rotting with the Shinto pantheon, the 5 clans can go further, but he can't do it. For his family, he is willing to compromise, even give up the yellow dragon to his younger brother. Glancing at Nakagami from the corner of his eyes, Leo rolled his eyes and spun the can in his hand. Trying to test me, huh? But now that I think about it, if I play this right I can make this guy reduce my trouble here by 50%. Damn it, this malice is making my thoughts very sinister. Suddenly, Leo shook gently and tried to forget about everything as the tree swayed along the waves. Just one malicious thought, it wasn't even completely directed at me, and I felt like I was going to explode. Even if it wasn't aimed at him, what Nakagami desired was to use Leo to achieve his ambitions, which resulted in EOTW, evil of the world, reacting as if a nerve had been struck. Feeling the boiling and ever-increasing amount of EOTW inside of him, Leo had a blank expression. Drag. I think I have miscalculated a very, very tiny thing. No worries, I know you're bad at math, but you spent weeks planning this and still got it wrong. You. Hey, I know, partner. If you need someone to talk to, I have nowhere to go anyway. Drake yawned lazily and laughed at Leo before saying, why did you spend so much time with that Uriah kid? He made it easier on me earlier, so I spoke more. Anyway, I am not talking to you. I don't mind, but why? Crushing the can in his hand into a ball, Leo rubbed his necklace and said, you are a voice inside my head. I will sound crazy if I talk to you, duh. You. But for now, I am counting on you to wake me up if you sense something wrong. You are very bad at asking for favors. I know. Looking at the vast expanse of blue, Leo sat as the sun began to set and the tree cast a long shadow over the water. Nakagami's head slowly rose as he regained composure, and he was surprised to see the sunset already in progress. It was barely an hour after sunrise, yet the sky was ablaze with a stunning orange-red glow. As he watched, a leaf from a nearby tree fluttered to the ground, swaying in the wind. Nakagami's eyes widened as he saw the leaf dry up and turn to dust. Despite its tall and proud stature, the tree exuded a sense of gloom as it stood alone in the vast expanse of the ocean. It was a beacon of life in the emptiness, but somehow its aura carried a heavy weight. Damn it, that old woman still wants to hide in the closet while the world is falling apart. This is their territory, not mine, so why do I feel more worried? Azazel yelled as he angrily closed the communication magic and slammed his hand down on the table. He then rubbed his forehead and looked at the others in the room. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't leave me hanging too, he said. We should. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly, but a young man with white hair frowned and cut in. Are you done with your pointless formalities, Azazel? Let's leave already. Sai, I guess there's no choice. Amaterasu even refused to talk to me directly because of some stupid important meeting. Do they think I'm a child to believe that? Those damn hermits. Azazel grumbled, getting agitated again. The members of Team/X-Dog felt awkward and didn't dare to look at the members of the 5 clans. Azazel was openly cursing another member of the Pantheon while sitting at the same table as their top forces. Team/X-Dog felt awkward, except for Cookie, who kept nodding his head. Suzaku, Genbu, and Bayako, led by Saryu, who pushed his glasses up, sat there in silence. Even the normally violent Bayako only clicked his tongue and closed his eyes. Tobio scratched his cheek and glanced apologetically at Suzaku, who simply shook her head and told him not to worry. Governor General Azazel, while I understand your feelings, please remember where you are now. Saryu said, waiting for Azazel to finish before speaking in an even tone. Yeah, I know, but in times like this shouldn't we be working together? Do I need to remind you that Grigori isn't your lackey? I know, so don't worry. Grigori's help will never go unnoticed. I'll make sure of it. After a moment of silence, Saryu spoke seriously as Azazel looked him in the eye. Despite being able to heal most wounds with magic, the tiredness was still visible in Saryu's eyes. Now that the Shinto pantheon is unwilling to join, does anyone have any ideas? Shaking his head, Azazel changed the topic. Before setting out on this expedition into the giant tree, everyone had agreed to gather as many high combat forces as possible in case something went wrong. After all, bringing along normal fighters would be sending them to their deaths against the fall and might give him the wrong idea. There was no way they were going there with the intent of fighting. If that were the case, Azazel would have already expressed his helplessness and left the meeting. Instead, they were going to try to negotiate with the fall, if possible. Stop wasting time, Azazel. You know no one will agree to your crazy idea. Not a single force currently dares to show hostility directly against the fall, and you want to call in the Shinto pantheon. Don't make me laugh. You're even unwilling to involve Grigori. Valle frowned. Hey, it wouldn't hurt to try. Well, have it your way. I guess we have spent enough time thinking. About time, Valle said, standing up and putting his hands in his pockets with a warlike smile on his face. Azazel, do you think this is okay? Tobio asked worriedly, looking at Valle who couldn't wait to leave. Don't worry about it. If the fall is really the Red Dragon Emperor, then the soul of the Welsh Dragon is with him. Azazel waved his hand and smiled at Valle. Although the hosts of the 2 heavenly dragons were destined to fight, their first meeting shouldn't be decisive. They would likely introduce their hosts, talk about old times, and then have a friendly fight. In the worst case, Valley would end up getting beaten into a pulp. No, this would definitely happen. Azazel's smile gradually widened, full of gloating. My child, forgive me. All I do is for your future. You'll thank me later, probably from a hospital bed, Azazel said sagely for no reason, but his smile didn't falter in the slightest. Tobio felt a shiver watching Azazel leave before sighing and frowning. What's the matter, Toby? Anything on your mind? Ah, Lavinia. It's just. No, nothing. We should hurry or Valley will leave on his own, Tobio said, looking at Valley and Azazel, who were leaving. That's true. Lavinia replied. How does your smile become more disgusting every day, Azazel? Are you developing a new magic? If you keep this up, I'll quit and you can go look for another fighter. Who knows, maybe you'll find the top 10 strongest beings on the street to help you. You brat, my smile has charmed the hearts of many ladies. How is it disgusting? And you dare threaten me by not going? You of all people. Smiling helplessly at Lavinia, Tobio shook his head before following behind him, but it seemed as though he was running away from something, which made the rest of his team frown. But everyone quickly packed up and prepared to leave. Destination, Florida, USA. Meanwhile, on the street in front of a large villa in Kyoto town, a petite figure walked with slow steps. She stopped in front of the luxurious door and tilted her head, looking at her fist. She almost punched the door, but then stopped and seemed to think about something. However, her expressionless faces made it hard to tell what she was thinking. Knock knock. The petite figure knocked on the door and waited patiently until it was flung open violently to reveal a blonde girl in red clothes. She smiled brightly and said, "Who has the honor of visiting me today, eh? Hand over the foolish silence now." Looking down, Nero saw a small girl with long black hair staring at her with blank gray eyes and extending a small hand that carried ridiculous power. Ophis displayed what she thought was a serious expression, but for some reason, Nero's eyes gradually sparkled with a strange light as they stared at each other without speaking. Chapter 180, Wake Up. Drop. Drop. The gentle sound of droplets cascades through the stillness, a melodic repetition that seems to have no beginning and no end, hidden behind a veil of tranquil darkness, black as the midnight sky. To call it simply a sound would be a fallacy. There is nothing here to be heard, no audible presence to be perceived. In this place, the absence of both sound and sight holds sway, a realm where the senses are rendered useless. The drops rolled up curses, as small as a fleeting irritation, as big as losing own self to deprivation. It rained with powerful slowness, falling gently to join a landscape that could be called a hell on earth. The drops rolled with it a deluge of curses, from the trivial and fleeting to the devastating and soul-crushing. It rained with a powerful slowness, falling softly onto a terrain that might as well be referred to as a hellish wasteland. This is fine. The rain formerly known as evil left Leo feeling numb. Insufficient and overbearing was the contradiction plaguing his mind and body. Strangely, his mind drifted to memories of needing to use the restroom during a critical exam. And the teacher refused. Sizzle gurgle. The dark, sludgy mud began to bubble unexpectedly, as the light rain transformed into a tumultuous downpour. Malevolent thoughts surged forth, causing the ocean of evil to churn and boil. Leo's emotionless countenance twitched, as he struggled to keep his composure against his educational trauma. Big Sister Lion, can you repeat that? In an effort to distract himself, Leo cast his gaze towards the holographic screen, which radiated an ethereal light and cast a pallid gleam upon his visage. Annihilation Maker, I feel like I am going to puke. I hope this information will help you one day in your journey, adventurer. Advocate of gender equality, as the only adventurer here, why would I ever want to know that? By the way, do you need a bag? Annihilation Maker, admin, the universe is filled with unanswered mysteries, Kazuma. Don't expect an answer to everything from it, and yes, can I borrow an ocean or two from your side? Advocate of gender equality, how silly of me, but what does the universe has to do with your puking? Is it going to explode or something? Don't answer that. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh, sweet summer child. The little do you know. Big Sister Lion, shut it. You troublesome guy, answer me or I will. NEET Princess, go and get beaten. Advocate of gender equality, L. Big Sister Lion. Annihilation Maker, admin, if I do, would you keep the gift function open? Friendly advice, please prepare a desolated place first. Big Sister Lion. First of all, why my world? Annihilation Maker, admin, it's already rotten and smelly. Surely, it wouldn't mind some extra mud. Big Sister Lion, Leo, is it not? I am not very familiar with you, but I am not fond of pushy guys, especially who insult my home. I know the Empire is rotten, but that is in the past. We are looking at the future now. Annihilation Maker, admin, are you lying to yourself? Poor child. Big Sister Lion, that it. I don't care, I will smash that skull of yours today. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. I know this might be sudden, but can angels actually vomit like other living creatures? If yes, would it be a rainbow-colored lump of ether? The last master of humanity, Fake, the master of Chaldeas, had an expression full of curiosity written on her face. Compared to the long list of heroic spirits and other beings, angels are something super rare. Her mind could not recall any memories related to angels prior to encountering Lucifer. Annihilation Maker, admin, open your gift function and you'll know. However, the angel's answer to humans' curiosity is a middle finger. Gudako, Chaldea's admin, why are you targeting me here? I didn't do anything. Annihilation Maker, admin, idiot, I target everyone. Remember your unofficial, unthankful job. Gudako, Chaldea's admin, humanity last master and savior. I think. Annihilation Maker, admin, right, and what I am going through has a big relationship with humans, so I am going to put all the blame on you. Humanity is grateful for your services, totally won't run experiments on you after the Grand Order. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. This is too much. Feeling aggrieved, Ritsuka rubbed her hair before clenching her fists with anger flashing in her eyes. One of Chaldea's goals should be to defeat the cancer of humanity, beasts, right? So, can she defeat Lucifer? For humanity, of course. Bree, why is everyone shouting here? Never mind, don't answer. Have you completed your preparations for the mission? Big Sister Lion, right. We should deal with it beautifully and get enough points to beat up this annoying scoundrel. Bree, don't you think such goal is pitiful? Beating someone or something? Wait, Leo is here. Oh. Big Sister Lion, yes. Bree, I am right behind you. Gudako, Chaldea's admin, I am already in the queue. I have talked with Dr. Romani, so it should be alright. NEET Princess, by that, you mean the Queen, EMIYA, and Eggplant, Mashu, are ready. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Why do I feel I am unwelcomed? Advocate of gender equality, if so, trust your feelings and stay away. I am finally getting rid of the fate of poverty. Annihilation Maker, admin mission, huh? Leo was momentarily stupefied as he remembered something, which altered his expression. The subsequent message verified his thoughts. NEET Princess, you haven't been here lately, Leo. We didn't want to bother you because you seem to be doing something important, but the side missions are available and everyone is preparing. Do you know how tired I am from doing your job? Those damn capitalists of the worlds won't even make me an admin. This is unfair. Kagaya poured her resentment into the chat as the screen was instantly filled with mocking messages like L and get good from a certain adventurer, laughing at her misery. Leo sat there, stunned, and quickly scanned the chat. Apparently, the previously empty side missions section had updated with a few missions, causing the chat to become active once more. The entire chat appeared to be infused with an unusual fervor, and Kagaya was no exception. She embarked upon a bold campaign, with a clarion call of, taking Leo's job, make me an admin, yet, despite her valiant efforts, she was met with nothing but ridicule in the chat room, as her efforts went unheeded and overlooked. Kazuma possessed a steely resolve, a burning ambition to ascend from the bottom of the chat room's food chain and attain wealth and prosperity. This drive was all the more fervent after he had been scammed by his world's will with a certain creation skill. Mikoto, now appearing more composed, was the first to take on the newly available side missions. After her experiences on the last mission, she resolved to improve and took to regularly challenging the likes of Whitebeard and Saitama to battles, though with the results were still an absolute defeat. Leone was in dire need of more power to sustain the stability of her world, as the revolutionary army had broken their treaty with other kingdoms and sought to resurrect the empire. Although she kept silent about it, the situation was fraught with difficulty due to the avarice of the corrupt leaders at the helm of the revolutionary forces. Leone despises people like his death and Budo, but she realizes the importance of having someone in their mold in her current situation. She never thought things would reach this point, but she must become such a figure, which makes her feel strange. Whitebeard is aiming for a higher strength, beyond his world. He thought his time already passed, and even if the chat room helped him, he couldn't get rid of that thought. However, something seems to be triggered and he is pushing himself further. Saitama has encountered many intriguing individuals in his world and has begun to participate more in the chat room. The notion of exploring the side missions has arisen at an opportune moment. He has even requested a change of his nickname because he got his hero name, but Leo was unavailable. Epistles filled with ideals and aspirations streamed past Leo's gaze, as a peculiar yet detached emotion began to well up within him. How long has it been? Leo had abstained from interaction in the chat for a while to his involvement in the Artificial Dragon Veins project. This lack of presence caused him to be unaware of the shifts and changes taking place. Everyone seems to have found their call and are moving towards their goals. The angel, who was said to exist beyond the ebb and flow of time, felt a fleeting sensation of time's passage once more. Since when did they move too far away? No, when did I choose to stand away? Leo sat there stunned for a long time, gazing blankly at the chat room. This strange feeling. It'd been a while for sure. When did I start to think about these things? Feeling as if I can't fit with them anymore. Did it start from Asgard when I understood, or when Root confirmed it? Looking at the side mission tab, Leo wanted to click it before slowly lowering his hand. Is it really impossible to change this nature? A fleeting memory from his life swept across Leo's mind, as a vivid image of his dearest friend presented itself. She had gifted him a pair of spectacles, and in jest, teased him for his blindness. Yet, he could not help but ponder the irony, for how could a blind person make use of glasses? The Esper, whose powers were intimately linked to his eyes, released a sigh tinged with emotions before giving into a self-deprecating chuckle. The sudden outburst caused alarm to a particular yellow dragon host who was nearby. Leo, wake up. You are drowning in shit. The dragon's roar echoed through Leo's mind as he finally lowers his gaze from the chat. His body, the balance breaker of his Longinus, is marred with cracks, leaking a black, foul-smelling substance. The space filled with all of the world's evil has transformed into a boiling volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. The towering tree that once reached the sky now appears to have decayed as if several centuries have passed. The once sturdy trunk had turned a bleak gray and the lush leaves were mostly gone. The black mud dripped from it, producing a sizzling sound as it came into contact with the water below. Nakagami gazed in terror as his body remained frozen, not daring to move an inch. Get a grip on yourself. I don't know what all of this malice is doing to your head, but you better snap out of it before I burn you myself. The threatening roar of the red dragon, which didn't actually carry much threat, prompted Leo to run his hand through his hair and wipe away the black mud droplets that had landed on his face. Don't threaten me just because I wasn't paying attention to your boring stories. Leo said with a monotone voice. Partner, the stories of my battles with Albion are a treasure with a long history. You have no right to ignore it. Drake, face it. You absolutely suck at storytelling. Drake, the dragon who promised his partner to awaken him should anything go awry, is more concerned with regaling his partner with tales of his battles with his best friend. Unfortunately, these tales are repetitive as a copypasta and have become rather monotonous. I boosted and he divided for the nth time. My claw slaped his face and his tail smacked my head, then a big dragon breath. Leo heard this until he decided to open the chat room. He really wants to ask Drake if his true intention was to sabotage him. Nonsense, but at least you are awake now, so I was saying. Thank you very much. Shaking his head, Leo stood up before the plastic chair. Glancing at the throne of motivation, Leo let a sigh of regret before putting Yamato away. Sadly, it has to stop here. What a waste of time. Leo pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Are you done playing? No, it's just, this dream was short, but took a lot of time. I guess it's time for me to wake up and go too. Nakagami cast a sidelong gaze at Leo as the latter muttered softly to himself. Suddenly, his vision flickered and he found himself transported to the very presence of the being who had instilled such fear in his heart mere moments prior. You can leave. Glancing blankly at the Uryu, Leo said lightly, which made the latter expression twitch. I assume that I am unneeded now. Looking at Leo nodding, Nakagami didn't show any more reaction, but he couldn't help but to glance at the scary-looking cracks running across the fall's body. The primary aim of harnessing the power of the yellow dragon is to tap into the dragon veins and bridge the artificial and natural cycles, exposing Leo to the world's malevolence. However, it's unnecessary for now. Due to the characteristic of Ngramenu in the Greater Grail as the source of evil, scapegoat, the current malice stored inside the dragon veins all over the world knows that Leo is the scapegoat. They will flock towards him from the artificial dragon veins one way or another. What? Leo tilted his head and asked, as if suggesting a new type of food to a friend. As you can see, I am in a rather poor condition. Do you intend to take advantage of this? Don't make fun of me. Nakagami was left speechless. Only someone with a problem in their brain wouldn't sense the intimidating aura radiating from this guy. Leo shook his head in a disappointed manner and said, Oh. Well, if you'd like to watch along with your companions, you're welcome to. Now, off you go. Little friends. Nakagami momentarily froze, before springing into action, yet with a mere flick of Leo's hand, he vanished into thin air. Now that we are alone. Let's see. Leo stuck his hand into a pink space portal and pulled out a small black and yellow piglet with blue horns. Good morning, Gugalana. Leo greeted the bull of heaven, but the latter twitched its small nose and struggled to break free. Its expression seemed to indicate that it was thinking, why do you smell like garbage? This made Leo pout, as he had no excuse for the black mud on him. Long story short, Gugalana, protect this place. If someone attacked, don't engage with them too much. Just drive them out. Gugalana glanced at Leo with resentment. It was woken up from its nap and forced to work after smelling a horrible stench. Where were the rights of divine beasts? I guess you don't want your own private garden with lush hills and nice climate. Gugalana's struggle for its living rights came to an abrupt halt. Despite being a divine beast, it doesn't have many requirements for living, as the gods keep tossing it around. Oh, this mortal is annoying me. Gugalana, go and stomp them. What? This kingdom refused the asylum of gods. Blasphemy, Gugalana, show them the fate of those who dare to oppose the gods. It's been annoyed for a long time, and it doesn't want to return to the reverse side of the world, so it has chosen to follow this peculiar and weird god that it didn't see before. However, this doesn't mean it doesn't know how to enjoy life. No Ishtar, no gods, no cocky king and his clay doll, and a nice place to bask in the sun. Gugalana's eyes sparkled before it turned into a ball of lightning and flew towards the bottom of the tree. Leo wiped his hands from the traces of electricity and said, well, that was easy. Now, sigh. What are you doing? Looking at his partner sighing and looking at the sky before a bad grin flashed on his face, Drake felt chills. I have overestimated myself and misunderstood this world. I can't fight a war of attrition against all the world's evil. He who had access to the quarry of information carved by the infinite light, was familiar with the paradox that often came with understanding. The more you learn, the less you truly comprehend. The philosophy of Immanuel Kant refers to the idea that, in order to understand and know the world, we must bring our own subjective experiences and understanding to bear on it. However, this subjective understanding can never fully capture the objective reality of the world, leading to a paradox. The shallow understanding that comes from familiarity and repetition often fails to grasp the true essence of information. It is like the gaze of those who are so entranced by the beauty of the sky above, that they remain blind to the depths within their own being. Leo has misunderstood this world. Despite its crass and vulgar sexual humor and its tenuous chain of logic, he never truly comprehended it. No, he had understood it, but had become ensnared in a trap of his own making. The chat room worldview integration and harmonization. In simpler terms, it allows the utilization of these abilities of various logics across different worlds, though with certain limitations and occasional imperfections. But just because an ability can be employed within these new paradigms and produce the same outcomes, it does not guarantee that the world will conform and respond accordingly. Type Moon exists in a reality locked within itself, and no, he doesn't mean the endless cycle of self-loathing tan people trying to stab themselves from the past. The quantity of the world's evil remains the same according to the time period. It doesn't matter if you bring it to a parallel universe, the curses won't increase or decrease as long as your timeframe doesn't change dramatically. Of course, the DXD world operates on a different set of principles. Its approach to curses and malicious intent is relaxed and nonchalant. Any ill-natured thought generates its corresponding ki, which then lingers in the atmosphere as a miasma of malevolence until it is absorbed by plants and the earth, becoming part of the dragon vein's cyclical flow. The massive surge of energy purifies the malign ants, and the energy is then diffused back into the world through the dragon veins. The process is straightforward and unrefined. Some places even separated specific dragon veins to store the miasma and then send it to the underworld like King Enma in Japan. However, it fails to consider the possibility of a spatial dragon creating an extensive network of artificial dragon veins to join the cycle. The additional empty space caused a sense of emptiness in the usually always full cycle, but this only lasted for a moment due to the existence of the Greater Grail. Leo rubbed his shoulder, feeling heavy. As the Greater Grail is embedded with the source of evil, any type of malice across all the dragon veins is being absorbed and manifesting as black mud. Coupled with the DXD world, which doesn't care what type of malicious thought can elevate, it's 2008, with a proximity of 6.801 billion humans, not to mention other races. The number of curses, big or small, generated every second is hard to imagine. The results are a reality full of a swelling sense, which made Leo feel nauseous, as if he'll burst open at any moment soon. Just thinking that most of the curses are still within the artificial dragon vein network made his face twitch. Even though the Annihilation Maker was squealing from the pressure to keep his body together, Leo's attitude towards the foreseen ending was bland. Any negative reaction would ignite this ocean of evil, so what's the point? However, simply standing still at the moment and waiting for an explosion is retarded. Therefore, the only correct way is to face it head-on. Click. The amulet adorning Leo's chest snapped open, unleashing a massive surge of energy that swept through the surrounding area. A brilliant golden light converged upon his form, culminating in the manifestation of a distorted angelic halo, which appeared ready to fracture at any moment. A flame of divinity blazed around Leo's body, as his eyes became completely engulfed in a lustrous gold hue. Discarding all other traits, he focused solely on raw strength and authority, with the purpose of purging the evil from humanity and claiming it as his own. There's no helping it, he's not in a good situation. His core and soul are both damaged, so relying on this inefficient strategy is his best choice. Either you'll burn out or the malice of the world will become the fuel for you to keep burning. Partner, I know you're mentally unstable, but this has to be one of your sanest thoughts. How come? Are you okay, Drake? Won't you call me crazy or something? Leo was a bit taken aback, but it didn't show on his face or voice. The massive divinity is temporarily suppressing all his emotions to not be affected by the malice. No, you are crazy. There's no doubt about it, but who isn't? When I decided to seal my power and fight against Albion in the face of the three factions, weren't we considered insane by them? Now we're in this state, why would we wait for the malice to consume us? Partner, even if you usually act like a living bomb, you never actually intended to harm this world. And I have to say, sometimes, just sometimes, your guts fit my taste so well. So, if you need some flames, I would be more than happy to ignite it. To ignite it with his own hands. For Drake, this held far greater significance than simply exhaling flames. He had made a vow to a cherished friend to abstain from using these flames, a promise he took to heart and adhered to with unwavering commitment, to the point of almost forgetting how to use it. This is completely different from Leo using it via the Longinus, which Drake took it as, my partner is too strong, have fun Albion, mentality. Leo blinked his eyes before almost muttering, Sunder a dragon, but stopped. Well, it doesn't sound too bad. Chuckling at Drake, who looked at him suspiciously, Leo raised his hand. The milky white star mark on his shoulder softly gleamed. The boundless energy swirled and coalesced above Leo's outstretched hand, gradually taking on the form of a radiant golden chalice. And as the grail took shape, its golden aura blazed brighter, casting a warm, inviting, yet sinister light. With the arrival of the lesser grail, time seemed to pause amidst the collapsing tree. An incongruous black dot materialized in the sky above, a stark contrast against the sky's canvas. With darkness that seemed to devour all light, the point expanded into a massive hole that covered the sun like an eclipse. Just by looking at it, anyone would feel the massive malice surging forth, as if the doors of hell had opened. Well, blessings unto humanity. Wishes will accept all desires and fantasy would become a reality. With a searing gaze that reflected the boundless curses within him, Leo clutched the key to this unbridled chaos, the Lesser Grail. He gazed deeply into its shimmering surface, as if searching for a glimpse of his soul. And with a single, decisive motion, he lifted the grail aloft, sending ripples of energy coursing through the black hole above, making it tremble violently. By the way, partner. Yes, Drake. Do you know where you'll go from now on? No. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The black hole erupted, spilling forth a torrent of inky sludge that blanketed the sky as if a volcano had erupted. Then we should just figure it out as we go. Yeah. That sounds good. And with those final utterances, the waterfall of black mud crashed down upon the tree, engulfing everything with a thunderous roar as all sounds seemed to fade into oblivion. Chapter 181, Dream End. Amidst the turbulent weather, a brilliant bolt of lightning pierced through the somber clouds, casting a glow upon the dreary sky. The wind bellowed fiercely, whipping the raindrops into as the waves surged, heralding the tempest's arrival. In the turbulent depths of the ocean's currents, a shadowy figure sliced through the murky waters with impressive swiftness, taming the tumultuous waves in its wake as if they yielded to its sovereign will. But just as abruptly as the waters calmed, they resumed their tempestuous thrashing, causing the figure to come to an abrupt halt and gaze upon a shattered tree ahead with solemn curiosity. As if it's my brother himself causing a scene. How interesting, the storm and water didn't hinder his vision at all as the old man murmured to himself, almost as if lost in thought. A thick bolt of lightning dropped from the sky into the ocean, boiling the waters near the old man. His gaze lingered on the electric currents as he dived deep down. Divinity. Poseidon wasn't quite sure, but it should be correct. Since detecting the anomaly and investigating, his senses seemed to have lost their sense. In a brief moment of reflection, Poseidon realized the reason for his brother's earlier communication. The fall is doing something big again, causing Poseidon to let out a weary sigh because of the sight before him. A gloomy black hole loomed ominously, seemingly visible from every angle, as a torrent of inky black sludge surged forth and engulfing the surrounding tree until only a faint trace of the trunk remained visible. The viscous, obsidian ooze dripped from the charred remains, igniting upon contact with the water, and giving rise to a cacophony of sizzling flames that echoed across the distance, causing even the ocean to bubble with heat. Unexpectedly, the majority of the mud seemed to disobey gravity, amassing into a colossal, spherical shape at the apex. This murky sphere, resembling a celestial body of darkness, rotated languidly as a faint golden hue was barely perceptible through the murky ooze. The responsibility for this matter rightfully belonged to Zeus. So why had it suddenly become my burden to bear? What had the ocean done to deserve this? Wasn't the pollution enough, or was it the fish with 2 legs again? Poseidon was left speechless. After bearing witness to the peculiar sight of fish with 2 legs, he knew that many held negative opinions about sea creatures, or at least a few. However, resorting to harmful actions was not necessary, was it? As the guardian of the sea, he refused to tolerate such injustices, yet he also had no desire to risk his life in the process. Such a dilemma. Oh, there is a barrier at front. A bit thoughtful, but isn't it weird? Finishing his brainstorming, Poseidon noticed the faint layer of barrier around the tree, but it gave him an uncanny feeling as if nothing exists beyond the barrier. A spatial barrier. As Poseidon swam closer to the barrier, he suddenly collided with a hard object. The texture of this obstacle was surprisingly smooth and cold, resembling a finely crafted piece of steel. Despite the toll that malice in the world had taken on his perception, Poseidon's heart was suddenly overcome with a sense of foreboding. A flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the world, however, this time, it was right before his eyes. With blue glaring horns, the bull made of gold lowered its head to face a divine fish. Brother, is that you? Why are you in the shape of a bull again? Don't tell me you are targeting the fish again. Leave the fish alone. Your taste is too heavy for a brotherhood, bother. Look, Hades is still being autistic in hell because of... Wait. Poseidon was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a divine entity controlling the storm and lightning. As he figured the huge size possessed by this being, something even more astounding caused him to freeze in place. The bull was sitting. With its legs lifted high, Gugalanus hooves pounded against the seabed, causing the sea to tremble with each stomp. Poseidon watched vigilantly, gripping his trident tightly as a torrent of plasma swarmed through the bull's body, boiling the water before it charged forward. Boom. What is that? An earthquake. As if a volcano had erupted, the surface of the ocean exploded, and the water shot up in all directions, rising alongside the lightning that connected the sky and the sea. Amidst this tumultuous scene, a petite yacht glided serenely through the waters on the other side, seemingly impervious to the tempestuous waves that threatened to overturn it. Don't worry about it. It's probably just something big lurking beneath the waters. Azazel stood atop the yacht, his hands rested on the guardrail as the rain crackled against the floating umbrella. A bolt of lightning cast an ominous shade on his less than reassuring smirk. I think that should be our main concern. Tobio subconsciously retorted while hugging the guardrail to stabilize himself. Concern for later, throw your dog and cut that barrier now. Seeing how Azazel ignored them and attempted to kick Tobio's Longinus, the boat's passengers fell into an uneasy silence as the awkward atmosphere lingered before another explosion of lightning and water shook the sea. There is a battle ahead, but it shouldn't concern you. Vala floated in the air with his light wings while watching the silhouette of a golden bull slamming into a bunch of waves. Maybe it's his illusion, but he can faintly hear a faint dying scream through the waters. So, it does concern you then. Taking a deep breath, Tobio took back his puppy that was barking at Azazel and activated his ability. Tobio focused on the shadow of the tree, but he received no feedback from his Longinus, as if the shadow itself didn't exist in this space. Frowning, he switched his target. Several dark blades sprouted from beneath the boat and pierced through the invisible boundary. To his surprise, beyond the barrier lay a chaotic void, shining with various colors. The scene lasted for only a second before his blades were shattered by the barrier's counterattack. Azazel. I know, Tobio. This barrier shouldn't be just to stop intruders, but to completely isolate the area here into a different space. If I am not wrong, that should have been the dimensional gap. A yellow teleportation magic circle lit on Azazel's finger, but it soon dimmed down, which made him rub his chin and kept muttering to himself all kinds of weird terms. I doubt we would be able to enter the interior unless we locate the endpoint of the barrier from here to the dimensional gap, but is this level of security not excessive? Something isn't right. Locate things in space. Tobio pondered for a moment before a sharp pain shot through his head, reminding him of the brain-flattening strikes he had endured in his previous fights. I think I can do it. Tobio couldn't explain it, but he felt as if he could sense space more clearly through his shadows, thanks to remembering the pain in his head. Good, open a channel for me to enter. Oi, who do you think you are? Vala didn't bother with any additional questions, and his tone, which made it clear that he didn't care about the rest of the team, made Cookie grin as electric arcs flashed on his arm. We didn't agree to this. We have little to no idea about what we're dealing with, so let's plan our approach before taking any action. Saryu frowned at Vala's reckless actions, but his pale complexion and shaking body didn't make him seem very convincing. Humph, so what? Didn't you want to save the Uryu? I doubt I can count on a bunch of shivering cowards. I'll take care of it myself. I never thought I would be insulted by a child in such a manner, but I suppose there is a first time for everything. Don't you think you are far too arrogant, White Dragon Emperor? Byako grinned with his menacing face, but Genbu held his hand and asked him to calm down. You are speaking as if your dear Uryu has any more time to spare. Valley, calm down. Don't get in my way, Lavinia. Governor Azazel. Saryu turned towards Azazel and meaning in his eyes was evident. Control your subordinates. However, Azazel simply shrugged his shoulders and said jokingly, aren't you quite popular? Look, everyone wants to save you. Suddenly, an arm shot out of the water and grabbed onto the guardrail of the boat before a drenched figure landed near Azazel. Cough Saryu, Byako, Genbu. Did Suzaku stay behind? Nakagami wiped the water stains from his face and furrowed his brow upon realizing that one of the sacred beast holders was missing. Uryu. The trio of the 5 principal clans stood up in shock when they heard Nakagami's voice. No matter how optimistic they are, seeing the torrent of world malice manifesting into the world made them already accept the worst result. I know, prepare yourself to go back immediately after we deal with the matter at hand. Although aware of their feelings, Nakagami signaled his team to calm down before nodding at Dog Team and looking at Aazel. It's quite surprising that you managed to escape. I was simply spared. Governor Aazel, I am thankful for your assistance, but the 5 principal clans would take it leave from this matter. Nakagami didn't feel any shame or lose from stating this fact and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Don't worry about it, we are all here for our own reasons. However, I don't mind if you tell me in details what you saw up there. Looking at Azazel's ominous smile, Nakagami nodded calmly and expressed his approval, especially because they still need to rely on Azazel. So, that's it. Alright, I am down, but someone looks abandoned. Cookie glanced left and right before laughing at Valley. Azazel. Valley glanced at his foster father, but Azazel simply shrugged and pointed at Nakagami, which made everyone speechless. Azazel paid no mind to the stares from those around him. After all, why should it be his concern when everyone else is simply looking to cause trouble? One cannot become the leader of a major force without the ability to skillfully shift the blame, no. White Dragon Emperor, now is not the time to be reckless. You'll have all the time to deal with the Red Dragon Emperor later, but for the moment, let's focus on withdrawing. Valley furrowed his brow as he noticed a wavering quality to the typically serious voice. Even for him, Uryu was a formidable opponent, one that couldn't be defeated without paying a steep price. Yet here was this powerful foe displaying such weakness, causing a battle-hardened maniac like Valley to feel contempt mixed with some anticipation to meet the Red Dragon Emperor, who caused this. What exactly do you know, Uryu Nakiri? Azazel couldn't help but step forward and ask in a serious tone. The tree is filtering out the malevolence that resides within the dragon veins, but do you have any idea of the scale we're dealing with? The ocean. No wonder he abducted you. I've never witnessed such a concentration of malevolence in one place before, Saryu remarked, pushing up his glasses as a bead of sweat dripped down his face. But Nakagami shook his head and said, it's not just limited to this location. It's global. Every dragon vein on the planet is connected to this one. Saryu's jaw slowly dropped as a sense of dread washed over him upon gazing at the dark sphere of mud. Oh my, Azazel muttered. No wonder. I paid a visit to the leader of the yokai in Kyoto before learning of the events at the sanctuary. It seems the fall visited a lot of places. What happened to Lady Yasaka? Inquired Saryu anxiously. Well, she was nailed to a cross and left to bask in the sun, so her subordinates constructed a house around her, replied Azazel with a hint of sarcasm. I suggested they build a temple over her, but they politely asked me to leave. Anyway, while I can see how this is theoretically possible, one must consider the incredible speed at which malevolence is condensed within dragon veins and the vast distances between these veins. Azazel rubbed his chin, contemplating several reasons why this was a terrible idea. For instance, he had once attempted to power certain projects using the world's malevolence, but found it to be highly inefficient. The flow of time is slower inside, and the energy keeps pouring in at high speeds. Azazel's expression froze for a moment as he cast a glance at the black sphere. He noticed the faint golden hue spreading slowly from the center, becoming more and more obvious. Without another word, he swiftly navigated the yacht away from the area. Before anyone could speak, Azazel cut in quickly. I won't entertain any questions. That thing is about to detonate, and I refuse to be anywhere near it, barrier or no barrier. Azazel couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Maybe his curiosity is too overboard this time. The fall doesn't play cards according to logic at all. Every place he touches turns into an explosive hazard. Should I give up and reassess my approach? But what's the point of reconsidering if we can't even establish contact? I suppose I'll leave it up to fate for the time being. He glanced over at Valley, who was clearly in a sour mood, and realized things might become more complicated than he anticipated. Humph, Valley snorted and simply crossed his arms while closing his eyes, waiting in silence. Without Tobio's help, he had no idea how to breach a barrier connected to the dimensional gap. At worst, he'll have to wait until whatever is happening inside the barrier comes to a closure. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another deafening blast echoed through the waters on the other side of the tree, with lightning illuminating the entire area, causing Azazel's crew to fall silent. Are you sure we shouldn't be worried? Natsum asked, feeling uneasy as the boat shook violently. Let's not involve ourselves in any more trouble. Azazel declared firmly before promptly leaving the area. He had a feeling he knew who was fighting, and that they would only drag them into even bigger problems. Saryu, please contact Suzaku and ask her to take shelter at the Shrine of Gods. Bayako, please inform the guards of the clans to reduce their defenses but keep their forces ready to surround any signs of trouble. Bayako and Sairyu were taken aback but immediately understood the gravity of the situation after seeing the fury in Nakagami's eyes. As the yacht departed, a certain god of horses cursed under his breath as another torrent of plasma slammed into his trident, sending him flying backwards. Meanwhile, inside the source of all the world's evil, the world twisted and blurred until a city came into view. Neon signs and billboards lit up the streets, casting colorful shadows across the pavement, but it felt so strange and uncanny. The distance was covered by a thick fog, ominously looming under a dark eclipse replacing the sun. The sidewalks were packed with a blur of faces, their features indistinguishable in the dreamlike haze. Some hurried along with purpose, while others meandered at a leisurely pace, their mouths opened, but no sound was heard. So quite as if nothing actually exists. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the sky, but the bustling city remained unchanged, as if deaf to the sudden cry. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alleyway, a trembling youngster stood clutching a blood-stained knife in their hands. I did it. I did it. His chest rose and fell trying to catch as his eyes fell on the dead body middle-aged man, but then, a hand tapped the youngster's shoulder, which caused him to subconsciously move away, but he couldn't. Rejoice, boy. Your wish of making London shady alleyways proud has come true. But a young man stood before him, his tall frame draped in a black clergy outfit adorned with a complex red and green cross that hung around his neck. But it was the priest's appearance that truly caught the eye. 3 dark gray twisted horns sprouted from his skull, resembling withered trunks that formed some sort of grotesque crown atop his head. A friendly smile graced his lips, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that sparkled in the light. However, his golden eyes seemed to cast a sense of unease and pressure, as if the very air around him had turned murky. You're so hopeless. Have you ever considered this new innovating tool, the family drama mugging kit? With a thud, a much sharper knife was inserted into the solid ground as the priest smiled. Go and stab more of your rich relatives. Die. The youngster's expression contorted into a frightening grimace as he raised the knife, but before he could strike, the priest swiftly backhanded slapped him. His features twisted once more, this time contorting into a grotesque mush that splattered the nearby wall in a dark, viscous substance. The priest simply walked out of the alleyway to see the scenery changed into a regular school campus. Don't tell me he actually went to her. That bitch. How dare she? Just wait until. A girl stood with 2 of her friends and squeezed her phone in anger at the sight of a young man leaving the school with another girl. Suddenly, a knife pierced through her phone as the priest smiled and uttered, "Rejoice, girl. This is the dating kit. Just eliminate all competition. Rejoice. Rejoice. Rejoice." The world continued to twist and turn, while the sound of rejoicing echoed all around. Inside the green orb on the necklace, Drake bathed in flames, watching the scene unfold in silence. Is this what taking a high dose of human malice and divinity does to someone? His partner suddenly appeared in a priest cosplay and proceeded to stab the manifestation of the malice. What worries him the most is that it seems to be working. Looking at another horn forming on Leo's skull, didn't know what to say. After a series of local terrorizing, Leo stretched his body and sat down on a bench in the park, observing 2 grannies screaming at each other. Although his eyes were cloaked in a divine hue that seemed to render him impervious to all, a flicker of puzzlement suddenly appeared in them. Is this Kuo Town Park? Leo blinked his eyes and quickly spotted 3 girls jogging far away as the knife in his hand rose slowly to reflect his empty gazes. Drake. Yes. I've come to a realization. My life, as of late. The complex numbness shrouded in divinity remained unchanged, yet there were ripples in his eyes as he spoke. It's been a downward spiral of cringe. Excuse me. Consider this for a moment. Everything I've done recently has been pathetic. I mean, I've been listening to the words of an egotistical and narcissistic deceased Roman emperor. When did I become okay with that? Instead of just sending 2 atomic bombs to the chat to end the enemies, I was messing around with some magical nonsense to help them. I could have written a novel entitled, In Another World with Fat Man and Little Boy, recreating the brilliance of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Do you see what I mean? No, I am afraid I can't keep up with your mind. Drake blinked in surprise as he watched his partner spout nonsense without the slightest change in expression. Divinity is really convenient. I've even gone so far as to roleplay as the evil of humanity with that self-insert MC, Ritsuka. Since when did I start caring about humanity's Stockholm Syndrome? I don't care if I need these 10 crowns, believe it or not, I'll flush them down the toilet. The worlds will even manage to blackmail me into signing an unequal treaty. That's illegal. I am the one who blackmails. If I become an eldritch figure, that will be my title. Leo, calm down. I am calm. Without changing his expression, Leo gazed at the discounted horizon that was blurred by the fog and said, I have just discovered my problems, and I am working to fix them. That doesn't sound calm. Partner, maybe you got it wrong. Maybe you have always been edgy and chunny as you say. Leo's divine eyes rippled slightly for a moment before he calmly retorted, nonsense. Just see through my divinity and tell me if I'm lying. How am I supposed to see lies through divinity? Drake so badly wanted to shoot a dragon breath at Leo's face, but he shook his head and said, if that's the case, then you might as well consider removing your wings, halo, and those weird horns. What do you mean? My wings are epic. The horns are cool too. Leo caressed his horns before nodding slowly to himself. Drake didn't know what to say about his partner hopelessness, but he still snorted with a burst of flames and said, At least, you are in better state than usual. I think because this is hell. I still can't believe that the village boy, and Grimoire, curse, one, from back then has worked. Leo looked up at the eclipse in the sun and couldn't believe that the furry transformed scapegoat has got him. Someone cursed you again? Not exactly, but I had too many phases in my life so far, and I never expected there to be more. Well, dwelling on too much negativity isn't good, even for an unoptimistic person like me. Rubbing his necklace, Leo sighed and said, indulging in a dream for too long won't do any good. I have been here too many times, so I know how pointless it is. It's better to move forward. Excellent, I have sensed the White Dragon Emperor, Albion, outside. I have something important to tell him. Ignoring Drake's somewhat weird tone, Leo stood up and dusted his completely clean outfit before saying, then let's go. Golden red flames began to spread from Leo's body, engulfing everything in sight. Gradually, the various scenes that mirrored the malice stored inside the mud began to melt away. The sky dripped down as though paint had been splashed with water, draped in an orange hue, as if the sun were finally setting on this illusion. The ashes sparkled strangely, like golden grains of sand, as they integrated into the top of Leo's head, accelerating the formation of the 10 crowns. Leo walked slowly through this world of flames until he reached the blurry figure of 3 jogging girls, where he dropped a knife. The next time you encounter an asshole in the park, stab him. You'll have a much more in-depth communication, of course, I mean beneath the skin level. Nothing sexual, unless you're into that sort of thing. In which case, you might need some help, you fuck. Blazing inferno of scorching flames. Suddenly, the flames erupted like a volcano and turned everything into a purgatory, forcing Leo to fall silent and his eyes to widen in surprise. Drake, how dare you make my final word something so lame? The flames of Drake engulfed Leo's last thought, as it was consumed by one of the strongest abilities in this world. These flames had the power to burn everything into oblivion, except for a select few such as Drake's old friend Albion, Ophis, Great Red, some EXE gods, unique locations, and other mysterious phenomena, especially those that Leo had casually tampered with, which means a lot of things. All in all, the flames merged with the divinity exposed by Leo and began to slowly consume all the malice expelled from the dragon veins. Outside, where the reality was filled with black mud releasing a foul odor, the interior was filled with an even worse stench as the golden red flames burned the black malice substance. The dark, ominous sphere was set ablaze, becoming a beacon of fire that shone brightly as the raindrops refracted the light into a mesmerizing display. As the flames continued climbing the waterfall of mud, the wings of Vala flicked in a blue gleam. Drake, you. Suddenly, a deep voice emanated from within Vala's wings, carrying a complex mix of emotions before eventually breaking down into a nostalgic sigh. Vala, prepare yourself. Vala gazed intently at the bright torch in the distance as his fist clenched. He couldn't tell if the rush he was feeling was due to excitement or Albion's warning, but he was undeniably thrilled at this sight of power. The mere aftermath behind the barrier caused his skin to scorch, as if the flames were about to burn him next. Leo knelt down with great difficulty inside the source of evil, his body screaming in agony as more horns began to form. As the scenes of murder, lies, cheating, and various nefarious acts and their dire consequences flashed before his eyes, the pressure on him grew stronger. 7, 8, 9. The grotesque crown grew more complete with each passing moment, its weight taking a toll on the tree beneath Leo's feet. The once sturdy trunk began to collapse under the pressure, sending tremors through the ground. Meanwhile, Leo's body, the vessel of a being, showed more and more cracks with each passing second, as if it were made of fragile porcelain struggling to contain the immense power within. As Leo knelt amidst the chaos, the Book of Law appeared before him and its pages began to turn as if guided by an invisible hand. The knowledge and power contained within the tome flowed into Leo's body, and the golden glow of divinity that surrounded him began to diminish, replaced by a silvery sheen. Slowly lifting his head, Leo felt the weight of the entire world pressing down on him. The Longinus began to send danger signals, warning that the speed of destruction had surpassed its ability to repair. However, Leo knew this was to be expected. He couldn't handle such a vast amount of filth, so he had to diverge it, and his goal was put on the beast authority. As the cracks on his body began to grow into fractures, Leo turned his gaze towards the black hole in the sky. He slowly stood up and focused all his energy on the horns growing from his head. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The world was bathed in a golden light as the barrier containing the flames exploded and soared into the sky, creating a dazzling pillar of light that pierced through the black hole. The storm created by Gugalana was instantly cleared as the entire sky shone with a bright radiance. Gugalana and Poseidon, who were previously trying to overcook and waterboard each other, froze in place as the particles of light gently fell amidst the scattered droplets. Everyone watching was suddenly struck still, their attention focused on the pillar of light until it gradually began to fade. Strangely, a faint scream could be heard, uttering the words, "Fuck humanity and their self-inflicted issues." After the majestic tree in flames had disappeared, what remained was a calm surface of the sea. A layer of steam rose slowly due to the high temperature, which gradually cooled down. A solitary figure stood atop the tranquil sea's surface, adorned in the traditional attire of a priest, embellished by a complex red cross. He appeared to be massaging his temples as if plagued by a headache, drawing attention to the two twisted gray horns protruding from his head. DXD World's Will, good morning. Glancing at the notification from the chat, Leo pursed his lips and closed his eyes as if nothing happened. DXD World's Will, what are you doing? I am going back to the coma. Waking up to your greeting sounds cursed. DXD World's Will, damn you. You caused this to yourself. Yeah, never again. This dream was a bit too long. Muttered Leo, shaking his head as the throbbing in his temples subsided. He then tapped his foot on the surface of the water, causing ripples to radiate outward. 7 enormous dragon heads and necks emerged from the dark depths and began to circle around Leo. Each head was adorned with a single horn, similar to the ones on Leo's head. As they circled closer, their size slowly shrank until they were directly in front of him. 14 pairs of eyes stared at Leo, but his blank eyes remained unchanged. However, deep inside, they noticed some sort of malicious intent slowly brewing. 6, you suck. Suddenly, without warning, he stepped forward and delivered an uppercut to the nearest dragon head, instantly knocking it off as it slowly sank into the sea with its mouth wide open. The remaining dragon heads looked at their brethren slowly fading away before looking at each other and circling around Leo, growling and snarling. How can you say it's not your fault? I've been acting chunny because you left your problems for me to deal with. Grrrrrrr. So, what if it was me who shot the 10 crowns? It's still your lack of skill that caused this. Asterisk roar asterisk. 6 had finally had enough, as one of the dragon heads snuck up behind Leo and opened its bloody maw to bite down on his head. But Leo was quick to react, twisting his body and strangling the head. However, the other head soon joined in the fray, biting down on Leo and trying to drag him down into the depths of the sea to give him a waterboarding experience. As Leo wrestled with the dragon heads, a tense silence fell over the scene. Suddenly, Gugalana seized the opportunity and charged at Poseidon, sending him flying before pursuing him relentlessly once more. Hey, Red Dragon Emperor. As Leo was preparing to deliver another Shoryuken to 6, a cold voice caught his attention, causing him to frown. While he was distracted, one of VI's head snuck up behind him and bit down on his head, twisting it 180 degrees. Crack. What do you want? Valak couldn't help but feel a slight shiver down his spine as he witnessed Leo's head twisted at an awkward angle by the dragon's attack. The sight was enough to make anyone wince in pain. Drake, it has been a while. Oh, Albion. I see you have found an interesting host. I could say the same thing about you. It looks like you're quite content with your current host. The green orb on Leo and blue wings on Vala began to flash, and the two dragon hosts began their typical press conference-style argument, like two boxers meeting before a match. They would usually make cryptic statements like, my partner possesses XXXX ability, or my host has the potential to become XXXX. However, after the greeting, Albion fell into a brief silence and said, Drake, you have unsealed it, before falling into silence again. Dwelling on the past is futile, Albion. It's ironic, but my partner has been causing me too much trouble lately. It's ridiculous, yet it indeed piqued my curiosity and made me excited for what the future holds. Albion let out a thoughtful hum before conceding with a hint of relief in his voice, looking forward to the future, huh? I suppose you're right. Good. Let's witness the future together, Albion. What? Albion asked, taken aback by the excitement in Drake's voice. Partner, quickly connect me to Albion. Drake called to Leo through telepathy, causing the latter to frown. Why are you assuming I can do that? Of course, I can, but do not assume. By the way, what are you planning to do? Leo blinked in confusion, but quickly formed a connection between the necklace and Vala's wings, causing the space around them to ripple like water. Albion felt strange about Drake's current actions, but then he realized that he was an extra piece of memories entering his spiritual space inside the Longinus. What are you planning to do, Drake? The expression of the giant white dragon froze as his pupils shrunk into a line. Through the memories, he saw a scene of some kids watching a TV show called Breast Dragon Emperor Breast Dragon. Suddenly, the kids started arguing. The breast dragon is the strongest. No, I heard from my father that the Ape dragon rival is stronger. The butt dragon. No, it's the breast dragon. No, it's the butt dragon. Albion watched in silence, feeling his breath becoming rushed as if his soul was about to suffocate. With great dread, he continued to watch the memory until he saw Vale being crowned as the butt dragon emperor. Crack. Vale was startled by the cracking sound echoing from his Longinus. He then noticed that the wings had lost their brilliance and turned gray. Ha 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 ha, just like the old days, we always share each other's fate. Now we are on even ground. Come, Albion. Draig. Albion's heart-wrenching roar and Draig's menacing laughter pierced through the sky, causing everyone to feel the wrath of the heavenly dragon. Albion, what happened? What have you done, Red Dragon Emperor? Vale stabilized himself in the air, feeling the Longinus going berserk. He accused Leo, who had just removed the dragon head that was biting him. However, Leo wasn't in a better situation. Disbelief was written all over his face as he felt betrayed. That was clearly his own thing. Draig was stealing his job. Meanwhile, the Slash Dog team and others watched in astonishment as they witnessed the scene of the White Dragon's wrath, with the Red Dragon laughing maniacally while their hosts respectively glared in anger or stared at the void in a daze of disbelief without paying attention to former. Perhaps it would be best for them to leave quietly, as the large bull had now turned its head towards them and did not seem friendly. 1. This means when Engra cursed Leo to rot in hell, which technically happened because Leo almost lost himself in all the world's evil. For Engra, this evil is hell. Chapter 182, Funky. There is a lot of elements that defines the boundaries of moral and ethics in any society, but everyone hold a clear understand of one undeniable fact. Don't ruin someone else's funny joke opportunity. The stab came from someone very close to his soul, literally, dismissing any rationality. This is the lowest of morals and a betrayal to society values. However, the old-fashioned Draig would simply snort. He lives in no society. Glancing at gloomy-looking Vale, Leo rolled his eyes and lost his desire to mess anymore. He is a pure and sophisticated angel of the highest and lowest calibers, he has no need for such used goods. Might as well go and mess around in the chat room. Also, how many retards are still watching here? Man, it would surely be unfortunate if there is an energy channel ready to explode below their feet. The superiority in knowing the next nuclear, environment-friendly, fallout made Leo nod sagely and say, POMD, we are going home. Gugalana lifted its head causing an airflow that steered the waters with a loud noise before reluctantly glancing at Poseidon. Although it was suffocating to barely be able to drive divinity here, but these gods are strangely cute and Gugalana want to play more with them. With a burst of lightning and wind, Gugalana's body scattered into particles of ether before falling into Leo's arms, dangling its little hooves. Snorting at Poseidon, Gugalana expressed its desire to come and have fun again. As Gugalana fixed his gaze on Poseidon, the sea god could sense the meaning behind it and nearly let out a curse. Who in their right mind would want to play with an oversized cow that had turned into a cartoonish piglet? If it weren't for the nearby human city, Poseidon would have shown this accursed creature the full wrath of the gods. After all, he is a benevolent deity, totally not because that guy holding the piglet gave him the feeling of danger personified. Nevertheless, there's something in the way that man gazes at him that suggests he's thinking that he, Poseidon, who rules the sea, smells like fish. The fish god, how smell, glorious. Leo muttered and Gugalana nodded as they proceed to leave, but someone had a different idea. The Red Dragon Emperor, huh? No, the fall. How intriguing. Vale murmured, his expression previously pinched due to Albion's tantrum in his mind, now relaxing as he broke into a refreshing smile. Ah, no wonder it was you who shook this world to its very apex, remarked the White Dragon Emperor, his previous anger dissipating as though it had never been. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets and shrugged, seeming entirely satisfied with the situation. Leo stared at the guy before him, his expression conveying a mixture of annoyance and confusion that silently asked, "Who is this idiot?" After a moment of contemplation, he still asked, "Why are you still here? Is it so strange?" "I am well aware of the difference in our powers, but don't mistake me for a coward who will flee," Vale said, his smile infused with newfound confidence and conviction. Flames danced in his eyes as he spoke, making his determination all the more apparent. "I'll catch up to you eventually, so don't expect to wait for long." As the wind tousled Leo's hair and clothes, his expression gradually shifted to a blank state before he spoke. "No, I think you've got it all wrong. You seem like the type of person who would smile mysteriously, turn and walk away, and then try to sound profound without looking back by saying things like, 'Let's see how you'll end up,' or, 'After all, we are destined.'" Vale floated in silence with speechlessness written on his face because for some reason that sounded so familiar. "That sounds awfully familiar," Cookie said, smacking his lips. "He showed up at the training ground while we were preparing yesterday and spewed some nonsense before leaving at a snail's pace." "What about you, Tobio?" Tobio nodded subconsciously and replied, "I saw him doing this when I woke up at the hospital." The others nodded in agreement, and Azazel couldn't help but recall several occasions as well. Valley heard their muttering from far away, and his expression darkened. Could he really be that predictable? However, the white dragon rolling in his head suddenly stopped before saying, "Indeed, Valley does this regularly." "Serves you right," humming in satisfaction, Albion glanced at Valley, who was now consumed by self-doubt after the Longinus betrayal. Albion knew Drake would never deceive him, so he believed the memories were undoubtedly true. Although it raised questions about why Drake's partner appeared differently in the memory, he didn't care about that at the moment. The fact was, Valley had agreed to be called the But Dragon Emperor, and Albion couldn't believe it. That damned Odin. Shaking his head disapprovingly, Leo looked at Valley with pity. He couldn't fathom how someone with such a weak mentality could even think of challenging him. What a clueless idiot. It seems our connection run through even our partners, Albion. I remember my partner doing this a couple of times too, with a wimpy kid, Kazuma, a bald menace, Saitama, and a weird girl, Ritsuka. The familiar silence once again descended as Leo's expression froze while shaking his head. Everyone's gazes fell on him, even Gugalana, as the atmosphere stagnated. Leo felt the sting of betrayal once again as he realized that Drake had tricked him. He could feel the sharp sting of Vi's teeth sinking into his flesh, and the glee in Drake's voice from within the Longinus. Leo finally understood that these dragons were rebelling and his destiny as a dragon slayer was about to begin. However, his attention was drawn to Valley's eyes, which were flashing with scorching emotions. It was a mixture of an urge to laugh and say, as expected from my rival, with admiration. This caused Leo's fist to slowly clench and raise. Taking a deep breath, Leo tapped the air as the very fabric of space twisted into a portal with a dark interior. Even if the entire world were to stand against me, I would never admit to being a Chunny. Do you hear me, you bastards? Yes, when in doubt, you press X and blame the world. What philosophy? What thinking and complicating existence? This world truth is merely such a simple idea. Pointing at everyone here with hatred, Leo stepped into the portal while saying, "Let's go, POMD. I have to go pick up Pakia and take the dog for a walk." As they watched the portal close and the space ripples slowly fading, everyone felt as though they were in a fever dream and suddenly awakened. Was this truly the strongest being in the world? As they were speechless, a figure cladded in water fell on the yacht deck and landed in front of Azazel. "Poseidon, it's a pleasant coincidence." Azazel greeted the god of sea warmly, but the latter stuffed something into his hand in a hurry. "These are Zeus' personal contact information, you can figure out with him." "I wasn't here." Looking at Poseidon, who was about to collapse into a water puddle and leave, Azazel's lips twitched before he pointed down and said, "I am afraid that won't be possible." As though it had been meticulously planned, faint fluorescent lights formed multiple paths amidst the unstable energy fluctuations that shook the area. The glow of tyrannical waves illuminated Azazel's wry laugh and Poseidon's grim expression as he raised his trident to hit him. Meanwhile, as the golden tails tapped on the floor boringly, Yasaka sighed to herself. Azazel, who promised to help, suddenly vanished, which left her with nothing to do but stare at the ceiling and the cross. Suddenly, the wooden cross piercing her abdomen began to vibrate and then disintegrated into particles of light. However, instead of feeling joy, Yasaka's expression collapsed as the dragon vein node within her began to riot. Inside the interior of Mount Tai, Dongyue sighed as he looked at the situation outside of Temple, but his distressed expression cut off short as the crosses on the formation disintegrated, causing the whole mountain to shake. With his feet lightly tapping on the asphalt road, Leo landed on the street facing his house as ground shook for a split second. Since this is Japan, earthquakes are rather frequent occurrences, but today, some might argue it was the planet. Leo rubbed his shoulders uncomfortably before a ball rolled at feet, only see a young boy staring at him blankly in disbelief. "You see, this has been done by aliens," said the alien, Leo. "Mommy. That bad guy from next door jumped off a portal. You little shit." As the kid ran away, Leo clicked his tongue before kicking the ball into the neighbor backyard. The kid probably went to get looked at by his mother as if he has a brain problem. Despite its ups and downs, everything had ended up quite all right. As Leo gazed at the familiar empty street where he had struck terror into his neighbors' hearts, he felt a sense of relaxation and ease. Although not ideal, recovering the 10 crowns was the most effective solution. However, complications and problems were inevitable. The rush to confront the accumulation of evil from 2 worlds, DXD and Type Moon, had worsened his condition. Nevertheless, at least the deterioration had finally stopped, and he could now begin to recover. But firstly, both Venom and Pakia were knocked unconscious because they pushed themselves too much to make the Pervious project work. While taking care of them, Leo found this is the best time to buy gifts for them. Pakia won't care much, but it's because Venom would be very stubborn to accept anything and be like, "Severing you is my greatest gift, my lord," which makes Leo pensive. Looking down at his shadow, he saw 14 pair of eyes staring at him with resentment, which made his expression deepen. He had always tried to encourage these kids to live their own lives, but the result ended up with a Yu-Gi-Oh-obsessed shut-in, Kuribo. Just where did his education go wrong? I can't be a neglected parent. We are literally connected spiritually and have goddamn teleportation. Ending his breakdown for the day, Leo felt speechless. Nevertheless, he accepted the situation for what it was and decided to take Kuribo out for a walk later to clear his mind. Perhaps they would burn some grass too. Anyway. As Leo walked towards his home, he cracked his neck and fingers. His expression grew solemn, but just before he launched the chat room, the door of the neighboring house burst open. As the vibrant red flash dissipated, Nero's blonde hair fluttered, and she stood before Leo with a radiant smile. However, the fervent light in her eyes caused Leo to flinch. He then noticed that she was holding a small girl dressed in a fancy and stylish gothic dress, presenting her to him. Ophis, whose feet dangled in the air, wore the same blank expression as always. However, as she gazed at Leo, her eyes seemed to convey several philosophical questions about life, such as, who am I, where am I, and, is this real? Oh, she broke. Look, my preacher. Isn't she very beautiful? Why didn't you tell me that you know such dazzling person? How can you let her keep wearing those ugly clothes? Womo. Looking at Nero chirping cheerfully, Leo simply raised his hand and stopped her before saying, why are you still here? Oh, right, you can't go back to your world on your own. Womo. Nero froze in place for a moment with a shocked expression. Upon hearing Leo's voice, Ophis' eyes cleared, and she vanished. In the next moment, she appeared behind Leo, peeking at Nero with vigilance and muttering, bad person. Shaking his head at Nero's astonishment, Leo couldn't help but wonder why there were so many people with weak mentalities around him. Imagine having so much weakness, can't relate. His eyes were quickly drawn to Ophis behind him and said in a deep voice, have you done it? Ophis raised her head and gazed deeply into Leo's eyes before saying, no. Why? They would change it back when I leave. The reflection of his figure within those blank, gray eyes left Leo speechless. He couldn't help but think to himself, truly a mascot of a leader. He can't even change the name of the organization to Passion. But it doesn't matter. We should be an Italian mafia, not a magical Taliban. Shaking his head, Leo didn't show any reluctance for such a thing. Instead, it made him remember that his uncle may have been involved in some sort of mafia back in Italy. He contemplated the idea of joining in. Is my preacher going to Italy? Maybe, but seriously, shouldn't you be back in your world already? Nero furrowed her eyebrows before humming and puffing out her chest. Her eyes showed no signs of timidity or hesitation as she boldly declared, your tone and words are nonsensical. I, Nero Claudius, have not yet explored this era enough. How can I finish before this era bears witness to my mesmerizing art? Even you, my preacher, better be prepared. Yeah, the art for screwing yourself. I don't like idols. Womo. Leo rolled his eyes at Nero's expression of disbelief, as if he had betrayed her. Imagine being so idle as to choose the shady idol industry, as expected from one of Rome's worst emperors. Surely, her decision would end well. Oh well, I guess it's all right. Who would have thought that the complications in the entertainment industry couldn't reach you if you can break the sound barrier? Truly, a super idol, one. All right, you go do that, but don't involve me. Also, stop calling me this preacher. It sounds bad, even Doom Angel felt much better. Don't follow me, see ya. Leo quickened his pace and entered the house. He closed the door without looking back, leaving Nero and Ophis staring at each other. The latter quickly distanced herself while keeping maximum vigilance. The chat room lived in peace and harmony. The calmness and serenity filled every corner until the privileged nation attacked. Annihilation Maker, admin IMBAAAAAAAACCCKKKK. As the username adorned with various badges and cool effects suddenly burst onto the screen, the members of the chat felt momentarily dazzled by the opulence of the display. And then, just as suddenly, the chat room exploded. NEET Princess, hi back, I am Dad. Advocate of gender equality, it's no wonder, only you could have such a son. You have my deepest sympathy. NEET Princess, I would have argued with you, but what's the use? I can't deny the truth. I failed in my parenting. Annihilation Maker, admin O, my dear father. Come here, let's talk about my child support. I heard you are rich. NEET Princess, forgive me, son. The path of life is long and the milk is far away. Advocate of gender equality, you heartless kid, how can you treat your father like that? Bree _ What am I watching here? The strongest men in the world, gwahahaha. A hero for fun, family drama. Leo, can you change my nickname now? Big Sister Lion, how touching. What nickname do you want anyway? A hero for fun, I have received my hero nickname. Caped Baldy. Big Sister Lion, PFFFF. It's fitting. Ha 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 ha. Gudako, Chaldea's admin PFFF. I don't think we should laugh, sorry, PFFF. As the nonsense unfolded in the chat, Leo shrugged and instinctively joined in on the fun. However, he couldn't help but tilt his head as he noticed that the previous chat atmosphere wasn't quite right. Ah. Why are there 4 pages of deleted messages? Leo blinked, suddenly realizing that there was some sort of malicious intent brewing in the chat room. Annihilation Maker, admin. So, what happened here and why is there a crime scene? Advocate of gender equality, don't worry about it, don't you high-dimensional entities like surprises? You'll know eventually. Annihilation Maker, admin, has chosen a side mission from DXD World. Preparing the transfer procedures. Annihilation Maker, admin. Advocate of gender equality, I take that back. You're about to know now. Annihilation Maker, admin. Hey, I didn't choose any side missions. I don't even know how. The strongest men in the world, oh. Then I can teach you how. Big Sister Lion, imagine learning about technology from this primitive old man. The strongest men in the world. NEET Princess, how funny, I mean, how worrying. Bree, huh? Are you tricking us to join you? I am not buying that. Annihilation Maker, admin. Do I have no trust in your hearts, you bastards? Leo took a deep breath and closed the door to his room, summoning a clone just in case. As he did so, a white chat screen appeared before him, distinct from the usual light blue one. Hashtag DXD worlds will rise and shine, Leo. There should be a Chinese idiom for this, but I'll leave that for you to fill in. The day is still long, so how about we play a game? Transfer procedures initiated successfully. Transfer will begin after 00:00:10s. 00:00:9. 00:00:8. Upon receiving the private message and noticing the countdown, Leo clapped his hands and took a deep breath again before returning to the regular chat. Annihilation Maker, admin. So, it's actually kind of funny, but... Send help. My world's will is kidnapping me. Damn it, I'm going to call the outer gods. Advocate of gender equality, you damn traitor, I can't believe it. I've been inside a den of snakes. By the way, could you ask them about their employee welfare and hiring conditions? NEET Princess, shameless scums. I can't believe I'm surrounded by traitors. By the way, do you know if it's possible to start with a busted system, or do you have to begin with some mediocre cheat? Annihilation Maker, admin. Wait, didn't you already go on a side mission? Did you delete your messages so I couldn't know what happened? Advocate of gender equality, TSK, I can't believe you are accusing us like that. NEET Princess, your lack of trust is concerning. Annihilation Maker, admin. You lit. Annihilation Maker, admin, has entered infected reality number 32 of DXD World Sphere. Number of participants, undecided. Allowed members, unfilled. Recommended members, unchosen. Degree of corruption, 89%. Notes, hopeless. Horrible. Sad. Funky. Bree. NEET Princess. Big Sister Lion. Advocate of gender equality. Okay, but why is it funky though? NEET Princess, the real question. Bree, you too, I think we should have told him. As Misaka gazed at the ominous 89% corruption looming before her, a chill ran down her spine. She couldn't quite fathom how terrible it was, but the memory of the previous revolting side mission made her shiver. NEET Princess, don't worry, he won't die. If he runs into trouble, he can ask for help in the chat. After all, we completed the side mission beautifully. Fufufu. Advocate of gender equality, shut it. I don't want to hear it from you. If you hadn't thrown those explosions, the corruption wouldn't have reached 40%. It was supposed to be a tutorial mission. NEET Princess, don't blame me. You pushed me to test the waters and then run away. Don't think I forgot that. The strongest men in the world, stop wasting your breath. He's a man who outdid me. It's nothing to be surprised about. A hero for fun, I was ignored. Big Sister Lion, perhaps we should prepare for a funeral instead. Bree, sigh. Meanwhile, the angel that everyone had mentioned found himself standing in the open as the sunset dyed the sky a flaming orange. It should have been a very familiar scene to him, but something felt off. This is Koa Park. How much more destined are we? Leo muttered. As the clouds drifted and birds chirped in the background, Leo gazed at the water flying off the fountain. The feeling grew stronger as he took his first step, only to hear the sound of glass cracking under his foot. As Leo stepped onto what should have been solid concrete ground, he noticed several fine cracks running from under his foot. Lifting his foot, he saw the cracks slowly mending before his eyes caught a glimpse of the horizon. The clouds drifted and the sunset expanded, but beyond that, there was nothing. Suddenly, the fountain died down, and a crimson-purple spear of light brushed past his cheek before the waters turned red. It was truly enjoyable. But if you're looking for someone to blame, blame God for bestowing that sacred gear on you. As he stared at the blonde young man whose heart seemed to open to the world, Leo blinked before glancing to his left. He saw a girl in dominatrix clothes brushing her hair, with crow-like wings behind her. Leo nodded to himself, satisfied that his own wings were much better. However, something left him speechless. Was he being ignored in this stabbing game? He felt somehow insulted, but on second thought, he realized that the fallen angel's eyes didn't reflect his figure. Something isn't right. Glancing back at the dying young man, Leo barely managed to catch a glimpse before his words were cut off short. Suddenly, he found himself standing in the middle of a neighborhood street. There was no sign of change, he was simply there. His ears picked up some sounds, the only human voice in this neighborhood filled with houses. He saw a young man through the window of one of the houses, screaming because he had woken up from a nightmare and was clutching his chest. Lovely. Now, what to do? Carefully taking a step on the fragile ground, Leo wore a difficult-to-describe expression and let out a sigh that turned into a grin. Side mission begins. 1. Super Idol. The smile of Super Idol is not as sweet as yours. The sun at noon in August is not as dazzling as you. I love you at 105 degrees Celsius, drips of pure distilled water. Chapter 183, Hanging Around. Soft footsteps echoed through the long hallway. A gentle breeze rustled the curtains, making them flutter in the morning sunlight that streamed through the windows. As the shadows trailed behind the light, a hand gently touched the glass, revealing a view of a large campus. The landscape was adorned with different buildings, adding grandeur to the luxurious school grounds. Students marched down the street, heading towards the school. Some walked alone, while others chatted with their friends. As they neared the entrance, a quiet hush fell upon them, muffling their voices as silence took over. I don't remember this place to be all sparkling. Cracks spread like spiderwebs from the hand against the window, warping the view. The hallway twisted and squirmed as if it had a life of its own. Silence reigned as the cracks multiplied, enveloping the outside world in a chaotic mix of colors and shapes. The hand that touched the glass became trapped in the distortion, sinking into it like quicksand. Leo watched as his arm got caught in the swirling mass. Summoning his strength, he pulled it back forcefully. As he did, the space around him recoiled, tossing his body around like a discarded toy and causing the area to shake violently. Leo managed to regain his balance and stood upright, witnessing the bizarre, logic-defying scene gradually returning to its original clarity. His hand trembled as slight cracks sprouted, but nothing else happened. Annihilation Maker, admin, my powers are working, but instead of the usual effect, reality is going nuts. Well, on another note, I have seen the same person with slight variation enter the school gate for the 4th time. What do you think? A clash between two worldviews or incomplete information spreading across the fabric of time and space? NEET Princess, I think you are just saying random things because you are locked inside and can't get out. Annihilation Maker, admin Kagaya, you know me. I would never. NEET Princess, you couldn't blow it up too. Pensive.jpg. Bree, yeah, he won't bother to explain otherwise. Advocate of gender equality, imagine not being able to blow it up. You are a disappointment. Haven't you seen your parents laughing on your deathbed? Leo's face darkened and clenched his fist, which caused the space to ripple. Big Sister Lion, by the way, we barely see or hear anything from this stream. The screen is filled with random colors and shapes stacked randomly. Leon savored some snacks while observing the chat's roast and indulging in laughter at Leo's misery. Joining wasn't impossible, but she wasn't foolish or capable enough to disregard the impending revenge of the useless angel. However, it would have been even better if she could have witnessed the live reaction. Annihilation Maker, admin, a mismatch of colors and shapes. Is this any different? Picture of schoolview.jpg. Big Sister Lion, no. Glancing at the already recovered window, Leo adjusted his glasses as he saw two blonde young men surrounded by girls. He could be crazy, but those two guys' facial features are strangely more detailed than everyone around them. The strongest men in the world, if what you're experiencing appears ordinary from your perspective, then there must be a certain difference between our situations and the state you find yourself in within the infected replica. The chat room usually is supposed to take care of this difference, however, is it possible for something to have an impact on someone like you without even being aware of it? Edward rubbed his chin as he looked at the discussion. The chat room has already proven its capability several times, so this likely means that the problem is on the other side. Annihilation Maker, admin, did something change in me by coming here? Well, it is possible, but don't give me too much credit. I am not that strong. The disparity lies in the foreign nature of my principles and reasoning, which diverge significantly from yours. As unfamiliar limitations imposed themselves, my own would undoubtedly crumble, just as they have within this realm. Of course, unlike me, you just have skill issues. Leo deftly twirled his finger, invoking a subtle swirl of inky black mist that materialized momentarily, only to dissipate with astonishing swiftness. Perplexed, his eyebrow arched in response before he walked randomly in the hallway. With no particular reason, boredom took hold of him as he found himself confined in this place for an entire hour. The material here seems to be indestructible, neither did the space budge for a quick teleportation. The strongest men in the world, ugh, again with this dizzying talk. You are strong, then you are strong. Can't you also write a simple resume of what you understand about this situation? Annihilation Maker, admin bro. Don't take my riddles time, not cool. Advocate of gender equality, so, it was really a bunch of nonsense. NEET princess, a problem within the chat room or not, we can't say for sure, but if you can't blow it up, no, I don't believe that you can't somehow combust into a fiery flame. So, that means one thing. NEET princess, you are skipping work. With a dramatic pause, a message quickly slammed into the chat as the conversation suddenly came to a halt. The profound wisdom and logic contained within left them speechless. Big Sister Lion, why that sounds so relative, I mean, logical. Annihilation Maker, admin Kagaya, you truly know me. Come here and let's have a talk. Advocate of gender equality, totally not ominous. Annihilation Maker, admin I won't bite. Bree, confused face. Advocate of gender equality, dude. Up your standards a bit. How about I introduce you to a very promising goddess of water? Just trust me bro. NEET princess. Suddenly, Leo raised his head and closed the chat. Students were talking amongst each other, preparing for class, and walking through the hallways and up the stairs. Everything changed without notice as Leo found himself at the end of the corridor watching this lively scene, but as he wanted to take a step forward, a feeling of emptiness surged from beneath. What lay beyond was the same scene behind, with students filling the hallway. However, as they reached a certain point, they faded like a mirage, with smiles on their faces. Some were even seen casually talking to half-faded figures. Leo's eyes, however, were fixed on a young man walking away. Looking down, he recognized that the young man's right leg belonged to him. But soon, the young man vanished from existence, leaving Leo staring in silence. So, he slowly closed the door again without changing his demeanor and summoned the chat room. NEET princess, oh my, oh my. Leo, you are so bad, shy, inviting a lady in such an open way. But forgive me, sorry, the side mission joining button is gray. So, you are all alone heart suit. Isn't that right, Kazuma-san? Advocate of gender equality, truly gorgeous. Magnificent. Your reasoning eclipsed my mind. Leo, my friend, my buddy, my comrade, you are truly blessed by receiving the attention of such a noble young lady. Bree, sigh. Big Sister Lion, blink twice if you are held at gunpoint. Ignoring the message that seems asking for a beating, Leo opened a new tab and started typing. It didn't take long before the rest of the chat room members got a notification that a new announcement had been created. Leo's side mission CBT, Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, Notes. Note 1. Dear Notes, nice to meet you slightly smiling emoji. Once again, I have been kidnapped by a world's will to do its bidding frown emoji. Not only that, but she actually threw me into a dystopian glitchy reality with a retarded MC, main character, who took the place of Boob's Key, Issei. I only wanted to cause a magical nuclear winter sad emoji. Everything feels surreal and dreamlike, but it's not my dream. My dreams aren't bright. Don't be silly. Crying and laughing emoji. My powers are still present, but all I get is reality twisting and breaking as if it can't translate whatever I am about to do. Silly reality, living for today laughing emoji. Space is discontinuous, and time isn't linear, much like my education career. However, the regular phenomena between the nonlinear time still applies to some degree. For example, feeling a bit more thirsty or tired from standing, which makes me wonder what would happen if I stabbed someone and left them bleeding innocent emoji. I have a theory that the scene shifts are caused by the following MC's perspective, but I'm not quite sure because he clearly isn't aware of the shifts themselves. No one actually is, except for me. I am special and alone here smile emoji. My dear friends in the chat room sadly can't join me to verify this. I am still alone. Wide smile emoji. I can't even get close to that guy and am blocked by an invisible barrier. Maybe it's because of the perspective of the scene. Should he be alone now or not meet anyone like me? Sadly, I can't break his neck. Crying and laughing emoji. Note to self, try to mimic his, possibly alive. Parents next time. Also, my leg has been stolen and lost in the void at the door due to the shift, and my priest outfit has changed into a school uniform scared emoji. Note to self, try to keep as much space around you as possible at all times and throw something fast at anyone wearing your leg. Best regards, a loving angel kissing heart emoji. Advocate of gender equality. Bree Bree. NEET princess. The strongest men in the world. A hero for fun. Big sister lion. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. As the message caused a collective silence across 7 worlds, a strange but a magical feeling grew inside all the chat members. It surely has been a while since they have seen Leo, and they surely didn't miss him. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Did I come at the wrong time? Big sister lion, can someone explain what CBT is? Sorry, I am illiterate. Advocate of gender equality, cock and balls torture. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. I came at the wrong time. Big sister lion, that's it. Some old nobles were into this kind of simulation. You people are also into that. Hiss. Advocate of gender equality, oi, what do you mean by you people? NEET princess, this is cancer. You are littering the chat room. How to delete this? Think about the children. A hero for fun, what children? The discharge girl. The strongest men in the world, that little girl should be the only one if you don't count the others. Advocate of gender equality, changing that to others expect Kazuma, would be much appreciated. Bree Bree, sigh. I am calm. How do you do, Leo? You are joking about your leg, right? A message like all the others, but for some reason, Leo felt a bit of wavering in it. Staring at that message for a while, Leo leaned on the door and stared at the ceiling in silence before shaking his head slowly. Bree Bree, hey, answer me. Annihilation Maker, Admin Mikoto. Bree Bree, yes. Annihilation Maker, Admin. I won't bully you again for a week. Bree Bree, hiya. What do you mean? No, what is this feeling of pity? You. Fight me, you coward. I will show you who will be bullied. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Sure, but not now. I will go and grind this map. Squatting down, Leo wrapped his hands around his dismembered leg as faint wisps of dark haze gathered slowly. After a few struggles, the wisps coiled together until they formed a hollow structure resembling a leg. NEET princess, what? Who are you? Kagaya stared intently at the screen, wondering what had gone wrong. The slacker himself had actually decided to do something useful, which sent shivers down her spine. He couldn't have possibly found a way to drag us into the mission with him, right? Kagaya's face grew paler with each second. Annihilation Maker, Admin. I am me, maybe, I am not quite sure. Forget it, this place is nuts. However, doing work is impossible. Even if I am drowning in debt that my poor soul is scared to ask about its amount, I will use all my powers to avoid work. I will just mess around here and there. Make new notes. Be sure to check them later. Smiling emoji. Advocate of gender equality, man, just go and do your mission. Popcorn.jpg. Annihilation Maker, Admin. What mission, Kazuma? All I got was getting kidnapped to beta test this broken map. This is angel trafficking. By the way, all of you are free to join and finish this mission. Advocate of gender equality, you have a valid point and nice game terminology, but does angel trafficking include summoning angels by magic? Gudako, Chaldea's admin. I would like to join and help you, but I don't think it's possible. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Whispers, dead weight. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. You know I can read that, right? A hero for fun, he is offline. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Bree Bree, he ran away again. Closing the chat room that started to get out of control, Leo stood up and tapped the ground with his newly acquired prosthetic leg. Despite its delicate appearance, it seemed sturdy enough to endure for the time being. The students carried on with their activities, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This made Leo pause for a moment, deep in thought, before his hand instinctively reached for the necklace hanging on his chest, causing his expression to grow more peculiar. As he channeled Draeg's power into his arm, there was no immediate response as the energy vanished as soon as it surfaced. Nothing happened, and Draeg remained unresponsive. Undeterred, Leo pushed himself to reach further. Surprisingly, his hand passed through his chest and pulled out a card. The effort left his legs trembling, almost giving out from under him. I'll use the Guilty Crown OST next time, Leo said, leaning on something for support. He glanced at the full tarot card before placing it back inside, and as he did, everything returned to normal. Leo quickened his pace as he walked down the corridor, his hand quickly tapping something on the chat screen. The students, as per usual, had indistinct facial features, and all attempts at communication went unanswered. He even tried kicking a few of them, only for his leg to pass through them as if he were a ghost. This made him wonder if he was one, but he couldn't pass through walls like some students who entered classes through closed doors. But as he continued to descend through the floors, the student grew more lively and recognizable. The change in tone was very startling and jarring, as if some robots have learned to mimic people, but still mess it up, for example, who normally have a conversation with only, I see, that's interesting, oh. These voices had been playing on repeat, sounding like a buzzing noise akin to hundreds of bees bombarding Leo's ears. Amidst the various possibilities, something told Leo that the two glittering, high-resolution young men were the cause. Now, how should I approach them? Leo asked a female student passing by, but he sadly got ignored like air. The female student proceeded to turn into a male as he passed by Leo's side, as if the covering of the two blonde young men's sight was actually a transition of some sort. Blinking his eyes, Leo looked left and right in confusion before shrugging. It's not like Leo didn't try to get close to beat the shit of that blonde guy, MC, but he couldn't approach him. An invisible boundary like the previous closed corridor stood in his way. Employing a rudimentary deduction, the reason behind this could be that Leo is simply unwelcome, which is quite reasonable, or he is not attuned to the appropriate protocol adhered to in this world. After all, that young boy should expect to see his parents in the morning, not a disconcertingly grinning individual attempting to break his neck. Of course, considering this world, a naked girl isn't a far-fetched possibility. However, the question arises, is the protocol derived from the logic of the boy or from the world itself? A malevolent undertone appears to be deeply ingrained in this reality, yet it remains completely indifferent, like when Leo observed Drake's traces vanish as soon as they materialize. Leo's mind races at an accelerated pace as he calculates the optimal approach to confront this situation without encountering the same outcome as before. Firstly, the limitations of the presumed protocol should be diminished or weakened, considering that they are all students dressed in the same uniform. Secondly, since students are abundant in this setting, relying solely on that factor should not make much of a difference, particularly because Leo himself appears ghostly at present. Lastly, anime. Having established these key factors, Leo deduces a template and a course of action as he watches the two young men pass by him, oblivious to his presence. Would it even work? Leo didn't know, but there was nothing wrong in trying. Obnoxious side character protocol initiated. Kiba-kun, it has been a while. I didn't see you at the club room yesterday, don't tell me you had forgotten about it. As Yuto and his friend made their way to the classroom, a figure slid through with exaggerated movements and warped his hand around Yuto's shoulder, which made them both stupefied. Yuto felt arm hugging his shoulders as his body subconsciously reacted and wanted to push it away. Did you get occupied with your part-time job again? Really, can't you call and inform me? I had to stay in the drama club room for an extra hour. By the way, who is this new face? Starting through the eyes that reflected puzzlement and confusion, Leo continued talking with a smile and didn't give Yuto a chance to react as he shifted the topic to the confused blonde guy. Only at that moment, Leo saw the confusion in Yuto's eyes vanish. The resistance and puzzle has been replaced by a helpless and apologetic look. I am terribly sorry, but my club president had a very important thing to announce yesterday. Don't worry about it, it doesn't matter a lot. I was simply worried about you. Yuto didn't feel dissatisfied by being interrupted. Instead, he shook his head with a helpless smile, as if he had encountered this situation countless times before. Of course, you should also take care of yourself. Don't sleep in the club room again. Yuto smiled warmly and patted Leo on the shoulder. The action couldn't have been more familiar as Leo's eyebrow rose. Kiba, this is... Right, let me introduce you. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Being interrupted again made Yuto sigh helplessly, and the young man was startled. He rubbed his neck awkwardly before reacting and saying, I guess that was rude of me, my name is John Kimura. I transferred to this school today. Nice to meet you. Leo Arisaltek, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. Leo shook hands with John as a smile bloomed on his face. That name is one more reason to break your neck. You should be in the same class as Kiba, right? That means we are classmates now, let's get along. Leo said smoothly as if it was common sense, but before John nodded, Yuto shook his head and said, okay, stop playing tricks. Arisaltek-san is a second-year student and president of the drama club. Although he looks difficult to follow, he is a reliable guy and you can ask him if you need help. Oh, that's mean, I am your senior. John nodded with a smile while being pleased by the title, senior. Harlot, do I even know you? Despite his attempt to integrate into the same class failed, Leo still kept the same expression and said slowly, I am also rich. Very. Well, I will not bother you anymore. See you later. Looking at Leo leaving with brisk footsteps, John pointed with his finger and looked blankly at the speechless Yuto. All I can say is that he is a very particular person. Yuto laughed and shrugged it off, but John had a weird expression and said, but why do I get a bad feeling from him? I can assure you he is a great person. When you get to know him. Yuto blinked his eyes before shaking head and headed to the class with John. Looking at both of them leaving, Leo rubbed the necklace on his chest, lost in thoughts as some students passing by greeted him and some even invited him to go to class together. Tapping the necklace a few times, he opened the chat room and started typing again. Bree, say, what do you think he is doing? This side mission isn't right at all. Advocate of gender equality, no worries, he is probably making the world more miserable. Annihilation Maker, admin, you goddamn right. A new announcement has been uploaded by Annihilation Maker, admin. Leo's side mission CBT, Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, Notes. Note 2. Dear Notes, we meet again. Slightly smiling emoji. Once again, I am still wandering in this broken reality. Sad emoji. I have found that my Longinus, Annihilation Maker part, is kind of working. It's like the only original part that works, but the other part, boosted gear, is basically rejected. Well, don't worry about it so much. Grin emoji. However, I have a tiny idea. What I am seeing working is the original ability of Longinus that completely belongs to the DXD world, which can work with vitality. Sadly, I can't try to use energy and magic because my own power is too mixed, or else this place won't remain intact. Sad emoji. By using the power of third-rate acting, I have managed to twist reality somehow. Apparently, I am now the president of the drama club Shy emoji. The world that ignored me is actually interactive now. I don't know how long this will last, but apparently, I have some sort of identity now. Don't ask me how this works. Frown emoji. Best regards, a loving angel. Kissing heart emoji. Advocate of gender equality, I knew it. NEET princess, I am still looking for the delete button. Big sister lion, useless, there is no escape. Leo closed the chat room and continued on his stroll. He should test the extent of his identity and see. However, before he could take the initial step, the surroundings transformed abruptly, and he found himself seated at a desk in a classroom. His gaze fixated on the faceless teacher, who danced with an uncanny grace on the podium, resembling a silent mime. Despite Leo's attempt to rise from his seat, he was met with nothing but the sound of a creak, unable to budge even an inch. I can't get up. Aerosol Texan, you can go to the bathroom after I finish my class. As if a nerve had snapped, cracks spread and space distorted as Leo's expression grew darker with each passing second. His head lowered slowly, and a dark haze swirled around him. However, nothing changed, and the faceless student laughed. Leo's eyebrow twitched as something malicious brewed in silence. The resounding school bell pierced through the air, signaling the end of the school day and prompting students to pour out of their classrooms, either heading to their respective clubs or making their way home. Silently seated on the bench, Leo observed the departing students with a vacant expression etched upon his face. His eyes appeared devoid of any flicker of emotion, as if his soul had been drained of all feeling. His prosthetic leg morphed and shifted, catching his attention briefly, but he remained lost in a trance-like state. The only solace he found was in the fact that he had managed to avoid getting entangled in the drama club room. Had his fabricated identity crumbled away? Well, such details don't matter to him now. Annihilation Maker, admin guys, I don't think I have it in me anymore. I am too weak. NEET princess, there, Leo. Don't be so down. It's all alright right now. Look at the bright side, the teacher's got a new pet. Annihilation Maker, admin, go back to warring states where you belong. NEET princess, go back to being stuck in a chair. Annihilation Maker, admin, fuck you. NEET princess, no, fuck you. Big sister lion, go fuck each other later. What are you going to do now? Annihilation Maker, admin, there isn't much to do. I will mess here and there until the impending doom lands on my head. Degree of corruption, 90%. The degree of corruption didn't faze Leo more than the time he spent locked inside the classrooms. In fact, he was actually wondering if something new would happen as it rose, but everything seemed to be the same. Annihilation Maker, admin, maybe the raise in the degree of corruption is what caused my identity to vanish. Well, it doesn't matter. I would have been more motivated to explore if some people shared with me some stories. NEET princess, hold on. Why should we tell you that? This information was something we risked our lives for, and nothing is free here. However, I can offer you a discount if you admit that I'm a better admin and did a small favor for me. Bree, are you really trying to market that? NEET princess, don't judge me. Advocate of gender equality, our previous mission wasn't actually that weird. That guy had standard bullshit plot armor. For example, our attacks clearly weakened, and the people in the world were more inclined to attack us instead of her, etc. Nothing as serious as your situation, but it's reasonable considering our starting corruption degree was 23%. NEET princess, Kazuma, you traitor. Whose side are you on? Don't forget who your boss is. As he read Kagaya's blatant accusations, Kazuma sneered and elegantly brushed back his hair. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his legs in a suave manner, exuding an air of cool confidence. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, your world should be developed in the area of entertainment, right? A normal question that couldn't be more normal, but it gave the chat members a very weird feeling. Annihilation Maker, admin, a 5-star hotel room is ready for you in Tokyo. Advocate of gender equality, Maman JPG. Annihilation Maker, admin Maman JPG. No more words were needed. The agreement was reached almost instantly, leaving the other chat members feeling dazzled, as if they had just witnessed the two parties involved shaking hands. What kind of shady transaction had occurred before their eyes? NEET Princess, my efforts and struggles are being sold before my eyes. Weren't we supposed to be a team? It's about team effort, you know. You should have done the work and left me the money. Bree, you have a severe misunderstanding about teamwork. A hero for fun, when will I get paid? Big Sister Lion, yeah, where is my share? Gudako, Chaldea's admin, I need to buy more wisdom flames. The strongest men in the world, my training has reached the limits lately. NEET Princess, back off, you poor people. Slapped with a stack of cash. GIF. Annihilation Maker, admin, well, I'll leave you to your revolution and go and hang around. The John guy is probably lurking around the occult club or something, so I can't venture there. It would have been much more enjoyable if you all had joined in. We could have counted the faceless people together. What a shame. NEET Princess, silly Leo. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, fool angel? Let me give you a demonstration. NEET Princess, asterisk, an image of Kagaya, her smile radiant as her left eye playfully blinked. With her right hand, she formed a victorious V sign, poised to click on the gray, join the side mission, button.jpg asterisk. NEET Princess has entered infected reality number 32 of DXD World Sphere. Advocate of gender equality. Bree. The strongest men in the world. A hero for fun. Big Sister Lion. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Annihilation Maker, admin. NEET Princess. The members of the chat watched in silence as the announcement notification faded away, unsure of how to react. Some shook their heads in disbelief, others nodded helplessly, and one laughed hysterically before being promptly kicked out of the bar. Meanwhile, Leo closed the chat and lowered his gaze. Seated beside him on the ground was Kagaya, a petite girl with long black hair. Instead of her usual traditional attire, she wore the Kuo Academy female school uniform. A faint smile still adorned her face, but her brown eyes widened as she stared at the ground in silence. She remained frozen in that position for a while, unmoving, until a hand came into her view. Slowly lifting her head, accompanied by the crackling of her neck akin to rusted gears, Kagaya gazed upward to find Leo's bright smile, with the sun casting a radiant glow behind him. Your uniform have a +10 debuff to durability. The angel whispered words of advice and wisdom, but the helpless poor remained silent as the world around them started to contort and fracture like a shattered mirror. Kagaya drew in a deep breath and grasped Leo's hand as he assisted her in standing up. Sporting a determined expression, she brushed off her skirt and began muttering to herself, why is this skirt so short? This accursed, slutty world. Can't they see that some old man designed it for perverts? Can't you at least comfort me? Kagaya suddenly snapped and said to Leo, who proceeded to look left and right in puzzlement before saying, it looks good on you. That doesn't work. Of course, it doesn't. The first place to break would be the right chest cloth followed by the left of the skirt. Letting out a helpless sigh, Kagaya reluctantly accepted her fate as the cracks and distortions that had marred the sky began to recede. Leo observed the process with calm composure before resuming his seat on the bench, and Kagaya joined him. As they both watched the faceless students leaving without uttering a word, an atmosphere of decaying spread from them as they didn't want to move. By the way, is that person you were following inside the occult club? After a few minutes, Kagaya turned to face Leo and asked in a lazy tone. Probably. You can't enter. Yeah. Oh. In silence, the two continued their task of counting the number of students departing. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred, except for a sudden jump in time to the evening, resulting in a sharp decrease in the number of students leaving. Hey, is your Esper ability also rendered useless here? Kagaya glanced at Leo's prosthetic leg before raising her hand, causing a small distortion to manifest. It doesn't work, Leo replied casually, like it doesn't matter much to him if his power was gone or not. In that case, how can you be certain that only powers originating from DXD would have any effect in this place? I'm not sure, but hey, immortality and regeneration exist in DXD. You can give it a try and see if it works for you. Leo nonchalantly shrugged and offered a rather wholesome suggestion. As a chimera embodying the combined power systems of 4 worlds, he knew that only his Longinus had the capability to undergo testing here, albeit with varying degrees of errors. Kagaya let out a soft hum before wearily resting her head against the back of the bench. However, to her surprise, her head abruptly collided with a rigid and dusty surface, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. The once familiar school grounds vanished completely, leaving no trace behind, only to be replaced by a dim and desolate alleyway, shrouded in the darkness of the night. The feeble glow of a flickering street lamp barely reached this place, casting an uncertain light on Kagaya's perplexed face. Just moments ago, she was seated comfortably, but now, without any warning, she found herself standing in this unfamiliar location, clutching a plastic bag in her hands. Damn, someone got stabbed here. Upon hearing the voice, Kagaya noticed Leo's gaze fixed on some dark stains on the ground, all while holding a plastic bag that bore some resemblance. He skillfully extracted a can of coffee from the bag and took a sip. Shaking her head in disbelief, Kagaya cautiously opened the plastic bag and discovered an assortment of snacks and juices with unfamiliar brands. However, what astonished her even more was that every single item was a flavor she genuinely enjoyed and would normally eat. So, she picked up one snack and began munching on it before remarking, it tastes alright, but this place is truly bizarre. Why did we end up in a dark alleyway? At least we aren't locked somewhere. I thought you enjoyed spending time with the teachers. You stayed inside for quite a while. Leo watched as Kagaya swiftly devoured the snacks while rating each one as she went along. However, his attention was soon drawn to something at the far end of the alleyway. At the exit, a convenience shop illuminated the road with various signs. The bell sounded in the empty street as the sliding door opened, and a blond young man walked out with a plastic bag before heading towards his bicycle. Is this the guy you have been stalking? He should be doing the devil's job at this hour, right? As John skillfully unlocked his bike's lock, Kagaya hung onto Leo's back, wrapping her hands gently around his neck to improve her view. She observed John closely, but nothing particularly stood out about him, except for the fact that he possessed fully formed facial features, unlike the other students she had encountered. Probably in Get Off Me. No, the ground is very dirty. Carry me. Just as Leo was about to toss her away, Kagaya swiftly slipped off his back and gracefully made her way into the convenience store with nimble steps. The sound echoed loudly through the deserted street, yet John remained engrossed in tinkering with his bike, seemingly oblivious to Kagaya's presence. Leo observed the scene before deciding to follow Kagaya. However, a peculiar thought occupied his mind. Neither he, Kagaya, nor even John himself were reflected in the store's glass windows. This anomaly stood in stark contrast to the faint reflections visible in the windows of the adjacent store across the street, though Leo dismissed it as a passing curiosity. Approaching John, the convenience store door swung open with a familiar bell sound, yet Kagaya remained motionless, silently stationed in the doorway. Before her eyes, the once visible interior of the store transformed into a pitch-black darkness, obscuring everything within. Suddenly, a rope was tossed at her feet, landing softly on the illuminated wooden floor beneath a faint ceiling light. The rope guided her gaze as it meandered through scattered paper money, leading to a square green table adorned with an assortment of colorful trinkets and playful cards. Kagaya stood there, eyes fixed, caught between confusion and surprise. However, a sudden wave of nausea swept over her, filling her head with discomfort. Her limbs grew cold, and a tingling sensation crept through her body. Just as the sensations overwhelmed her, a hand grasped her collar, gently pulling her back as the store door closed. Feeling dizzy and unable to regain her focus, Kagaya leaned on Leo, shaking her head as the latter gazed silently at the closed store before turning left. Hello, do you need any help? John, nervously scratching his neck, dragged his bike and asked with genuine concern, all the while trying his best to maintain a kind smile. But Leo couldn't help but smile as the streetlight flickered. The illuminating light that graced the dark street was rather dim in that particular moment. Chapter 184, Discounted Reality. Beneath the flickering street lamp, a chain emitted a clunking sound as three figures strode along the dark, aged road. The shadows stretched beneath their feet and snaked over the somewhat antiquated architecture, seamlessly blending into the dimly lit night. It's quite late, Senior. Do you often go cycling in the middle of the night? Dragging his bike on the cobblestone road, John forced an awkward smile on his face as the bike felt a bit heavy suddenly. I'm just doing a part-time job, but what are you doing here? You came here cycling, no. I'm also looking for a part-time job. Could you introduce one to me? Maybe we can become co-workers. The sound of bike handles being squeezed were practically glaring in the stillness of the night. Uncertain why he reacted that way, John resisted the urge to jump and hastily bike away before saying, our team is already pretty full, and my boss can be quite difficult to deal with. By the way, aren't you wealthy? Indeed, any employer allowing a minor to work such late hours every day must be heartless. This cannot be allowed. Should we inform the police? As his question went unanswered, a shudder struck the blonde young man. He couldn't understand why this bad feeling intensified each time he met this guy, so he took a moment to think. And no, it isn't like that. I am very grateful to my boss. I wouldn't be here without her help. Ah, is that so? I apologize for speaking without knowing about your difficulties. Typically, I would have reported such a black-hearted, child labor-using, greedy boss to the police. I believe such scumbags should spend their time in jail, don't you think? Scratching his neck, John felt more awkward as his throat felt dry. Like all devils, he shouldn't be dealing with these problems, but sadly, something is blocking his demonic power and he has no idea what. Why are your hands up in the air? A mosquito has flown by. Seeing John cowering under the pressure, Kagaya cautiously followed Leo, who moved with an unusual stiffness, while fractures warped around his body. His black prosthetic leg wiggled and bubbled, attempting to reach towards John's body, but it remained firmly in place. Even his facial expressions and way of talking appeared restricted, prompting Kagaya to recall Leo's previous notes on how he formed his identity. This level of critical speculation demanded a meticulous and thorough observation from her. Annihilation Maker, admin, let me out. Let me what? Saya and $$ and a asterisk u hashtag EA and. Kagaya acknowledged her keen observation skills and noticed that Leo's identity had now become more of a constraint, evident from his growing sense of regret. This transformation was clearly visible in his abnormal eyes. Annihilation Maker, admin, I was never meant to be the obnoxious side character, I was supposed to be the midway ad. And how much do you enjoy being referred to as a senior, you degenerate bastard? Bree, don't worry, junior classmate Leo. Big sister Lion, keeping calm is a very important factor to succeed. Advocate of gender equality, nerd emoji finger pointing upward. By turning off the distractions that hindered her detective work, Kagaya gazed at the stone road in silence, her mind involuntarily recalling fragments of the previous scene etched into her memory. The suffocating feeling she had experienced was something even an immortal like her had never encountered before. She subconsciously rubbed her neck to ease that uncomfortable feeling, but then she noticed John in front of her, mirroring the same action, causing her hands to freeze in place. Okay, stop messing around. What are you doing here? Don't you know it's dangerous? Reprimanded John as his demeanor quickly took a turn for strictness and dissatisfaction as he glanced at Kagaya behind Leo. Glaring the latter down, he spoke with a heavy voice. Man, be serious. You even brought your sister to this deserted area in the middle of the night. Do you think this is some sort of joke? Sister. However, to John's surprise, both the involved parties reacted the same as they eyed him with weird glances. His previously tense behavior receded as fast as it rose, leaving him at a loss. Aren't you two siblings? Looking at each other, Leo and Kagaya saw something in each other's eyes. It was an interesting and mischievous intent aimed at each other as they said, "What makes you say that?" Maybe it was their reaction that could almost be described as synchronized. John couldn't help but say in doubt, "Well, how to say this, you both look alike." Taken by surprise, Leo and Kagaya felt ridiculous, but the answer didn't have time sink in as John quickly added, "Both are very pretty and beautiful." The reaction that was supposed to be a surprise sank midway as the two stared at the perplexed John in silence. Oh my. Kagaya chuckled as John's words came to a halt, realizing that he had caught sight of Leo, who, unlike his usual smiling self, was now staring at him with an expressionless face. The abrupt transition from a friendly smile to a blank expression was so terrifying that it sent shivers down John's spine. Did I hit a nerve? John thought so, but it didn't change his idea. Leo's and Kagaya's appearance was indescribable yet remarkably pleasant, almost appearing too unreal. Particularly, Leo's eyes shone like precious jewels, exuding an unnatural beauty that left John doubting if human eyes could truly be so stunning. Then it struck him. How could a human have such eyes, and how could a normal human notice him, a devil, during work? As they performed their jobs, the devils wouldn't be noticed by normal humans except the clients. As John's pupil dilated from the shock and his heartbeat raced, he scratched his neck and said in annoyance, "Fine, don't tell me, but at least don't act recklessly again." Completely back to normal. Observing John's stable and normal appearance, Kagaya felt a sense of absurdity. Was she experiencing another hallucination? His demeanor didn't appear to be an act. She glanced at Leo, who nodded before fixing his gaze on John, motionless. This compelled Kagaya to turn her attention back, and in that moment, her heart jolted. She noticed very fine cracks and distortions weaving around John's body, creating a loop of unsettling movements. Suddenly, light flashed in the darkness faster than all of them could react. Looking down, Leo noticed a spear of light piercing through his chest, leaving him with a sense of absurdity. Why was it that his clothes were torn before Kagaya's? This is not scientific. Such mystery was left unanswered as the spear disintegrated and he flopped on the ground. Oh my, Kaya. Observing Leo slipping into what seemed like a coma, Kagaya covered her mouth in shock before letting out a low gasp and feigning unconsciousness, dropping to the ground from the sheer terror of the scene. Then she got kicked and rolled away. Annihilation Maker, admin, this is my place. Go and take a spear to the chest first. NEET princess, I will grab it and stab your face. Advocate of gender equality, here we see two immortal specimens in their natural environment arguing over self-harm, unable to understand that the real solution is to go to space and stop thinking. Big Sister Lion, it has always struck me as odd that we have two immortal members in this chat, yet everyone seems nonchalant about it. Bree, perhaps we simply haven't encountered any issues related to our mortality so far. The strongest men in the world, Ignoring Kagaya, Leo looked at the front to see John tripping on the ground as a woman with black wings was approaching him. Not like it mattered to him. It's just in a very dusty corner of his memory, he recalled such a scene before something hit his face. NEET princess, this scene didn't exist in the novel. Southwest is this place following the events of the anime. As Kagaya plotted her revenge, she gleefully observed John's misery. The only thing she regretted was not having any snacks at the moment. So, she grabbed an empty candy pack and threw it at Leo's face. Damn it. How dare you? You'll pay for this. As he witnessed two innocent people being harmed because of him, John's expression transformed into one of fury. A dark blue light gathered on his arm, swirling around his body, releasing an evil and depressing aura that filled every corner of the street. Waves of energy blew dust into the air, emanating a sense of malevolence that surprised Leo for a bit. However, he was more concerned about what John had said earlier. Is that guy? As Leo's eyes began to widen in disbelief, John's body began to glow in a blue light as markings began to appear on his body. Dragon Slayer. Roar. That looks a bit familiar, but where did I see, Kagaya had a huge sense of déjà vu, but then a large shadow of a black dragon with the same blue markings formed behind John and roared as the fallen angel blasted into the air. It can't be. How could you have that Longinus? The fallen angel dropped this line in shock before fleeing away. Is this my sacred gear? No, she ran away. I need to hurry up, I can't let Leo die because of me. With this power, I will save him. As the black dragon faded away and John appeared covered in marks, with a black version of the boosted gear on his arm, Kagaya's expression became difficult to interpret. She could only look down and blink slowly, trying to process the mental pollution she had just witnessed. NEET princess, that dragon looks a bit too much like a certain dragon from fairy tale, but it can't be. I must be still hallucinating. What do you think, junior classmate Leo? Annihilation Maker, admin I don't know, but... What is this guy doing? Why is he close to me? Hello. Don't touch me. NEET princess, Kagaya blinked and turned to see John cradling Leo's head on his lap with an expression of distress and sadness. He hurriedly pressed on the hole in Leo's chest and exclaimed, no. I can't control my demonic power enough to stop the bleeding. Annihilation Maker, admin what bleeding? I didn't have blood in my body for Mont, what the fuck? This guy is forcing shitty biology on me. Advocate of gender equality, are you inflated with dogma instead? Bree, inflated with nonsense, got it. Upon seeing the puddle of blood pouring out of his chest, Leo blinked but decided to continue playing dead. Kagaya was having a lot of fun watching him, but he had had enough of it, he would just focus on dying for now. I can't. I am sorry, it's all my fault. No. Annihilation Maker, admin don't be too disheartened, we're all going to die eventually, although dying in such a cringe situation is unfortunate. I'll go haunt Kagaya until she falls into hell, while I will be in heaven. NEET princess, shut up, you're supposed to be dead. John roared to the sky, overwhelmed by pain and grief, while Kagaya rested her head on her hand, observing with a hint of amusement. The question now was, what would happen to Leo, who is considered dead by the world? Would he be sent to hell, or become a ghost? Kagaya pondered various possibilities before she heard a sudden thud. No, I won't allow this. What? X2. Kagaya and Leo, the latter preparing to become a ghost, were startled when John raised his arm, covered in the black gauntlet, and hammered the ground. I won't give up. This sacred gear, you're meant to respond to my will, aren't you? Then I wish to save him, please. Annihilation Maker, admin I yearn for death. Let me embrace it. Death is my desire, death is my companion. I am courting death at this very moment. Just release me, my friend, for I am but an illusion. Bree, whoa. Gudako, Chaldea's admin poetry for death. Advocate of gender equality, Denoman, you sound like you want to live. Repeat that again. Filled with a surge of emotions, John roared passionately, his gaze fixed intensely on his sacred gear. The blue marking on his body then flashed in a brilliant light, causing his eyes to momentarily go blank. That's it. I have figured it out. No, you didn't. Shut up. As John raised his head in happiness, Leo rolled his closed eyes, feeling annoyed that he hadn't died yet. However, the next line that John uttered made him open his eyes wide, bloodshot in horror. Just as the president reincarnated me into a devil, I can similarly reincarnate Leo into my own heavenly dragon peerage as a dragon servant. Wah. Annihilation Maker, admin no, 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 no. NEET princess, yes, 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 yes. Oh my god. Kagaya's eyes widened in disbelief as she struggled to contain the excitement welling up within her at this magnificent scenario. John raised his gauntlet, and the blue demonic power coalesced into the shape of a chess pawn, which he then lowered down towards Leo, whose eyes had lost all luster. In that moment, Leo felt as if a line called reason had slipped away from him. Annihilation Maker, admin rape. Ray -a Hashtag $CARATM equals and, a, $, and, a and. NEET princess, ahahahahaha. A hero for fun. What is going on here? Godako, Chaldea's admin don't ask. As Kagaya observed the blue pawn piece nearly touching Leo's chest, the sound of a mirror shattering echoed in her ears, and then the world froze before her eyes. In her blank expression, the world resembled a shattered mirror, repeatedly broken and reassembled. The street, the buildings, and even John himself all seemed to dissolve and blend into an incomprehensible mess, as if reality was unraveling before her eyes. An unfathomable amount of energy surged out of Leo's body as if there were no tomorrow. The sheer force of this foreign power was enough to rend and contort this xenophobic reality into a chaotic paste. The realization that Leo had lost it, being used as a mere plot device for a plagiarized Longinus awakening, crossed Kagaya's mind. She felt the urge to laugh, and laugh she would, but not at this moment, as her body began to slip. Struggling against the relentless distortion that held him down, Leo lifted his arm in an attempt to choke the John-like mess. However, his efforts were in vain as his body started sinking into the distortion, and the ground beneath him felt like a quagmire. Speechless, Kagaya watched as reality unraveled and saw Leo's body sink into the distortion. With a sigh, she rolled over, resigned to the inevitable, as the deformation engulfed her too, and everything faded to black. In the darkness, the faint sound of gurgling water mingled with sharp, irritating, clanky metallic noises, creating a sense of discomfort. The blur shrouding her consciousness cleared and Kagaya's eyelid twitched, revealing a green glossy sky and another annoying face as the darkness receded. Hey, you are finally awake. Did we cross the border? Kagaya rubbed her forehead as the dizziness dissipated and was replaced with anger. Yeah, but we walked straight into the ambush. The ambush that you made. Kagaya leaped and gave Leo a kick, causing him to roll on the ground. After fixing her hair, she looked around with annoyance, taking in the bizarre surroundings. Wreckage was strewn everywhere, with several large chunks of various land and colossal objects scattered about. They collide from time to time, creating a chaotic situation. This strangely reminded Kagaya of a scene when someone committed terrorism on Asgard in DXD. However, just as she started to get used to the scene, the chunks suddenly collapsed into each other, transforming into a liquid of different shapes and colors without any warning. The wave of liquid almost reached Kagaya's feet, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Where are we? Kagaya felt a lot of discomfort being here, especially in how breathing was a bit difficult. Am I supposed to know? Leo picked his glasses that fell from the kick and appeared to be sad about the cracks on the lens. Gazing up at the green sky, Kagaya squinted. It appeared as if the sky was made of plastic, slowly rotating, with red and white blurs streaking across the horizon like shooting stars. Looks weird enough, so, how are we getting out of here? Kagaya kicked a pebble as it merged into the ocean of things. I will think about it later, but in the meantime, can you lend me your hand? Huh. Kagaya instinctively pulled her hand away, only to see a blur as Leo grabbed onto it, almost pulling her down. She managed to stabilize herself and then noticed Leo hanging from the edge of a cliff. The world underwent a complete transformation, with the sky now dark and adorned by a high-hanging moon. A neighborhood with several houses scattered randomly had materialized before them. Pull me up. Please. Kagaya pulled Leo up before taking a closer look at their surroundings. The sight wasn't challenging to behold, as the sky was illuminated with several colors of flares, resembling fireworks exploding in the air. However, these flares seemed to be fixed in their positions, almost giving Kagaya the impression that they were actually drawn onto the sky instead. My glasses, you were very young to die. Leo let out a sigh and cast his gaze downward into the dark abyss where his glasses had fallen. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Kagaya, who grabbed him and gestured toward the eerie street. Forget about your cheap glasses, just how did you get us here? Tilting his head at the question, Leo dusted off his hands and approached a parked car. He wiped the dusty window and found no reflection of himself, but instead a reflection of the street from a different angle. Tapping the frame, Leo spoke with a hint of doubt, when you overload that reality with foreign power, it sort of submerges you into another layer or something. I think. So, you knew about this. I tested it when I was locked inside the school. I almost lost my arm, 1. Kagaya heard this nonchalant explanation and pursed her lips. She walked towards a mailbox as her eyes narrowed and peeked at Leo. A large gaping hole had emerged in his chest, being filled with the same black substance as the prosthetic. However, this sight was even more tragic as fine cracks spread across it like a shattered expanse. However, the realization dawned on Kagaya that the prosthetic had extended past the knee and now reached the thigh as she averted her gaze calmly. Crackles. The mailbox erupted with light, akin to a firecracker being ignited, and began to combust on the ground. Kagaya watched as her fingers were slightly burned, yet she felt no pain. She couldn't discern whether this was real or illusory, but the road stretching to an unknown destination provided few clues. "Can't you take us out the same way we got Kagaya raised her head before she noticed the environment became darker and she was sitting inside a car. The fireworks exploded outside the window with vibrant colors that stained the sky like paint and didn't dissipate. The car's wheels made cluttering sounds and churned as if this is a train instead of a four-wheeled vehicle. At the driver's seat, Leo adjusted the mirror to see Kagaya and said, "Using the same method would require me to at least feel my power." Kagaya didn't need to listen more because she also couldn't feel her own power. Maybe this is the source of uneasiness. The hollow feeling as if something was ripped apart from her. Leaning against the cushion, Kagaya rested her head and observed the epileptic fireworks illuminating the sky, or perhaps the window. She couldn't quite discern. The car or train vibrated subtly, occasionally jolting as Kagaya was lost in her thoughts. The moon had disappeared from sight. Glancing at the front, Leo was remarkably at ease while driving this enigmatic vehicle. He appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the ride, prompting Kagaya to roll her eyes in response. From the rearview mirror, Leo glanced at Kagaya and said, "I am driving an airplane now." "What?" "If you want music, I can turn the radio on, but let me be clear, no pop. PFFF. Kagaya chuckled and sank entirely onto the cushion. Her gaze drifted back to the window before everything gradually faded into darkness, occasionally interrupted by passing lights sweeping through the car's interior. Was it a tunnel? As the light brushed against the interior, Kagaya asked, "Hey, what are your thoughts on everything that's happening?" "Well, it doesn't matter. This mess was supposed to be the torment my worlds will concocted for me, and yet, here you are with me," Leo said with a hint of dissatisfaction as the car bumped beneath them. "Should I feel grateful then?" Kagaya scoffed, her voice trailing off into silence. Silence lingered for a few moments before the distant blare of a train siren pierced the air. "I wonder which is worse, this place or the previous reality. Can we even find a way out of here at this rate? I feel you simply want to see me the servant of a servant, too." The light passed and illuminated the laughing Kagaya and the deadpan Leo. "But even if we manage to escape, there's not much we can accomplish. The infection level has already exceeded 90%, and that John guy isn't much better. The Acnologia. Longinus guy," Kagaya's lips twitched, unable to comment on the prior scene. "I still want to give him a good beating, but I feel he's in a worse situation than us. The world isn't helping him, forget it." Shaking his head, Leo's eyes caught a glimmer of light, a bright spot far away that marked the end of the tunnel. Kagaya pondered what she just heard before nodding and saying, "You know. It's actually nice when you speak more and clearly." Raising his eyebrow, Leo remained silent as the end of the tunnel drew nearer. Suddenly, a sharp screeching sound echoed through the tunnel, accompanied by flying sparks. The brakes rubbed against the wheels with force, the sound intensifying rapidly, and then. "Who gave you courage, you lowly servant?" "John." Kagaya took a moment to stabilize and found herself in a dimly lit, opulent room. Several figures stood around, and Leo was among them. However, it was hard to miss the mixture of sadness, agony, and the evident desire to throw a punch etched onto Leo's face. Amidst this scenario, Kagaya's focus was drawn to John at the front, separating a red-haired girl from the clutches of a snobbish-looking young man in an elaborate suit. The latter appeared visibly incensed. The atmosphere became oppressive as everyone was ready to act, but John didn't stop as he hugged the girl in his arms and said, "I don't care where you came from, Turkey, but listen carefully, Rias is my woman." When Rias heard this, she blushed and felt John's chest was very warm and safe, a feeling she has never experienced before. When John looked at her, he had no lust in his eyes like other men, but only admiration for the beauty. "John." Rias blushed and buried her face in John's chest. "If you want her, you'll have to go through me first." John's lips cracked into a wild smirk as he issued the challenge to a silver-haired maid. As Kagaya observed this unexpected situation and John's sudden personality shift, one thought echoed in her mind: who on earth changed this guy's personality? 3. 1. The opening scene of the previous chapter. 2. John is the servant of Rias, so this makes his servants the servants of a servant. 3. Me. 4. German 573 is a beta reader and this is here for vanity's sake. Chapter 185, Hanging Around, Real. Annihilation Maker, admin. My mom has always told me to not follow strangers and accept sketchy deals. Look at me now. A dimly lit, suspicious room. Two retards, real, arguing comically. I swear they stared at each other more than the red-haired one. Advocate of gender equality, bro had to specify it's real. I am done. Annihilation Maker, admin, it's just dark in here. I miss mom. Hey, my glasses are back. Bree, are you good? Annihilation Maker, admin, there's a big, fat feline inside my head whispering to me, urging me to cause some nefarious accidents. Bree. Annihilation Maker, admin, cat falling off bed. GIF. The incandescent light of a tiny lamp flickered on Leo's face, highlighting his slightly impressed complexion. It's an impressive feat that these two can act in this manner while being fully conscious. NEET princess, tell Garfield in your head to shut up and do something. Making them kiss is fine too. This is getting repetitive. Kagaya huddled in a dark corner away from sights and watched the situation with gusto. She was like a little gremlin, enticing Leo to fire a holy book at her face. Annihilation Maker, admin, well then, the Garfield inside my head is whispering sorry. Advocate of gender equality, oh no. Fear. Feeling Leo's gaze briefly resting on her, Kagaya froze as an ominous premonition suddenly filled this hag's heart, so she ducked quickly and observed. Without any warning, the black matter filling Leo's body skipped into his hand, taking the shape of a needle, before he thrust it into the eye of the blonde girl next to him. The sharp weapon stopped just right on the girl's green pupils and didn't budge an inch. No one took notice, even the girl didn't react or blink, while the attacker's arm trembled violently until he let go of the needle. The needle disintegrated under Kagaya's watch, but her eyes didn't leave Leo for a moment until she took a breath. It's strange to notice now, but this room is rather cold. NEET princess, you wanted to throw something at me, didn't you? Annihilation Maker, admin, as you can see, I am stuck here. I am going to finish my new blog post, so you might as well do something useful and go on a stroll or try kicking these two. NEET princess, don't you dare change the subject. I saw that look in your eyes. You can't lie to me. Shaking his arm, Leo pointed at Riser and John, who were giving each other a stare filled with intense emotions. How passionate. Damn lowly servant, you dare insult a noble devil and lust after your own master. I didn't want to dirty my hands with the likes of you, but this shame will be repaid with your life. Riser slammed the table with his hand, leaving a scorching mark. Riser, my servants aren't something you can deal with or punish as you please. Is this the best you can say, roasted turkey? But I agree, let me end this boring farce early. Lady Rias, Master Riser, I must ask both of you to respect your status as noble devils and cease these unsightly behaviors. Especially you, Lady Rias, your actions are both childish and unfitting for a devil of the Grimoire bloodline. As for your servant, I expect you to educate him better in the future. With a few words from the silver-haired maid, both parties came to a sudden halt because of the calm yet harsh words, especially John. He glanced at the maid, who didn't look at him once, and smiled widely while scratching his neck. Oh. For a mere maid, she has quite the interesting attitude. You have my attention. Kagaya, who lifted her sleeves and wanted to go kick Leo, stopped in place. NEET princess, did you? Annihilation Maker, admin, hear his inner monologue. Yes, so Kagaya, about you leaving. NEET princess, this room is too stuffy. A young beautiful person such as myself needs fresh air and sunlight. Brushing the dust off her skirt and adjusting her collar, Kagaya walked toward the door without any regret. Leo tried to lift his feet off the ground, but they were basically stuck and couldn't exert any power. Annihilation Maker, admin, Kagaya, two are better than one, unless it's me clueless. We should work together. Think about all the good times. No, scratch that. You can't leave me with this fucker. Bree, expert in asking for help above. Advocate of gender equality, taking notes. Putting her hand on the door handle, Kagaya turned her head and gave Leo a beautiful smile like a radiant moon, pure and noble. NEET princess, Leo-san, we absolutely believe in you. Ever since I laid my eyes on you, it was like a cosmic revelation, a beacon of trust shining in the vast universe. I trust you with all my being. Your determination and strength inspire confidence in all of us. So. Gazing affectionately into Leo's distorted expression with a vein almost popping, Kagaya smiled softly and offered her blessing. NEET princess, you can do it, Leo SA-. With the sound of the doorknob turning, it spun freely like a Beyblade before it fell gently at Kagaya's feet. Annihilation Maker, admin hair. Don't look back. Kagaya straightened her back and walked in another direction. The only other possible exit. Annihilation Maker, admin, are you going to jump off the window, bastard hag? Surely our 1,000-year-old granny's bones can withstand the impact. NEET princess, I hope they ship you now with a random side character and time skip to paying child support. Sell your ugly feathers to pay for it, bastard angel. This maid has a great body too. It's quite exciting to think about. The sudden monologue put an end to their farce. Both of them smiled disdainfully before blessing each other and turning away. But as John's eyes were still clearly without any lust and only appreciating beauty while scratching his neck, Leo took off his glasses and glanced at the fog condensing on them. It took him a moment to wipe it before falling deep in thoughts. Kagaya immediately climbed through an open window and took a step outside, but as she attempted to descend, a message flashed. Annihilation Maker, admin, take care out there and don't stress yourself for this failing mission. Right, don't forget to keep warm. It can be chilly at dawn. Oh, and... As her eyes widened, she suddenly lost balance and slipped before the world spun, leaving one message in her eyes. Annihilation Maker, admin, remember to breathe, will ya? As Kagaya fell down and a thud was heard from below, Leo shrugged and put his glasses on. Humph, I had enough. Just being in the same place as this servant and the low-life servants of a servant makes me sick. Preach, KFC-kun. Leo's hand froze and saw everyone looking at him. Why is it suddenly his turn? Isn't he just a cute background character? Amidst the ever-reaching darkness of the night, a figure slowly made it away from the desolated Ko Academy. Ouch. Bastard angel, just wait. Kagaya rubbed her back and removed the leaves off her hair while muttering with resentment. That fall was uncalled for, but her finding a rock to snipe Leo's stupid head from the window is absolutely called for. It's not like another head injury will make him any more mentally challenged. Despite that, she couldn't help but read that message again. If anything, she has to admit that this place has gotten colder, but it's past midnight, so it's logical. However, why did he call it the dawn? Kagaya frowned and felt disgusted because the Riddler escaped Gotham and snuck into the chat. As for why not ask directly? Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Advocate of gender equality, I can't believe I am going to say it, but someone should remove this feature. At least for him. Bree, agree. A hero for fun, agree. Breathing, huh? Kagaya shook her head while hasting her pace. In terms of blind exploration, she has no idea what to do or expect. Visiting the most conspicuous place and going from there is the plan for now. Her next stop was precisely that, the blurry horizon where the world seems to be cut off. She just didn't want to stay still without doing anything. Leo could easily call this mission a failure and move on, but after what Kagaya went through in Konosuba, she is traumatized from these destined to fail missions. Those emoticons are still appearing in her dreams. As long as there is a hope to break this situation, she doesn't mind trying despite her lazy attitude. But this might prove to be rather difficult because the scenery suddenly shifted into a regular neighborhood. Cold and quiet, this is the first impression this place gave her. The dozen of houses devoid of people and movement were a bit uncanny at best. A shift. Did the riser scene end? Then, if we are in the neighborhood, it could be something like Rias going to John's house or something similar. Kagaya didn't stop at this for long before moving again. However, she remembered something and opened the chat. NEET Princess at Annihilation Maker, admin, where are you, shitty angel? Stop hiding. You should be free now, or did John tell you to film him fucking Rias and, asterisk at dollar underscore dash equals, dollar and underscore at, underscore hashtag asterisk, at hashtag underscore asterisk. A hero for fun, this chat doesn't block any type of profanity. Bree, whwhwayat. The strongest men in the world, people from different worlds have some weird ideas. Advocate of gender equality, damn bro, that's crazy. Can you send the video to me? My friend needs it. Annihilation Maker, admin. The balance has been restored and Kagaya felt satisfied. Only in this way can she sleep peacefully, but as her steps became lighter, she felt weirdly refreshed. It is like waking up in the bamboo forest after a good night of sleep. This smell. The soil after rain. Kagaya suddenly stopped. She noticed the scene wasn't as it used to be as the meager moonlight has been obscured by shadows of multiple lengths and shapes. Trees. The houses that seemed to be repeating endlessly have grown sparser until only trees begin to appear. They were lush and vibrant, but the way they bend in a small angle made her feel weird, especially as the wind rustled the branches. This transition without any shift made Kagaya wary, because the last time something like this happened was at the convenience store. This made her recall that experience and felt odd. The dizziness and headache aside, didn't she feel a bit suffocated at that time? Kagaya blinked and decided to check it out first. Moving carefully, she observed the surroundings as the fresh soil smell and humid air filled her lungs. What should have been a pleasant sensation felt awkward and oppressing. The swaying trees were like an afterimage in the dark, hypnotizing and ethereal, as if there were many. No. This is wrong. Kagaya jerked her head back and avoided something flashing by. The randomly placed trees suddenly increased while leaning down in her direction as if they were bowing down. The rustling leaves, the swaying branches, all the sounds suddenly filled Kagaya's head, breaking the calmness. Too loud, muttered Kagaya while rubbing her forehead before she ducked quickly as something swooshed by. Was that going for my neck? Although she couldn't tell what it was under the blur of the night covered by the tree branches, Kagaya could still feel the whistling air, from behind. Her pupils shrank before she activated her power and released spirit energy without any reservation. The distorted cracks quickly spanned the area as they formed a ball of merged colors just in time for whatever was attacking to get entangled inside, which allowed Kagaya to roll away. It's not easy at all. Kagaya frowned. Following the example of a certain angel, she figured that their only way to affect this world is simply by pure, unfiltered energy violence. However, her sudden burst is not even half as effective as the said angel screaming rape. So, even if she wanted to escape via clipping through reality, it would take a bit of time. But releasing more spirit energy, the new merged colors made a sharp contrast with the surrounding, and she could finally see a long thin group of objects flying towards her from the trees. Humph, it's not like only that shitty angel can do it. Just what in the world are those things? Forget it, I will get out of here first. Feeling the noise in her head growing louder, Kagaya decided to bail and drag the suicidal angel here instead. What is the point of her doing this if there is a much cheaper and easier solution at hand? Which made her wonder, what is happening at the monologuing John's side? Meanwhile, at the servant of the servant side. Partner. I felt as if I went back to sleep inside the boosted gear, waiting for the next host. A green light flashed, and a red gauntlet manifested on Leo's left arm amid his weird gaze. Should I say I am glad to wake up to a familiar face? Drake inside the Longinus shook his head with a bit of relief, but then his green eyes met Leo's blue ones. Something isn't right. Drake's instinct screamed. Partner. What happened? No, what did you do? The complex look that seems to be unable to bear to say something made this old dragon instantly sober and vigilant. Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, one of the 13 Longinus with the power to kill gods. This is the power inside of you, Leo Arisaltek. The red-haired devil said with a smile, but these bland words sounded like the best joke in Drake's ears. Ah ha ha ha, how did you fall into the hands of the devils? Let me take another look at your face. Ah ha 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 ha. How, why, and when were tossed out by Drake? He laughed loudly as the green orb on the gauntlet shone like a disco ball. However, Leo smiled awkwardly and closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at what would unfold next. Oh. This feeling. Have you awakened, my loyal servant Drake? The blue gem on John's dark crown spoke with a deep, hoarse voice, and its content was shocking enough to freeze the light of the boosted gear in place. Why don't you speak, my servant? Did seeing your king again move you to tears? The voice spoke with a hint of joking and nostalgia, but the light of the boosted gear dimmed slowly. Who? After a long time, a confused whisper flew from within the gauntlet. However, it was ignored immediately. Ha ha ha, wipe your tears, my loyal servant. You are a dragon recognized by me, the god king of dragons, Acnologia. The Welsh dragon loves his king so much. What a great relationship. True, what a loyal and great dragon. Only someone like this is worthy to be the servant of my John. Everyone spoke suddenly as the boosted gear orb grayed down until it resembled a stone. No. Partner, punch them. Shoot them. Release my flames. Kill them. Make them shut up. Row away. The Red Dragon Emperor's roar full of pain and grief sounded, while Leo gently patted the gauntlet. The situation doesn't seem to be getting any better on this side, nor at Kagaya's. The breeze blew Kagaya's hair as well as the swaying trees like ghosts lurking in the night. There was a fishy smell in the air, like something rotten. Shaking her head, Kagaya didn't want to bother anymore. The fighting plan was simple, call the angel and watch him struggle as she offers intellectual criticism from the side. Perfect. But the moment she took a step back, the world tilted and the ground drew near. The dizziness struck without any warning as Kagaya's legs gave away. However, she leaned down and rolled on the muddy ground. Nevertheless, it didn't matter because the long marks on the dirt would have been on her body instead. Her complexity grew paler with each attack. Kagaya wondered if this is the ability of those objects, which was very unfair to a non-athletic lady like her own, until she noticed an almost unnoticeable bluish tint on her nails. Kagaya rubbed her fingers together, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted from thoughtful to one of anger as she blinked in realization. She hastily and forcefully opened her mouth, gulping down the air in rapid succession. With each breath, her head cleared, and the blur in her vision dissipated. However, her expression remained unchanged, persistently etched with dissatisfaction. This feels better than my lungs burning in flames or filled with water. Strange, so I need to remember to breathe. Shitty angel. Gritting her teeth, Kagaya cursed a certain angel in her heart while paying attention to the trees. However, as she struggled to stabilize her condition, the sky brightened without any warning. The wave of warm sunlight swept the world like a flare, dispelling all the darkness and Kagaya's vision too. Blinded by the light, Kagaya resisted the urge to close her eyes because another shift had happened. From the surroundings, she is somewhere in another forest. Kagaya felt speechless, but there was a clear difference between this creepy forest and obviously normal one. However, it seems she is not involved in the script yet to be teleported. Still, with better visibility, those attacks shouldn't cause any problem for her. However, it wasn't needed. Kagaya stared up in a daze. The sunlight shone through the leaves as most of the trees disappeared. The long wheat-colored objects dangled from the branches, dancing like spirits in the wind between the leaves. These are ropes. Huh. Her breathing stabilized on its own and the rope swayed normally in the wind, as if everything had been an illusion. Yet, she couldn't forget what happened in the scene before her eyes. Just what is going on, bastard angel? Meanwhile, at the servant of servant side, again. I fought with Albion until our bodies were destroyed and souls sealed into sacred gears. How did someone as strong as the Dragon God King die and become a sacred gear? There is a long history between the Dragon God King Acnologia and his two guardians, the Welsh and Vanishing Dragons, who were always by his side. It's fate that brought you two together, even in a new form. Then tell me this history. Don't ignore me. Draig roared as Leo titled his head and listened with gusto to the red-haired devil listing the story of the loyal heavenly dragons. Now, we are together again. I look forward to seeing Albion. That kid always used to pester me to teach him. Acnologia spoke with nostalgia as Draig's roar came to an abrupt halt. He even threw tantrums when I left him to explore alone. Even fighting with you to determine who is my strongest servant. The image of Albion acting like a noisy brat to another dragon flashed inside Draig's mind. Let's fight to see who deserves protecting Acnologia, Draig. The picture was so pure and beautiful, almost like spiritual pollution. As the green orb dimmed again, Leo tapped on it and it felt frigid. Partner. Can you explode and take them down with us? I have already tried, Draig. I have already tried. Only when my trusted guardians are at my side, do I, Acnologia, become complete. The same goes for you, my partner. Oh. John nodded with interest before he stood up and came to Leo's side. All right, we'll be starting out training soon and I will leave my back to you, my servant. John smiled at Leo and patted his shoulder as if he's giving him a great mission. Boy, you didn't. Really now. Leo felt speechless as Draig appeared in his mind doing a throat-slit gesture, but the acting couldn't stop even if he wanted to now. Me. Sure you are in trustworthy hands, very trustworthy hands. It's worth noting that this guy has calmed down and entered some sort of kind big brother personality. Well, mostly because a very annoying gremlin has decided to open their mouth. Let's work hard together to protect Senior John, Arisaltek-san. The blonde-haired girl suddenly added from the side, looking up with admiration. Someone is very lucky because she didn't get sucker-punched right now. Leo sighed gently, thinking life is tough. This mission is very difficult for completely different reasons, which makes him wonder what happened to Kagaya. She should be fine. After all, he believes in her as much as she believes in him. Surely, she has the best intentions. The first thing I am learning from Iron after this is how to use curses. One step at a time, Kagaya backed away from the dangling ropes carefully while muttering like a vengeful spirit. I don't mind spending centuries learning, as long as it's potent enough to give gods diarrhea for weeks. The rope swayed with the wind like shy spirits of the forest, barely visible through the green leaves, but Kagaya didn't mind if they disappeared completely. The visuals were so intriguing that Kagaya considered adding them to her house's bamboo forest. You know, just so people know how welcome they are to visit. But for this, she doesn't even want to raise her head and look at them. The previous phenomena was too weird for her to describe, although she already has an idea about it. However, for this matter, it's better to ask experts. NEET Princess at Annihilation Maker, admin, if you are not going to upload that video to the internet, how about you join me here? Or are you going to a quiet place to help yourself with it? Call me after you finish. Annihilation Maker, admin. Advocate of gender equality, can I get the site at least? Bree, Scumzuma, you better stop those thoughts before I fry you up. Advocate of gender equality, you are coming to my world. Well, hello there. Maybe my world will find a mission for us, smiley face. Bree. Big Sister Lion, never use those symbols again. Kagaya took the last steps while exhaling and inhaling slowly until she left the forest. When she crossed enough distance, she collapsed on the ground without a care about her image, feeling uncomfortable all over. The continuous release of energy in this place felt like dealing with a cramped muscle, and the series of physical activities are still too much for a 1,000-year-old hag. However, she quickly raised her head and typed. Neet princess, are you coming or not? I can't move. You'll probably pick a corpse if this lasts any longer. Annihilation Maker, admin sure, it seems you met something interesting. Did you remember to breathe, though? Kagaya stared at this message in silence before standing up and kicking the chat screen, only to lose energy mid-action and sit down. Neet princess. $, $. Annihilation Maker, admin bless you. I will be there soon. Neet princess, huh? Are you still in the spotlight? What are you doing? Annihilation Maker, admin. Stuff. Advocate of gender equality, stuff involving the video. Bree, Scumzuma. Boost me, Leo. Don't worry, I can take it all. John smiled and said while removing his shirt as the girls screamed. Leo narrowed his eyes behind the cracked glasses because John was sparkling by heaven's light and looked down at the gauntlet on his arm. Drake, is there a way to put rat poison inside the boosts? Next time we see Albion, take some of his poison and dip the boosted gear in it. The pain will be worth it, partner. Drake isn't joking. Leo realized this and decided to not poke him any further. Maybe they should relax after this mission and give a beating to Albion's host. The old dragon will definitely feel better. But for now. Leo's side mission CBT, Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, Notes. Note 3. Dear Notes, we meet once again. A lot has happened. I would have loved to tell everything, but even my freedom of speech has been revoked. Sad emoji. Today, I live as the senior and the servant of a mentally challenged kid with personality disorder. I know, my life is always a struggle. Frowning emoji. This John guy was a lustful, wicked person a few minutes ago, but now he is a kind, cheerful brother. Even the chameleon doesn't change colors this fast. Angry emoji. Well, enough with him. Let's talk about stuff that actually matters. For example, I am getting mentally tortured by the fact I can't punch this blonde girl gremlin. Angry emoji. Let's not disappoint Senior John, Aazel Texan, Senior John trust us, so we'll never let him down, bleh. The only help I am giving that kid is a release of his misery. I am an angel, after all. Angel emoji. Note to self 1, people who love to get called senior should be terminated. Now, much like how I cannot control my life, I still can't figure a stable limit to the world's control over outsiders in general. I can act and talk as much as I like as long as they aren't focusing on me. Broken heart emoji. Note to self 2, next time, I really need to choose an identity that will cause mental trauma to others and not to myself. Important. Drake, the dragon in me, is getting completely ignored after having a new backstory forced upon him. It's been a while since I saw him this angry. Worried emoji. The idea that my powers were locked behind a setting is fascinating as well. Drake woke up the moment they acknowledged I have the boosted gear. I also have access to its powers, but only to the degree this script accepts. Confused emoji. Returning to 10 seconds for a boost life has to be more cursed than Drake imagining his life as servant with Albion. Puke emoji. Note to self 3, I am not gonna mention that I recorded everything to Drake. However, my idea is that we just have different priorities. Kagaya is completely forgotten for now and I am seeing a forest looming in the horizon. I wonder if there is a connection. Curious emoji. Meh, as long as she keeps breathing unlike everyone here. It's quite odd to see people suffocating beside me and still smiling. Smiling emoji. Speaking of which, my glasses are back happy emoji. Although they keep getting foggy because the whole place is suddenly humid, it's an improvement and I have Drake to talk with. Life ain't so bad, right my dear exploration companion, Kagaya-san. Kagaya, Leo, you are so cool. Real. Best regards, a loving angel. Mwah kissing heart emoji. Advocate of gender equality, you know. I should just treat this as air. Gudako, admin the first note. Never heard about this, yet I feel called out. What a mystery. Big Sister Lion, are you? I don't recall your hair being blonde. I feel more threatened. Advocate of gender equality, oh really? Think again. Leo is probably gonna to advent as a beast on your world because of this. Gudako, admin, is offline. Bree, I don't know why but I feel pity for the dragon named Drake. Neet princess, guess I will just die then. Wait, what did you say about everyone suffocating? Now, then. Tapping the ground with his feet, Leo stretched his body. The flashing lights and explosions ahead were none of his concerns. He doesn't want to see John's display of power or even know what his power is. Moving without restraints felt a bit odd after getting piloted around. Of course, if he could ignore his tattered body it'll be much better, but who is he to complain? While the world eyes aren't on him, he should leave. Transfer. Drake's voice resonated through the air just before the ground beneath gave away, exploding into debris. A sharp sound accompanied the forceful expulsion of air beneath Leo's feet, propelling his body forward like a bullet. With a few more burst sounds, he completely vanished from sight. Kagaya lifted herself up slowly and looked ahead. That forest has disappeared as if it didn't exist, maybe it actually never did. Who knows with the fickle nature of this reality. However, that forest was really intriguing and explained a few things for her, so it wasn't entirely fruitless. Finding some excuses to forget her sore body made Kagaya feel much better. After all, this is adventure and exploration. All the new wonderful experiences make me want to go back to my room and never take another step out. Kagaya cheered for herself before a buzzing noise entered her ears. It felt so sharp and became louder until a blur flashed by. Boom. The air exploded and dust flew everywhere, swiping Kagaya like a hurricane. The debris would have entered her mouth if she didn't duck down quickly. What? You are not dying. Why did you tell me to come faster? I feel exhausted. Hearing the annoying voice, Miss Kagaya felt a wave of anger rush to her head. If you are feeling tired, go ahead and let those ropes hang you to relax. Fuming, Kagaya vigorously wiped the dust off her face. However, a subtle shift occurred as her voice gradually diminished. Ropes, huh? I don't see any. Why aren't you talking? Gradually, the dust settled as Leo ascended from the pit. Scanning the surroundings both left and right revealed nothing, making him give up and head towards the witness. Of course, you can't see it. It has just disappeared, but maybe you can see it if you go to the borders ahead. Taking the hand offered to her, Kagaya stood up and said, "What's going on with you?" "Oh, this. It's some of this and that." Not being able to silence a certain gremlin caused this. Leo brushed the dust off his clothes, revealing the cracked black matter extending to his torso. "Oh, and I had to hurry here, but this body is getting too fragile," Leo said nonchalantly, which prompted Kagaya to roll her eyes. "Well, have you made any new discoveries? I suggest that you become my pen buddy and make notes too. Do you know emoji codes?" Kagaya watched Leo raise his finger and say seriously, feeling a bit funny. "Shouldn't you be telling me instead? You didn't read my notes?" Ignoring the obviously disappointed tone, Kagaya shook her head. "You know about this already, didn't you? The ropes, suffocation, and death by hanging. Well, shouldn't you know better than me?" Leo titled his head and appeared confused, but not for the reasons Kagaya might have expected. "How so?" "Excuse me for not being able to see and analyze all possibilities like a certain perfect servant of God. Now I mentioned it, how much can you see? Are interesting search histories accessible?" Kagaya scoffed. Even if she doesn't want to admit it, currently no one in the chat can even be slightly on par with the shitty angel in terms of insight. My eyes are the same as you now, but I think you didn't understand. What I have is just speculation and ideas. You, on the other hand, have experienced it directly. That's quite the scar on your neck. Leo blinked and pointed at Kagaya's neck as the latter couldn't help but touch her neck and felt weirdly uneven skin and stinging pain. She is absolutely sure she has never come in contact with any of those ropes, so how? I didn't know how this would unfold, but seeing you as the only person in this reality that is still actually breathing, I assumed I should notify you somehow. Staring at Leo with a bit of surprise, Kagaya frowned and thought, how is this possible? Didn't they talk to John and? Since I have no need for breathing, I assumed they would be roughly the same. Yet it indeed felt odd. How could they live like that? They aren't me, but it's a fact that they aren't inhaling or exhaling any air. Kagaya took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions, then said, "When did you know? Is it from John?" "Not really. Weirdly enough, that guy is still breathing." "Barely." Leo clicked his tongue, then noticed Kagaya staring at him. Her eyes conveyed a clear question to him. What a hypothesis is but a mere possibility, and something built on one coincidence is by no means constructive at all. So, there is no point in telling what my assumptions are because they don't amount to one fact. It's better for them to stay with them. Is what is happening to you also speculation? Interrupting, Kagaya caressed her neck and frowned deeper while looking directly at Leo. Pausing for a second, Leo finally smiled and spread his hands, but no answer was given. Kagaya stayed silent for a while before sighing and saying, "I really wonder if I should say you changed and act aggrieved. Will this move your stone heart?" Tilting his head, Leo smiled. "Will you shed a tear or two for me?" "Sure, get me an eye drops bottle." Kagaya rolled her eyes and snorted before walking ahead. Leo shrugged and followed her. He assumes that his free time is ending soon, but there isn't anything to do about it. His thoughts didn't last long because he heard a new question. "Then, if I asked, what would you do?" "Then I will tell you." Simple and neat, yet the way Leo stared at her when he said it made Kagaya's eyebrow twitch. However, the angel didn't shy away from the princess' angry eyes. Leo wondered if the oxygen deprivation has caused permanent damage to this hag's brain. After all, the answer has always been clear. Oh really? Of course, as a thank you. Another neat answer made Kagaya feel a mixture of fatigue and irritation. Are riddles truly that enjoyable? One day she'll be the Riddler and watch everyone rolling around cluelessly. Shaking her head, Kagaya waved to Leo to commence his performance, whether it be based on truth or lies. Where should I start? Is this place being a limbo or a dream? I don't know, and I assume you don't want to hear that, so how about talking about what is happening? Taking off his glasses to wipe them despite their broken lens, Leo looked at the direction of the training camp and said, what I can assume is whatever is unfolding is a requiem for someone or not, I don't know. Maybe this is hell. Guessing is as good as nothing at this point. A rest for the dead. Kagaya muttered before giving Leo an odd look, but the latter didn't mention it. As for our part in this, how can we salvage this mission? I have a couple of ideas, with the most obvious one being to follow the same approach as you did. Kagaya didn't need to hear more. What they have to do is to remind John to breathe. However, would that really save the mission and not simply ruin everything? She couldn't tell, and most likely, the annoying angel didn't either. As Leo said, he told her because she wanted to hear it. Very annoying. That will be difficult. How can we do it? Since he pointed at the fire, then let's all go burn together. Don't overestimate the self-preservation quality of an old immortal. It's usually always below zero. Of course, it'll be difficult and troublesome, but I am sure we'll have the time of our lives in this great adventure. Hand by hand, we'll beat the impossible. That's what I would have said, but unfortunately. Pulling out the holographic screen from his pocket under Kagaya's blinking eyes, Leo showed one small line of text. Degree of corruption, 96%. No words were needed. Kagaya rubbed her temples, feeling a headache, not because of the level of corruption, but because she had wasted time when she could have been doing nothing. All actions have consequences, and I am a bit glad that our arrival didn't go unnoticed in the end. Well then, since it's too late, will you come with me and watch the end of this PL? Sure, I look forward to watching you having an elegant conversation with the devil's nobility. Don't forget, you are a part of this play. Cutting off Leo's words, Kagaya suddenly beamed with energy as if she was waiting for this moment. Leo's face stiffened before he turned away, his back filled with despair, prompting Kagaya to follow him cheerfully in light steps. Would this corruption end well or in disaster? They didn't know, but the world is constantly changing, and they will watch it until the end. Chapter 186, A Meeting at the Barrier. Heaven, Hell, Reincarnation. Across myths and religions, several words and ideas have been employed to explain the soul's journey after death. Yet, akin to any expedition, not all paths lead to the intended destination. What if the soul never reached its final stop? Could it transform into a ghost tethered to the earthly realm, or merely traverse the world as a wandering spirit? In instances where neither heaven nor hell beckoned, the notion of souls venturing to an intermediate realm between the two has surfaced. The Roman Catholic theology encapsulated this concept through the idea of limbo, a dwelling place for the souls of virtuous individuals who passed away before the advent of Jesus. While the notion might not perfectly align with the present circumstances, the underlying concept remains analogous, and parallels can be discerned by drawing comparisons between the two. Leo found himself somewhat disconcerted as his thoughts delved into the mystics for explanations. Perhaps this was an inevitable consequence of delving into the occult. Nevertheless, comparing things could only lead him so far. The unknown cannot be deduced simply by one occurrence that happens to match something vastly different in nature. After all, limbo, for instance, won't spawn a random reincarnator from a completely different world playing house with the world rules. However, could this be counted as some sort of heaven one way or another? Rubbing his forehead, Leo gazed down, lost in contemplation. To begin with, the infected reality behaved like a corrupted video, missing several segments, with even key moments appearing blurry and unrecognizable. Moreover, anything deviating from the established norm faced ruthless suppression or outright exile. The established norm itself was not rigid and could be tampered with, much like Leo's integration into the main cast group. Furthermore, exile led to an entirely new space beneath the regular one, characterized by distorted scenery and events. Notably, the degree of corruption was escalating rapidly, surpassing 90%. This gave rise to anomalies, such as Kagaya's experiences, and the available area was contracting, as if the infected reality was folding in on itself. However, if the infected reality was folding in on itself, what then lay at the end of the horizon? Perhaps his perspective was flawed, which is ironic. What if the infected reality wasn't this realm with elements from DXD, but rather the distorted space? Could this DXD space be just a small island, and the main reality lie beneath? If that were the case, the suppression might be more of a world instinct to preserve itself against the infection. So, rather than assisting John, the world, like them, might be confined in a cage. This realization cast a shadow over everything they had been doing so far, as it seemed they were inadvertently pushing the space further into that distortion. More importantly, why did the structure of the distorted space look so eerily similar to his mind during the Thelemic ritual at Asgard? With numerous ideas swirling in his mind and no means to confirm their accuracy, Leo felt a growing headache and discomfort. If he were alone, he wouldn't mind delving deeper into experimentation, but with Kagaya. Forget it. Clang. Raising his arm, the boosted gear clashed with a great sword before emitting a vibrant green gleam. Leo gently pushed, and a blast of energy sent the assailant flying. Don't underestimate us, asshole. Oh, right. I am currently in a battle. Leo snapped back to reality and found himself in the school backyard, surrounded by a group of women. There was also the blonde knight guy engaged in combat with another woman on the side. They were likely Riser's peerage, or so Leo assumed. However, that wasn't important at the moment. Well, can you all pretend that I am not here? Tilting the boosted gear, Leo looked at the girls and posed a rather reasonable request. Are you making fun of us? The girl wielding the great sword couldn't finish her sentence before her vision was engulfed by a red energy beam, reducing her entire body to slag. Okay. Leo nodded and lowered his gauntlet, leaning left to avoid a punch from behind. You. Seizing the attacker's arm, Leo pulled her over and headbutted her, the intense impact nearly causing her eyes to roll backward. He then performed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming her to the ground. Before there was even time for a pained groan, a cold gauntlet, brimming with crimson energy, covered her face. Boom. So, can we all just pretend that I'm not here now? Emerging from the dissipating cloud of dust, Leo surveyed the shocked group and couldn't help but feel a bit odd. Their reactions were more animated than usual. Perhaps this was his moment to show off. Impossible, how can you be this strong? Oh my god, it's actually my moment to flex. Leo's eyes gleamed at the armored woman who had just spoken. Curious? In fact, I simply boosted myself. Nothing more. Striking a simple pose, Leo relished the sense of elevation his soul felt due to everyone's reactions, even if it seemed a bit forced. Partner, calling your boost a simple boost feels like you're insulting me. Drake couldn't resist interjecting, though his tone carried a slightly more elated note than usual. In the end, it's just a boost, so I'm not wrong. Leo held a lukewarm attitude towards the boost ability. While it had proven invaluable at the outset, it now felt like a mere fallback. The question of whether he should repurpose it lingered, but lately, he found himself reluctant to engage in anything that might prove bothersome. Yet, an on-the-spot improvement wasn't difficult, given the wasteful nature of the boost. As a dragon ability, this was normal, but an overall power boost seemed unnecessary. Furthermore, why should the boost always be treated as a singular unit? By dividing the small energy he currently possessed into several pieces, treating each as an individual target for boosting, and focusing on the amount of energy, Leo theoretically could boost endlessly. This opens the door to inexhaustible energy, as long as his body can hold up and the boosted gear doesn't run out of power. You should call this ability parallel boost. Although I usually overlook this because of your actions and words, you are really gifted, partner. I am mostly saying this because my mental state still hasn't fully recovered. I am taking you to a therapist after this. Moreover, this isn't something outstanding, as long as you stand in my place, you will easily be. Are you done trying to find excuses to belittle yourself? Figuring that he shouldn't mess with Drake in this period, Leo glanced at the holographic screen in the corner of his eyes. Annihilation Maker, admin, I have finally found something pleasant and comfortable in this infected reality. Bree, witches. NEET princess, beating women. A hero for fun. Advocate of gender equality, nodding sagely. GIF. Big sister lion, seriously. Annihilation Maker, admin cute seal. GIF. Bree, no, explain yourself. What did she mean by that? Annihilation Maker, admin cute seal. GIF. Bree, stop sending the damn seal. Annihilation Maker, admin cute seal. GIF. Watching the purest angel, self-proclaimed, Leo, wreaking havoc among Riser's peerage, Kagaya had conflicting feelings. Why can't she join too? The world isn't fair. She is currently hiding in the bushes, lamenting life as the one-sided battle unfolds. Even with half his body tattered and with the power of Low Devil, Leo is still folding this entire peerage. Although she thought about it for a long time, there isn't much she could do. It's simply too late now. The information gleaned from Leo wasn't proving helpful either, as he himself lacked a clear idea. Nevertheless, despite being coerced into speaking, Leo offered Kagaya one last piece of advice. If she truly wanted to know, why not compel the world's will to spill the beans? Reminded of this, she felt increasingly annoyed. Kagaya couldn't fathom why the world's wills demanded they undertake these missions without providing even the most basic information and common sense. As for how she was supposed to contact them, the only technical support button had been removed after a world's will was harassed by a certain angel. Here it comes, Leo-kun. Be prepared. Nah, don't even think of taking this away from me. Shaking her head gently, Kagaya dismissed the unpleasant thoughts and recalled a peculiar observation. Why did she feel that this place treated Leo differently than her? Apart from involvement in the plot or interactions with the cast, when they first met John, Kagaya was certain Leo witnessed the same scene as her. Yet, he displayed no discomfort or change, he even had the time to help her. Within the distortion space, he always seemed capable of reacting to the changes. Is it because he is an angel or? It doesn't concern me. Not fixating on the mission allowed Kagaya to ponder various matters from different angles and notice several peculiar occurrences. However, she had no intention of confronting Leo over what might be unnecessary doubts. Sword. Blondie, I swear to God I am going to read the Bible to you in your sleep. If she noticed, he probably did too, and if he didn't mention it even after that, then he likely has his own ideas. The angel may be uncontrollable, explosive, and eccentric in nature, but he always puts others before himself. While not ideal, it's enough to earn Kagaya's trust. Birth. I will shove all these swords up your ass. However, Kagaya realized that perhaps all the members of the group needed to have a good talk after this. Before her eyes, swords of various shapes and sizes pierced through the ground, impaling what remained of Riser's peerage. Leo's desperate attempt to raise his arm to snipe those fallen girls at their last words elicited a nod of approval from Kagaya. Truly, the purest angel of the chat room, willing even to read the holy book to a devil. Suddenly, she was startled by a loud roar, followed by the emergence of a huge shadow of a dragon rising above the school building where Rias and Riser were fighting. Kagaya couldn't see the scene clearly because her vision was soon overtaken by a dazzling blue light. Has it ended already? How unfortunate. Blinded by the blue flare, Kagaya squinted as the torrent of energy rose into the sky. It felt strange that they felt northwest shockwave at such close proximity, but she didn't want to question it. How so? Shouldn't we be glad that we won't see this guy again? He is almost out of breath. Leo walked over, pointing at John's chest. It already stopped rising and falling. No, think about it. We still didn't see the rest of the events here. For example, who do you think you, dear side character, are going to end up with as a love interest? Kagaya stated with utmost seriousness. This is very important because usually in these shows side characters end up randomly with background characters, and she can't wait to see it happen before her eyes. Leo glanced at this grandma and ignored her, but the latter didn't give up and turned her attention to the boosted gear on his arm. You know. Typically in these plots, the sealed dragon is actually a beautiful woman with a great body. The type that falls in love with the protagonist. X2. Leo and Drake looked at each other from beyond the boosted gear. Drake, my old buddy. Sometimes, sacrifices have to be made. Partner, be my love interest. I will bite you. Kagaya chuckled before her attention was drawn to the center of the chaos. John had already finished defeating Riser and was now boasting about something related to his strength. Kagaya couldn't be bothered to listen, but she felt an uncanny sensation and turned to Leo, who was hugging the boosted gear amidst Drake's protest. So, is this how it all ends? Just like this? Pretty much, but don't just take my word for it. We might end up in some ridiculous situation later. Leo released the boosted gear and nodded. At that moment, his vision began to shake and double. No, it was the entire world vibrating, prompting Kagaya to give him a long stare. Suddenly, the environment shifted into a luxurious hallway adorned with antique decorations. The transition was so swift that it left Kagaya momentarily hallucinating, as if she could still hear the previous noises echoing in the background. However, Leo has disappeared, but Kagaya didn't mind. No, she even felt elated. What did a place like this signify? It likely meant a gathering of noble devils, which in turn implied that Leo would soon find himself attending an elegant, high-class meeting with several young masters and mistresses of devil clans. As the servant of a servant, the brain-damaged angel needed to uphold his master's honor and execute the best of etiquette for the guests. That thought alone made Kagaya quicken her steps as she rushed through the corridor. However, she paused for a moment to glance out of a nearby window. Everything had disappeared. The sky, the ground, even the uncanny horizon edge. All that remained was a vast maelstrom of distortion, shapes, and colors blending beyond what her imagination could conceive. Gently, Kagaya reached out to the window and pulled the curtains closed. I will pretend I didn't see this. Kagaya continued moving until she passed through a large gate. The nonsensical chattering noise filled her ears as she entered a vast ballroom, where people in various attire and shapes scattered around. Ah, there he is. Scanning the hall, Kagaya found her target. Like a living incarnation of the "they don't know" meme, he stood in a corner with a glass in hand, exuding a rather somber aura as he attempted to diminish his presence. Annihilation Maker, admin they don't know. Advocate of gender equality, they don't know what. Annihilation Maker, admin that I have stolen the entire chocolate fountain and 2 plates of shrimp. Advocate of gender equality, oho. Diozuma.jpg. A hero for fun, Saitama.jpg. Bree, huh? Since when do you guys have those images? A hero for fun, Kagaya gave them to us. Bree, why don't I know about this? Advocate of gender equality, brain-dead Misaka.gif. Bree, you. Just how did he? Kagaya's gaze shifted to the large table in the middle of the room, where indeed, an empty space with some spilled chocolate caught her eye. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since the shift started, yet the damn angel had already committed a heist under the watchful eyes of all the devils. Kagaya looked back at Leo. He held his head up high arrogantly, seeming to disdain everyone around him. This was the face of someone who had taken the chocolate fountain. Suddenly, 2 devils approached Leo. One of them had skin made of rock, while the other wore a casual suit. So, you're the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. Not bad for a reincarnated devil. You performed admirably during the raiding game, one of the devils remarked. Thank you, I'm simply doing my best. I know I still have a long way to go to reach your level, seniors, Leo replied with a straight face and a pleasant tone. However, in the reflection of his eyes, the world's evil spilled from the shaking Holy Grail. Neet Princess, ahahahahahahahaha. Annihilation Maker, admin Y. Of all curses, I have been cursed to call everyone senior. It's so over. Kill me. Gudako, Chaldea's admin huh? Why is that bad? Maybe you should just accept it. Ritsuka found herself perplexed by the new brain rot spreading within the chat room. What was so bad about calling others seniors? Look at Mashu, she always addressed her seniors politely and softly. But then, a realization struck Ritsuka. Was Leo forced to call everyone senior within the side mission? Everyone. She froze in place as the image of Leo politely addressing her as senior played in her mind. Subconsciously, her hand moved towards the Join the Side Mission button. Oops, too dangerous. This isn't worth it. Right. Ritsuka began experiencing a fierce internal struggle. Annihilation Maker, admin I can sense the malice slipping through the chat screen. Anyway, why don't you accept your inevitable demise, huh? Gudako, Chaldea's admin why are you comparing humanity's survival with you calling others seniors? Annihilation Maker, admin obviously because I am amazing. Advocate of gender equality, the internet is filled with honest people and trustworthy claims. Neet Princess, too bad this is not the internet. Meanwhile in the other dead chat channel. This beast is afraid of a human. LMAO. Main admin at Eggplant Jr., when I land my hands on you, I am gonna suplex you so hard. What in the world is this nickname? Master of Chaldea, admin. Eggplant Jr., wah. Look who's talking, maybe you should take a look at yourself, servant of a servant. I look forward to seeing you in the raiding game. Indeed, I also look forward to battling with seniors. Until then, be careful, or I'll surpass you. Humph, this lowly servant. Well said. And you, aren't you ashamed of acting like this here? Leo watched as the devils bickered with each other and felt all his previous efforts to stabilize the world's evil crumbling. With every mention of senior, the Holy Grail shook, and Kagaya rolled on the ground. What had led him to this state? Leo didn't know, but he'd blame the world, DXD, anyway. However, the bickering soon escalated into a commotion that spanned the entire hall. The noise mixed and twisted, stripping away any semblance of comprehensibility. The devils around began to lose their distinct features and move aimlessly, like a dance of shadowy shapes. The change didn't surprise Leo, it was rather tame compared to what he had experienced before. However, something more important happened, the pressure on his body loosened. What in the... Huh? Freedom. Leo exclaimed as he suddenly threw the cup at the face of the nearest devil and jumped away, landing directly where Kagaya stood previously, but there was no one. This is no good. How could the princess leave before attending the party, he muttered to himself, shaking his head. Leo dashed off and vanished into the dark hallway. Meanwhile, outside the castle, John and Rhea stood next to a griffin and conversed with the rest of the peerage. The scene is replaying the same, but in more of a self-insert fantasy. Kagaya offered her constructive commentary on the scene while leaning on her arms and watching in boredom from the balcony facing the garden. Ah, princess. There you are. Quick, you'll miss greeting all the nobles. Like a ghost, a shadow crept up behind Kagaya, its long, snarly tone making her shiver. What are you watching? Do you have anything I can throw? Leo inquired as he approached Kagaya, his expression shifting to one mirroring hers. He then offered to snipe the 2 people on the griffin. These people had abandoned him inside the devil party. Leo had never denied that he wanted to kill them, but how could they betray him like this? Where is the chocolate fountain? Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to. Is this what you meant by telling me as long as I ask? Kagaya curled her lips in disdain. Indeed, and I'm telling you that I'm not telling you, Leo said with a straight face and no sense of shame. Is it? Then, without twists and turns, is this the end? I'm not too sure, maybe we'll have an additional stop. Degree of corruption, 99%. Closing the chat room, Leo displayed a helpless expression. If this were anywhere else, he might be able to offer some good guesses, but forget about it here. Sign you're absolutely useless, Angel. Sorry for being better than you. Better about what? Your measly 2-mission streak, please? We've already finished 3 missions, Kagaya retorted, almost shoving her finger in Leo's face. Ha-ya. How miserable are you to feel superior about that? Leo slapped Kagaya's hand away and scoffed. 3 is bigger than 2. It's just 1 extra side mission. 3 is bigger than 2. PFFF, as if you did anything substantial during it. I bet it was Saitama carrying you, old hag. 3 greater than 2. Hey. A vein popped on Leo's forehead as he said, are you forgetting who helped you during your Konosuba mission? You got divine intervention and still couldn't finish it. Please, all you did was cause Kazuma nightmares and bomb yourself to Kingdom Come, then you had the audacity to call him your priest in the chat room. The poor kid is gonna be atheist for the rest of his pitiful existence. Covering her mouth, Kagaya wiped her non-existent tears while showing a pitiful expression. He is just weak-willed. This is the price to wield the holy sword, Dio's sword. Speaking of which, you think your mission was miserable. I had to actually be a servant for a damn FGO protagonist in a world made of paper and glass, Leo exclaimed. There weren't only those multiverse space players, there was even a motherfucker reincarnator with a 10-year head start. The bastard even had a harem. The shit was so confusing that I needed Merlin's help. The motherfucker actually morphed into his female version and thought I wouldn't notice. Not only that, the bastard of Solomon decided to screw it all up. Let's all save humanity who don't even want to be saved. The dude almost caused more chaos than Goetia could dream of. Leo slammed the balcony rail and started ranting. Oh really? In Konosuba, Whitebeard wouldn't shut up about frogs. Suddenly, Kagaya began recounting her journey during the Konosuba mission. Oh yeah. A damn big mosquito, the Hook, bit the Type Moon world. Similarly, Leo began to tell his story in the Type Moon world. The needle thrown into the ocean search. The horrible world's will. A mission that was never meant to succeed. And the monsters clad in metal. The 2 batches of servants. Solomon playing Tekken as a caster. Weedhead, Shinji, cosplaying as a god, and being forced to babysit a master. As Kagaya and Leo finished their tirades, cursing the world's wills, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. Collapsing onto the railing, the 2 refused to move, but they kept pushing each other away. You brain-fried angel. You aren't half bad, Kagaya admitted begrudgingly. I wish I could say the same. Your story is just a bunch of skill issues documented, Leo said nonchalantly under Kagaya's burning gaze, not even flinching when she kicked him. Kagaya raised her head with a sigh. The absence of the moon in the sky worsened her mood, but dwelling on it only made things worse. Hey. Hey, I am talking to you. HM. What's that? Sorry, I am incapable of hearing you through all those skill issues. Leo, I don't care if you have reached godhood. I swear I am gonna force you to drink a cocktail made of Iron's medicine, and I will make sure one of them will turn you into a helpless village girl. Try me, you harlot. The 2 glared at each other head-to-head before both turned their heads away, letting the silence return. Kagaya watched the peerage in the garden congratulating John and Rias before rolling her eyes and nudging Leo. Hey, do you remember when you and I stood like this? Are you ready to take that step now? 1. Kagaya's voice was soft as she rose from the balcony railing. What was supposed to be a pleasant voice made Leo's angry expression freeze, his eyes widening in absolute disbelief as he stared at Kagaya. How could she do this? This is foul play. I'll take that as a no. Although this night lacks a moon, this scene is no less memorable. With the amalgamation of colors behind her, Kagaya smiled at Leo. I chose to believe in this chat room because of someone's uncaring and embarrassing monologues. I'm here because I believed. It's strange now that I think about it, do you remember? Kagaya laughed and poked Leo, who lowered his head and covered it with both hands. Give me a break, it's not like I didn't mean what I said. I just had a pretty difficult period recently that exposed some bad memories. I should be fully adjusted soon enough, the muffled voice escaped through Leo's hands. Kagaya tilted her head and asked, did I ever say you didn't? But it's great that you remembered. A muffled and incomprehensible noise was heard from Leo as a protest. You know, I was planning to hold a group meeting to discuss some stuff like our powers and how we should tackle future missions. I'll make sure to be there. I was also going to analyze all the information we currently know and compile it into the chat room. I'd be thankful to help. Oh, I just recalled, I'll be coming to DXD to hang around too. Oi, you're pushing your luck, Leo retorted, removing his hands and glaring at Kagaya in a way that made her wish she could record it. You're welcome. I guess that will be all for today. Thank you, Leo-kun. Kagaya said with a bright smile, which almost caused the holy grail inside Leo to spit out a mouthful of black mud. Suddenly, John and Rias rode on the griffin before it took off towards the distortion above, startling the duo on the balcony. As they rose higher, the griffin and Rias in John's arms dissolved into two puddles, leaving John spinning irregularly in the air. A wheat-colored rope suddenly sprung from the chaos and looped around John's neck. Then, like a skillful fisherman pulling up a fish, John's body was ragdolled, almost comically, into the distortion. Degree of corruption, 100%. With a cold, almost microwave-like ding, the chat room announced that the corruption had reached 100%, signaling the supposed end of the side mission. X2. The chat room notice faded slowly as silence settled in. Kagaya blinked her eyes before looking to her left to meet Leo's gaze. No words were needed at this moment because the two resonated into one thought. Is this it? Huh. Kagaya retorted as her body rose slowly, seemingly without any power to control herself. Suddenly, a hand quickly reached out and caught her arm. What are you doing? Ascending to heaven. That's my thing, you amateur. Leo caught Kagaya and tried to pull her back, but he found himself floating too. So, he let go and gave a peace sign. However, Kagaya expressionlessly clamped onto Leo's fingers and forced him to be dragged up with her. The luxurious castle unfolded as if it had lost all its supports, spreading like a wireframe. Then, like pebbles falling into a lake, its pieces slammed into chaos, raising ripples here and there. Kagaya and Leo spun while wrestling mid-air as everything disintegrated around them until they reached the distortion. Then, their bodies were slammed into the chaos, vanishing alongside everything else. After the sensation of plunging into a very thin layer of water, the two hugged each other as they felt the world brighten up. Taking a moment to adjust, what greeted them wasn't the previously distorted world. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. A dark canvas extended beyond what the sight could cover, stretching out above, as countless stars dotted its bleak expanse. The branches crossed the space, emitting a horrible rustling noise that made their ears buzz. An almost transparent white membrane stood as a barrier between the dark vastness and the white brightness below. Strokes of light spanned the distance and fell like a meteor shower against the white membrane, forming a canvas of black and white. The wheat ropes descended like a curtain falling, as various creatures of different shapes, sizes, and forms hung with blissful expressions. It was as if they were floating at Earth's orbit, but the grandeur of the scene couldn't be described with words, akin to seeing the planet from space for the first time. The huge body flickered like a torrent of incomprehensible branches and leaves, too numerous to count. Amidst the flares, John's body could be seen getting dragged quickly up before getting stuck in the membrane, unable to move further. The darkness inside was akin to a black hole, sucking all light into an absolute void. What connected him was only one slender rope going up to what Leo would describe as a reflection of the dark expanse on a mirror, because the mirror had been broken in the middle, ruining what could be described as the most beautiful scene. From within the shards and ripples, an inconsistency emerged. As if flickering between this world and another, the amalgamation of branches and leaves phased through the shards and hovered above the milky membrane. The behemoth twisted and nodded so many times that they couldn't be counted, and from within the leaves, dangling ropes like hair strands dropped down. Creatures of various shapes and forms hung from the branches with blissful expressions were gently loosened as their bodies turned into bright flares slamming into the membrane. They couldn't focus on it, no matter how hard Leo and Kagaya tried to sharpen their vision, the mass seemed to be just hovering at the edge of their perception. Was it there or not? Was this just an illusion? The amalgamation of branches rose slightly as a horrible noise, as if steel were being forcibly torn apart like paper, sounded with John's body being forcibly stripped from the membrane, dragging a huge mass of white substance alongside it. The leaves swarmed the substance, devouring every last drop of it until the membrane stabilized. However, as John's body joined the mass, it was slammed back down against the barrier like a very bright comet crossing space. For the first time, the unchanging membrane flickered briefly. Leo and Kagaya stared in a daze. Their consciousnesses flickered alongside the membrane as the shadow of the behemoth casted an ominous pressure filled with dread. Kagaya closed her eyes and buried her head in Leo's arms, trembling non-stop. Leo couldn't avert his hurting eyes even if he couldn't focus. His body and mind tensed up, entering the highest state of alert with platinum ribbons surfacing his body without his control, but they made no difference. Notice, the corruption degree has reached 100%. Notice, it has been detected that the infected reality number 32 of DXD has been dissolved. Notice, the side mission has failed. Proceed to send all participants to their respective worlds. The process has been delayed according to the command of the world's will. Warning, a classified danger is detected. Overruling the previous command, proceed with the transfer protocol. In a blink of an eye, Leo was repelled away from Kagaya as a white membrane covered her before she disappeared in place. Leo blinked his eyes before everything shifted. The walls decorated with posters of various music bands, alongside the bed and shelves filled with different kinds of plushies, made him realize where he was. It was his own room. Exactly where he had been before the side mission. Collapsing on the floor, the platinum ribbons melted like snow under the sun as Leo stared at the ceiling in a daze. His broken and torn body, even missing a leg, healed quickly as the Longinus and Mana went to work, repairing all the cracks and gaps until they disappeared. However, he still didn't react. It was as if he could still see that amalgamation through the ceiling and space, covering the entire sky. The noise of his mother watching that Korean drama show downstairs played inside his head, bringing him back to reality as he covered his face. After a long period of silence, Leo rubbed his face, his palm clenched into a fist. How could I, the blackmailer acknowledged by the world itself, too, get blackmailed by Kagaya? Ah! Leo screamed in frustration. Manami wiped her tears and watched the drama on TV until Leo's scream echoed through the house, making her shake her head. She felt slightly curious about what made her son scream in the morning, especially because there was a girl's name involved. Today was Sunday, just another peaceful day in the Arisaltech household. 1. Reference to Chapter 27. 2. Leo's original nickname by the chat room is the Blackmail Admin. Chapter 187, The Brave. Visit the Devil. Annihilation Maker, Admin Sigh. I know I might have angered the world with my blasphemous actions. I fully understand that my choices have consequences, like that side mission. I still have PTSD, but... Sitting in the darkness on the edge of a soft bed, Leo stared blankly at the ceiling. A chuckle escaped his lips, quickly escalating into an eerie laugh. Annihilation Maker, Admin, to be betrayed by someone close to me, someone I barely trusted. It's never a good feeling, if I may say so. He tightened his grip on Yamato, driving the blade deeper into the picture of a blonde girl in a swimsuit, shredding it to pieces. Annihilation Maker, Admin, I know I might have drop-kicked her, called her art garbage, broke her weird sword with a karate chop, and sang her song better than she ever could, but... but... Annihilation Maker, Admin, but she didn't have to bribe my parents. Where are the ethics and morals in this world? The blade ignited, burning the picture as the sparks cast a dangerous glow on Leo's pained face. Advocate of gender equality, those two words don't go well with a Roman emperor. Empress. Wait, if she's courting you, does that make you the wife? Neither of those words suits either of you. Advocate of gender equality, hush, child. I'm asking the important questions here. Annihilation Maker, Admin, this world is hopeless, I should give Gaia a mud bath. Gudako, Chaldea's Admin. Advocate of gender equality, so, did your parents sell you or what? I'm curious, how much is an angel worth? A lifetime debt to a world's will. This reminds me, isn't the angel from my world? I'm not comfortable with what you all are hiding from me. Annihilation Maker, Admin, technically, I am your world. She used my parents to drag me into a beach vacation in Italy after I told her, politely and with all due respect, to fuck off. The chat room fell silent as members took a moment to process the information, just as several new members came online. Annihilation Maker, Admin, my phone's been spammed with pictures of her in swimsuits, and my parents saw them too. I can't even look my mother in the eye now. My tough guy reputation, 18 years in the making, is completely ruined. In the middle of the night near the Adventurers Guild, Kazuma stared at the goddess of water who was busy puking, the half-dead explosion magician tossed out with the trash, and the paladin who watched with envy. He then turned his gaze to the moon. It was so bright and round, beautiful. It filled him with so many emotions that he slowly began to type. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, my guy, my man. Can you do me a tiny, simple favor and shoot yourself in the head? Thanks. Big Sister Lion, huh? What's so bad about this? An invitation to the beach from a rich, beautiful woman, do you know how many people would wish for that? Annihilation Maker, Admin, you don't understand anything. Because she's been running around showing everyone pictures of us together, now the whole neighborhood thinks I've found a rich woman to raise me as her boy toy. Even my father patted me on the shoulder and gave me the most complicated yet proud look of my life. I swear, the holy grail within me rolled over several times. I'm way richer than she is. Advocate of gender equality. Big Sister Lion, I don't think Kazuma is feeling alright. Shouldn't you behave and be more worried about what you saw in the side mission? How can you joke around when something strange is dropping corpses into your world? A vortex of entangled branches phasing through time and space, overlap. What am I reading? Misaka stared at the summary Leo had uploaded, frowning. The poor description made it hard for her to picture anything clearly. But she decided not to complain. The last time she did, that bastard angel dropped a fish emoji alongside her picture in a Pikachu outfit. Sparks of electricity flew from her forehead as she gritted her teeth and made new notes in her notebook. Annihilation Maker, admin fine, I'll behave. But only when old man Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, Annihilation Maker, admin grows a beard. The strongest man in the world. A hero for fun, PFFFFFF. Cough, sorry. The chat sent my thoughts too quickly. The strongest man in the world. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. It's nice that everyone here has such a great relationship. The kind where they find new ways to insult each other daily. Perhaps this could lead to problems or conflicts in the chat because, for Ritsuka, the chat members are no different from heroic spirits in their origins and behavior. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Kuchulin placed a curse on Chaldea's kitchen, causing everything Amiya-san cooked to burn. Now, they're fighting to the death. Advocate of gender equality, I have withstood pain to cook many dishes. Yet, those hands will never burn a dish. Bree, isn't it a bad idea to let them keep killing each other? Gudako, Chaldea's admin. It should be alright. They're reliable most of the TI. I think I can hear Romani screaming. To her, most heroic spirits are just a bunch of children with massive weapons of destruction. Unfortunately, the fighting had already begun, and the second round was looming near. Annihilation Maker, admin. Don't lump me in with the likes of these peasants. This young master refuses to be associated with these frogs at the bottom of the Midwest rivers in the USA. The strongest men in the world, frogs. Advocate of gender equality, that's oddly specific. Why is Kagaya absent when you need her? Annihilation Maker, admin. Indeed, where is my best friend? Only having her here could make this place bearable. I miss her already. A hero for fun, are these feelings mutual? Bree, I believe she thinks the opposite. Advocate of gender equality, even delusions have limits. Annihilation Maker, admin. TSK, ignorant fools. After facing the dangers of death and madness together, my dearest best friend, and I have formed an unshakable bond. Witnessed by the fiery stars above, only she can truly understand this king. Advocate of gender equality, damn it, Gilgamesh. Go back to your other channel and take your clay doll with you. Gudako, Chaldea's admin. Screenshot. Advocate of gender equality, oi. Annihilation Maker, admin. Maybe I should check on my best friend. I heard her world has an activity called Danmaku. I'm sure my dearest best friend would cheer up if I played it with her. The strongest men in the world, traveling with your debt-ridden points. Aren't you still running from the world's will debt? Guhahahaha. Bree, a bullet barrage as a game. Annihilation Maker, admin. Yes, inside her house, facing her computer. Advocate of gender equality, yes, that makes more sense. By the way, Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin. HM. Dropping Aqua on the floor, Kazuma checked his clothes for any puke stains before taking a deep breath. Advocate of gender equality, knock. Annihilation Maker, admin. Who's there? Chat member. Advocate of gender equality requests to enter your world. Do you accept? Y/N. Advocate of gender equality, open the goddamn door. Degree. In the darkness, Leo glanced at the new pop-up screen that appeared in front of him. He blinked a few times before humming and touching the twisted horn on his head. The brave. Visiting the devil. Meanwhile, in another world, inside a barrier separating fantasy and reality. An antique mansion stood tall within a bamboo forest, shrouded in fog and hidden from the world. Inside this mansion, filled with a mystical atmosphere, a girl with long black hair lay on a mattress, her expression peaceful, if you ignored the sweat dripping from her forehead. This is. As soon as she woke up, Kagaya's mind was blank, unable to form coherent thoughts. The last scene she could remember was the world shattering as that fool protected her. What happened? The terrible buzzing in her head blurred her vision, but her tired eyes still caught a glimpse of a purple creature, holding a colorful tube near her mouth. The purple creature noticed her awakening and was pleasantly surprised. Overjoyed, they quickly brought the strange liquid to Kagaya's mouth. HAAA. You damn rabbit, HAAA, what are you trying to do? Struggling to keep the colorful, bubbling tube away from her, Kagaya breathed heavily as she glared at the confused rabbit girl. Forgive me, princess. You must drink this, if you don't, I will have to. Despite her frail appearance, the bunny girl pressed down with surprising strength, belying her delicate form. Just this once, allow me to be willful, just this one time. The girl's eyes shone with a dangerous red glow. It's not like it's the first time you've drank it. One more time won't hurt. What? Kagaya turned pale and exclaimed in horror, striking the potion and flinging it to the side. The tube shattered into several pieces, and the liquid inside spilled out, sizzling as it ate through the floor, leaving a large hole within seconds. The two girls stared in silence as the horrible smell of corrosion filled the room. As the red glow faded from her eyes, Raizen returned to normal, only to meet Kagaya's hollow gaze. The burning glare, which seemed to scream, "I'm going to cook you alive," caused the rabbit girl to jolt in fear and hide behind a woman with long silver hair. "Princess Kagaya, I'm glad you're awake. You had us all worried." Iron. Looking at the woman dressed in red and blue, Kagaya's emotions slowly calmed down, until the hole in the floor puffed out a cloud of dust as if it had burped. X2. Ahem. I'm glad you're all right, princess. Iron coughed lightly, ignoring Kagaya's numb expression. I apologize for disturbing you right after your recovery, but I can't delay this any further. Where and how did you manage to injure yourself so badly that your history had to be erased to heal? Though Iron wore a smile, Kagaya felt a chilling coldness behind it. One wrong answer, and her games could end today. What was she supposed to say? That she went out with some friends she met online. As if anyone would believe she had friends and went outside. It would be more believable to say she was trying out new ways to commit suicide. Faced with the choices, Kagaya decided to carve her own path. Raizen, give me another potion. No, give me two. Ah. Princess, no. Don't pull my ears. Watching Kagaya chase after Raizen, Iron sighed before shaking her head. There was no need to rush the inquiry, but she would need to keep a close eye on Kagaya lately. Her instincts told her that the princess might have been meddling with some troublesome people. Mudkip, a blue creature, filled the hole with water and started swimming inside before tilting its head at Iron. The princess must be sweaty after recovering. Why don't you go and refresh her with a bath? Mudkip. Watching Mudkip accumulate a big water ball while chasing after Kagaya, Iron shook her head before walking away. The smile on her face faded into an indifferent, cold glare as she stroked the strings on a bow that suddenly appeared in her hands. To have stolen the princess away without her noticing would require someone far stronger than her in mystics or someone with a special ability. And in this fantasy town, only one yokai had such capabilities. With this thought, Iron's expression darkened before she faded into the shadows. A certain hibernating gap yokai shuddered in her dreams, unaware of the moon shining brighter than usual tonight. My Preetor, what do you think of my new swimsuit? Does it make you excited? How about this? Fishochocolate.gif. Leo scrolled through his phone in boredom, emojis flooding his screen under Kazuma's watchful eyes. You. No, nothing. Kazuma opened his mouth to say something, but then thought better of it and fell silent. By the way, is it all right for me to dress like this? I won't get arrested, right? Kazuma asked, noticing the frequent glances they were attracting as they walked through the streets of Kuo. Maybe it was his adventurer outfit and the sword strapped to his side. Just say you're a cosplayer. If you're feeling uneasy, you can speak in Chunny dialect, Leo replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as if swatting away an annoying fly. Sorry, I don't speak your mother tongue, Kazuma said sincerely, wearing an honest expression. Leo froze for a moment, then stared at Kazuma without blinking. I don't recall messing with you lately. To show up in his world, right in front of him, so close to punching range, and then mess with him. This guy had guts. Kazuma subconsciously avoided eye contact, confused for a moment, but then anger quickly replaced his hesitation. You dare say that? Do you think I'd forget what you did to me in my world? Kazuma's voice rose, drawing glances from passers-by. No one but my party even knows my name. Kazuma lowered his head as if suppressing something before yelling, everyone calls me Dio. They refuse to believe my name is Kazuma. Pointing at Leo's nose, Kazuma spoke rapidly, his words accompanied by droplets of saliva. Then the guy who caused all this shows up, hits me with a Rick Astley cutout, and implants something in my head without my consent. How am I supposed to sleep at night knowing there's something inside me that makes a Duke of Hell respect me? You expect me to say thank you? Kazuma took a deep breath and noticed Leo looking at his pointing finger in silence, so he quickly hid it behind his back. Mom, look at those two. That guy's wearing weird clothes. They're all dirty, is he homeless? Cosplayers. Are they doing some kind of street performance? Kazuma's eyebrow twitched as he saw more people gathering around, a sense of shame crawling under his skin like ants. Ah. It's the scary guy who punched himself and exploded into blue sparks. Run before he sees us. A group of kids pointed at Leo before bolting away, leaving Kazuma to give Leo a blank stare. No need to wonder, I'm very popular here, Leo shrugged, waving at the kids as they ran faster. Forget it. All in all, just wait for me. One day, I'll make you eat that Rick Astley cutout, Kazuma declared with a determination that caused Leo to tilt his head. So, you came here to get revenge on me. Even as he said it, Leo couldn't quite believe it. Ah. No way, this is interesting. Too interesting. Leo's eyes gleamed ominously, causing Kazuma to step back. Eh? Of course not. I'm not stupid. Kazuma shook his head quickly, without hesitation. I'm here mainly to relax in the modern age. Life as an adventurer in a medieval civilization is exhausting. But don't worry, you'll get what you deserve sooner or later. Kazuma added in a deep, manly voice that didn't match his looks. Oh. The plan is working. Kazuma thought to himself as he extended his hand to Leo. His face filled with devotion and sincerity, an expression full of awe and respect. He said, "Can you give me some money? You can't bear to see me sleeping on the streets, right? Wait, didn't you promise me a vacation in your world?" Leo, amused, looked at Kazuma deeply. "Are you asking an angel to fund your indulgence in sin and depravity? Are you sure you want to do this?" In the colorless world seen through his eyes, something dark and nasty, resembling a saw, entangled Kazuma's lower body. "Sorry, demons don't hold a candle to you." "Don't question my determination," Kazuma retorted immediately, reaching out to catch the card Leo tossed his way. "Fair enough. You should know your own affairs best. The money on that card is what I got after liquidating the assets of some nasty people. I think I've cleared most of them, but if someone comes after you for it, take care." Leo shrugged as Kazuma, who held the card happily, jolted in fear. He quickly hid the card and looked around warily, only to realize that people were completely ignoring them. The area where he and Leo stood had become a vacuum, completely isolated from the lively scene of the busy street. Since when? Kazuma didn't know. A chill ran down his spine as he looked at the unblinking young man before him. Was it because of the usual impression in the chat room, or maybe it had just been a while since he'd seen Leo, but something about this guy felt creepy, especially those strange eyes. "Ah, your eyes, why do they feel so off, like jewels?" "Yes. No, it's not that. I'm just saying." Kazuma finally found the right word but quickly shook his head in denial. He knew people often use jewels and gems to describe beauty, but he couldn't bring himself to call another man's eyes pretty. The thought crossed his mind because, in Leo's eyes, he saw something that reminded him more of minerals than any human feature. "It's nothing. Just some weird stuff from merging with several worlds' power systems," Leo said after a moment of silence, then changed the subject. "If you're done, I've got things to do." "Ah, wait. Can you tell me what I should be aware of in this world? Should I keep mysteries hidden at all costs, or are there some taboos I need to watch out for?" Kazuma hurriedly asked, fearing Leo might vanish suddenly, only to remember they had the chat room for communication. "Taboos? Well, hiding mysteries isn't that important, but don't go overboard. Looking at you, try to avoid conflicts with mythical races, or at least call me before you do. Just know that most religious places and historical areas are gathering spots for those beings. But don't worry too much, regular people go there, so there's no reason you can't. Just don't draw too much attention to yourself. You probably won't stay in Kuo for long, but you should know this place is considered devil territory. They're like neutral civil workers, handling some threats and conducting business. Don't rely on them, though, you're a suspicious character. On a funny note, try telling them Leo Arisaltek sent you. Maybe they'll be confused long enough to try to capture you alive. Is it okay to reveal your identity? Won't that cause you trouble?" Kazuma asked, concerned. "It used to be a problem, but now, whatever comes up isn't worth mentioning." Arrogance. Leo waved his hand nonchalantly, making Kazuma wonder if the Lucifer within Leo was surfacing, but he decided to ignore it. "Okay, aside from those places, what else?" After a moment's thought, Leo replied, "You might want to visit some yokai on the outskirts of the city. Just tell them the terrifying guy with the katana sent you. If that doesn't work, find Nero or a gray-eyed loli in gothic clothes. Tell her the foolish silence told you to help her recover the silence or something. That's your best bet if a bored god decides to smite you." Foolish silence. Kazuma wanted to ask more, but Leo's dangerous glare made him think twice. Listening to all this, Kazuma couldn't help but feel discouraged. Of all the members of the chat room, the only two with modern worlds were the most dangerous. It made him mad. Couldn't the chat room summon someone from a cute slice of life world? Can your heart really leave the weak and helpless me alone in this world where devils and gods dance? How do you plan on taking revenge on me if this is your limit? Leo's smile dazzled Kazuma into a spiral of regret. "Oh, right. Here, take this." Reacting quickly, Kazuma caught the smartphone Leo tossed at him. It's more convenient to have a phone. Anyway, if you're done, I've got to go walk the neighbor's dog, then read a book. By the way, want to join me? It's great to strive for education these days. A book. Ignoring the comment about walking the dog, Kazuma glanced at Leo, who pulled a thick, old, wrinkled book out of his pocket. The cover was a mix of brown and white, with nothing particularly special about it, until Kazuma noticed something odd about its shadow. An eye, with a red pupil, had grown on the solid ground and was staring at him. A cold shiver ran down Kazuma's spine, rooting him to the spot until he heard a smack and the eye disappeared. Why are you so dishonest? Leo smacked the book several times as Kazuma watched, speechless. I think I'm good. Have fun with your book. No, wait, aren't you concerned about what happened with the side mission? I agree with Misaka, this shouldn't be the end. Oh, there's no need to worry too much about it. If the world's will is silent, let Kagaya wake up, and we'll discuss it then. Leo shook his head, giving Kazuma his signature smile. Welcome to the world of devils and dragons, where perversion is praised, and worshipping boobs is better than hundreds of years of training. Take care. With those words, Leo disappeared into the crowd, leaving Kazuma with a confused expression. What the? Boobs or something? I need to ask Kagaya about this world's plot. Shaking his head, Kazuma felt a headache coming on. He slapped his cheeks and smiled at the dazzling sun, feeling that from tomorrow, he'd live the extravagant life he always dreamed of. He opened the phone and searched for a nice hotel to stay at for the night, but his attention was quickly drawn to the news on the screen. Today, in New York City, the ground was torn open by a huge tree trunk that suddenly appeared, causing several injuries and 2 deaths. From the pictures and videos taken by pedestrians, the tree seems to have burst out of the earth, then opened up. Authorities are baffled by this phenomenon, especially after finding that the inside of the trunk is hollow and roughly shaped like a human body, but no body was found inside. Do supernatural phenomena happen casually in front of people here? Kazuma wondered as he watched the video, only for his vision to suddenly go dark. I forgot to tell you something. Leo appeared like a ghost before Kazuma, causing him to jump in fright. I don't want to involve myself in your affairs, but I think it's better to deal with this infertility curse on you. It might not be a problem in your world, but in a place that takes superstition seriously. Leo glanced at Kazuma's lower body and made a scissor-cutting motion. Anyway, see ya. Leo vanished as quickly as he had appeared, leaving Kazuma pale and trembling. What the hell do you mean by that? Answer me. Kazuma's scream echoed through the busy streets of Kuo, drawing stares from passers-by who treated him like a plague and called the police, prompting him to run away quickly.